Prologue. The tale of the Tang family's third young master in the land of Ba-Shu, renowned as the land of abundance. The most illustrious sect is undoubtedly the Tang Sect. Nestled in a realm shrouded in mystery, the Tang Sect resides on a mountainside, its summit bearing a name that inspires trepidation, ghostly regret. A young man clad in gray stands resolutely at the pinnacle of ghostly regret, impervious to the biting mountain winds that threaten to sway him. The massive character Tang, emblazoned on his chest, marks him as a disciple of the Tang Sect, while his gray attire signifies his status as an outer sect disciple. At the age of 29, he was inducted into the Tang Sect shortly after his birth, ranking third among the outer sect disciples, earning him the affectionate moniker of Third Young Master. In the eyes of the inner sect disciples, however, he is known simply as Tang San. Since its inception, the Tang Sect has been divided into inner and outer sects. The outer sect comprises disciples by surname or those bestowed with the Tang name, while the inner sect is reserved for direct lineage and familial inheritance. At this moment, Tang San's countenance is a tapestry of emotions, oscillating between laughter and sorrow, yet none can eclipse the genuine excitement radiating from within him. Suddenly, his expression shifts dramatically, only to be replaced by a sense of acceptance as he murmurs to himself, tinged with a hint of bitterness, what is destined to come has finally arrived. 17 figures draped in white ascend from a mountainside toward the summit, moving with the grace of shooting stars. The youngest among them is well over 50, their faces etched with gravity. The white robes they don signify their status as inner sect disciples, while the golden Tang character upon their chests denotes their esteemed positions as elders of the Tang Sect. The Elder Hall of the Tang Sect's inner circle, inclusive of the esteemed sect master Mr. Tang, comprises a total of 17 elders, all of whom are currently ascending the mountain. It is noteworthy that even during the martial arts assembly, it would be improbable for all the elders of the Tang Sect to mobilize simultaneously. After all, among them, the eldest has surpassed 2 full cycles of decades. Each of these elders has reached the pinnacle of their martial prowess, having attained the realm of transformation. In the blink of an eye, they have arrived at the summit of the mountain. The outer disciples, upon encountering the inner elders, can only bow in reverence. However, at this moment, Tang San remains unmoved, quietly observing the solemn expressions of the elders as they approach him, effectively blocking all paths. Behind him stands Gue Jian Shou, setting down the 3 blossoming Buddhist lotus of wrath. Tang San casts a lingering glance, a subtle smile gracing his lips, a reflection of his profound satisfaction. After 20 years of relentless effort, he has ultimately realized the zenith of the Tang family's concealed weaponry, an accomplishment that eludes mere words. I understand that infiltrating the inner sanctum and clandestinely learning the sect's ultimate techniques is an unforgivable transgression, one that the sect's regulations cannot condone. Yet, Tang San swears before the heavens that he has never divulged a single fragment of the techniques he has secretly acquired. I do not express this in hopes of gaining the elders' leniency, but rather to convey that Tang San has never forsaken his roots. He has not done so in the past, nor will he in the future. At this moment, Tang San's emotions were remarkably composed. Perhaps this was the most tranquil moment of his life. Gazing at the vast, antiquated courtyard of the Tang Sect nestled in the mountains, and inhaling the air that belonged to the Tang Sect, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Since the day he became aware, it could be said that he was born for the Tang Sect, and now it was time for him to return to the Tang Sect in pursuit of his lifelong aspirations. The elders remained silent, still unable to recover from the shock of the appearance of the Buddha's Fury Tang lotus. 200 years and entire 2 centuries had passed, and the Buddha's Fury Tang lotus had manifested in the hands of an outer sect disciple. What did this signify? This unparalleled weapon, which could dominate the world and which even the Tang Sect could not withstand, heralded the arrival of another pinnacle for the Tang Sect. Observing the elders bowing their heads in silence, Tang San smiled brightly. Everything I am is granted by the Tang Sect. Whether it is my life or the abilities I possess, they are all bestowed upon me by the Tang Sect. Regardless of the circumstances, whether living or dead, I am a person of the Tang Sect. I understand that the elders would not permit the body of an outer sect disciple who has violated the rules to remain in the Tang Sect. If that is the case, let me be interred within the embrace of this natural world in Ba-Shu. Tang San's calm, yet somewhat exhilarated voice finally roused the elders from their stupor. As the elders lifted their gaze towards him, a layer of milky white aura suddenly emanated from his body. "You have even mastered the highest internal skill from the Xiantian treasure record?" exclaimed Master Tang in disbelief. With a resounding boom, as the elders instinctively recoiled in anticipation of danger, they beheld Tang San, entirely unclothed. Tang San smiled, his smile radiant. Arriving bare and departing bare, the Buddha's wrath upon the Tang lotus stands as the final gift I leave to the Tang Sect. Now, aside from my own being, I carry away nothing from the Tang Sect. The secret manuals lie beneath the first brick of my door. I shall return everything to the Tang Sect. Ha 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 ha. Tang San laughed wildly, tilting his head back as he suddenly took a step back. At that moment, the elders of the Tang Sect realized, to their astonishment, that none had the chance to stop him. His figure, enveloped in a bright light, darted like lightning towards Gue Jianshou, his towering form soaring into the air, advancing towards the misty clouds in the mountains. Wait a moment. Mr. Tang finally regained his senses. It was already too late for any words to alter the course of events. The mist was thick, laden with moisture, stealing away the sunlight and taking with it Tang San, who had dedicated his life to the Tang Sect and the art of hidden weapons. Time seemed to stand still as Mr. Tang tremulously cradled the 3 Tang lotuses before him, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Tang San, oh Tang San, why must you endure such suffering? You have astonished us beyond measure." "Brother," the second elder stepped forward, "why mourn for this traitor?" Mr. Tang's gaze suddenly turned frigid, an intense chill enveloping him as he fixed his stare upon the second elder. "Whom do you accuse of treachery? Have you ever witnessed a traitor, after acquiring the highest secret teachings of our sect, fail to flee? Have you ever seen a traitor who would resolutely choose death to affirm their loyalty? Have you ever encountered one who possesses a devastating secret weapon capable of annihilating any master of the Tang clan, yet offers it as a final gift to the clan? Tang San is not a traitor. He is the most exceptional genius our sect has produced in 2 centuries. The second elder was momentarily taken aback, but he clandestinely learned our clan's techniques. Mr. Tang abruptly interrupted. "If you could replicate the Buddha's Fury Tang lotus, I would overlook your transgressions. You are mistaken, and I am as well. Just a moment ago, we stood by and allowed the opportunity for the Tang clan's resurgence to slip right through our fingers." The assembled elders approached, their expressions a tapestry of complexity, confusion, sorrow, sighs, and above all, regret. "You need not utter anything further. Relay my command. Summon all disciples of our sect to mobilize and search for Tang San, whether alive or dead. Furthermore, from this moment forth, Tang San shall be elevated to the rank of inner disciple. Should he still draw breath, he will be the sole candidate for my position as leader." "Understood, sect leader," the elders replied in unison, bowing in acquiescence. Had Tang San remained upon that precipice, able to hear Mr. Tang's words, he would undoubtedly feel a profound sense of solace, knowing that his efforts had not been in vain. Alas, this realization came too late, in the realm of haunting despair. Even a stone cast into the abyss must linger for 19 seconds, as if transcending the 18 layers of hell. How could it possibly allow a living soul to return, freed by the mists? Tang San has departed, forever leaving this world. Yet another chapter of his fate is merely beginning. Chapter 1, Doluo Continent. The otherworldly Tang San Part 1. On the Doluo Continent, in the southwestern part of the Tiando Empire, lies the Fastno province. The village of Holy Spirit, a name that invokes astonishment, is in truth merely a modest settlement of a little over 300 households, situated south of Notting City in the Fastno province. The village earned its name from the legend of a soul master who, a century ago, emerged at the soul sage level, thus instilling a sense of eternal pride in Holy Spirit Village. Surrounding Holy Spirit Village are vast expanses of agricultural land, the produce of which supplies Notting City. While Notting City may not be classified as a large metropolis within the Fastno province, its proximity to the borders of another empire renders it a significant hub for commerce between the 2 great empires, leading to its prosperity. Consequently, the villagers in the surrounding areas enjoy a standard of living markedly superior to that of other regions. As dawn's gentle light begins to grace the horizon, a pale blush of fish belly white emerges in the east, and atop a modest hill, rising no more than 100 meters, stands a slight figure. This child, no more than 5 or 6 years of age, appears accustomed to basking in the warm embrace of the sun, his skin radiating a healthy wheat hue, his short black hair neatly kept. Although his attire is simple, it is nonetheless clean and well-maintained. For a child of his considerable size, ascending the 100-meter hill was no trivial feat. Curiously, however, when he reached the summit, he appeared neither flushed nor breathless, but rather serene and self-satisfied. The boy settled at the pinnacle, his gaze fixated intently on the eastern horizon, where a soft pearly white gradually brightened. He inhaled slowly through his nose and exhaled gently from his mouth, creating a harmonious cycle of breath, delicate and rhythmic. At that moment, his eyes widened suddenly as he perceived a faint glimmer of violet amidst the emerging light of dawn. Such a subtle hue would have gone unnoticed by anyone lacking extraordinary vision and focus. The appearance of this violet hue captivated the boy's full attention. He ceased exhaling and instead inhaled softly and steadily, his eyes locked onto the ephemeral purple that flickered in and out of existence. The violet's presence was fleeting, vanishing entirely as the soft pearly white of the east became enveloped by the rising sun's glow. Only then did the boy slowly close his eyes and release a long breath of stale air. A stream of white vapor, akin to silk, escaped his lips, dissipating gradually into the stillness. After sitting in silence for a while, he reopened his eyes. Perhaps influenced by that fleeting violet, a subtle hint of purple shimmered in his gaze, though it did not linger for long before it quietly receded. Yet, in its brief existence, it was undeniably vivid. With a resigned sigh, the boy wore an expression of helplessness that belied his tender years. Shaking his head, he muttered to himself, "It still eludes me. My Xiantian skill remains unable to break through the first barrier. It has been a full 3 months. What could be the reason? Even the Ziji demon eyes, which require the morning's purple qi for cultivation, have shown progress. Yet, my Xiantian skill cannot transcend this impasse, and my Xian Jade hand has also stalled in its advancement. When I was cultivating from the first to the second layer, I do not recall encountering such a predicament. There are 9 layers to the Xiantian skill. Why is the first proving to be so troublesome? Could it be that this world differs from my original one? Having spent over 5 years in this realm, the child before us is none other than Tang San, who leaped from the cliff of the Tang Sect to affirm his resolve. Upon awakening from his unconsciousness, he found himself unable to do anything but bask in warmth. Contrary to his expectations, death did not claim him. Instead, he was thrust into this world through a process of compression. Whether by destiny or mere coincidence, in honor of his late wife, Tang had bestowed upon him the name Tang San, a name that is remarkably identical to the one he bore in his previous existence. The children of the village often teased him about it, yet Tang San felt a profound satisfaction within. After all, this name had accompanied him for nearly 3 decades in another world. Its familiarity alone had endeared him to those 2 characters. Upon arriving in this world, Tang San has transitioned from initial astonishment and fear to eventual excitement, and now a serene acceptance of reality. He perceives this as a divine opportunity bestowed upon him once more. His greatest aspiration from his previous life may well find fruition in this one. Though he entered this realm in a state of vulnerability, Tang San possesses an invaluable treasure, his memories. As the most exceptional genius of the Tang Sect's outer gate, the intricate techniques for crafting various concealed weapons are indelibly etched in his mind. After clandestinely acquiring the inner sect's secret texts, he has longed to delve into their teachings, and throughout his studies, he has memorized the esteemed Xiantian treasure record. Tang San aspires to resurrect the glory of the Tang Sect in this world. What constitutes the essence of the Tang Sect? It lies in concealed weapons, poisons, and lightness of movement. The primary distinction between the inner and outer gates of the Tang Sect is the application of concealed weapons. The outer gate predominantly employs mechanical traps, while the inner gate masters true techniques. Poisons are typically utilized by the outer gate, as the direct disciples of the inner gate seldom resort to toxins, for their skills render such measures unnecessary. The Xintian treasure record delineates 6 martial arts techniques. The internal cultivation method Xintian Gong, the hand technique Xian Yu Shou, the eye technique Zi Jiamo Tong, the grappling technique Kong He Kun Long, the lightness technique Gui Ingmi Zong, and the method for utilizing concealed weapons and Shi Bai Jia. The first 5 methods serve as foundational practices without a solid grounding. How can one hope to embody the quintessence of the Tang Sect's concealed weaponry? Having commenced his training in Xintian Gong at merely over a year old, Tang San is now nearing the age of 6, yet he remains steadfast in establishing his foundation. Tang San's residence is situated on the western edge of Holy Spirit Village, positioned at the entrance of the hamlet. The 3 adobe houses are undoubtedly the most rudimentary in the entire village. Atop the central dwelling, a wooden sign, approximately 1 meter in diameter, is painted with a crude depiction of a hammer. In this realm, the hammer universally symbolizes a blacksmith. Indeed, Tang San's father, Tang Hao, is the sole blacksmith in the village. In this world, the profession of a blacksmith is often regarded as one of the most menial for a peculiar reason. The finest weapons are not forged by blacksmiths. Nevertheless, as the only blacksmith in the village, Tang San's family ought not to be so impoverished. However, their meager earnings are primarily insufficient. Upon entering the home, Tang San was immediately greeted by the enticing aroma of food. It was not Tang Hao who had prepared breakfast for him, but rather he who had taken it upon himself to cook for Tang Hao. Since the age of 4, even when he could not reach the stove, the task of cooking had become his daily obligation, even if it meant standing on a stool to reach the cooking surface. This was not a demand imposed by Tang Hao, but rather a necessity, for without such efforts, Tang San would scarcely have enough to eat. Approaching the stove, he skillfully stepped onto the wooden stool, lifted the lid of the large iron pot, and was enveloped by the fragrant scent of rice the congee within had long since been cooked to perfection. Taking 2 bowls, each marred by over 10 noticeable dents, from beside the stove, Tang San delicately filled them with congee and set them on the table behind him. The grains of rice within were so few that they could be easily counted, a stark indication of the insufficient nourishment for a growing boy like Tang San, which explained his emaciated frame. "Father, it's time to eat," Tang San called out. After a moment, the curtain of the inner room was lifted, revealing a tall figure who staggered forward unsteadily. It was a middle-aged man, seemingly nearing 50, yet possessing a remarkably imposing stature. However, his attire left much to be desired. He donned a tattered robe, devoid of patches, exposing his bronze-toned skin beneath. His once handsome features were now shrouded in a pallid hue, presenting a look of drowsiness. His hair was disheveled, resembling a bird's nest, and his beard had long been neglected, a testament to countless days without grooming. His gaze was vacant and murky, and despite the night having passed, the overpowering stench of alcohol emanating from him caused Tang San to furrow his brows. This was Tang Hao, Tang San's father in this world. Throughout his life, Tang San had been oblivious to the concept of paternal love. Tang Hao had always been indifferent to him. In the beginning, he would occasionally prepare meals for his son, but as time went on and Tang San began to take the initiative in cooking, Tang Hao became increasingly neglectful. The family's dire poverty was evident, as they lacked even decent furniture. Mealtime had become a challenge, primarily due to Tang Hao squandering his meager earnings from blacksmithing on alcohol. In a world where children of Tang San's age typically have fathers around 30, often even younger due to early marriages, Tang Hao appeared significantly older, resembling more of a grandfather to Tang San. Tang San bore no resentment towards Tang Hao in his previous life. He was an orphan, and in this one, despite Tang Hao's unkindness, he at least had a family member. For Tang San, this was a source of profound satisfaction. At the very least, he had someone he could call father. Tang Hao seized a bowl from the table without concern for its heat, voraciously consuming the porridge, his once dull complexion gaining a hint of luster. "Father, please take your time," Tang San admonished gently, taking the bowl from his father's hands and filling it anew. He then joined in, sipping from his own bowl. In no time, a substantial portion of the porridge had vanished into Tang Hao's stomach. He exhaled deeply, setting the bowl upon the table, his drooping eyelids lifting slightly as he regarded Tang San. "Attend to your work first. I shall prepare more this afternoon. And would rest a bit longer," he decreed. Tang Hao maintained a strict routine, sleeping in the mornings, crafting farming tools in the afternoons for income, and indulging in drink by nightfall. All right, father, Tang San nodded in agreement. Having consumed a hearty portion of porridge, Tang Hao finally steadied himself and made his way towards the inner room. Father, Tang San called out unexpectedly. Tang Hao halted, turning to face him, a distinct impatience evident in his brow. Tang San pointed to a piece of raw iron in the corner, which glimmered with a faint dark sheen, and inquired, "May I use this iron?" In his previous life, he was the most distinguished outer disciple of the Tang Sect, thoroughly familiar with the crafting of various concealed weapons. Of course, during that time, all materials were provided by the Tang Sect. Upon arriving in this new world, despite having practiced for several years, his strength remained inadequate. Yet, he had never considered relinquishing his expertise in weapon crafting. He had begun to experiment with forging some concealed weapons, but sourcing quality materials posed a significant challenge. The metal that Tang Hao used for agricultural tools was delivered by the villagers, comprised of ordinary iron laden with impurities, making it exceedingly difficult to produce refined concealed weapons. At that moment, the piece of raw iron Tang San pointed to had just been delivered the previous day. To his astonishment, he discovered that this ore contained a certain amount of iron essence, making it exceptionally suitable for crafting concealed weapons. Tang Hao's gaze shifted to the raw iron. "Oh, this contains iron essence." He approached, leaned down to inspect it, and then turned to Tang San. "Do you wish to become a blacksmith in the future?" Tang San nodded affirmatively. The profession of a blacksmith was undoubtedly the most fitting for him to forge concealed weapons. "Father, you're getting older. In a few years, when I have grown, please teach me how to craft kitchenware, so I may take over your work." Previously, he had focused solely on the meticulous crafting of concealed weapons, and ironically, he had little experience with the more straightforward forging techniques. Tang Hao appeared somewhat distracted, murmuring, "A blacksmith seems rather appealing." He pulled over a worn-out chair and settled down in front of the raw iron, languidly stating, "Little San, tell me, what constitutes the finest blacksmith?" Tang San pondered for a moment and replied, "The blacksmith capable of forging divine artifacts must be the best, I suppose." He had heard tales in the village about the existence of such artifacts in this world, although he was unaware of their true nature. Nevertheless, the prefix divine suggested something extraordinary. A glimmer of mockery flickered in Tang Hao's eyes. "Divine artifacts, so you are aware of them, Little San. Now, enlighten me, what materials are required to forge such artifacts?" Without hesitation, Tang San replied, "Certainly, they must be crafted from the finest materials." Tang Hao raised a finger and waved it in front of Tang San. "If you aspire to be a competent blacksmith, heed my words. Utilizing superior materials to forge divine artifacts does not qualify one as the finest blacksmith at best. One would merely be a creator. It is the ability to forge divine artifacts from mundane iron that defines a master blacksmith." To forge divine artifacts from mundane iron? Tang San gazed at Tang Hao in astonishment. Typically, Tang Hao seldom engaged him in conversation, yet today was an exception. Rising to his feet, Tang Hao pointed to a large chunk of iron, approximately 50 centimeters square, situated on the opposite side of the room. "If you wish to become a blacksmith and learn the art of forging from me, you must first strike it with a hammer 10,000 times to earn that privilege." That was a piece of mundane iron, riddled with impurities, far inferior to the ore containing Iron Mother. "Father, I am willing to give it a try." Tang San's voice was clear and calm, yet infused with a resolute determination. Tang Hao glanced at him in surprise. "Very well." As he spoke, he approached, lifting the hefty iron block and placing it directly onto the forge beside the bellows. Once the charcoal fire ignited, the forging could commence. Tang San was a person of unwavering resolve otherwise. He would not have been able to create the formidable Buddha's Wrath Tang, Lotusa top-tier concealed weapon of the Tang Sect using merely a tattered blueprint. That endeavor had consumed a full decade of his life. With the charcoal ignited and the bellows operated, he began his task. The rhythmic sound of the bellows filled the air, flames leaping from the furnace to scorch the iron block. Although Tang San had no experience in forging, he had frequently observed Tang Hao crafting agricultural tools, thus he was familiar with the process. As the iron block gradually glowed red, He dragged over the iron hammer that Tang Hao used daily, placing on the ground. This long-handled hammer was taller than he was, far too heavy for an ordinary child of 5 or 6 to lift, let alone wield for forging. Nevertheless, Tang San managed to grasp it. Channeling his Xiantian skill, though he had yet to break through the first level, he possessed the strength of an adult. When the hammer met the iron block, a crisp sound echoed, a testament to Tang San's inaugural strike, heralding the commencement of the forging process. In the inner chamber, Tang Hao, lying on the bed, turned over. Despite his closed eyes, a look of astonishment lingered on his face as he murmured in a daze, "He can actually lift the hammer, could it be divine strength?" The rhythmic clang of hammers began to resonate within the forge, as Tang Hao and his son Tang San resumed their unremarkable lives. However, from this day forth, Tang Hao had installed another furnace in Tang San's room, allowing him to forge the iron block independently. He offered no guidance to Tang San, yet it marked a turning point from that day onward. Tang Hao consumed less alcohol, and the provisions at home increased. Forging is undoubtedly a monotonous and laborious endeavor, but Tang San embraced it as a means of physical endurance. 11 days had elapsed, and he diligently counted each piece he forged. He realized that swinging the hammer with sheer physical strength was insufficient. He required the aid of the Xiantian skill. This process was not merely a physical exercise. The repetitive cycle of exertion and recovery also served to refine his Xiantian skill and fortify his willpower. Regrettably, the first threshold of the Xiantian skill remained an impenetrable barrier. Despite his diligent training and ample talent, he could not transcend to the second level. Nevertheless, his efforts were not in vain. Although he had yet to break through in the Xiantian skill, his inner strength had become more resilient through the act of forging the iron block, and his recovery rate appeared to have improved slightly. 11 days had elapsed, and Tang San had already struck the iron ingot over 8,000 times. The mass of the iron had diminished considerably, now reduced to less than a third of its original size. With the rigorous physical exertion and an increase in nourishment, his physique had become more robust, as if an intrinsic force was gradually infusing him with strength, leading to a diminishing consumption of internal energy during the forging process. Moreover, when he channeled all his inner strength, his power surged significantly. Upon delivering his 1,000th strike, the iron ingot exhibited noticeable changes, shrinking uniformly. Despite glowing red from the charcoal fire, one could faintly discern that the impurities within had markedly decreased. The phrase "refined through 100 forges" resonated in Tang San's mind, further solidifying his resolve to complete the monumental task of 10,000 strikes. He was now tantalizingly close to that goal. Tang Hao was astonished by Tang San's tenacity in his view. Even his son, blessed with innate strength, would struggle to persist beyond 3 days. The hammer's handle was deliberately coarse to prevent slipping, and the continuous swinging would inevitably inflict substantial harm upon his palm. Yet, to his surprise, Tang San, despite engaging in genuine forging, showed no signs of injury on his delicate hands. Remarkably, not a single blister had appeared. Tang San was unwilling to lose this father, nor did he wish for his past to be revealed to anyone. Thus, he naturally refrained from informing Tang Hao that his endurance stemmed from his training in the Tang Sect's mystic jade hands. To master the art of concealed weapons, one must fundamentally integrate vision, strength, and willpower. As the saying goes, when the heart is focused, the eyes perceive, and the hands execute. Therefore, within the training methods of the Tang Sect's inner disciples, the requirements for keen eyesight and dexterous hands are exceedingly high. The purple extreme demon eye, harnessing the fleeting moment of the purple aura that accompanies the rising sun, significantly enhances one's vision. The Xian Jade hand renders the palm remarkably resilient and protects against any toxins. These two abilities are essential courses for the disciples of the Tang Sect's inner circle. Although Tang San's mastery of the Xian Jade hand is still lacking, he can at least prevent his palms from developing blisters. Just a little more effort, and I shall accomplish this today. Tang San exerted himself vigorously, wielding the hammer with determination. Yet, amidst this monotonous endeavor, his mind remained restless. His understanding of this world was still rudimentary, as it was merely a small village. This world is known as Dulua continent, where two great empires exist, or perhaps they could be regarded as two alliances. Within these empires, vast territories are subdivided among lords, with countless nobles commanding armed forces. One of these empires is the Heaven Do Empire, where Tang San resides, while the other is the Southern Star Luo Empire. The Fasnuo province lies at the juncture of the two nations, and the city of Notting, adjacent to Holy Spirit Village, is less than 200 miles from the Star Luo Empire. Tang San gleaned from the conversations of the villagers that in the Doluo continent, there exists no martial arts akin to those of his own world. Instead, there is a phenomenon known as the martial soul. It is said that each individual possesses a unique martial soul, and among them, a rare few have the potential to cultivate it, thus establishing a profession known as Soul Master. The most esteemed vocation across the continent is that of the Soul Master. A century ago, a legendary soul saint emerged from the Holy Soul Village. Epitomizing the pinnacle of what a Soul Master could achieve, the title of Soul Saint is conferred upon those who reach a certain level of mastery as Soul Masters. Martial souls are categorized into two primary types: Tool Martial Souls and Beast Martial Souls. As the names imply, those who possess Tool Martial Souls derive their abilities from inanimate objects, while those with Beast Martial Souls draw their strength from animals. Generally speaking, Tool Martial Souls encompass a broader spectrum, with the majority of individuals possessing them. Furthermore, the proportion of Tool Martial Souls that cannot be cultivated surpasses that of Beast Martial Souls. Tang San had once witnessed a villager whose martial soul was a hoe, evidently a type of martial soul that could not be cultivated. Nevertheless, even with this limitation, the villager exhibited a speed in plowing that exceeded that of ordinary villagers. This constituted the entirety of Tang San's understanding thus far. As everyone possesses their own martial soul, he too was curious about the nature of his own. Would it be a Tool Martial Soul or a Beast Martial Soul? And would he be able to cultivate it? In the Doluo continent, the awakening of one's martial soul occurs at the age of 6. In just a few days, Tang San would reach this milestone. For reasons unknown, he harbored a vague sense that the inability to break through in his Shintian skill might be somehow intertwined with the nature of his martial soul. Though Tang San harbored little interest in becoming a soul master, he was resolutely determined to emerge as a master of hidden weapons at the inner gate of the Tang Sect, which necessitated the cultivation of internal energy. Tang Hao, are you busy? As Tang San diligently pursued his goal of 1,000 forges, an aged voice called out from outside. At that moment, it was afternoon, and Tang Hao was engrossed in his work, crafting agricultural tools. He merely responded with a grunt. Curiosity piqued, Tang San stepped out of his room to find an elderly man, appearing to be in his 60s, with a slender frame yet vibrant spirit. His attire was clean and orderly, and his hair was impeccably groomed, standing in stark contrast to Tang Hao. This man was none other than Old Jack, the village chief of Holy Soul Village, whom Tang San recognized. "Xiao San, come here. Let Grandpa have a look," Old Jack beckoned. The village chief was a kind-hearted soul, earning the respect of all villagers. Several years prior, during Tang San's family's most challenging times, he had generously provided them with food. "Hello, Grandpa Jack." Tang San approached the elder with a respectful bow, ever mindful of those who had shown him kindness. Tang Hao, with a hint of coldness, remarked, "Is there something you need, Chief?" Although Old Jack was not much older than him, Tang Hao resented the notion of addressing him with such reverence. Old Jack seemed accustomed to Tang Hao's demeanor. "Tang Hao, Xiao San is nearly 6 years old now. He should participate in this year's awakening ceremony." Tang Hao glanced at Tang San and replied nonchalantly, "Then let him participate. When is it scheduled?" Old Jack said, "In just 3 days, I shall come to fetch him." Observing Tang Hao, it was evident that he wished to imply that entrusting the boy to him might lead to unnecessary delays. Tang Hao nodded slightly, then chose to disregard the village chief. Curious, Tang San inquired, "Grandpa Jack, what is the awakening ceremony?" Old Jack responded earnestly, "Each of us possesses a unique martial soul, and around the age of 6, we must undergo the awakening ceremony. With a martial soul, our abilities in certain areas are enhanced. Even the most ordinary martial souls can provide some assistance. Should you be fortunate enough to possess an exceptional martial soul and engage in cultivation, you might even aspire to become a soul master. The awakening ceremony occurs but once a year, and I cannot allow you to miss it." The esteemed steward from the martial soul branch in Notting City personally comes to aid the children of our village in their awakening. That steward is a soul master of considerable rank. When mentioning the title of soul master, a clear glint of envy flashed in Jack's eyes. Tang San had only a vague understanding of what a soul master entailed, but seizing the opportunity, he pressed on, what does it mean to be a soul master? Chapter 2. Inferior martial souls and innate full soul power. Old Jack displayed remarkable patience towards Tang San in his eyes. The most sensible child in the village was undoubtedly the one before him. It was indeed hard to fathom how such a well-behaved son could belong to a father like that. The Great Soul Master is a title within the hierarchy of Soul Masters. Soul Masters are the most noble profession in the entirety of the Doloa continent. They can be formidable warriors or possess exceptional supportive abilities. Regardless of the type, Soul Masters are ranked according to the same system of titles. Every Soul Master possesses their own martial soul power, which is categorized into 10 distinct titles based on its strength. Each title is further divided into 10 levels. The Novice level, known as the Soul Scholar, is the starting point for everyone once their martial soul awakens. If the martial soul is capable of cultivation, upon reaching the 11th level of soul power, one ascends to the next title, that of the Soul Master. The Great Soul Master stands as the third title in this hierarchical sequence. Attaining the rank of Great Soul Master signifies that one has become a remarkably powerful Soul Master. The complete list of titles is as follows: Soul Scholar, Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Respect, Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Saint, Doloa, and Title Doloa. The name of our Doloa continent is derived from these titles. It is said that those who reach the level of Title Doloa, which is above 90, can bestow a title upon themselves. They are truly invincible beings. With pride gleaming in his eyes, he continued, in our holy soul village, there was once a soul saint of the 8th rank a century ago. Such a feat is exceedingly rare, not only in the entirety of Notting City, but also throughout the Fastnew province. Beside him, Tang Hao scoffed, Old Jack, that is merely a legend. As if touched on a sensitive nerve, Old Jack erupted in anger. What do you mean by legend? Legends are born from facts. Tang Hao, you have been in the village for 6 years now. You should understand the esteemed position that the Soul Sage holds in our hearts. If I hear you insult the Soul Sage again, I will banish you from this village. If it weren't for Xiao San, do you think I would willingly come to your wretched abode? Tang Hao, however, remained unfazed, continuing to strike the farming tool in his hands, as though he had not heard Jack's words. Jack shot him a fierce glare before turning to Tang San. You must never allow yourself to descend into despair like your father. Now, I shall take my leave. I will return in 3 days to fetch you. With that, Old Jack stormed out of the blacksmith shop. Dad, Tang San called out. This night descended. Having finished dinner, Tang Hao wiped his mouth and habitually made his way outside, a routine for him to indulge in drink, specifically the most inferior ale. Dad, wait a moment, Tang San exclaimed, hastily setting aside the dishes to stop Tang Hao. What is it? Tang Hao replied impatiently, casting an annoyed glance at him. Although Tang Hao had never laid a hand on Tang San, for reasons unknown, Tang San harbored a natural fear of his father. Even with the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, he could not shake this feeling. I have completed those 10,000 strikes, Tang San stated. Oh, the light in Tang Hao's eyes seemed to brighten a fraction. Show me what you have crafted. The iron block, entirely enveloped in a deep black hue, although irregular in shape, displayed an extraordinary luster on every fractured surface, with a subtle sheen lurking within its depths. This substantial piece of iron was roughly 1/4 the size of its original mass, and with the application of his Shantian skill, Tang San found it manageable to lift. Tang Hao grasped the obsidian-hued iron block in his hand and scrutinized it closely before inquiring, Do you now comprehend the essence of my words? Tang San nodded thoughtfully. Through relentless forging, even the most inferior metal can be transformed into something of exceptional quality. Father, are you imparting this principle to me? Tang Hao, realizing that his son had astonished him on numerous occasions over the past few days, returned the iron block to him. Then continue your endeavors. Once you have refined it to the size of a fist, bring it back to me for inspection. With that, he turned and exited the home. Contrary to his earlier assertion that a mere 10,000 strikes would suffice for Tang San to learn the art of forging, it seemed he had reneged on this promise. Yet, Tang San remained unfazed, his mind preoccupied with his father's words. Is it truly possible to forge such a sizable iron block down to the dimensions of a fist? Despite being only a quarter of its original volume, he understood that the density of the iron would increase with every blow, making the reduction in size increasingly challenging. Achieving a fist-size form would require far more than another 10,000 strikes. If 100 refinements yield steel, what then could a myriad of forges produce? A glimmer of insight flickered in Tang San's eyes as he deftly shifted his stance and slipped into his room. Soon, the rhythmic clanging of metal resonated once more within the forge. "Little San, your grandfather has come to pick you up." Old Jack arrived punctually at the blacksmith shop. Perhaps due to his disdain for Tang Hao, he refrained from entering and merely called out to Tang San from outside. Tang San glanced at his father, who had just finished breakfast. Tang Hao replied coolly, "Go ahead, don't delay lunch preparations."
Tang San responded with an acknowledgement before stepping out of the blacksmith shop. Under the guidance of Old Jack, he made his way to the spirit hall of the village of Zhongyang. However, this so-called spirit hall was merely a larger wooden cabin. Since every individual possesses a martial spirit, children undergo spirit awakening every year. Consequently, the presence of spirit halls can be observed throughout the Doluo continent. These establishments are merely branches, differing in hierarchy. This year, 8 children from Shanghun village would undergo spirit awakening, and under Old Jack's lead, Tang San was the last to arrive. The village children held Tang San in low regard, as the tendency to disdain the poor in favor of the wealthy was not confined to the nobility. It was even more pronounced among commoners. Having lived 2 lives, Tang San's actual age exceeded 30, and he naturally preferred to distance himself from these children. For him, any surplus time was better spent on cultivation. Thus, he had no childhood companions. Besides the village head Jack and the 8 assembled children, there was also a young man present in the spirit hall. He appeared to be in his 20s, possessing striking features and a handsome visage with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. Clad in white attire, he wore a black cloak, and at the center of his chest was a soul character, roughly the size of a fist. This was the standard attire of personnel directly affiliated with the spirit hall. "Greetings, esteemed master of battle spirits. I appreciate your assistance this time," Old Jack said respectfully to the young man. The young man displayed a hint of pride in his demeanor, offering a slight bow in return. "I do not have much time. Let us commence immediately." Old Jack replied, "Understood. Children, this esteemed individual hails from the city of Nottingham, a master of the battle spirit. He will now guide you on the journey to awaken your own martial souls. It is imperative that you cooperate fully with the master during this pivotal moment. Your grandfather eagerly hopes that among you, there will be those who can ascend to the status of spirit masters." A young man, displaying a hint of impatience, remarked, "Enough. You recited the same lines last year. Is becoming a spirit master truly so simple? I have traversed 6 villages, yet encountered not a single soul possessing spiritual energy, nor have I found a suitable martial soul." Old Jack's eyes dimmed slightly, and with a sigh he replied, "Indeed, only the inheritors of the major sects find it relatively easy to become spirit masters. For us ordinary folk, the path is exceedingly arduous." Shaking his head, he exited the martial soul hall. The young man's gaze fell upon the 8 children before him. As an inspector of the martial soul hall, assisting ordinary individuals in their martial soul awakening was a responsibility he had long since grown accustomed to. "Children, please stand in a line," he instructed, his demeanor notably gentler towards them. The 8 children complied, with Tang San positioned at the far left. Compared to his peers, he was somewhat smaller in stature. The young man smiled warmly and introduced himself. "I am Su Yun Tao, a level 26 Great Soul Master, and I shall be your guide. Now, I will proceed to awaken each of your martial souls one by one. Remember, do not be afraid no matter what occurs." As he spoke, Su Yun Tao opened his satchel on the adjacent table and retrieved 2 items: 6 jet-black spherical stones and a shimmering blue crystal ball. Su Yun Tao arranged 6 black stones on the ground in the shape of a hexagon and gestured for the first child on his right to stand within it. "Do not be afraid. Close your eyes and feel deeply." As he spoke, A sudden brilliance ignited in his eyes. In the astonished gaze of the children, he uttered in a low voice, "Wolf spirit, possess me." A faint azure light emanated from the center of his brow, ascending until it entered his hair bun. Su Yuntao's hair, once black, transformed instantly into a silvery hue, rapidly elongating, and similar-colored fur appeared on his exposed arms. Simultaneously, his physique seemed to swell considerably, his body brimming with muscularity. The specific outfit of the spirit hall exhibited remarkable elasticity, remaining intact despite his enlarged stature. Su Yuntao's eyes had morphed into a haunting green, and his fingertips extended into claws that glimmered with a faint, chilling light. 2 rings of light illuminated from beneath his feet, swirling continuously from ground to crown. One was white, while the other shone in yellow, creating an eerie spectacle. The child standing among the black stones, upon witnessing Su Yuntao's transformation, screamed in terror, ready to flee. Su Yuntao, with an intimidating green glow in his eyes, grasped the child firmly, declaring, "Stay still. I told you not to be afraid. This is my spirit, the lone wolf. Should any of you aspire to become a soul master in the future, you too shall wield similar powers." The only one who didn't seem overly fearful was Tang San. However, as soon as changes manifested in Su Yuntao, he immediately mobilized his entire being in response. Compared to astonishment, Tang San felt a greater sense of curiosity. The emergence of gray fur and green eyes upon him undeniably reflected the characteristics of a wolf. Could it be that, upon the manifestation of a martial spirit, one transforms into a wolf? No, that seems inaccurate. Perhaps it is more about possessing the abilities of a wolf. Therefore, the vocation of a soul master must revolve around the adept utilization of the martial spirit's powers. For the first time, Tang San found himself intrigued by the profession of a soul master, and he could hardly contain his eagerness to discover what his own martial spirit might be. Su Yuntao swiftly clapped his hands, sending forth 6 faint beams of green light that penetrated the 6 black stones embedded in the ground. Instantly, a golden luminescence radiated from the stones, forming a soft golden shield that enveloped the previously distressed child. Strangely, the child, who had been crying moments ago, became serene the instant he was enveloped by the golden light, standing there in a dazed stillness. Golden specks of light floated up from the black stones, entering the boy's body. His form began to tremble slightly, as if he wanted to cry out but found himself voiceless. "Extend your right hand," Su Yuntao commanded with a gaze of deep emerald intensity. The boy instinctively stretched out his right hand, and in that moment all the golden specks surged forth, coalescing instantaneously into a scythe that appeared in his palm. It was evident that this scythe was not merely an illusion but a tangible reality. Su Yuntao furrowed his brow. It was an instrument-type martial soul. Could a sickle be wielded as a weapon? It seemed barely plausible. As the golden light gradually receded, the boy gazed in astonishment at the small sickle in his hand, somewhat at a loss. Su Yuntao spoke, "Your martial soul is a sickle, an instrument-type martial soul. Come. Let me ascertain whether you possess soul power." Even an instrument-type martial soul can undergo the cultivation of a soul master if one possesses soul power. After all, a sickle does have a certain degree of offensive capability. "Master, what should I do?" the boy timidly inquired. The boy's tender little hand contrasted starkly with Su Yuntao's claw as they both hovered above the crystal ball. After a brief moment, Su Yuntao, somewhat disheartened, declared, "There is no soul power. You cannot become a soul master. Please step aside." The same scene unfolded repeatedly, with 5 more children awakening their martial souls, which were all various farming tools such as hoes and sickles, with not a single beast martial soul appearing. As for soul power, Su Yuntao deemed them all non-existent. Finally, it was the turn of the 7th child, the last one before Tang San. Continuing the process, Su Yuntao seemed a bit fatigued, yet he was determined to assist all 8 children in completing their awakening. Golden specks of light converged, and this time, it was no longer a farming tool. A transformation occurred. A delicate blue blade of grass materialized in the girl's palm, swaying gently. Tang San had a vague sense of familiarity with this blue grass, as if he had encountered it before. Soon, he recalled that this type of grass was known as blue silver grass, ubiquitous in the village, akin to the common grass of his former world. Apart from its remarkable vitality, it held no other significant properties. It was merely the faint golden aura surrounding the girl that had obscured his immediate recognition. Although it was not a farming implement, the disappointment in Su Yuntao's eyes was even more pronounced. It was a wasted martial soul. Lacking offensive capabilities, defensive strength, or supportive abilities, blue silver grass epitomized the standard form of a discarded martial soul. As he spoke, he proceeded to present the blue crystal sphere before the girl, and as he had anticipated, no soul power manifested. Finally, it was Tang San's turn. Without needing Su Yuntao's prompting, he stepped forward to stand amidst the 6 black stones. As Su Yuntao infused his soul power, the pale golden radiance flared to life once more. Warmth enveloped him. It felt as though he were wrapped in a cocoon of blissful warmth, an indescribable comfort. No wonder the other children had calmed upon being enveloped by this golden glow. The soothing aura permeated his being, and Tang San distinctly sensed a subtle fluctuation in his Shen-Tian skill's internal energy. Subsequently, it felt as if something within him shattered, and all that warmth surged towards his palms in an instant. Su Yuntao's eyes gleamed with newfound brightness, for within that golden shield, the number of golden specks that emerged this time surpassed the collective count of all the previous children. He sensed that a remarkably powerful martial soul was about to manifest. The excitement was palpable. For the enforcers of the spirit hall responsible for the awakening of ordinary people's martial spirits, the prospect of awakening an exceptionally gifted child and subsequently recruiting them into the spirit hall promised considerable advantages in terms of evaluation and would significantly favor their promotions. However, soon after, Su Yuntao found himself disheartened. Tang San instinctively raised his right hand, revealing a hue of blue. This particular shade had manifested for the second time that day within the spirit hall of the village. It was blue silver grass, identical to that of the previous girl. A hallmark of a useless martial spirit. Su Yuntao sighed, another futile martial spirit. It seems that this time, Holy Soul Village has wasted its time. All right, children, you may leave now. The earlier abundance of golden light had instilled great hope in him. Yet the ultimate revelation of merely blue silver grass left Su Yuntao feeling somewhat discontented. Uncle, you haven't conducted my spirit power test yet, Tang San interjected, observing Su Yuntao about to put away the azure crystal ball. Please let me try, Uncle, Tang San insisted. The warmth emanating from the golden light coursed through him, evoking a peculiar sensation, as if the door that had been opened hinted at subtle changes in his Shen-Tian skill. At the same time, he was eager to discern the differences between his inner strength and the martial spirits of this world. Su Yuntao paused for a moment, then turned to meet Tang San's calm yet resolute gaze, pondering silently that this child seemed to possess a certain uniqueness. To be continued, he decided to try the soul power test, believing it would not consume too much time. As he spoke, he presented the azure crystal orb to Tang San. The moment Tang San's palm made contact with the orb, his body trembled violently. To his astonishment, the beautiful azure crystal orb possessed an immense attraction, causing his inner strength to surge forth as if it had found an outlet for release. He attempted to break free, but was unable to escape the powerful pull. Su Yuntao was equally astonished. Just when he thought this would be a mere formality during the final soul power assessment in Holy Soul Village, the orb in his hand suddenly illuminated. A dazzling blue light expanded from a single point, and in the blink of an eye, the crystal orb sparkled like a brilliant gem. A soft blue halo radiated outward, indescribably enchanting. According to traditional testing protocols, even the slightest response from the orb, no matter how faint, would indicate the presence of soul power in the tested individual. Yet, the orb before them shone with such resplendent brilliance that it could only signify one thing: a full innate soul power. Once again, a green light emanated from Su Yuntao, and the crystal orb bounced Tang San's palm away. At that moment, Su Yuntao's gaze towards the boy transformed entirely, as if he were observing a rare phenomenon. Tang San, too, realized that his situation differed from that of the other children undergoing their assessments, and curiously inquired, "Uncle, what is innate full soul power?" Su Yuntao gazed at him in a daze and instinctively elucidated. When an individual awakens their martial soul, the form it takes determines its potential strength, but the quantity of soul power is also of paramount importance. Most individuals possess no soul power during their awakening, much like the children we saw earlier. They are destined to never become soul masters. However, should even a trace of soul power manifest, one can cultivate through meditation. The amount of soul power present at the moment of awakening is crucial, as it establishes the foundational level from which a soul master begins their training. The higher the innate soul power, the swifter the subsequent cultivation, and, naturally, those who commence from a higher level will outpace their peers. The term innate full soul power refers to the maximum soul power attainable at the moment of martial soul awakening. Tang San looked at Su Yuntao, his mind racing. He was uncertain of his own soul power, yet he was certain that the azure crystal sphere responsible for the assessment absorbed his inner strength from the Shentian skill. Could it be that his inner strength had transformed into soul power in this realm? Perhaps the revelation of Tang San's innate full soul power profoundly impacted Su Yuntao, who patiently continued, "The classification of our martial souls is systematic. Every 10 levels corresponds to a title. Upon awakening, one is automatically designated as a soul practitioner, albeit at the first level. Levels are distinguished by the strength of one's soul power. The concept of innate full soul power signifies that after awakening, one can achieve the highest innate level of 10. I have yet to encounter anyone with innate full soul power. When I awakened, I barely possessed second-level soul power." Tang San suddenly realized. "The soul ring, is it the halo you just had? You are at the 26th level, so you possess 2 soul rings." Su Yuntao nodded and replied, "Precisely. Your situation is quite unique. Possessing innate full soul power is a rare genius indeed. Alas, it is truly unfortunate. You have a useless martial soul. Even if your martial soul were merely a farming tool, it would still surpass the ineffectual blue-silver grass by far. In that case, I could." He did not continue, but Tang San vaguely understood his implication. At that moment, it felt as though a veil had been lifted from his heart. Tang San had always been a contemplative individual, as he was in his previous life, so too in this one. According to Su Yuntao, if soul power is indeed interconnected with one's internal strength, then upon arriving in this world, the internal strength he cultivated would transform into soul power. The reason his Shentian skill could not advance to the second realm was due to the so-called soul ring. In other words, to make further progress, he must acquire a soul ring like a soul master. But what exactly is a soul ring? Just as Tang San was about to inquire further, Su Yuntao had already picked up his bundle and was heading outside. "Old Jack." The door opened, and Old Jack greeted Su Yuntao with a tense expression. "Master, how did it go? Is there a possibility that any of the children in our village can become soul masters this year?" Su Yuntao glanced at him and sighed. "There is indeed one, but it is a pity." Jack's eyes were filled with uncertainty as he tentatively inquired, "Master, what exactly is it?" Su Yuntao replied, "Among the 8 children this year, only one possesses soul power, and he has innate full soul power. Unfortunately, his martial spirit is blue-silver grass. Do you understand? Blue-silver grass? Innate full soul power? My heavens!" The disappointment etched on Jack's face was even more profound than Su Yuntao's. Having served as village chief for many years, he understood the significance of innate full soul power. Yet, the fact that such potential manifested in the blue-silver grass martial spirit was indeed. "Master, is it truly impossible to cultivate with blue-silver grass?" Jack inquired, his brow furrowed. Su Yuntao sensed Jack's emotions and, rather than maintaining his earlier pride, placed a reassuring hand on Jack's shoulder and said, "It's not entirely impossible to cultivate. However, what do you think blue-silver grass would evolve into with the enhancement of its martial spirit?" A worthless martial spirit is ultimately just that, a worthless martial spirit. Even if one becomes a soul master, they would likely remain a feeble soul master. It is truly a pity regarding the innate full soul power. With that, he prepared to leave, stating, "I must depart. I still have another village to visit." Ultimately, Su Yuntao did not wait for Tang San to pose further questions and exited the village. Left without Su Yuntao's presence, Tang San hurried to Jack, eager to ask the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. "Grandfather Jack, what is a soul ring? How can one obtain a soul ring?" Chapter 3. Twin Martial Spirits, Part 1. Tang San nodded and said, "It is I." Old Jack crouched down, looking face to face with Tang San and Xiao San. "I never expected your talent to be so remarkable. Alas, You have such a father who has not bestowed upon you a worthy martial soul inheritance. Otherwise, you might have truly become the second soul sage of our village. He asked, will you tell your grandfather if you are willing to attend a specialized school to learn the cultivation methods of soul masters? Only there can you acquire the most accurate knowledge about martial souls. At this moment, Tang San had developed a profound interest in martial souls, especially since they were connected to his own Xian Tiangong. Yet, he hesitated to give a definitive answer. Grandpa Jack, that would require my father's approval. Jack suddenly realized that despite the child's maturity, he was still a child, and it was essential to consult Tang Hao's opinion. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes, although he was reluctant to confront that disheveled man. For the sake of the village producing another soul master, he set aside his reservations. In the morning, it was Tang Hao's customary nap time, and the blacksmith shop was eerily silent. Tang Hao. Old Jack was indifferent to whether Tang Hao was sleeping. He harbored a deep disdain for the untidy blacksmith. Were it not for the remarkably low prices of the tools he forged, Jack would have long since wished to expel him from the village. As he called out for Tang Hao, old Jack's gaze swept around, intending to find a chair to sit on. However, upon seeing the dilapidated items scattered about, he lacked the courage to pull one over. At his age, he was not keen on risking a fall that could result in injury. Who is making all that racket? Tang Hao's voice, tinged with anger, echoed as he stepped through the curtain, slowly emerging. His gaze first fell upon his son before shifting to Jack. Old Jack, what is the meaning of this? Jack retorted sharply. Today is the day of your son's martial soul awakening. Do you have any idea how significant this is? Other families come together, yet you remain unchanged. It seemed as though Tang Hao disregarded Jack's sarcasm, his attention once again fixated on his son. Little San, has your martial soul awakened? What is it? Tang San replied, Father, it is blue silver grass. Blue silver grass? For reasons unknown, Tang Hao, who typically exhibited little interest in external matters, trembled slightly upon hearing those three words, a peculiar light flickering in his eyes. Only Tang San noticed the subtle shift in his father's expression, while Jack, unconcerned by the demeanor of a disheveled blacksmith, continued, though it is blue silver grass, Little San possesses innate full soul power. I have decided that this year's opportunity for a work-study student in the village will be granted to Little San, allowing him to study at the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City. The travel expenses will be covered by the village. Blue silver grass, Tang Hao murmured, suddenly lifting his head, an unwavering determination gleaming in his eyes, an intensity Tang San had never witnessed before. No, he declared firmly. What did you say? I must have misheard. Jack cleared his ears in astonishment as he gazed at Tang Hao. You must understand how precious this opportunity is. Our Holy Spirit village has only produced one soul sage in its history, and we are granted only a single quota each year. Other villages often share a single quota among 2 or 3. Do you comprehend? This is a remarkable chance. Who knows? Perhaps Xiao San could ascend to greatness in the future. Tang Hao cast a cold glance at Jack and replied, What use is it to be a person of importance? All I know is that if he leaves, no one will be there to prepare my meals. Blue silver grass, what do you think it can cultivate into? It is nothing but a worthless martial soul. Old Jack retorted angrily, but he possesses innate full soul power. As long as he can obtain even the most inferior soul ring, he would immediately become a soul master. Do you understand what that means? Our village has not seen a soul master for many years. Tang Hao coolly responded, That is your true intention, isn't it? If it cannot be done, then it cannot be done. You may leave now. Old Jack's fury reached its peak. Tang Hao remained nonchalant, saying, No need to raise your voice. I am not deaf. I have stated you may depart. Grandpa Jack, please do not be angry. I will no longer pursue the path of a soul master. Father is right. Blue silver grass is merely a useless martial soul. Thank you for your kindness. Although Jack harbored intense disdain for Tang Hao, he held great affection for the thoughtful Tang San. His anger gradually subsided as he sighed. Good child. Grandpa is not angry. Very well, I shall take my leave now. With that, he turned to exit, and Tang San hurriedly accompanied him. Father may choose to ignore, yet Jack, the village chief, has always treated him with kindness and courtesy. As Tang San bid farewell to old Jack, A twinge of melancholy stirred within him. After all, the soul rings mentioned by Su Yuntao might hold the key to his breakthrough in the Shentian skill. Nevertheless, he masked his feelings, firmly believing that opportunities would arise. Tang Hao remained with his eyes closed, speaking softly. Do you also feel a sense of disappointment? Do you wish to become a soul master? Tang San paused for a moment, responding, It's all right, father. Being a blacksmith is quite admirable in its own right. It can sustain us just the same. Did you not promise to teach me how to forge farming tools? Slowly, Tang Hao opened his eyes, and Tang San perceived a flicker of excitement within them. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Hao's right fist had clenched tightly, an icy aura emanating from his aged visage. A soul master? What purpose does that serve? Even if one possesses the most formidable martial spirit, what advantage does the mightiest soul master truly hold? They remain but a waste. Tang Hao's agitation was palpable, his body trembling with fervor. In that moment, Tang San caught a glimpse of something glistening in his father's eyes. Rushing forward, he grasped Tang Hao's fist, saying, Father, please do not be upset. I shall forgo the path of a soul master. I will stay by your side and cook for you. Taking a deep breath, Tang Hao's fervor subsided as swiftly as it arose, and he calmly instructed, Release your martial spirit for me to see. Very well. Tang San nodded gently and raised his right hand, quietly channeling his Shentian skill. He felt the unique warmth within him merging seamlessly with the Shentian technique, and a faint blue glow appeared in the palm of his hand. In an instant, a small, shimmering blue grass had manifested. Staring blankly at the blue-silver grass in Tang San's hand, Tang Hao fell into a daze, slowly regaining his senses after a long moment. The light in his eyes flickered uncertainly as he murmured, Blue-silver grass. Indeed it is blue-silver grass, just like hers. Suddenly, Tang Hao sprang to his feet and turned to walk into the inner room. His abrupt movement almost caused Tang San to stumble, causing the blue-silver grass spirit in his hand to vanish on its own. Father, Tang San called out. Tang Hao, impatient, waved his hand dismissively, saying, Do not disturb me, as he pushed aside the curtain and entered the inner chamber. However, Tang San still voiced his distinction, but I have another martial spirit. This was something he had not inquired about with Su Yuntao and Jack, as they were merely outsiders. Tang Men, Shentian Baolu General Principles, Article 1. Never let those whom you cannot fully trust know the true extent of your power. Tang San had long since mastered the Shentian Baolu, and he was resolutely committed to upholding its principles. The curtain was suddenly flung aside once more, and Tang Hao reappeared in the outer room. His face now a mask of shock, his eyes reddened, as if he had just been weeping. Tang San remained silent, gradually lifting his left hand in a manner akin to how he had previously raised his right. This time, it was not the azure light that emerged. Instead, a faint black luminescence surged forth from his palm, coalescing into an extraordinary object. It was a hammer, entirely enveloped in darkness, with a handle approximately half a foot in length and a cylindrical head, resembling a diminutive version of a forging hammer. However, upon the hammer's obsidian surface, a unique radiance glimmered, and a delicate pattern spiraled around the cylindrical head. For reasons unknown, the moment this hammer manifested in Tang San's grasp, the atmosphere within the room became oppressively tense. It seemed as though he could scarcely bear the weight of the diminutive hammer, his arm steadily descending as he struggled to maintain his grip. His complexion had taken on a pallid hue. Unlike the blue-silver grass, which required minimal energy from the Shentian skill, this black hammer, upon its appearance, almost siphoned away all of Tang San's internal power. He could only barely manage to clutch the handle. Despite its seemingly small stature, the weight of this hammer far exceeded that of a forging hammer. In a swift motion, Tang Hao approached Tang San, seizing his hand that held the hammer and bringing it before him. Tang Hao's grip was robust, alleviating the burden that had weighed heavily upon Tang San's arm. As Tang Hao clasped his hand, a warm sensation akin to a blood bond enveloped Tang San, filling him with comfort. Father, is something amiss? As he gazed upon the ebony hammer, the once vanished spark of excitement reignited in Tang Hao's eyes. A twin martial soul, indeed. A twin martial soul. My son, my dear son. With fervor, Tang Hao opened his robust arms, enveloping Tang San in a warm embrace. His chest was broad, perhaps a testament to his years as a blacksmith. Though he appeared languid on the surface, the sinewy muscles beneath had not waned with time, and his embrace radiated warmth. The sense of security derived from a father's love was irreplaceable by anything else. Father. Tang San found himself momentarily stunned. In his recollection, this was perhaps the first time Tang Hao had embraced him in such a manner. The small hammer in his grasp seemed to grow increasingly heavy. While he cherished the warmth of paternal affection, he feared the hammer might slip from his hands and strike his father. Father, I cannot hold on any longer, Tang San could not help but utter. As the dark aura dissipated, the weight vanished, leaving Tang San perplexed. The hammer, born from his Shentian skill intertwined with a peculiar force within him, should have been within his capability to wield. Yet he found himself unable to lift it. Even more astonishing was the fact that after summoning the small hammer, his internal energy had been significantly depleted. Tang San had never witnessed such a vivid array of emotions flit across his father's face. After a prolonged moment, Tang Hao finally spoke solemnly. Remember, in your future, you must use the hammer in your left hand to protect the grass in your right. Always, as he prepared lunch, Tang San pondered the soul master world he had encountered that day. The existence of twin spirits seemed exceedingly rare. Otherwise, his father would not have been so astonished. It appeared that his hammer spirit had profoundly impacted him. For Tang San, however, the more pressing matter was the connection between his spirit and the Shentian skill. If that soul ring was indeed the key to breaking through his Shentian skill, then he must find a way to obtain a soul ring for experimentation, no matter the cost. During lunch, Tang Hao appeared unusually silent. His appetite markedly diminished compared to previous days, and his gaze frequently drifted towards Tang San, as if he were grappling with some internal conflict. After finishing their meal, Tang San instinctively began to tidy up the dishes, but was halted by his father. Leave it for later. Xiao San, tell me, do you wish to become a soul master? Tang San was momentarily taken aback and turned to face Tang Hao. Unwilling to deceive his father, he hesitated briefly before nodding in affirmation. He discerned a mixture of disappointment and, predominantly, a sense of relief in his father's expression. It was evident that Tang Hao harbored many unspoken thoughts. As the afternoon's rhythmic hammering surpassed 300 strikes, purging the iron of impurities, the door curtain lifted, and Tang Hao entered. He seemed to have forsworn forging tools that afternoon, as Tang San had not heard the familiar sounds of his work. Father, Tang San called, his hammer instinctively pausing in his grasp. Tang Hao gestured for him to continue, stepping aside to watch in silence. Tang San continued to wield the hammer, his garments thoroughly soaked with sweat. With his current inner strength, he was still insufficiently equipped to acclimatize to the temperature. Not to mention that this was undoubtedly a laborious task. The rhythmic clanking echoed incessantly. The disparity between Tang San's diminutive physique and the iron hammer in his grasp was stark. Yet each swing of the hammer surged forth with vigor. Tang Hao contemplated inwardly that with innate strength combined with his fully developed soul power, it was no wonder that the child could wield the hammer at such a tender age. Perhaps old Jack was indeed correct. One should not let personal despair hinder the growth of this child. The path ahead shall be tread by him alone. Observing Tang San drenched in perspiration, Tang Hao finally resolved within himself. Pause for a moment, he instructed. Tang San set down the hammer, breathing slightly heavier as he subtly activated his Shentian skill to recuperate his energy. Tang Hao approached his son, took the hammer from his hands, and glanced at the glowing iron block in the forge. With your current method of striking, even a year would not suffice to reduce it to the size of a fist. Tang San looked up at his towering father and inquired, then what should I do? Tang Hao replied coolly, tell me, when you swing the forging hammer to strike it, where in your body does the force originate first? Tang San pondered briefly before responding. It should be the waist, right? The waist initiates the movement, then the back, followed by the arms to lift the forging hammer? Tang Hao neither confirmed nor denied Tang San's assertion, continuing to ask, what other part of the body, aside from the brain, is of utmost importance? Tang Hao paused for a moment before replying. Now tell me, how many hearts does a person possess? What? Tang San exclaimed, gazing at him in astonishment, perplexed by the inquiry. Is it not obvious that a person has but one heart? Tang Hao shook his head and said, No, you are mistaken. Remember, a human being has 3 hearts, not just one. 3? Tang San stared at Tang Hao in disbelief, struggling to comprehend his meaning. Tang Hao turned the forging hammer in his hand and tapped Tang San's calves with the handle, indicating, Here lies the truth. The muscles in a person's calves represent the 2nd and 3rd hearts. If one wishes to unleash their full potential, it requires the simultaneous operation of all 3 hearts. Thus, the source of power does not originate from the waist. It begins with the 3 hearts. When the heart within your chest beats rapidly, the flow of energy commences from your calves, ascending through the thighs, traversing the waist and back, extending to the arms, and ultimately being released. This constitutes a true full-force strike. The heart generates power, with the waist serving as the axis. As he spoke, he brought the hammer down heavily upon the glowing iron. Tang San could distinctly perceive that this was merely a demonstration of the body's power exertion. Tang Hao lacked internal energy and did not release any martial spirit. It was entirely the raw strength of the body. Remarkably, the previously glowing iron block was now indented by nearly 1/3, its deformation conspicuously evident. By utilizing the calves to generate force, one can unify their bodily strength into a cohesive whole, achieving full power. Handing the hammer to Tang San, Tang Hao encouraged, Now, you give it a try. All right. Tang San had never imagined that forging could involve such an intricate approach. This method of exertion was not merely applicable to forging. It could also be integrated into his Tang Sect martial arts. Grasping the hammer's handle with both hands, he emulated the stance of Tang Hao from before, his eyes fixated on the glowing red iron block. The Shen skill gradually activated, coursing through his calves, while his feet remained firmly planted on the ground. With a resounding shout, Tang San channeled the strength from his legs alongside the Shen skill, unleashing power that erupted from his calves, swiftly cascading upward, rotating through his waist, resonating through his back to his shoulders and finally to his arms. He distinctly felt as though his strength had reached an unprecedented magnitude. The force, starting from his calves and culminating in the swing of the hammer, made his body feel as if it might soar into the air. When the hammer struck the iron block with precision, it produced a thunderous sound. The sheer momentum of the swing caused Tang San's feet to lift off the ground, causing him to stagger forward. The hammer rebounded, and although the protection of the Shen jade hands mitigated any damage, his arms were jolted by the force of the rebound, leaving them tinged with a numbing ache. Fortunately, the timely operation of the Shen skill alleviated this discomfort. The results were evident. Despite Tang San's youth and the supplementary effects of the Shen skill rendering the impact less pronounced than that of Tang Hao, this single strike surpassed the cumulative effect of several dozen blows he had delivered previously. Observing Tang San's movements, Tang Hao refrained from offering commentary, yet a flicker of astonishment in his eyes indicated that Tang San had exceeded his expectations. Tang Hao was taken aback. He never anticipated that Tang San could master such a technique of exertion in such a brief period. Little did he know that Tang San had been diligently practicing Tang Sect martial arts, possessing a solid foundation in Shen skill, along with the skills of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, Phantom Shadow, and Shen Jade Hand, which rendered his coordination far superior to his peers. His innate understanding was also commendable, making the mastery of this technique come naturally to him. Of course, this was merely the first attempt, and his execution was still somewhat unrefined. Father, am I doing this correctly? Tang Hao nodded slowly. Do you understand the function of the heart? The most utilized muscle in the human body is the calf. It is the source of all strength. Mastering the power of the calf will significantly enhance your strength. As he spoke, Tang Hao settled beside the bellows and pulled out an object forged from wrought iron, 2 footboards resembling platforms. He connected them to the bottom of the bellows and firmly grasped the bellows with both hands. The role of the bellows during the forging process is crucial. The complete combustion of metal allows for superior forging, as it strengthens the metal's resilience. Every piece of metal, regardless of its impurities, possesses a soul. If the temperature is insufficient and excessive force causes it to shatter during forging, even if remelted and reforged, that metal will be rendered useless. Therefore, when you strike the iron block with all your might, it is imperative to maintain its temperature. Operating the bellows also involves utilizing the calf's strength. which not only minimizes energy expenditure but also maximizes the effectiveness of the bellows. Now, you take over the bellows following my earlier motions. Tang Hao relinquished his position to Tang San. Holding Tang San's forging hammer, he spoke in a calm tone. Swinging the hammer with all your strength allows your power to be fully manifested. However, with each strike, the rebound force can impose significant strain on oneself. Without the appropriate technique to guide it, not only is there a risk of self-injury, but a portion of your strength may dissipate, failing to impact the metal effectively. You must observe my movements closely. This will be crucial in determining whether you can forge this piece of pig iron down to the size of a fist in a short span of time. Drawing a deep breath, Tang Hao's gaze sharpened with focus. As Tang San worked the bellows, the iron block glowed a fiery red, the intense flames creating an oppressive heat within the room. Tang Hao initiated his movements, seemingly unchanged from before. He engaged his legs to his waist to his back, and his back to his arms. With a resounding clang, the hammer struck the iron block. As the hammer rebounded from the impact, Tang Hao executed a swift turn, channeling the force through his calf. The rebounding hammer was deftly swung overhead, creating a powerful gust of wind, and with another thunderous crash, it descended upon the iron block once more. This strike not only possessed remarkable speed but also seemed to deliver even greater force than the initial blow. The hammer soared high into the air, and Tang Hao's movements synchronized flawlessly with the hammer's ascent. At the precise moment the hammer reached its apex, his body propelled it in a graceful arc, striking down once again. Tang San's eyes sparkled with realization. This was evidently a technique of leveraging force, utilizing the rebound generated from the collision of the hammer with the metal to empower his subsequent strike. The movements were executed with impeccable grace and coordination, minimizing any potential harm from the recoil and transforming that energy into a relentless assault. From the second strike onward, each blow surpassed Tang Hao's full strength, yet remained under his precise control. Tang Hao's actions accelerated, the forging hammer striking the iron block with the ferocity of a tempest. The iron deformed with each impact. Astonishingly, Tang Hao's strikes were remarkably accurate. Whenever the iron block was hammered down to half its original thickness and began to flatten, his hammer would deliver a precise blow to the edge, causing it to flip. Thus, the iron block endured his hammering evenly, rather than merely being flattened into a disc. In the blink of an eye, 36 strikes had been executed. Tang Hao, with both hands guiding the hammer, spun it in the air 3 times before dissipating its power and standing still, unflustered and unbreathless, as if the tempestuous barrage had been conjured by another. The iron block had visibly shrunk, becoming so refined that the impurities were scarcely discernible to the naked eye. This was true blacksmithing skill. What a beautiful technique. Do you understand now? Tang Hao inquired, observing Tang San, who was diligently working the bellows. After a moment's contemplation, Tang San replied, I comprehend the concept of leveraging force, but it appears to be quite complex. With a calm demeanor, Tang Hao responded, to reach my level, there is but one way. Practice leads to mastery. Simultaneously, it is essential to bear in mind that when striking a piece of ordinary metal, it is most susceptible to fracturing at the moment it is fraught with impurities. During such times, one must temper their force. As the impurities gradually diminish, the intensity of one's strikes may be incrementally increased to maintain the efficacy of the blows. The control of force is paramount. Practice diligently without blindly augmenting strength and speed, for precision holds equal significance. At the very least, one must be cognizant of where each strike lands. Otherwise, what purpose does strength serve if it is not directed? The father remained true to his word, imparting the methods of forging to his son. From the knowledge shared, it is evident that every craft possesses its own mysteries, often more intricate than one might presume. Over the subsequent fortnight, Tang San diligently practiced the forging technique taught by Tang Hao, which involved leveraging force through strategic motions. Despite having his control aided by the technique of manipulating crane and dragon and the guidance of the purple extreme mystic eye to ascertain the precise location of his strikes, mastering this forging method proved even more challenging than he had anticipated. A full-force strike inherently complicates the management of power. Thus, harnessing the rebound force while maintaining bodily equilibrium and striking the desired target presents a formidable challenge. With every additional strike, the required control intensifies, and the continuous rotation of the body not only induces dizziness, but also renders the regulation of each blow's force increasingly difficult. Fortunately, the iron he had been hammering for an extended period had lost most of its impurities, rendering it less susceptible to shattering. Otherwise, under the uncontrollable weight of his forging hammer, it would have undoubtedly fractured long ago. However, throughout this practice, Tang San subtly advanced in his application of the Shen-Tian skill, as well as in the coordination of the control crane and capture dragon techniques, the Shen Yu hand, and the purple extreme demon eye. From the initial struggle of swinging the hammer twice before veering off course, he had progressed to the point where, after half a month, he could now deliver 7 consecutive strikes with precision upon the iron block, a significant improvement indeed. Concurrently, under his relentless pounding, the iron block diminished in size with each passing day, yielding tangible results. Initially, his father had executed 36 strikes, seemingly with energy to spare, while he could manage only 7. He pondered when he might reach his father's level. Each time this thought crossed Tang San's mind, it fueled his motivation to practice with renewed vigor. Over these days, he appeared to have forgotten about his martial soul and spirit rings, even contemplating the mechanics of hammering while training the purple extreme demon eye atop the mountain at dawn. 3 months swiftly elapsed, and when Tang San could sustain 13 strikes with the hammer, Tang Hao commenced his instruction on the art of forging tools. Tang Hao's teaching method was straightforward. He would first demonstrate, then allow Tang San to attempt it himself. As long as he showed signs of grasping the fundamentals, he would be left to practice independently, offering little verbal guidance. Only at crucial junctures would he impart a word or two. It was precisely for this reason that whenever Tang Hao offered his insights, Tang San remembered them with exceptional clarity. Chapter 4. The First Hidden Weapon of Tang San from Another World, Part 1. Forging a piece of wrought iron, measuring 50 centimeters square, into a size comparable to a fist seemed an impossible feat, yet Tang San had accomplished this task a fortnight ago. Under the guidance of Tang Hao, he mastered the technique of leveraging force with a hammer, enabling him to deliver 24 precise strikes in succession, each one executed with impeccable control over strength. Although Tang Hao had never showered him with praise, Tang San discerned from the occasional glimmer of satisfaction in his father's gaze that he had made notable progress in his hammering technique. He understood that further improvement would necessitate relentless practice. As he approached his home, he gently caressed his wrist, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his face. Adorning his wrist was the very first creation he had forged since arriving in this world, a testament to his craftsmanship, as every step of its creation had been executed by his own hands. It was a wrist crossbow, once considered the most commonplace of mechanical hidden weapons in the Tang Sect. The essence of crafting such a device lay in the strength of the mechanism and the intricacy of its design. The wrist crossbow Tang San had fashioned even boasted a safety mechanism, eliminating any risk of accidental harm. Typically, a set of wrist crossbows comprises 3 bolts and a sleeve. The one he wore was no exception. Remarkably, the material for this wrist crossbow was derived from the very piece of wrought iron he had spent nearly 100 days hammering into shape. Upon completing the task set by Tang Hao, transforming the iron into a fist-sized piece, he was astonished to discover that the once impure iron had transformed into a true mother of iron. In his previous life, not only would he have been incapable of achieving such a feat, but even the finest master blacksmith of the Tang Sect would not have employed this method of forging ordinary pig iron into iron mother. Yet in this world, it has become a tangible reality, which in itself is an extraordinary occurrence. The quiver of sleeve arrows adorning Tang San's wrist is crafted from that very iron mother, and the entire process of creating the sleeve arrows, including 3 4-inch projectiles, consumed every last bit of it. When it comes to forging, Tang San pales in comparison to Tang Hao. However, in the realm of crafting ingenious concealed weapons, no one, not even Tang Hao, can rival this prodigy of the Tang Sect's outer sect across the entire Delua continent. Typically, the effective range of standard sleeve arrows hovers around 15 meters, yet the sleeve arrows fashioned by Tang San can maintain an effective range exceeding 30 meters. This effective range refers to the linear distance after the arrow is shot, within which it retains sufficient lethality. Although Tang San possesses merely 3 arrows in this quiver, their craftsmanship is remarkably intricate, with each sleeve arrow featuring 3 blood grooves. Had it not been for their limited quantity, he would have contemplated equipping the arrowheads with barbed hooks. The minuscule four-point tail fins enable the arrows to fly with exceptional stability. The conical arrowheads bear spiral markings, enhancing their penetrating capability upon release. In the design and creation of concealed weapons, Tang San perpetually aspires to perfection, even if it concerns merely a set of ordinary sleeve arrows. Tang San was acutely aware that, despite his youth and the fact that he had not yet broken through the bottleneck of the Shentian skill, he was not overly concerned if he were to encounter an ordinary person. However, should he face a soul master like the formidable Xiun Tao, who wielded a martial soul, his current strength would be woefully inadequate. Yet, with the sleeve arrow in his possession, the situation was markedly different. Tang San felt a surge of confidence. With this weapon, he believed he could manage any soul master whose strength did not vastly exceed his own. The Tang Sect's Shentian Treasure Record, General Principles, Article 2. What constitutes a hidden weapon? A special weapon employed discreetly to achieve victory over adversaries. If the enemy is aware of your intent to use it, then it ceases to be a hidden weapon and becomes an open one. Of course, Tang San would not allow his hidden weapon to become an open one. Moreover, Tang Hao had never inquired about what he had done with this piece of iron. Thus the sleeve arrow remained a secret known only to him. Upon entering his home, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of kanji, a familiar ritual he had grown accustomed to over the years. "Father, it's time for dinner," Tang San called into the inner room. Strangely, his father, who would usually emerge at the sound of mealtime, did not appear today. A sudden wave of worry washed over Tang San. Could his father be unwell? He hurriedly rushed into his father's chamber, only to find it empty. This was the first time in years that Tang Hao had not indulged in a late morning slumber. "Xiao San, where did you go this morning?" Tang Hao inquired nonchalantly. "I went out to exercise," Tang San replied. "I go for a run every morning." This was not entirely a fabrication. He had indeed gone out to train. Tang Hao did not delve deeper into the matter but stated calmly, "You need not practice forging today. Pack your belongings. Tomorrow old Jack will take you to Nodding City." Tang San paused, surprised. Nodding City? What purpose could there be? His last visit to Nodding City was about a year ago when old Jack went to purchase supplies, and he took him along for exposure. Tang Hao glanced at him and said, "Do you not wish to learn the abilities of a soul master? Old Jack will take you to the Junior Soul Master Academy in Nodding City to serve as a work-study student. There, you will acquire the knowledge you seek." Upon hearing his father's words, Tang San's heart raced. A wave of indescribable excitement washed over him. The inability to break through the Shen Tiangong had long been a significant source of frustration for him, and the soul rings of a soul master evidently presented an opportunity. "Father, what made you change your mind?" Tang Hao retorted, "So, do you intend to go or not?" Tang San replied, "But if I go, who will cook for you?" At this moment, he realized that his father had risen early today to seek out the village chief, Jack. Tang Hao replied coldly, "Do I still require your care? You should go. This is the path you have chosen. Shanghun village has a quota each year. Not utilizing it would be a waste. The forging techniques I have imparted to you will enable you to apprentice at any blacksmith shop in the city, and the tuition and living expenses should suffice." Despite Tang Hao's cold demeanor, Tang San felt warmth in his eyes. Over the past few months, although Tang Hao's attitude had remained unchanged, as he taught Tang San the art of forging, this tall, aged man increasingly evoked a paternal feeling within him. While he yearned to acquire knowledge about soul masters, he also found it difficult to part with his father. Tang Hao stated, "I have conditions for your journey to Nodding. You must agree to my terms before you can go." "I agree," Tang San replied without hesitation. Tang Hao furrowed his brow. "You accept my conditions without even inquiring what they are. As a man, one must uphold their promises and not be one who makes light of their word." Tang San responded naturally, "Whatever you ask of me, Father, I will comply. You only wish what is best for me." Tang Hao was taken aback. Tang San's casual trust stirred a subtle shift in his emotions. "No matter how you cultivate your soul power in the future, I need you to promise me that you will not apply any soul rings to your hammer spirit, nor allow anyone to witness its manifestation. Furthermore, do not let others know that you possess twin martial spirits. Can you do this?" Tang San paused for a moment. "What about the blue-silver grass spirit?" Tang Hao replied, "You may utilize the blue-silver grass spirit freely. You can cultivate it and apply any soul rings to it without issue. Twin martial spirits do not necessitate that both spirits rely on soul rings for their enhancement. As long as one spirit possesses a soul ring, the bottleneck for increasing soul power will dissipate." Tang San inquired, "So, from now on, I shall solely utilize the blue-silver grass martial spirit, correct?" Tang Hao nodded in affirmation, advising that unless faced with a life-threatening situation, he should refrain from wielding that hammer. "Very well, I promise you," Tang San solemnly agreed. For him, the cultivation of his martial spirit and the selection of soul rings were inconsequential. As long as he could discover a means to transcend the bottleneck of the Shen skill, that sufficed. His Tang Sect hidden weapons did not require the assistance of a martial spirit. While others might perceive the blue-silver grass as a feeble martial spirit, Tang San had never felt disheartened by it. With sufficient mastery of the Tang Sect's hidden weapons, the notion that even the slightest movement could inflict harm was not mere rhetoric but a palpable truth. The blue-silver grass, formed from soul power, specifically the internal energy of the Shen skill, could manifest as seemingly infinite hidden weapons, provided his internal strength was adequate. "Now let us dine," Tang Hao declared. The household, if not destitute, was certainly lacking. Tang San had little to prepare, merely tidying up his patched clothing. This particular day unfolded with an unusual sense of protraction, marking the first instance of restlessness since his arrival in this world. He felt both anticipation and trepidation towards the outside realm. Neither in the Tang Sect nor in Holy Soul Village had he experienced the trials of the outside world, rendering him akin to a child in this respect. He pondered what extraordinary experiences the world beyond might bestow upon him. After dinner, Tang Hao casually remarked before heading out for a drink, seeming no different from his usual self. He instructed Tang San not to disturb him in the morning when it was time to depart. In the early morning, Tang San perched upon a large boulder at the summit, delicately holding a leaf between his fingers. His eyes shimmered with a violet hue, perhaps a reflection of his recent physical vigor. The advancement of his purple extreme magic eye was swift. He could discern even the most minute patterns on the leaf with remarkable clarity. He understood that his purple extreme magic eye had begun to enter the realm of meticulous observation. Unlike the 9-tiered Shen skill, the purple extreme magic eye comprises only 4 levels: overview, meticulous observation, mustard seed, and vastness. For an inner disciple of the Tang Sect, achieving the level of meticulous observation suffices for proficient use of hidden weapons. Having embarked on his training at a young age and benefiting from the residual innate energy that lingered after his birth, he had already developed a faint sense of meticulous observation by the tender age of 6. However, he was aware that nearly all inner disciples of the Tang Sect could attain this level, yet none, including the esteemed sect leader Tang Daxian, had managed to progress to the next tier of the purple extreme magic eye. Upon reaching the meticulous observation stage, the cultivation speed of the purple extreme magic eye slows dramatically. Furthermore, the daily absorption of Eastern Violet Qi cannot merely be attributed to sheer willpower. Consequently, it is rare for disciples to continue their cultivation after entering the realm of meticulous observation. Legend has it that a certain elder of the Tang Sect once achieved the mustard seed level in his purple extreme magic eye, yet he did not attain any noteworthy accomplishments. He merely saw with greater clarity than those at the meticulous observation stage. This elder had devoted over 30 years to the cultivation of the purple extreme magic eye. The essence of Shen Gong surged within, suddenly infusing the leaves with energy. Under its influence, the once pliable leaves became remarkably rigid. With a subtle flick of his right hand, Tang San sent the leaves spiraling forth, slicing through the air with remarkable speed. However, after traversing merely 1 meter, the leaves could no longer maintain their rotational momentum. Having lost their firmness upon departing from Tang San's fingers, the effects of Shen Gong dissipated naturally. With a light touch of his toes against the ground, he summoned the strength of his calves and executed the ghost shadow mizome, making his way down the mountain. The familiar aroma of porridge wafted through the air, a reminder of the last time he prepared a meal for his father before their departure. Tang San, of course, would not allow himself to be remiss. He glanced at the fire beneath the pot, adding a bit more water to the porridge, ensuring that his father would awaken to a warm meal. Old Jack had already arrived, perhaps due to his journey to Nottingham City. Today, he donned a smart outfit that made him appear notably spry. "Little San, let us be off. Your lazy father won't be waking up," Jack called to Tang San. Tang San's acquaintance with the written language of this world was limited. Most of what he knew came from fleeting glances during the village's private school lessons. Yet, thanks to the foundation laid in his previous life, he had grasped some basic characters. As the door curtain lifted, a tall figure emerged from within. Tang Hao showed no signs of sleepiness in his eyes. When he reached the doorway, he could faintly see the frail forms of old Jack and Tang San receding into the distance. Tang Hao remained motionless, standing there for a long while even after their silhouettes had completely vanished. Two simple sentences lingered in the air. "Father, I am leaving with Grandpa Jack. Take care of yourself and drink less alcohol. Do not forget to drink from the porridge pot." Shifting his gaze from the words on the ground to the nearby iron pot, Tang Hao rushed over, forcefully sweeping aside the lid of the pot, and with both hands, he lifted it. Since Tang San had just added water, the porridge had yet to reach a rolling boil. But Tang Hao disregarded this and began to pour the contents into his mouth, swallowing greedily, his eyes gradually glazing over with a veil of moisture. "Little San, is it the village you are reluctant to leave, or is it your drunken father?" Jack gently ruffled Tang San's hair, smiling as he spoke. With a slight smile, Jack continued, "Compared to my inept grandsons, you are far more sensible. How wonderful it would be if you were my grandson." Tang Hao's inebriated father was indeed fortunate. Do not dwell on it too much. The world outside is vast. Once you arrive at the academy, you will meet many friends and acquire a wealth of knowledge. Once you attain the title of Soul Master, the state will grant you a monthly stipend, which will surely improve your family's circumstances. Having lived two lives, Tang San listened to Jack's words, his emotions gradually returning to normal. Yet an insatiable yearning for the outside world surged within him. "Grandpa Jack, could you tell me about the academy? What kind of place is it?" Jack smiled gently and replied, "The academy is, of course, a place of learning. Although I have never attended one, I am still quite knowledgeable about it. Our village has had a work-study student quota each year, but it has been many years since a student has gone to study. The benefits for work-study students are numerous, including the exemption from tuition and accommodation fees, requiring only that they cover their own meal expenses. One can exchange simple tasks within the college for food, such as cleaning classrooms. Overall, the educational experience for work-study students is almost equivalent to that of a free program. For those of us from humble backgrounds, paying for education is simply beyond our means." Tang San remarked, "Father suggested that once I arrive at the academy, I should seek employment at a blacksmith shop." "You? Work at a blacksmith shop? What a farce." Old Jack retorted, "You are still so young, hardly taller than a forging hammer. What blacksmith would take you as an apprentice? Moreover, blacksmithing is a profession that is not held in high regard, and the earnings are meager. Your focus should solely be on your studies at the academy. However, if you were to achieve something noteworthy at the academy, it would be wise to have your inebriated father save a bit of money for you. Advanced Soul Master Academies do not offer work-study slots and require a substantial financial investment for enrollment. The stipends for Soul Masters alone are insufficient." Due to Tang San's innate full soul power, old Jack had already begun to regard him as a Soul Master. Tang San, puzzled, inquired, "Are there indeed Advanced Soul Master Academies? How do they differ from the junior ones?" "Both are academies teaching what should be the knowledge of Soul Masters, correct?" Old Jack patiently elucidated, "Indeed, they are quite different. The Junior Soul Master Academy imparts foundational knowledge, alongside various cultural subjects that must be studied. Only children whose martial souls have just awakened are accepted as students, with a duration of 6 years. By the age of 12, if they lack significant prospects, they may settle for being an ordinary Soul Master. However, those with considerable potential typically opt to further their studies at a higher-level Soul Master Academy, continuing their education until the age of 18. The curriculum at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy is more profound, but the difficulty of learning significantly escalates. Failure to meet the Academy's standards will hinder one's ability to graduate, which contrasts sharply with the Junior Soul Master Academy. Tang San inquired, "If there are junior and intermediate levels, then surely there must be a senior level as well." Old Jack nodded, a glimmer of envy shining in his eyes. Don't even think about the Senior Soul Master Academy. It's not an institution one can easily enter. In our Tiendo Empire, there are only 2 Senior Soul Master Academies, and the total number of students admitted each year is fewer than 100. It is a cradle of promising futures. Graduates from Senior Soul Master Academies are coveted by both the nation and the Spirit Hall and are immediately bestowed with noble titles. Noble? Such favorable conditions. Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Old Jack replied. The Soul Master profession is the most esteemed, and Senior Soul Masters are even more so. They are exceptional talents. Thus, for us commoners, aspiring to ascend rapidly and become Senior Soul Masters is undoubtedly the best shortcut. However, how many ordinary folk possess such extraordinary martial souls? Even if they do, without the support of a prominent family, graduating from a Senior Soul Master Academy is exceedingly difficult. The graduation examination is a personal endeavor. Why should one seek assistance from others? Tang San found himself somewhat perplexed. Old Jack sighed and remarked, this illustrates the disparity, the divide between the impoverished and the affluent, between the commoners and the nobility. The requirements for graduating from a Junior Soul Master Academy are rather straightforward. One must possess a martial soul that reaches level 10 and, under the guidance of the Academy instructors, acquire a soul ring, thereby successfully ascending to the title of Soul Master. This is not particularly arduous. Any child with martial soul power at the time of awakening can achieve this. It is said that the progression from Soul Scholar to Soul Master, from level 10 to level 20, is the most accessible phase of advancement. However, the scenario changes drastically at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. To graduate from here, one's martial soul must attain level 20, and one must acquire a second soul ring to earn the title of Great Soul Master. The leap from level 10 to level 20 is a milestone that many soul masters may never reach in their lifetime. Moreover, once one surpasses level 20, obtaining a soul ring necessitates relying on one's own strength to hunt soul beasts, which can be exceedingly perilous. For those hailing from noble families, accompanied by family warriors, the risks are significantly mitigated. In contrast, soul masters of common origin, like us, must depend solely on our own capabilities. The graduation criteria for the Advanced Soul Master Academy are even more stringent, requiring individuals to break through the level 30 threshold, obtain a third soul ring, and ascend from the title of Great Soul Master to that of Soul Venerable. It is said that level 30 represents a pivotal milestone. Those who cross it may be regarded as formidable soul masters and true nobility, while those who falter at this juncture may find their journey exceedingly challenging. Furthermore, there appear to be specific restrictions related to acquiring a soul ring at level 30, details of which you are likely to learn during your studies at the Academy. Nonetheless, it appears that fewer than 1/3 of the students from the esteemed Soul Master Academy manage to graduate. After listening to Old Jack, Tang San gained a rudimentary understanding of the teachings regarding soul masters in the Dolua continent. Grandfather Jack, did you not mention that there are as many as 10 titles for soul masters? Only those who graduate from the Advanced Soul Master Academy attain the rank of Soul Sovereign. How, then, can one acquire the subsequent titles? Old Jack replied with a wry smile. How would I know? Beyond the title of Soul Sovereign, those are the realms of significant figures. For instance, the Soul Saint who once emerged from our village was directly supported by the state. I have heard that as one progresses in the cultivation of a Soul Master, it becomes increasingly arduous and perilous. How many can truly ascend to the pinnacle existence of a title Dolua? In fact, I cannot even assert whether such individuals exist in our Tiendo Empire or the Xinglua Empire at present. Old Jack's understanding of soul masters was rather superficial, lacking in detail. Tang San comprehended that he would have to gradually explore this knowledge within the academy, particularly concerning soul beasts and soul rings. The journey from Shanghun village to Notting City was not long. The two walked for half a day, pausing briefly to consume some provisions. By the afternoon, the distant city walls came into view. Although Notting City is not particularly large, its proximity to the border of the Tiendo Empire necessitated robust fortifications. After undergoing inspections like the other travelers, Tang San and Old Jack entered Notting City. Tang San, being away from home for the first time, felt a tinge of anxiety. He instinctively inquired, "Grandpa Jack, are you leaving so soon?" Old Jack offered a bittersweet smile, saying, The inn is not a place for those of our humble means. You must strive diligently. By the time I see you again, I hope you will have become a soul master. In that case, our Holy Soul Village will take great pride in you. The Notting Junior Soul Master Academy is situated to the west of Notting City. After inquiring several times with passers-by, old Jack finally led Tang San to the academy. From a distance, they could discern a grand archway, measuring 20 meters in width and towering over 10 meters high, constructed from solid rock. At the base, 2 iron gates loomed, dark and foreboding, crafted from exquisite steel. Through the iron bars, one could glimpse a winding path leading into the depths, flanked by lofty trees. At the center of the archway, 4 prominent characters spelled out Notting Academy. The mere sight of the academy's entrance exemplified the significance of the soul master profession in the Dolua continent, and this was merely a junior soul master academy. As old Jack and Tang San approached the entrance, they were immediately halted by a young gatekeeper. "What business do you have here? Is this a place for country folk like you?" Old Jack's attire, which was considered respectable in Holy Soul Village, appeared utterly rustic upon arrival in Notting City, eliciting a hint of disdain in the gatekeeper's gaze. To be continued. Old Jack hurriedly smiled and said, "This young brother, we have come from St. Soul Village, and this child is one of the work-study students sent from our village this year. Could you please guide us on what procedures we need to follow?" The doorman frowned slightly, responding in a somewhat sarcastic tone, "Can a thatched cottage really produce a golden phoenix? Does a small village truly have someone with soul power? The academy hasn't had a work-study student in many years. You can't possibly be imposters, can you?" A flicker of anger flashed in old Jack's eyes, yet he swallowed his indignation and presented the certification issued by the esteemed steward Su Yuntao from the Spirit Hall. The doorman took the document, scrutinizing it from top to bottom. Blue silver grass? And innate full soul power? How laughable, this is truly a farce. I have served as a doorman at this academy for 4 years, and have yet to hear of a student with innate full soul power. This boy's martial spirit is blue silver grass, and it could possibly be full soul power? I dare say this document from the Spirit Hall must be a forgery. Jack, even with his gentle disposition, could no longer contain his frustration. "You are deliberately making this difficult for us." "Fine, just wait here. I will go find the steward from the Spirit Branch." Turning to Tang San, he said, "Let us go." As they walked towards the city, it was clear that the certification from the Spirit Hall could not possibly be false. The doorman knew this well. However, those who came to deliver new students typically offered some form of courtesy, especially if they hailed from commoner families. The saying goes, "The king of hell is easy to deal with, but the little ghosts are troublesome," and this was precisely the case. Old Jack, though a village chief, was not well versed in such matters. The doorman felt a twinge of unease. If the Spirit Hall's personnel truly arrived, it was beyond his capacity to confront. Nevertheless, he held a firm belief that the representatives of the Spirit Hall would never come to the academy merely to question 2 provincial bumpkins. Frustration brewed within him, and his words inevitably turned sour. "Holy Spirit Village? More like Beggar's Village," he muttered. Startled by the imposing presence of old Jack, he instinctively took a step back, only to reprimand himself for this reaction. After all, it was merely an old man. What was there to fear? "What is this? Are you dissatisfied? I assert you hail from a beggar's village. Am I mistaken? Just look at this wretched fellow. His garments are nothing but patches. I suggest you find a more suitable place to beg. Our Notting Academy is not a charity house. Begone, begone." As he spoke, the doorman raised his left hand to push Jack away, intending to expel the 2. In that moment of old Jack's rising ire, a diminutive figure suddenly appeared between them. This slight form also raised its left arm, its delicate hand barely reaching the doorman's hand. With a forceful motion to the right, it deftly pushed the doorman's left hand away. Simultaneously, the petite figure stepped forward with its right foot, landing precisely behind the doorman's left foot, and lifted its right hand to assist in restraining the doorman's hand downward. Originally, this maneuver was intended to strike at the crook of the doorman's left arm, rendering him powerless. However, due to the height of the assailant, it could only secure the doorman's wrist. The action was executed with remarkable speed. The body leaned forward as both hands released the doorman's left hand while simultaneously thrusting forward, landing squarely against the doorman's abdomen. Behind the doorman's left foot, there appeared an additional foot. Though it was not large, it was sufficient to achieve its intended effect. With a forceful thrust, the doorman stumbled and fell to the ground. "Xiao San, you!" Jack stared in astonishment at the figure standing before him. It was none other than Tang San who had struck. The technique he employed was not a secret skill of the Tang Sect, but rather a simple maneuver from his original world, known as pushing the window to gaze at the moon. Naturally, given his physique, the execution was altered. Instead of targeting his opponent's arm, the push, which was meant to land on the chest, instead connected with the doorman's abdomen. The outcome, however, remained the same. Although Tang San was slight of build, his strength was undeniably formidable. The months of training had not been in vain. Even without employing the Shentian skill, he managed to knock the doorman down with a single blow. "You little brat, you're courting death." The doorman, humiliated by being bested by a child, sprang to his feet, ready to charge at Tang San. "Enough, stand down," a somewhat hoarse voice interjected, halting the doorman's advance. Tang San turned to see a man of average height, slightly lean, who had approached them unnoticed. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with short black hair styled in a 3/7 part. His features were unremarkable, and his hands were clasped behind his back. Yet, he exuded a peculiar aura, his eyes revealing a hint of languor and despondency. The master cast a sidelong glance at the doorman, disregarding him entirely, and addressed old Jack. "Sir, may I kindly request to see the proof from the spirit hall?" Old Jack, being a village chief, possessed a keen sense of observation. The expression of the doorman revealed that the middle-aged man before him undoubtedly held a significant position within the academy, especially given the esteemed title of master that accompanied him. He promptly extended the proof in his hand. The master glanced at the document before shifting his gaze to Tang San, appraising him thoroughly. For reasons unknown, despite the master's gaze lacking sharpness, Tang San felt as though he were being seen through completely. There was no doubt about the authenticity of the proof. "Esteemed elder, I sincerely apologize on behalf of the Academy for the earlier incident. I shall take responsibility for this child." Chapter 5. Master? Mentor? Part 1. A figure of at least soul master caliber offering an apology greatly satisfied old Jack's vanity. He hurriedly gestured with both hands. "No need for apologies. No need at all. We are equally at fault. Master, I entrust this child to your care." Turning to Xiao San, he added, "You may accompany the master inside, but be sure to behave." Tang San nodded in acknowledgement, though he remained silent. Earlier, when the master intervened to prevent the doorman from rushing at him, Tang San had already raised his left hand, having disengaged the safety on his hidden projectile. Had the master spoken a moment later, the doorman might have found a short arrow lodged in his throat. In Tang San's eyes, the doorman's aggression towards an elder like Jack, coupled with his harsh demeanor, had already paved a path to his own demise. At the same time, he possessed absolute confidence that, including old Jack, no one would discover that the dart had been launched by him. Without evidence, who could possibly accuse him of murder? The silent darts of the Tang Sect flew with astonishing speed, leaving only a fleeting shadow, far beyond the capabilities of someone of the doorman's caliber to evade. After imparting a few final words of caution to Tang San, Jack took his leave. The master cast a fleeting glance at the doorman. This was the first and last warning. Should there be a repeat offense, you need not remain. His voice, hoarse yet tranquil, carried an undeniable authority. The doorman broke into a cold sweat and hastily stepped aside in agreement. The master then turned to Tang San, managing a strained smile. The tension in his facial muscles rendered the expression somewhat ungraceful. Taking Tang San's hand, he said, "Let us proceed inside." The master's hand was soft and dry, offering a comforting sense of trust to Tang San. Under his guidance, Tang San finally entered the academy. "Thank you, master," he expressed gratefully. "Master? I am not a teacher of the academy," the master replied, glancing down at Tang San. "Not a teacher? Did you not just say you represented the academy?" The master shook his head. Typically lacking in patience, he exhibited unusual forbearance that day, forcing another of those rather unappealing smiles. "Who says only a teacher can represent the academy?" Tang San suddenly understood. You must be the principal or a leader of the academy." The master chuckled softly. For a 6-year-old, you are quite perceptive. However, you have misjudged. Tang San inquired with a hint of confusion. Then who might you be? The master replied, I am merely a guest here, indulging in the hospitality offered. Like everyone else, you may call me master. That is how I am addressed by all. I have even forgotten my own name. The certificate from the Spirit Hall states that you are called Tang San. Correct? Tang San. You must understand that the meanings of master and teacher are worlds apart. Do not confuse them in the future. Unless. At this juncture, his voice trailed off, yet his eyes sparkled with fervor. Unless you genuinely wish for me to be your teacher. Will you teach me to cultivate my martial spirit? Tang San asked. The master halted, turning to face Tang San. Are you willing? Tang San also paused, gazing up at the master. Observing him closely from this angle, he noted the master's somewhat prominent mouth and thick lips. He remained silent, neither affirming nor denying. The master regarded Tang San's wide-eyed expression, and a rigid smile surfaced once more. Ah, you truly are a clever child. Your silence conveys two meanings. First, you are hesitant to refuse so as not to offend me. Second, you are silently questioning why you should take me as your teacher. Upon hearing the master's words, Tang San was taken aback. His gaze toward the master shifted perceptibly. His left wrist subtly lifted, revealing a glimmer of uncertainty in his eyes. The master observed him calmly, smiling as he remarked, Are you surprised that I know you possess twin martial spirits? As he spoke, he shook the certificate that old Jack had given him. It was solely due to this document that, while others may overlook its flaws, if I too failed to perceive them, I would be unworthy of the title of master. I had previously investigated 647 individuals whose martial spirit was blue silver grass, of which only 16 possessed soul power, a probability of less than 3%. Furthermore, none of these 16 individuals had soul power exceeding the first rank, yet you possess innate full soul power at the 10th rank. According to one of the 10 core competencies of martial spirits that I have studied, the magnitude of innate soul power is directly proportional to the quality of the martial spirit. Clearly, blue silver grass does not meet this criterion. Therefore, I am certain that you must possess another martial spirit, and one that is exceptionally formidable. Tang San's gaze gradually settled, and he countered, There are exceptions to every rule. Why can I not be one of those exceptions? The master nodded earnestly and replied, Indeed, there are exceptions, but your martial spirit is blue silver grass. Thus you are evidently not that exception. In the past century, although only 2 instances of twin martial spirits have been recorded in the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire, there have been 19 individuals with innate full soul power. I have meticulously examined the martial spirits of each one, and without exception, they are all formidable beings. The youngest among them has already reached the level of a great soul master. Aside from 14 who inherited their powerful martial spirits through family lineage, 5 stand as exceptions. Their origins may not be noble, yet they too possess innate full soul power. The unexpected phenomenon is the existence of mutated martial souls. Based on my years of research on mutated martial souls, I can assert that no martial soul has ever undergone mutation in conjunction with the blue-silver grass martial soul. Furthermore, your blue-silver grass martial soul is merely an ordinary variant. Thus I can confidently conclude that my judgment is accurate. What is a mutated martial soul? Tang San inquired. The master patiently elucidated. This necessitates a discussion on the inheritance of martial souls. A person's martial soul is directly linked to that of their parents, with the most typical outcome being the inheritance of either the father's or the mother's martial soul. This exemplifies familial martial soul inheritance. However, there are exceptions known as mutated martial souls. These also originate from the parents' martial souls, but due to a certain degree of mutation between the father and mother, the inheritor's martial soul may manifest a mutation, resulting in a new type of martial soul. Mutated martial souls can possess extraordinary strength, even exhibiting innate full soul power. Yet, the majority of mutated martial souls tend to be feeble. They are akin to the offspring of consanguineous unions, where the likelihood of producing an imbecile is significant, though there exists the possibility of birthing a sage far surpassing the ordinary. Tang San nodded, then suddenly took a step back, increasing the distance between himself and the master. He promptly knelt on the ground, respectfully bowing 3 times. This time, it was the master who was taken aback. "What are you doing, my disciple?" Tang San respectfully responded, "Please accept me as your student. Come, I shall take you to the administrative office for your enrollment." The master once again grasped Tang San's hand, his originally dry palm now slightly sweaty due to excitement. The Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy does not appear as expansive as it truly is. It is primarily divided into several areas: the main teaching building, the playground, and the dormitory building situated to the east of the playground. Despite being merely a Junior Soul Master Academy, the institution maintains rigorous standards for its students. Even those residing in close proximity to the academy are required to reside on campus, subject to unified management. The Academic Affairs Office is located on the first floor of the main teaching building, where a teacher, appearing to be in his 60s, is responsible for welcoming new students, assisted by 2 young instructors, both under the age of 30. The master placed the documentation on the desk and addressed the senior teacher, Director Su. "This is this year's work-study student from Shanghun Village. Could you please assist him with the registration?" Director Su, wearing a broad smile, replied, "Master, what brings you here? It's a rare visit, please have a seat." Tang San nodded respectfully and said, "Goodbye, teacher." The master smiled, gently ruffled his hair, and turned to leave. Upon hearing Tang San's reference to the master, Director Su seemed intrigued, remarking, "Young man," calling him teacher. "He is not a faculty member of our academy." Tang San replied, "But he is my teacher." Director Su paused, his expression somewhat peculiar, a mix of amusement and restraint. Tang San inquired, "Is there something amiss, teacher?" He nodded affirmatively. The 2 younger instructors beside Director Su, however, were not as composed. One of them picked up the Soul Hall's documentation, glanced at it, and chuckled. "So, you are Tang San? As an instructor at the academy, I must remind you that a master is not someone to be chosen lightly. Any soul master, regardless of whether they have graduated from the academy, can only acknowledge one master. Otherwise, they will be shunned by society. Do you truly believe that the esteemed master is suitable? You still possess full innate soul power, yet your martial soul is merely blue silver grass." Upon seeing the words "full innate soul power" on the certificate, the astonishment on the faces of the teachers present was palpable. However, the realization that his martial soul was blue silver grass turned their surprise into pity. Tang San observed the 3 academy teachers before him with a hint of confusion, wondering what exactly was inappropriate. Director Su shot a glare at the young teacher beside him and remarked, "Although the master has a rather eccentric personality, in certain respects, he is indeed an invincible figure in the realm of martial souls. After all, your martial soul is also blue silver grass. Thus, it would not be inappropriate for you to take him as your master. Very well, let this be settled. Here is your item, provided free of charge by the academy. You will reside in room 7 of the dormitory building. The supervising teacher there will arrange work for you as a work-study student. Off you go." "Thank you," Tang San replied, accepting the items that Director Su handed over, and he bowed before turning to exit the administrative office. What Su handed him was a standard uniform of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, its white fabric appearing pristine. As he stepped out of the office, he faintly overheard the voice of the young teacher who had spoken earlier. "The master is indeed invincible, albeit only in theory. Naturally, his theories must also be able to manifest into reality. Director, I still recall that the master had some notion regarding the top 10 core competencies of martial souls, which is simply preposterous. Enough. The master is a friend of the dean, and one must refrain from making reckless evaluations. Although no one has definitively proven his theories to be correct, neither has anyone demonstrated them to be erroneous. In the realm of soul masters, the master is indeed a renowned figure. However, one might argue that he is merely a notorious jester, regarded by many as nothing more than a farce." Upon overhearing the conversation within, Tang San's steps faltered only slightly before he resumed his departure. A faint expression of disdain graced his lips, directed not at his newly acknowledged mentor but rather at the trio of instructors within the academic office. Is it truly a jest that one could ascertain the existence of a twin martial soul from a mere document, while concluding that the other soul possesses formidable strength? Invincible theories? What he currently requires most is practical knowledge. The Master's power cannot be imparted to disciples. What is shared is wisdom. It is astonishing that these educators fail to grasp this fundamental distinction. There stands but a single dormitory building, easily located, as both students and faculty reside here. Just as old Jack remarked, the number of individuals capable of becoming soul masters is exceedingly scarce, particularly in a remote city like Notting. The total population of students and teachers within the academy is modest, making a single dormitory more than sufficient. The student accommodations consist of merely 7 rooms, as the pupils of the Junior Soul Master Academy tend to be quite young. To facilitate better management, students from each grade are housed together in a larger dormitory. Each grade in the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy comprises no more than approximately 40 students. The lower 3 levels of the dormitory house 7 spacious accommodations for students, each overseen by a dedicated instructor. Among these, the 7th dormitory holds a distinctive status, characterized by its inferior conditions, specifically designated for work-study students. After all, the academy is not a charity. While the tuition for work-study students is reduced, their treatment is inevitably not as favorable as that of regular students. The 7th dormitory is also the sole residence where students of varying ages coexist. Regardless of their academic year, all work-study students dwell here. As Tang San approached the entrance of the 7th dormitory, he was met with a cacophony of noise emanating from within. The door stood ajar, and he leaned in to take a glimpse. The room was expansive, nearly 300 square meters in size, furnished with 50 beds, yet only 11 of these were equipped with bedding. At that moment, 7 or 8 children, ranging in age from 8 to 12, were engaged in raucous play. Tang San knocked gently on the door, causing the chattering children to turn their gaze toward him. One of the older boys, noticing Tang San's patched clothing, approached him. This boy towered over Tang San by nearly 2 heads, his physique robust for his age. Standing before Tang San, he looked down somewhat condescendingly and inquired, "Are you the new work-study student?" Tang San responded with a warm smile. "Hello, I am a work-study student from Shanghun Village. My name is Wang Sheng. My martial spirit is the Battle Tiger, and I aspire to become a Battle Spirit Master. I am also the leader here. Youngster, what is your name? And what is your martial spirit?" "I am Tang San, and my martial spirit is the Blue Silver Grass." "Blue Silver Grass? When will the Blue Silver Grass martial soul be able to cultivate?" Wang Sheng displayed an expression of utter astonishment, prompting laughter from the children in the dormitory, who regarded Tang San as though he were a fool. Tang San maintained a smile, requesting, "Could you please make way?" Wang Sheng disregarded Tang San's words, asserting, "Little Sanzi, I am the leader here. You must listen to me from now on, do you understand?" Tang San's smile gradually faded as he replied, "My name is Tang San, not Little Sanzi." While he did not mind being affectionately called Little San by elders or receiving benevolent titles, it was clear that this so-called leader intended to assert his dominance. Wang Sheng pushed Tang San's shoulder, causing him to stagger back a few steps. "I'll call you Little Sanzi. What's the matter? Are you unwilling to accept it?" Tang San smiled and gently shook his head, placing his school uniform on a nearby bed. Just as Wang Sheng, puzzled by his actions, began to wonder what he was doing, he suddenly realized that Tang San had vanished before his eyes. Wang Sheng had yet to react when he found himself stumbling out of the dormitory, barely maintaining his footing. Otherwise, he would have ended up in an undignified position. "You little brat, how dare you strike me?" Wang Sheng exclaimed in fury, turning around and charging at Tang San like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Tang San merely wished to avoid excessive trouble in his future life at the academy, striving for a semblance of normalcy. Thus, he felt it necessary to teach this leader a lesson. This was the principle of using a chicken to scare the monkey. As Wang Sheng lunged towards him, delivering a punch aimed at his chest, Tang San did not retreat, but instead advanced, stepping forward to meet Wang Sheng. This step placed him directly in front of Wang Sheng, simultaneously pulling with his left hand and guiding with his right. He executed a simple yet effective maneuver. Wang Sheng felt as though his right fist was being drawn by an unseen force, altering its trajectory, while a tremendous strength emanated from Tang San's right hand, causing him to trip and be propelled backward once more. This time, maintaining his balance proved to be a far greater challenge. The seemingly simple actions of Tang San had employed the Tang Sect's ultimate technique, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, leveraging Wang Shang's own power along with his own. With a resounding thud, Wang Shang crashed onto a bed. If the first incident could be attributed to mere luck, then the subsequent throws were clearly not so fortuitous. The gazes of the other children towards Tang San began to shift, revealing a newfound respect. A deep, guttural roar, one that should not have escaped the lips of a child, erupted from Wang Shang's throat. Faintly, a soft yellow radiance enveloped him, and his body, having hit the bed, sprang back up with a speed and strength that far surpassed his previous state. His martial soul had been unleashed. This realization flashed through Tang San's mind like a bolt of lightning. Yet what of the martial soul? As he observed Wang Shang's hands reaching for his shoulders, Tang San raised his own hands in response, forming claws to counter Wang Shang's grasp. With his feet angled inward and his knees slightly bent, he assumed a standard horse stance, poised and ready for the next encounter. The four hands interlocked. If the previous encounter was a display of technique, the present moment had transformed into a contest of sheer strength. Two pairs of hands, differing in size, had clasped together. Wang Shang, clearly incensed by Tang San's provocation, exhibited a sinister expression as he unleashed the power of his martial soul, the battle tiger. Although he was aware that he could not genuinely harm Tang San, he was determined to subdue this impudent boy who had embarrassed him. With his tiger claws exerting force, Wang Shang was confident that, given his position among the top 5 in terms of strength among the students, overpowering this youth would be a trivial task. However, was it truly so? Despite his diminutive stature, Tang San wielded his forging hammer nearly 1,000 times each day. His strength was far from ordinary. As Wang Shang exerted his force, he distinctly felt that the hands, seemingly smaller than his own, were as unyielding as steel. In an instant, he found himself overpowered in terms of strength. With both thumbs pressing down, Tang San rendered Wang Shang's hands numb, completely suppressing his soul power. Then, with a swift motion, Tang San leaped backward, taking Wang Shang along with him. As Wang Shang had been diving from above, this sudden retreat caused him to lose his balance. He watched in horror as Tang San's knee loomed closer, realizing too late the impending disaster. The knee was aimed directly at his nose, and Wang Shang knew that even without considering Tang San's inherent strength, the weight of his own body crashing down would likely shatter his nasal bone. In that fleeting moment, a pang of regret washed over him. Just when it seemed that Tang San was poised to deliver a crushing blow to his opponent, he suddenly released his grip. In terms of strength, he held the advantage, allowing him the freedom to retreat at will. Simultaneously, his bent right knee straightened, transforming into a swift kick delivered with the instep of his foot to Wang Shang's chest. This was a flicking kick. Its force may have been brief in duration, yet the instantaneous power unleashed was undeniably formidable. Even when Tang San redirected much of the kicking force into ascending motion, its impact remained potent. The students in the dormitory watched in astonishment as Wang Hao's body uncontrollably executed a high-level backflip in midair before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, sprawled out on the floor. This time, Wang Shang took quite a tumble, struggling for some time before finally rising to his feet. His gaze toward Tang San now a mix of shock and fury. After all, he was merely a 12-year-old boy. When faced with someone stronger, fear outweighed impulsiveness. Tang San picked up his school uniform and asked, "Now may I pass?" As Tang San approached, Wang Shang instinctively stepped aside to clear the path. Not far from the door, Tang San found a bed and placed his uniform upon it. "Wait, oh no, Tang San, did you just use a soul skill?" Wang Shang inquired tentatively. Soul skill? This term was not new to Tang San, but he pondered its meaning. Wang Shang scratched his head and explained, "It's a technique employed through a martial spirit." "But is your martial spirit truly the blue-silver grass?" Raising his right hand, a faint blue light emanated from his palm, and through this action, Tang San conveyed to the students in the dormitory that he had not spoken falsely. Upon hearing the term soul skill, the other students, though intimidated by Tang San's prowess, gathered around in curiosity. Could it truly be a soul skill? How impressive, especially since even brother Wang Shang was at a disadvantage. Tang San shook his head, clarifying that it was not a soul skill, but merely a form of combat technique. "Do we not have blankets here?" inquired a student, only slightly older than Tang San, his expression dimming. "We are merely work-study students," and our tuition is already waived. How could we possibly have blankets? We brought everything from home. Why don't you use mine for now? He offered. Tang San waved his hand, declining politely. No, thank you. I will find a way. Wang Sheng stepped forward, questioning, why did you hold back earlier? Having studied for 5 years at the Nuoding Junior Soul Master Academy, it would be foolish if he could not discern that Tang San's intent to avoid inflicting serious injury was deliberate. Tang San replied nonchalantly, we are classmates, not enemies. A flicker of complex emotion crossed Wang Sheng's eyes. I apologize for my earlier behavior. Every work-study student here faces such challenges. We are often looked down upon by other students, so it is crucial for us to unite. I merely hope that you, as the newcomer, can stand with us. Tang San smiled gently. So, you wish to establish your authority over me? Wang Sheng's face flushed, revealing a hint of innocent mirth. Actually, it was you who asserted your dominance over me. Nonetheless, you are indeed formidable. You must have only just turned 6, right? Tang San nodded in affirmation. To be continued, Chapter 6. My name is Xiao Wu. The Dance of the Dance, Part 1. Wang Sheng unceremoniously pushed aside a fellow student at the bedside and took a seat next to Tang San. Tang San, you have bested me. From now on, you shall be the leader of our dormitory. Tang San hastily waved his hand, saying, I am here to learn. Wang Sheng replied earnestly, this is the rule. The one with the strongest fist becomes the leader. Do you think being a leader is an easy task? I am not being modest with you. As he spoke, he rolled up the sleeves of his uniform, revealing 7 or 8 dark bruises on his arms. Wang Sheng chuckled wryly. These were acquired just yesterday upon arriving at the academy. We, the working students, come from impoverished backgrounds, and the other dormitory members often bully those of us in Dorm 7. As the leader, I must stand up for my brothers. I would gladly pass this responsibility to you. The other students nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting a glimmer of hope as they looked at Tang San. A sense of justice is a fundamental element of a hero. Protecting the weak is inherently part of this. Tang San had received extensive education in this regard during his time at Tang Men, and upon hearing this, he no longer declined. Very well. I shall not stand idly by while my dormitory mates are bullied. Just then, a melodious voice rang out from outside. Is this Dorm 7? Everyone turned their gaze toward the entrance, their eyes widening in surprise. There stood a charming young girl at the door, seemingly around the same age as Tang San, with a height that nearly matched his own. The charming little face, flushed with a rosy hue, resembles a ripe peach, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Although her attire is exceedingly simple, she appears remarkably tidy. Her long black hair is styled into a braid that cascades down past her waist. A pair of sparkling, curious eyes glimmers with wonder. In her hands, she cradles a brand new school uniform. Within the dormitory, which is exclusively occupied by boys, the sudden appearance of such a beautiful girl leaves them all agape in astonishment. Tang San could not help but whisper to Wang Sheng, are we permitted to have both boys and girls living together here? Wang Sheng nodded in agreement, lowering his voice as he replied, we are all still children. The school does not segregate dormitories by gender. It is said that only at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy will such distinctions be made. It is quite peculiar. Last year, there were no work-study students, yet this year 2 have arrived. Boss, let's give her a taste of our authority. I think that might not be necessary, Tang San replied, taken aback by the predicament he faced as the newly appointed leader of this so-called dormitory. He simply could not bring himself to bully a girl. The girl at the door blinked her large eyes, noticing that no one was acknowledging her presence. She then glanced up at the plaque that read Dormitory 7, her face breaking into a sweet smile. Hello, my name is Xiao Wu, as in dance. Wang Sheng poked Tang San's back, signaling him not to disrupt the dormitory's rules. Reluctantly, Tang San stood up and approached the girl, greeting her with, hello, I am Tang San. He found it difficult to utter the title of leader and, with a sudden inspiration, said, I am the dormitory head. You may simply call me by my name. May I ask, what is your martial spirit? Xiao Wu blinked her large eyes and smiled. My martial spirit is the rabbit, a rather adorable little white rabbit. What about you? When she smiled, 2 charming dimples appeared on her face, rendering her irresistibly captivating. Tang San replied, "Then you are perfectly suited to counter me, for my martial spirit is the very sustenance of yours, blue silver grass." Having never engaged in conversation with a girl before, as he had been immersed solely in hidden weapons during his time in Tang Sect, he felt a twinge of nervousness now. Xiao Wu giggled, "You are quite amusing. Are you not going to let me in?" "Well, you see, our dormitory has a rule. New work-study students must demonstrate the prowess of their martial spirit. Therefore, I would like to spar with you." Tang San reassured himself internally, reminding that sparring was not bullying. He would simply need to exercise caution to avoid injuring her, thus maintaining the tradition of the dormitory. Xiao Wu regarded Tang San with a peculiar look. "Are you certain?" Tang San nodded affirmatively, "Absolutely." Xiao Wu set her school uniform aside, her face betraying a hint of excitement. "All right, then let us begin." Before Tang San could fully process her words, her right leg bent at the knee, her toes propelled forward in a swift kick aimed straight for his chin. Although the force appeared minimal, the speed was astonishing, startling Tang San. He swiftly dodged to the left, evading the incoming kick, while his right hand instinctively reached for her ankle. Simultaneously, his right foot stepped forward, his shoulder leaning towards her chest, executing a precise Iron Mountain lean. Under normal circumstances, if the agile little dancer were to be pressed against by Tang San in such a manner, she would undoubtedly be sent sprawling. However, Tang San was quite measured in his approach. He had already devised a plan in his mind. He was confident that the moment Xiao Wu lost her balance, he would be swift enough to catch her, and his push required little effort. As long as this could be deemed a contest, it would suffice. The other students were intently observing the exchange between Tang San and Xiao Wu, with Wang Shang keenly watching Tang San's movements, his eyes sparkling with intrigue as he diligently memorized every detail. He noted that while Tang San's actions were exceedingly simple, they were remarkably effective. Yet, the events did not unfold according to Tang San's anticipated script. Just as his right hand grasped Xiao Wu's ankle, he suddenly felt it slip away, and his assured grip failed him. In swift succession, Xiao Wu's leg, having missed its target, swept across and landed on his shoulder. In response to Tang San's advancing right shoulder, she deftly shielded herself with her hands, using her right foot to leverage against his shoulder while lifting her other leg, effortlessly climbing onto the opposite shoulder. In that moment, the scene appeared quite peculiar, with Xiao Wu's legs entwined around Tang San's neck. Utilizing the momentum from his shoulder, she leaned back, her palms firmly planted on the ground, her supple legs coiling like springs, effectively ensnaring Tang San's neck and propelling him backward. Fortunately, Xiao Wu, being young, was clad in trousers at that moment. Had she been wearing a skirt, the situation might have been quite different. Tang San had never engaged in combat with a girl before, and when Xiao Wu's first leg ensnared his neck, he could have reacted. Yet as her leg lifted, the hem of her trousers naturally slipped down a little, exposing her slender calf against his neck. The smoothness of her fair skin elicited an unexpected stir of emotions within Tang San, causing his reactions to falter momentarily. As Xiao Wu braced herself against the ground and exerted force with both legs simultaneously, it was too late for Tang San to withstand her strength. After all, a person's neck is fragile, and he was still just a child. If he were to rely solely on his power, he risked injuring his neck. With no other option, he had to allow Xiao Wu to throw him aside. Tang San observed that the way Xiao Wu utilized her legs while supporting herself with her hands effectively amplified her strength, somewhat reminiscent of the technique his father had taught him, which involved leveraging the lower legs for power. As he fell onto his back, Xiao Wu's strength was not overwhelming, and protected by the Shen Tian Gong, he was unharmed. Having thrown Tang San off, Xiao Wu nimbly stood on the ground, turning around to regard him with a playful, enigmatic smile. Rising to his feet, Tang San was not like Wang Shang. Defeat was defeat, and carelessness was no excuse. He understood that Xiao Wu had shown him mercy when she cast him away. Otherwise, the entanglement of her legs around his neck would have been far more perilous. This technique was entirely new to Tang San, as it seemed there was nothing comparable to it in the martial arts of his original world. However, this technique is fraught with peril. Had I reacted a moment sooner, engaging in such close proximity would hardly have posed a challenge to strike at Xiao Wu's form. I lost. Might I inquire what technique you employed? Tang San's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, reflecting on the brevity of his tenure as the leader of the dormitory. Xiao Wu, with a cheerful smile, replied, "I call this technique soft skill. It harnesses the pliability and resilience of the body to execute the move." At that moment, the onlookers from the dormitory stared in astonishment, particularly Wang Shang, who had already found it hard to fathom Tang San's earlier victory over him. Now, witnessing Tang San's defeat at the hands of this enchanting young lady left him wide-eyed with disbelief, contemplating how remarkably skilled this year's work-study students appeared to be. Tang San, having no aspirations for the position of dormitory leader, stated, "According to our dormitory's rules, having bested me, you shall henceforth be the dormitory leader, the chief among us." A glimmer of surprise flickered in Xiao Wu's eyes, quickly yielding to joy. "Leader? That sounds rather enjoyable. Very well, I shall be your leader henceforth. It seems being a work-study student has its merits." Xiao Wu selected a bed beside Tang San, removing her belongings from her back and placing them alongside her school uniform. "Could someone please enlighten me about the affairs of our academy?" she inquired, gazing at the silent assembly. Gradually, the students emerged from their stupor, the swift manner in which Xiao Wu had dispatched Tang San instilling a sense of trepidation within them. It was Wang Shang who finally stepped forward. "We, the work-study students, are primarily responsible for maintaining the cleanliness of the academy, with our specific tasks assigned by dedicated instructors. The academy comprises 6 grades, each containing a class. You, the leader, and Tang San are newcomers, presumably in the 1st grade. The rest of us are at least in the 3rd grade, and I have recently advanced to the 6th grade. Classes are held every morning, with self-cultivation in the afternoon. Typically, there are 2 classes in the morning, one focused on cultural knowledge and the other on the study of martial souls. Most of our work as work-study students occurs in the afternoon, allowing us to earn a modest income to cover our meal expenses." Wang Shang briefly introduced the other students. Among the work-study students, Wang Shang possesses the most exceptional innate martial soul, being not only a beast martial soul but also the strongest among beasts. His soul power has reached level 9, and upon reaching level 10, he will be eligible to participate in soul beast hunts upon graduation, thus acquiring soul rings to enhance his title. After listening to Wang Shang, Xiao Wu glanced at Tang San and inquired, "Tang San, what is your soul power level? I sensed a remarkable strength in you earlier." Tang San, without reservation, replied, "My apparent martial soul may be the most useless, blue-silver grass, but I possess innate full soul power, which accounts for my considerable strength." Innate full soul power? The students gasped in astonishment. Wang Shang felt a sense of balance within himself. It was only natural that Tang San, with superior soul power, would surpass him. In a context where no one possesses soul rings, soul power plays a decisive role. It is no wonder that Tang San's strength exceeds his own. Wang Shang was filled with confidence, pondering to himself that his martial soul was the battle tiger. Once he and Tang San acquired their soul rings and attained the title of Soul Master, he was certain that Tang San's blue-silver grass would prove no match for his battle tiger. Xiao Wu blinked her eyes and murmured something softly. At that moment, a teacher in his 30s entered the room, asking if there were any new work-study students present. "Step forward," he instructed. Both Tang San and Xiao Wu rose from their beds. The teacher had an unremarkable appearance, with light green hair, and he carried a bundle of bedding in his arms. "Which one of you is Tang San?" he inquired. Tang San quickly stepped forward. The teacher introduced himself, saying, "My name is Mo Hen, but you may call me Teacher Mo Tang San. This bedding is provided for you by the master." Tang San accepted the bedding. Although it was not extravagant, a refreshing scent emanated from it, indicating that it was entirely new. It even included a pillow. Clearly, the master had thought of everything for him. Mo Hen continued, "Tang San and Xiao Wu, you are both first-year work-study students. You will be responsible for cleaning the garden on the southern side of the campus. You will earn 10 copper soul coins each day. Remember, you must clean every day and ensure that the clutter is thoroughly cleared. Otherwise, your wages will be deducted. If there is any negligence in your duties, the academy reserves the right to expel you. Is that understood?" Tang San and Xiao Wu nodded simultaneously, indicating their comprehension. Mo Hen added, "Tomorrow is the opening ceremony. Classes will officially commence the day after tomorrow. First-year students will attend class in room 1 on the ground floor of the teaching building. Make sure to arrive on time for class starting the day after tomorrow. From then on, you will continue your regular work. I will conduct inspections periodically. Alright, you may take a break for now. Wang Sheng, as the eldest here, please enlighten them on the rules. Cradling the blanket in his arms, Tang San felt a warm surge within him, and the somewhat rigid visage of his master flashed across his mind. A blanket? This seemed to pose a dilemma. Xiao Wu stared blankly at the blanket in Tang San's hands, a hint of embarrassment flickering in her eyes. The work-study students, often hailing from humble beginnings, were far more sensible than their aristocratic counterparts. A few quick-witted students immediately offered, "Boss, you can use my blanket. I can manage with just half of it." Another chimed in, "Boss, you can take my quilt. I can make do with the blanket." Xiao Wu glanced at the bedding of these work-study students. While it couldn't be classified as filthy, it was certainly tattered and worn. She frowned and remarked, "Please refrain from calling me boss. It makes me feel aged." Wang Sheng replied, "That cannot be changed. It's the rule." Xiao Wu countered, "Since I am the leader, my words should dictate the rules. From now on, you may refer to me as Sister Xiao Wu." As she spoke, her gaze finally settled on the bedding in Tang San's grasp. "Tang San, shall we discuss something?" Tang San paused, realizing that Xiao Wu likely had her eyes on the blanket he held. He was not a petty person, yet this blanket had just been bestowed upon him by his master, and he felt a twinge of reluctance. However, Xiao Wu was a girl. "What shall we discuss?" Xiao Wu proposed, "Your blanket seems quite ample. It shouldn't pose a problem for two to share. How about we push the beds together, and then we can both make use of it?" "Ah, share it together?" Tang San gazed at Xiao Wu, his intellect far surpassing that of a mere 6-year-old child. Although both he and Xiao Wu were still quite young, sharing a bed felt rather inappropriate. "What's wrong with it?" Xiao Wu huffed, "I don't care. Why are you afraid? Do you fear that I might force myself upon you?" It is often said that girls mature faster than boys. Yet this girl before him was only 6. Tang San found himself at a loss for words. Other students observed them, some with envy, others with amusement, all wearing smiles yet refraining from uttering a word. Wachung? Hurry up and bring the bed over. Aren't you strong enough?" Xiao Wu urged impatiently. Tang San instinctively pushed his bed next to hers. Xiao Wu took the bedding from his hands and spread it across the bed. The bedding, designed for adults, was indeed quite large. While it could not entirely cover both beds, it managed to cover over 70%. Xiao Wu placed her bundle at the seam where the two beds met. "Now place your bundle here as well. This will be our boundary. If you cross it, don't blame me for being impolite." Watching Xiao Wu establish the boundary, Tang San felt a sense of relief and quickly nodded, placing his own bundle beside hers. Only then did Xiao Wu drape a blanket over them, thus forming a simple double bed, albeit with a clear demarcation. Wang Sheng announced, "It's time for lunch." "Xiao Wu, Tang San, shall we go together?" Upon hearing the mention of food, Xiao Wu immediately sprang to her feet, excitedly asking, "Great, what delicious food are we having?" Wang Sheng and the other work-study students exchanged glances, smiling wryly. "What good food can we work-study students afford? We can only settle for some cheap meals from the cafeteria." Tang San shook his head and replied, "You all go ahead. I won't be joining. Our family is in dire straits. Tang Hao has spent all his money on liquor. To avoid going hungry, I've brought some provisions, simple flatbreads that I made myself. It suffices to stave off hunger. Once work begins in 2 days, I will start earning a salary." Noticing the patches on Tang San's clothing, Wang Sheng faintly grasped his situation and did not press further. "Sister Xiao Wu, shall we be on our way?" Xiao Wu's excitement suddenly faltered. Does eating cost money? Is it that soul coin thing? Had it not been for her considerable strength, Wang Sheng might have lost his temper. After all, who would expect a free lunch? However, he could discern that this newly appointed leader was likely as financially constrained as Tang San. With a grand gesture, Wang Sheng declared, "Don't worry. For these next few days, your meal expenses will be on me. Tang San, from now on we are dormitory mates. Let us go together. When you have money, you can treat me then." Tang San hesitated briefly but eventually acquiesced. He had never been particularly concerned about money, and Wang Sheng's generous spirit resonated with him. Xiao Wu's face lit up with joy. casting flirtatious glances at Wang Sheng. Yet, recalling her formidable skills, he maintained a prudent distance. After all, she had sported a smile even as she had thrown Tang San, leaving him wary of her unpredictable excitement. Accompanied by Tang San and Xiao Wu, a group of 11 departed from the 7th dormitory, guided by Wang Sheng as they made their way to the cafeteria. The cafeteria, located within the academic building, required traversing the entire training ground. At that moment, the training ground was abuzz with activity, as numerous students clad in the academy's uniforms were heading towards the building, evidently in search of a meal. The cafeteria of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy was spacious enough to accommodate over 300 individuals, including 6 classes and their teachers. A long queue had already formed at the entrance of the cafeteria. The establishment was divided into 2 levels, with the first floor alone offering 300 seats. As they entered the cafeteria, an unpleasant voice rang out. "Isn't that just Wang Sheng and his band of misers?" Tang San turned towards the source of the voice and spotted a group of upperclassmen standing on the staircase between the 1st and 2nd floors, looking down upon them with disdain. The speaker, a seemingly handsome male student of about 11 or 12, cast a scornful glance at Wang Sheng, shaking his finger in derision. "Miserable wretches like you will probably never dine on the 2nd floor." On their way to the cafeteria, Wang Sheng had already informed Xiao Wu about the unwritten rule that the leader of the 7th dormitory would advocate for the work-study students. Xiao Wu had readily agreed. Now, witnessing the provocation, her temper flared. "Who do you think you are? What is so special about the 2nd floor?" A work-study student beside Xiao Wu whispered in her ear. "The 2nd floor is an exclusive dining area with a separate menu. The prices are exorbitant, and we truly cannot afford it." Xiao Wu's physique was comparable to Tang San's. Previously obscured by Wang Sheng, she now stepped forward, catching the attention of the students on the staircase. The male student who spoke immediately brightened at the sight of her. What a beautiful little girl, though unfortunately just a work-study student. "Wang Sheng, I'm heading to eat now. Consider this your reprieve." With that, a group of them ascended the stairs towards the 2nd floor. Xiao Wu lifted her foot to pursue, but was swiftly halted by Tang San. "Never mind, we are here to eat." Xiao Wu cast a disdainful glance at Tang San, questioning his timidity. Tang San offered no explanation and simply joined the end of the queue for food. According to the Tang Sect's rules, no disciple of the Tang Sect shall easily provoke trouble, but if one is confronted with aggression, a swift and fierce retaliation is permitted. From an adult's perspective, the students in this academy, regardless of their personalities, were merely a group of children. Tang San, a time-traveling adult, had no interest in clashing with a child barely over 10 years of age. However, Xiao Wu's demeanor only garnered more admiration from Wang Sheng. At that moment, Tang San spotted a familiar face and hurried over. "Teacher, you're here for a meal as well." It was none other than Master. He nodded in acknowledgement and asked, "Have you tidied everything up?" Tang San respectfully replied, "Thank you for the bedding, teacher." The Master patted his shoulder and said, "Come with me to the 2nd floor for lunch. Then I will show you around my place." Tang San shook his head. "No, teacher, I prefer to eat with my roommates." He had never desired to be an unconventional individual. The Master, without insistence, nodded and said, "Well, you are correct in your actions. Go ahead and wait for me at the cafeteria entrance after your meal." With that, he ascended to the 2nd floor. For reasons unknown, Tang San felt a resemblance between the Master and his father. Although his father spoke little and the Master was more loquacious, both exuded a unique aura. This was particularly evident with the Master. Even when he smiled, there was an air of seriousness about him. Wang Sheng approached Tang San and inquired, "Do you know the Master?" Tang San nodded and replied, "He is my teacher." Wang Sheng, with an unusual expression, remarked, "Really? You revere the Master as your mentor? His abilities are rather unimpressive. In our academy, he holds merely a guest status. It is said that he remains here due to his favorable relationship with the principal. To put it bluntly, he is merely a freeloader. Rumor has it that, nearing 50, he has yet to break through the Great Soul Master level, with his martial spirit only at rank 29. It is unlikely he will ever surpass that." Tang San lifted his gaze, looking sternly at Wang Sheng. "If you do not wish to spar with me again, please refrain from making reckless judgments about my teacher. This is the first time, and I hope it will be the last. Thank you for your concern, but I believe it is unnecessary for you to treat me. With that, he turned and walked towards the cafeteria's exit. Wang Shang was taken aback by Tang San's intense reaction, momentarily stunned. Xiao Wu and the other students were equally perplexed by his response. For Tang San, the phrase "once a teacher, forever a father" was not mere rhetoric. Having taken the master as his mentor, he felt a genuine respect for him. Had it been someone other than the seemingly amiable Wang Shang who remarked that the master was indulging in free meals, he might have resorted to violence. Wang Shang, feeling somewhat vexed, muttered in confusion, "What a mystery. Is this lad unhinged?" Xiao Wu gazed at Tang San's departing figure. Although he still donned patched clothing, there was an unintentional aura of stature about his slender frame. After what felt like an eternity, the master finally emerged from the cafeteria, accompanied by a middle-aged man of similar age. The man, clad in a long robe, possessed a more handsome visage than the master, with a slightly protruding chin and a gentle smile gracing his face. "Come along, Xiao San," the master greeted Tang San, who stood by the cafeteria entrance. The middle-aged man chuckled. "So, this is your newly accepted disciple?" The master nodded in affirmation. The man gave the master a friendly pat on the shoulder, saying, "Very well, I wish you success. I shall take my leave now." With a final glance at Tang San, he departed in another direction. The master's residence was situated in a modest room on the top floor corner of the dormitory, measuring only about 30 square meters. The interior was quite simple, save for a bookshelf that occupied 2 walls, lined with a myriad of books that captivated Tang San's attention. The master retrieved a paper bag from his pocket and handed it to Tang San, saying, "Go ahead and eat. It's vital to nourish your growing body. The food here is rather lacking." Tang San was momentarily taken aback as he opened the bag to find 2 chicken legs and a steamed bun, still warm to the touch. "Teacher, please let's eat quickly. After our meal, I have something to discuss with you." "Time is of the essence when one is young," the master said calmly yet solemnly. The coarse bread was hardly filling, and with a good appetite, Tang San swiftly consumed all the food the master had provided. The master poured him a cup of water and then took a seat at his desk. "You are 6 years old, with innate full spirit power and dual martial souls. Release your other martial soul. I wish to see it." Tang San nodded, knowing the master was already aware of his dual martial souls, leaving no room for concealment. He raised his left hand, and a surge of black light erupted, coalescing into a small hammer. Upon seeing the hammer in Tang San's hand, the master abruptly rose from his seat, his eyes filled with profound excitement. He stared intently at the hammer, murmuring, Tang San of the Tang family. "Enough. Please conceal your martial soul. Do not reveal it carelessly before others. Without my permission, never attach a spirit ring to this martial soul. This is paramount for you to remember." Tang San gazed at the master with some surprise, recalling that his father had advised him similarly. "Why must I not attach a spirit ring to this martial soul?" The excitement in the master's eyes gradually faded. "What does your father do?" Tang San replied, "He is the village blacksmith." "A blacksmith?" The master's gaze turned peculiar, and with a sigh, he shook his head. "A blacksmith and a hammer are indeed a perfect match. It is not yet the time to divulge everything to you. You must simply remember that the current restriction on your ability to utilize this martial soul and to attach a soul ring is merely a consideration for your future. This is a crucial point to bear in mind. Both my father and my teacher have expressed this sentiment, which has further solidified Tang San's trust in the master." "I will remember," he replied. The master continued, "Tomorrow marks the commencement ceremony, and the following day, formal classes will begin. However, for you, this is merely a delay. The immediate priority is to ensure that your martial soul can continue its cultivation. After accepting you as my disciple this morning, I reflected carefully, and early tomorrow, you shall accompany me away from the academy. I will guide you in search of a suitable soul ring, enabling your advancement to the rank of soul master." Upon hearing this, Tang San was filled with joy. Only after acquiring a soul ring could he ascertain whether his Shen-Tian skill was hindered by it. The master's plan aligned perfectly with his desires, and he promptly agreed. Tang San remarked, "Everyone claims it to be a useless martial soul. However, I believe that everything possesses a certain utility and distinctive characteristics. Even the most common blue-silver grass must be no exception. The master nodded in satisfaction and stated, "Indeed, every martial soul possesses its unique traits. In my research, I have found that low-ranking martial souls represent a significant portion of my studies. I have always maintained that there are no useless martial souls, only individuals who fail to utilize them effectively. Tomorrow we shall embark on the quest for your soul ring. But for now, you must determine the developmental trajectory of your martial soul." Tang San was momentarily taken aback. "The developmental trajectory of my martial soul? Master, what do you mean?" The master replied, "This necessitates a classification of the martial souls themselves. In a broad sense, there are two primary categories of martial souls: beast martial souls and weapon martial souls. Plant-type martial souls are also encompassed within the category of weapon martial souls. For instance, both of your martial souls are classified as weapon martial souls. The most significant distinction between weapon and beast martial souls lies in their manifestation. When employed, beast martial souls confer the power of the beast onto the user, akin to an embodiment effect. This fusion of human and beast martial souls enhances one's strength, enabling the amalgamation of human and soul to launch an attack. Conversely, weapon martial souls operate entirely independently of the user. Consequently, the auxiliary nature of weapon martial souls surpasses that of beast martial souls. To illustrate, if your martial soul were a rice plant, the longest grain of food we commonly consume, it could serve as sustenance. Moreover, as it is formed from soul power, its efficacy would exceed that of ordinary rice. Tang San, astonished, inquired, "Can martial souls be consumed?" The master affirmed with a nod, "Food-type weapon martial souls can indeed be ingested. Therefore, high-ranking food-type weapon soul masters are perpetually sought after by the military. The provisions supplied by a food-type weapon soul master exceeding level 30 are sufficient to sustain 100 warriors, significantly mitigating resource consumption within the army." Tang San, still perplexed, remarked, "I still do not comprehend." The master patiently explained, "This principle is quite simple. Food serves as an energy supplement for all living beings, and soul power is a form of energy as well. When soul power can transform into energy that can be absorbed by humans, it becomes indistinguishable from actual food, as both provide the energy essential for the human body." Tang San listened with a somewhat vague understanding, yet he grasped the general essence of the discourse. Essentially, he understood that weapon spirits are predominantly utilized for auxiliary purposes. Correct? The master elucidated, "Nothing is absolute. Some wielders of weapon spirits can indeed become battle soul masters. For instance, if your weapon spirit manifests as a sword, which can serve as an armament, you can also ascend to the status of a battle soul master. The so-called divine artifacts mentioned outside are, in fact, the culmination of a weapon spirit master's cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of their spirit, thus earning the title of divine artifact. Although there exists a distinction between weapon soul masters and battle soul masters, there are indeed commonalities between the two. Every soul master has a trajectory for development, such as food systems, reconnaissance systems, combat systems, healing systems, control systems, and so forth. Now, before acquiring a soul ring, you must first determine the future direction of your weapon spirit's development. The cultivation of a soul master's weapon spirit must progress towards a singular path. To be continued, Chapter 7. Xiao Wu, do you still want to? Part 1. This implies that when obtaining soul rings in the future, one should strive to acquire soul rings with similar abilities. They need not be identical but should align in a broader sense. This is to prevent conflicts among one's soul rings that could inadvertently hamper one's own strength. At this juncture, a faint smirk appeared on the master's face. Many believe that blue silvergrass is a worthless weapon spirit. However, through years of research, I have discovered that blue silvergrass possesses its own unique utility. Had the soul power generated during its awakening not been exceedingly feeble, even becoming a battle soul master would not have been an impossibility. Tang San nodded and said, "Master, you are an expert in the study of martial souls. Since you have such profound knowledge of the blue silvergrass, I humbly request your guidance." The master, not one to be overly formal, regarded Tang San merely as a child, and his inquiry was merely symbolic in nature. Upon the mention of martial souls, the master's demeanor visibly brightened, and he slowly nodded, saying, "Based on my conceptual framework and comprehensive analysis of the blue silver grass, I recommend that you develop your abilities in the direction of control-type martial souls. The control type can be considered as a battle spirit master or a tool spirit master, existing in a state that oscillates between the two. Control type? Tang San inquired. Master, what abilities does the control type possess? The master explained. A control-type soul master utilizes their martial soul to restrain opponents, achieving either supportive or offensive objectives. For instance, take your blue silver grass as an example. Although it is inherently weak, it is not devoid of advantages. Does the blue silver grass possess advantages? After awakening his martial soul, Tang San had meticulously observed the natural form of this grass, yet found nothing remarkable, only its vigorous life force, which was quite commonplace. The master raised his right hand, extending a finger, and said, "Firstly, the consumption of soul power when utilizing the blue-silver grass is remarkably minimal, even less than that of food-type martial souls. This means you can extensively employ it while relying on your own soul power." Tang San nodded in agreement. The master was indeed correct, as the soul power consumption of the blue-silver grass was negligible during its minor release. If one were to inject their martial spirit, the blue-silver grass would need to grow to a length exceeding 10 meters for him to feel even a modicum of strain on his soul power. The master extended a second finger, noting that the blue-silver grass is exceedingly ordinary, hence its deceptive nature is considerably more pronounced compared to other martial spirits, particularly for those soul beasts of lesser intellect. Even if one were to summon their martial spirit in their presence, they might remain oblivious to it. As he extended a third finger, he continued, "The developmental potential of the blue-silver grass is vast. Due to its inherent simplicity, it can evolve in numerous directions, and its inherent fragility ensures that it does not reject any attribute-based soul rings." Can martial spirits truly reject soul rings? Tang San inquired, astonished. The master replied, "Indeed. If a martial spirit's attributes conflict with those of the soul ring, attempting to integrate the soul ring with the martial spirit will result in a rejection phenomenon. For instance, beast martial spirits find it exceedingly difficult to assimilate soul rings that possess toxic attributes. Although martial spirits are energy entities, they are, in a certain sense, also living beings, representing another manifestation of the host's life. If one were to forcibly impose a toxic soul ring, they would likely succumb to poisoning themselves. Few beast martial spirits can absorb toxins without transferring them to the host. However, the blue-silver grass is different. Being a plant and inherently weak, it finds absorbing toxins to be quite effortless. As he extended a fourth finger, he emphasized that there exists a fourth advantage inherent in you, innate full soul power. The reason why no formidable blue-silver grass soul master has ever emerged in the Dolua continent primarily lies in the minuscule soul power that the blue-silver grass martial soul imparts upon its host upon awakening. The innate soul power is directly proportional to the speed of cultivation. Thus, possessing an inherently weak soul power makes it exceedingly difficult to reach higher levels of cultivation, and consequently, hunting soul beasts becomes increasingly arduous in the later stages of training. However, you are different. With innate full soul power, it matters not whether this power is derived from the blue-silver grass or another martial soul, such as a hammer. It will not hinder your ability to utilize it with the blue-silver grass. Therefore, cultivating the blue-silver grass is undoubtedly advantageous for you. Tang San silently marveled. It was no wonder that he was referred to as the master, and he felt entirely justified in choosing to apprentice under him. Even such an ordinary blue-silver grass could, through his analysis, reveal an abundance of merits. This clearly demonstrated the depth of his research into martial souls. The notion that such an erudite martial soul researcher was merely a theoretical eccentric, as asserted by some teachers, was utterly ludicrous. The master, visibly animated, continued, "Through my meticulous study, I have concluded that the development of the blue-silver grass martial soul towards a control system is most beneficial. The grass is pliable, allowing for versatile manipulation into various forms, the simplest being its use as a rope to ensnare foes." Tang San interjected, "But the blue-silver grass is so frail, it would snap with a mere struggle. How could it possibly restrain anyone?" The master replied, "That is precisely the direction of development. By advancing towards the control system, your selection of soul rings should focus on two aspects. Firstly, resilience, and secondly, toxicity. As one's soul power elevates, so too does the strength of their martial spirit. When one infuses additional soul power into the blue-silver grass, it becomes significantly more resilient than its natural counterpart. In the future, with the added effects of soul rings, ensnaring foes will prove effortless. Furthermore, should the blue-silver grass possess a toxic effect, it can indeed serve an offensive purpose. In this moment, Tang San comprehended fully the potential of restraining enemies while inflicting toxins. If the blue-silver grass could truly achieve this, then his hidden weapons would no longer target moving objects but rather stationary ones. However, all of this hinges upon his understanding of the relationship between soul power, soul rings, and his own Shentian skill. After all, his so-called innate full soul power was cultivated through Shentian skill, rather than stemming from the awakening of his martial spirit. Unbeknownst to Tang San, the hammer among his two martial spirits was meant to endow him with soul power. Yet, due to the influence of the blue-silver grass, a negative anomaly arose between the two martial spirits. Additionally, the process of integrating his cultivated Shentian skill with his martial spirit seemingly resulted in an absence of soul power during the awakening. Even if there was some soul power present, it could not manifest, for he had already attained the level of innate full soul power. Before acquiring any additional soul rings, his soul power could not progress further. After departing from the master's chamber, Tang San found himself in a state of profound contemplation. The master's discourse was far clearer than any prior explanations he had encountered regarding martial spirits. During the course of that afternoon, through the master's elucidation, Tang San gained a considerable understanding of the profession of soul master. Soul masters are categorized into two primary types: battle soul masters and weapon soul masters. Within these two categories, there exist various subtypes, including food, control, combat, and healing. The strength of a soul master is intricately linked to their soul rings and soul power, representing a mutually reinforcing growth process. This was all that Tang San had comprehended thus far. He recognized that to acquire further knowledge about soul masters, he must continue to learn under the guidance of the master. The master's swift decision to take him to obtain his first soul ring brought Tang San immense joy. Once he possessed his first soul ring, regardless of the circumstances, he would undoubtedly ascertain the relationship between his Shentian skill and the martial souls of this world. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found it empty, with no one around to discern what they were engaged in. Tang San had feasted twice at midday, and although twilight was approaching, he felt no hunger. Having traveled during the day had left him somewhat fatigued, and he soon succumbed to slumber. After an indeterminate passage of time, an unexpected voice roused Tang San from his sleep. Despite his relatively low cultivation level, his alertness was still notable. Instinctively opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a charming visage. Xiao Wu gazed at Tang San and remarked, "It's not even evening yet, and you're already asleep. Will you still sleep tonight?" Tang San hurriedly sat up, feeling somewhat embarrassed, as Xiao Wu was perched at the boundary between their two beds, smiling at him. With a playful grin, Xiao Wu said, "What of crossing boundaries? I'm a girl. You ought to yield to me, don't you think? Of course, you absolutely must not cross the line." Gazing at her rosy little face, Tang San felt an overwhelming desire to pinch it, yet he ultimately restrained himself. "Where are we going?" Xiao Wu inquired with curiosity. Tang San, not wishing to conceal anything, explained that their teacher had informed him that his soul power had reached its maximum capacity, and that he should promptly acquire his first soul ring to continue his training. He was preparing to take her to find a suitable one. As the dormitory leader of their 7th dorm, it was essential for him to inform her, even though he was uncertain how long he would be away, and this was also related to the earlier conflict with Wang Sheng. At that moment, he lacked the inclination to deal with Wang Sheng. Upon hearing Tang San's intention to obtain a soul ring, the expressions of the other students, aside from Xiao Wu, instantly transformed into envy. For soul masters, there is nothing more significant than advancing in rank. The difference between a level 10 soul master and an 11 is merely a single level in soul power, yet in terms of strength and status they are worlds apart. This disparity becomes even more pronounced at higher levels. Xiao Wu frowned and remarked, "You're leaving before school has even started. Is the soul ring truly that important?" Before Tang San could respond, Xiao Wu noticed a peculiar atmosphere surrounding them. The other students were regarding her with expressions akin to that one would reserve for a monster. Was the soul ring important? Was that even a question? For soul masters, nothing surpasses the importance of a soul ring. Go if you must, but what will happen to our work as students? If you leave, I will have to shoulder all the responsibilities alone, she said, looking at Tang San with a pout. A hint of a smile finally appeared on Xiao Wu's face. All right then, it's settled. Tang San's evening meal consisted once again of coarse cakes. As dusk descended, all the work-study students had settled onto their beds, commencing their arduous cultivation of soul power. Unlike the regular students, the work-study students faced a more demanding path. Though their innate talents may be modest, the cultivation of their martial souls represented their sole avenue to a promising future. Through careful observation, Tang San noted that the postures adopted by these students during their soul cultivation were akin to his own meditative practices, with faint waves of soul power emanating from their bodies. Yet, he remained curious about the intricacies of their genuine cultivation methods. Only Xiao Wu was restless. She eschewed any form of cultivation herself. Just as Tang San finished his coarse cakes, she eagerly tugged at him, insisting they venture outside for a stroll. In the past, Tang San would have dedicated this time to practicing the Shantian skill. However, having reached a plateau in his training, he could only practice the purple extreme magic eyes at dawn. Unable to withstand Xiao Wu's persistent urging, he reluctantly accompanied her out of the dormitory. Xiao San, look at all the stars in the sky, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her exuberance evident as she bounced about, embodying the vivacity characteristic of children her age. She called him Xiao San rather than Xiao Sanzi, and being a girl, he felt no inclination to correct her. With a hint of resignation, he asked, "Did you drag me out here just to gaze at the stars?" By this point, there were few students or teachers visible outside the dormitory building, and it was only later that Tang San realized that cultivating after dark was a time-honored tradition among soul masters. Xiao Wu replied with a playful grin, "No, of course not. I want to have another match with you. Earlier, I struck first, which could scarcely be considered fair play. Your expression suggests a degree of dissatisfaction, so I shall grant you another opportunity." It is rare to encounter a girl as fiercely competitive as Xiao Wu, yet she perfectly aligns with Tang San's preferences. In an instant, his spirit was invigorated. Very well, let the challenge commence. With a smile, Xiao Wu playfully traced her finger across her cheek, teasingly warning him not to shed tears when she eventually bests him. "Are you ready?" Tang San momentarily lost his focus at her adorable demeanor, but quickly regained his composure. "Let us begin." As she approached, a mischievous grin graced her face, and she advanced toward him. Indeed, she was coming closer, yet not to launch an attack. Tang San furrowed his brow and inquired, "What are you doing? Were we not to spar?" At this point, Xiao Wu stood less than a meter away from him. Although they were still children, not yet fully grown, she continued to step forward, having lost the distance necessary for a leg strike. From the perspective of their martial spirits, Tang San understood that since Xiao Wu's spirit was that of a rabbit, her greatest strength lay in her legs, which had been evident during their earlier encounter. Now, having compromised her position for a kick, what was her intent? Xiao Wu nodded and replied with a grin, "Yes, I am here to spar with you." Just as Tang San pondered her motives, Xiao Wu suddenly tossed her head, her scorpion braid transforming into a dark shadow that lunged toward his neck. As Xiao Wu's hands rose in unison with her braids, Tang San suddenly realized that her hands had already ascended. Just as his hand was about to brush against her flowing locks, Xiao Wu unexpectedly tilted her head back, her scorpion braid gracefully soaring past Tang San's palm, while her own hand pressed against his. Xiao Wu's hand was soft and radiant, akin to touching a cloud of cotton. However, Tang San found little pleasure in this exquisite sensation, for he was alarmed to witness an astonishing twist in her arm, which not only ensnared his hand but also instantaneously extended to wrap around his forearm. Simultaneously, her other hand lifted as well, encircling his other hand, while the elevated scorpion braid descended like a third hand, coiling around Tang San's neck. Though Xiao Wu's arms appeared delicate and rosy, they possessed remarkable resilience. Despite Tang San's strength, he was unable to free himself from her binding grip. He attempted to leap backward with all his might, yet Xiao Wu's body floated effortlessly alongside him, as if made of the lightest cotton. Even the most exquisite techniques of evasion had become futile in this moment. In a desperate bid to evade Xiao Wu's scorpion braid, Tang San abruptly tilted his head back and leaned backward, employing a bridge stance to sidestep her grasp. Meanwhile, The Shantian skill surged forth, but fearing he might harm Xiao Wu, he wielded only 50% of his strength. To his astonishment, just as Tang San summoned his power, Xiao Wu's hands suddenly released their hold. Instantly, he felt a tremendous force emanating from his waist, throwing him off balance and sending him crashing backward. How about that? Are you convinced? Xiao Wu lowered her gaze towards Tang San, her face alight with delight. If the first time she had toppled him had elicited little more than indifference, this encounter left him feeling quite vexed. Judging by sheer strength, Xiao Wu appeared significantly weaker than himself. However, her unconventional approach to combat was utterly confounding. Tang San, lacking in extensive battle experience, found himself ensnared. Unwilling to concede, he resolved to try again. Observing Xiao Wu, a wave of defiance surged within him. Xiao Wu, brimming with confidence, taunted, "Do you wish to continue? But I shan't afford you the opportunity. If you possess the skill, free yourself first. What are you two doing? Hurry up," came a disapproving voice from across the way. Both Xiao Wu and Tang San turned in unison to see a female teacher striding towards them, her expression one of indignation. Indeed, their current posture was rather unbecoming. Tang San lay flat on the ground, arms sprawled outwards, while Xiao Wu perched upon his waist, hands pressing down on his shoulders as she peered down at him. Although they were but children, the position was undeniably. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed crimson, and she promptly leapt off Tang San. Seizing the moment, Tang San rolled over and sprang to his feet. Feeling it his duty as a boy to clarify the situation, he opened his mouth to speak, but Xiao Wu interjected, "Teacher, we were merely engaging in a friendly spar." Engaging in a spar while lying on the ground? What sort of conduct is this? How have your parents raised you? It seems you must be first graders this year. At such a tender age, indulging in flirtatious antics, what will become of you when you grow up? The teacher's reprimand echoed in the ears of the two like the popping of beans. Tang San cast a furtive glance at Xiao Wu, who was also looking at him, playfully sticking out her tongue. Upon hearing the teacher mention parents, Tang San could not help but exclaim, "Teacher, we are genuinely engaged in a sparring session of soul skills." The term soul skills had been freshly imparted to him by Wang Shang during the day, and he was now adeptly applying it. The female teacher cast him a disdainful glance and remarked, "You have only just entered the academy. What soul skills could you possibly possess? If you are to fabricate a tale, at least make it plausible. Come, accompany me to the academic affairs office." "We shall not go," Tang San and Xiao Wu replied almost in unison. Tang San earnestly insisted, "Teacher, we are truly honing our soul skills. How about we demonstrate for you?" Xiao Wu, thumping her chest confidently, added, "Allow me to show you. Teacher, if you do not believe us, I shall spar with you as well." Before the female teacher could react, Xiao Wu had already leaped into action. True to her rabbit martial spirit, she soared impressively high, more than a meter off the ground, her hands reaching directly for the teacher's neck. The unexpected height of Xiao Wu's leap startled the teacher, who instinctively raised her arms to shield herself from the incoming assault. Tang San chuckled inwardly, sensing that the teacher was about to face a miscalculation. While he was uncertain of Xiao Wu's full capabilities, he was acutely aware of his own strength. Despite his Shen Tiangong not having advanced, his inherent physical power combined with the peak of the first level of Shen Tiangong ensured that even an opponent with slightly superior capabilities would not stand a chance against his Tang Sect martial arts. However, Xiao Wu had just triumphed over him, her soul skills being remarkably peculiar and enigmatic. Anyone encountering them for the first time would likely find themselves at a disadvantage. Indeed, the female instructor's hands were ensnared almost immediately by Xiao Wu's arms, followed swiftly by her scorpion tail, which deftly wrapped around the instructor's neck. Given that this was a junior soul master academy, the instructors generally possessed abilities commensurate with that of a great soul master, typically around level 25. Generally speaking, soul masters below level 30 are almost incapable of possessing their own soul skills. In terms of combat techniques, these instructors were vastly inferior to Tang San. Faced with two first-year students, the female instructor naturally had no intention of utilizing her martial spirit. Moreover, she was primarily an auxiliary soul master. Thus, in a single exchange, she had already suffered considerable losses. Xiao Wu's scorpion tail accurately ensnared the instructor's neck, while her arms bound the instructor's hands. At the same moment, her legs propelled forward, striking the instructor's abdomen. As these actions unfolded almost simultaneously, the instructor's upper body was violently thrust back, with the scorpion tail and arms pulling forcefully. A faint white light could be discerned surrounding Xiao Wu. In a gasp of surprise, the instructor lost her balance, and Xiao Wu's hands released just in time to execute a backflip, propelling the instructor's body a good 3 meters away. The instructor landed heavily on the ground. Even though the female teacher was shielded by her spirit power, she was momentarily disoriented, unable to discern her bearings. Xiao Wu approached the teacher, her large eyes blinking innocently, and asked, "Teacher, are you all right?" The teacher, gathering her spirit power with great effort, finally managed to rise. Observing Xiao Wu, her gaze revealed a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. It was indeed a soul skill. Otherwise, how could someone so young have the strength to send her flying? Moreover, when Xiao Wu had ensnared her, her hands had suddenly exhibited remarkable flexibility, a clear indication of a martial spirit enhancement. Who exactly was this girl? The teacher might have dismissed Xiao Wu, confident that she could subdue the child while utilizing her martial spirit, but she could not overlook the girl's origins. Typically, powerful soul masters on the continent inherited their martial spirits through their families, and for someone so young to possess a soul skill indicated the extraordinary nature of her martial spirit. The teacher felt a pang of anxiety. She was merely a great soul master, while this child might be backed by a soul master sect's power, something far beyond her reach as a commoner. You all, in the future, please practice away from the training grounds and ensure a teacher is present for protection, understood? The teacher issued her brief admonition and left, her face covered in dust. She resolved to investigate this girl's background the following day. As the teacher's figure receded, Tang San quietly inquired of Xiao Wu, "What was that move you just executed? It seemed quite formidable." With a hint of pride, Xiao Wu declared, "I have held back. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. That technique is known as the rabbit kick eagle, and it is my most cherished skill." At this point, she suddenly cast a vigilant glance at Tang San and asked, "Why are you inquiring so thoroughly? Are you planning to devise countermeasures for the future?" Tang San shook his head helplessly and replied, "You are clearly judging my intentions with a narrow mindset." Xiao Wu retorted angrily, "Do you dare to call me petty? Let us continue our sparring." Tang San looked at Xiao Wu, feeling somewhat speechless. It seemed she had become addicted to teasing him. However, since a duel was at hand, he had no reason to be fearful. He beckoned her with a finger, inviting her to proceed. Having learned from their previous encounters, Tang San was determined not to allow her to ensnare him so easily. He understood that maintaining distance was the most effective strategy against an opponent like Xiao Wu, who excelled in close combat. In a flash, he swiftly retreated, creating several meters of space between them. Xiao Wu snorted, "You think I fear your speed?" With that, she leaped into action, lunging toward Tang San. He smiled slightly. This time he was well prepared. If he allowed Xiao Wu to toss him aside once more, all his years of training would have been in vain. A faint glimmer of purple flickered in his eyes as the purple extreme demon eyes activated instinctively. Under the influence of this technique, Xiao Wu's movements appeared to slow significantly in his perception. With a quick step, he effortlessly sidestepped her lunge, evading her grasp by 2 meters, well beyond the reach of her braids and long legs. Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback. Known for her agility, she found Tang San's speed deceptive. Although it appeared slow, it was precisely swift enough to evade her attacks. For her, the essence of her favored grappling techniques hinged on making contact with her opponent. Yet Tang San denied her that opportunity. Naturally, Xiao Wu would not concede easily. With a nimble somersault, she quickened her pace, her limbs flailing as she pursued Tang San. Taking a deep breath, Tang San activated his Shen-Tian skill, channeling it into his legs as he employed the ghostly shadow steps, engaging in a dance of evasion upon the open grounds of the playground. The ghostly shadow steps were remarkably intricate. Though Tang San's movements seemed unhurried, each step was imbued with profound wisdom. Regardless of how swiftly Xiao Wu approached from any direction, he consistently maneuvered in the most opportune manner, denying her the chance to close the distance. This exemplified the true essence of the Tang Sect's martial arts. Their warriors did not rely solely on direct combat, for it was the art of concealed weaponry that they mastered. Utilizing lightness skills in conjunction with hidden armaments formed the lethal advantage of the Tang Sect disciples. As they engaged in this cat-and-mouse chase, they traversed half the playground within moments. Xiao Wu, beginning to feel the strain, could not catch up to Tang San. "Hey, you're being unfair." Frustrated, she ceased her pursuit, standing with her hands on her hips, her wide eyes glaring at Tang San. "We are sparring, not playing hide and seek. What's this evasion all about? If you have the skill, then attack me." Tang San smiled slightly. "Very well, but do be careful." As he spoke, he casually picked up a few stones from the edge of the playground, clenching one in his palm. "I shall aim for your left shoulder." With that, one stone was sent soaring through the air. Xiao Wu let out a soft snort, her body swaying to the right as she deftly dodged. 3 stones simultaneously soared from Tang San's hand, targeting her right shoulder, left calf, and right calf. The first stone indeed aimed for Xiao Wu's left shoulder, and as she observed the 3 stones seemingly flying in unison, a thought crossed her mind. This fellow must be deceiving me. Instead of retreating, she surged forward with sudden acceleration, lunging towards Tang San while raising her hands defensively before her chest, convinced that they were merely pebbles that could be easily swatted away. However, to her astonishment, just as the stones were about to reach her within striking distance, they abruptly veered apart, tracing 3 arcs as they flew in different directions. With the proximity so close, there was no time left for her to react. Ouch! Ouch! The 3 stones landed precisely on her right shoulder, left calf, and right calf. Although Tang San had not infused the stones with his Xian Tiangong, the impact still caused Xiao Wu to feel a sharp sting. "You dare to strike me with stones?" she exclaimed. Unbeknownst to her, this was Tang San's first genuine encounter with an opponent utilizing hidden weapons since arriving in this world. He employed the technique known as Lao Yen Fenfei from the secret techniques of hidden weapons in the Shen Tian Bao Lu. While it appeared simple, the finesse contained within was exceptionally intricate. Due to the constraints of the Xian Tiangong, Tang San could only barely employ 2 or 3 of the techniques from the secret techniques of hidden weapons, with Lao Yen Fenfei being the one he mastered most proficiently. "You allow me to fall, yet prohibit me from using stones? This time you have lost. That doesn't count, that doesn't count. Let's go again." Xiao Wu firmly believed that as long as she was prepared, she would never again be struck by Tang San. "Xiao Wu, if you still wish to continue, then let us proceed." The sparring went on for quite an extended period. As for the outcome, when Tang San departed from the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy with his master early the next morning, he was still murmuring about the thrill of battling moving targets. That night, however, nothing significant transpired between them, as they were utterly exhausted from their rigorous training. At dawn, while the majority of the faculty and students at Nodding Academy remained ensconced in slumber, 2 figures, one tall and one short, had already exited the academy gates. "Master, where are we headed to find soul beasts?" These words came from the duo of master and disciple, Tang San and his mentor. "We are off to the soul-hunting forest, located 400 miles northeast of Nodding City. It is a place where the Empire nurtures soul beasts, and you are certain to find one that suits you." Today, the master donned a vigorous outfit, which lent him an air of gallantry. Yet, his rigid countenance still exuded a sense of disharmony. "Is it truly possible to nurture soul beasts? Master, please enlighten me about the knowledge of soul beasts." The master nodded and replied, "Naturally, higher-level soul beasts cannot be nurtured, but lower-level ones can. Soul beasts are creatures imbued with soul power. The longer they exist, the stronger they become. Generally speaking, we categorize soul beasts into 5 tiers based on their age: 10-year soul beasts, 100-year soul beasts, 1,000-year soul beasts, 10,000-year soul beasts, and 100,000-year soul beasts. The meaning is quite straightforward. A soul beast that has cultivated for over 10 years is classified as a 10-year soul beast, and so forth. The differentiation of soul rings follows the same principle. Soul rings of varying ages are easily identifiable by their colors. In this context, the soul rings of 10-year spirit beasts are white, those of 100-year spirit beasts are yellow, the soul rings of 1,000-year spirit beasts are purple, while 10,000-year spirit beasts possess black soul rings, and the soul rings of 100,000-year spirit beasts are red. The spirit beasts that are cultivated in fixed environments by the state, intended for soul masters to hunt, predominantly consist of 10-year and 100-year varieties, with thousand-year spirit beasts being a rare occurrence. Chapter 8. The Soul Guidance Device. The Bright Moonlit Night at 24 Bridges, Part 1. Teacher. The longer the cultivation time of a spirit beast, the stronger its power becomes, and consequently, the more profound the effects of its soul ring. In what ways does this strength manifest? Tang San inquired. The master's rigid visage broke into a familiar, albeit unappealing, smile. That is an excellent question. The distinction in soul rings produced by spirit beasts of varying levels primarily lies in the additional attributes they confer upon the soul master and the capabilities of their skills. For instance, from a quantitative perspective, if your blue silvergrass martial soul is oriented towards control-type soul master abilities, acquiring a 10-year soul ring that corresponds with your attributes would enhance your control over the blue silvergrass by 10. However, should you obtain a 100-year soul ring, your control would increase by 100. This principle continues to escalate accordingly. Thus, whenever feasible, all soul masters strive to pursue more formidable martial souls. Tang San, with a hint of confusion, remarked, "Does this not imply that those with greater influence can acquire superior soul rings? Those nobles could easily utilize their family power to hunt for stronger soul rings for themselves." The master's eyes glimmered with approval, indicating that your contemplation has been thorough. However, the reality is far more intricate than it appears. The additional requirements for a spirit ring are exceedingly stringent. Firstly, it must be obtained from a spirit beast that one has personally vanquished. Only then can the corresponding spirit ring be acquired. The spirit ring exists for a fleeting moment, losing its efficacy if not attached within the span of 1 hour. Secondly, spirit beasts are remarkably proud creatures, refusing to be captured. Should they sustain severe injuries at the hands of an adversary, they would rather choose self-destruction through the detonation of their spirit energy than submit to captivity. This effectively eliminates the scenario you described. Even if one hires someone to hunt a spirit beast, the absence of a personal killing blow would render the acquisition of the spirit ring exceedingly difficult. However, this is not an absolute rule. The cunning of humanity surpasses that of spirit beasts. The most effective strategy for hunting spirit beasts involves forming a group to approach their habitat, ensuring that the final blow is delivered by oneself, thus securing the spirit ring. Hence, the nobility and those with influence do indeed possess certain advantages in this endeavor. For instance, as a mere level 10 spirit master with your current spirit power, you can only absorb the spirit ring of a century-old spirit beast at best. Should you aspire to absorb a millennium-level spirit ring, the outcome would be catastrophic. Your body would be unable to withstand its formidable power and would meet destruction. During the absorption of a spirit ring, no external force can provide assistance. One must rely solely on their own strength. Consider this. Those who require the aid of others to hunt the spirit beasts they seek are unlikely to possess the resilience necessary. Even absorbing a spirit ring that is suitable for their level and within manageable limits could result in devastating repercussions. Tang San, remember that this world is just, and to achieve what you desire, one must exert commensurate effort. Taking shortcuts is the act of the mediocre. The theory of martial souls I have studied is merely to facilitate the journey of soul masters along this arduous path, empowering them to grow stronger under equal circumstances. Do you comprehend this? Tang San nodded earnestly. He was not one to rely on cunning. It was through steadfast effort that one truly progresses toward their goals. The master, accompanied by Tang San, did not hasten to leave the city, but rather headed deeper into its confines. "Master, are we not to exit the city?" Tang San inquired. The master replied, "To hunt soul beasts, one must prepare adequately, and we cannot walk the entire distance. Though 400 miles is not exceedingly far, it is wise to make efficient use of our time." As the sun gradually ascended in the east, the streets of Nodding City began to bustle with activity. Today was one of the rare occasions when Tang San did not cultivate his purple extreme magic eyes through the aid of the purple chi from the east. The preparations the master referred to were not complicated. He procured 2 leather pouches specifically designed for carrying water, each capable of holding 5 liters of pristine water. He also acquired dried meat, flatbread, and fruit, filling 2 substantial bundles. While Tang San could comprehend these items, the master purchased something that puzzled him: a considerable quantity of 20 pounds of white radishes. Tang San's current task was to carry them. 20 pounds was not particularly burdensome for him. However, walking 400 miles with such a load posed a different challenge altogether. Fortunately, after procuring all these items, the master promptly hired a carriage within the city, offering the driver 5 silver soul coins. The currency exchange in the Dolua continent operates thus. 1 gold soul coin equates to 10 silver soul coins, which in turn equals 100 copper soul coins. A single gold soul coin is sufficient to cover the normal expenses of an ordinary family of 3 for several months, akin to the earnings Tang San acquired during his 3 years of labor at the Nodding Academy. The profession of a soul master is deemed the most noble on the continent, with income being a significant factor. Even a mere ascension from soul scholar to soul master guarantees a monthly subsidy of 1 gold soul coin, sufficient for a modest living. Naturally, this only caters to basic needs. Indulging in luxury remains out of reach. As a soul master ascends to higher levels, particularly beyond the rank of Great Soul Master into the realm of Soul Venerable, registration with the Spirit Hall grants 1 direct nobility conferred by the state, elevating them to the status of a lowly baron. The higher the strength, the loftier the noble title, and consequently, the income rises correspondingly. This was Tang San's first experience riding in a carriage. Despite the slight jolts, the novelty invigorated him, prompting him to occasionally draw back the curtains to gaze outside. Observing the bustling crowds and the myriad of shops, he felt an undeniable yearning for the world beyond. In this lifetime, he was destined for a journey far more complex than the last. He pondered what the future might hold as he ventured into society. "Xiao San, this is for you." The master's calm voice roused Tang San from his reverie. Upon shifting his gaze to the master, he discovered that at some point, the master had acquired a beautiful belt in his possession. The belt is entirely adorned in a deep black hue, embellished with subtle dark stripes that are nearly indistinguishable upon a cursory glance. Along its length, it is uniformly inlaid with 24 pieces of creamy white jade, each no larger than an adult's thumbnail, round in shape and exuding a gentle luster, unmistakably a rare and exquisite gem. "Thank you, master." Tang San accepted it without hesitation, as it is customary to graciously receive gifts from elders. During his time in the Tang Sect, he had witnessed how the inner sect elders would present disciples with a token upon their first meeting. The master's gift of this belt carries the same significance. The master remarked, "This belt has accompanied me for many years and has been overlooked for far too long. I hope that in your hands, it will shine with the brilliance it deserves in the future." The moment Tang San grasped the belt, he sensed its extraordinary nature. It seemed to harbor numerous faint currents of energy flowing through it, with the belt itself acting as a conduit and the jade serving as storage. When I first acquired it 30 years ago, I was unaware of its name. However, through years of study, I can assert that it is a top-tier soul guide device, designed for storage. By simply infusing it with your own soul power, each piece of jade can provide 1 cubic meter of storage space, making it convenient for holding various items. The term soul guide device was entirely new to Tang San. Although he did not yet grasp its full meaning, the master's explanation left him profoundly astonished. With 24 pieces of jade, he realized he could store an impressive 24 cubic meters of items, essentially providing space for 24 concealed weapons. Tang San's gaze ignited with fervor, his yearning for the enhancement of the Xiantian skill reaching an unparalleled intensity. He longed for the ability to cultivate various hidden weapons without delay, wishing for an abundance of inner strength at that very moment. With this belt in hand, the concern of storing concealed weapons was alleviated. Without needing to inquire, the master preemptively elucidated. Soul guidance devices, as the name suggests, are instruments utilized through the power of martial souls. Genuine soul guidance devices are rare, most lacking offensive capabilities. Soul masters themselves do not require weapons. These devices can be likened to artifacts, and the methods of their creation and origin have long been lost to time. This belt was acquired during an expedition with several friends and was allocated to me as a reward. For me, it holds little significance, but you will find it useful in the future. Let us bestow upon it a name. Gazing at the 24 lustrous jade stones, Tang San instinctively recalled a famous line from his past life. On the night of the bright moon, beneath the 24 bridges. "Let us call it the night of the 24 bridges," he declared. The master paused momentarily, his rigid visage betraying no emotion, before nodding in agreement. A beautiful name, albeit a tad lengthy. Tang San sighed inwardly. Perhaps this was a modest homage to his previous existence. The master continued, utilizing it is quite simple. Infuse your soul power into the jade stone, and you will perceive its spatial existence. If your reflexes are swift enough, the items within will seem to materialize out of thin air. However, mastering its characteristics will require additional practice. This shall be one of your future endeavors. Without needing the master to explain, Tang San understood the significance of mastering the retrieval of items from the 24-bridge moonlit night and promptly nodded in agreement. Initially, he was puzzled by the master's decision to acquire so many items, wondering how they would be utilized to hunt soul beasts in the soul-hunting forest. However, with the 24-bridge moonlit night at their disposal, such concerns became trivial. During their journey, with nothing much to occupy his mind, he began to practice the control of item retrieval under the master's guidance, utilizing those white radishes for practice. The journey of 400 miles was neither particularly long nor short, and it was not until the following noon that they finally arrived at their destination, the soul-hunting forest. As Tang San dismounted from the carriage, he realized that the soul-hunting forest was entirely different from his expectations. In his mind, a forest should exude the essence of nature, serene, tranquil, and fresh, with scarce human presence. Yet, the scene before him, at least outside the forest, resembled a bustling marketplace. Surrounding the forest were extensive buildings, akin to shops, where a cacophony of shouts filled the air. Simple, man-made paths crisscrossed through the area, and the lively atmosphere caused Tang San to frown. There were calls for groups to hunt power-type soul beasts, still needing 2 more members, and for agile-type soul beasts, which required 7 more. The shouts continued, with many shops selling weapons, armor, and various provisions. As the master led Tang San into what could be described as a small-town marketplace, he asked, "Do you know why I procured everything in advance in Nodding City?" Tang San shook his head. The master pointed to the prices indicated in the shops, for here, the costs are bound to double at the very least. You might wonder why such a bustling scene exists outside a forest. The answer is quite simple. Where there are soul beasts, there are profits. This is particularly true in forests where soul beasts are specifically nurtured by the state. Soul masters constitute a wealthy demographic, and the number of individuals eager to profit from them is vast. Master, what did those who called for forming groups mean? The master replied, hunting soul beasts is not a simple task. Some inherently powerful soul beasts, even with limited cultivation time, possess formidable attack capabilities. The so-called group hunting of soul beasts involves multiple individuals cooperating to hunt the soul beasts they require, thereby acquiring soul rings. With the assistance of others, one only needs to deal the final blow to the soul beast. This method is the most prevalent and safest way to hunt soul beasts on the continent. However, is forming a group truly that easy? At this point, the master cast a disdainful glance at the soul masters who were shouting. A truly exceptional soul hunting team should consist of at least 5 components. A food-type soul master responsible for supplies, a recovery-type soul master tasked with maintaining status and restoring soul power, an agility-type battle soul master for reconnaissance, a strength-type battle soul master for defense, and an attack-type battle soul master for annihilation of the enemy. Only a team composed of these 5 elements can be deemed complete. Furthermore, the synergy among team members cannot be forged overnight. The subtle process of collaboration requires at least several years of joint effort. More importantly, members of the same group must cultivate an unwavering trust in one another, absolute trust. Otherwise, in the face of peril, they may easily succumb to a sudden collapse. Tang San, taken aback, inquired, why would they collapse? Is it due to insufficient strength? The master shook his head gently and replied nonchalantly, in the future, you may have the opportunity to join such a group. When selecting a group, you need not concern yourself with the strength of the other members. However, one thing you must bear in mind is that you should be able to present your back to anyone within the group without fear. Tang San remained somewhat perplexed by the master's meaning, yet the master offered no further explanation as he guided him deeper into the marketplace. Although the marketplace was filled with clamor and chaos, Tang San could not help but feel a sense of awe as they emerged from it and beheld the vast forest before them. The towering trees bore testament to their age, and surrounding the forest was an imposing steel fence, adorned with numerous sharp spikes. The height of the fence exceeded 10 meters, appearing exceptionally robust. Moreover, outside the fence, A battalion of 100 soldiers patrolled the area, all clad in gleaming armor and wielding long spears, presenting a disciplined and formidable sight. The master whispered, "The soul-hunting forest is not a place that just anyone can enter. Only soul masters who have been granted a decree by the spirit hall may enter the forest to hunt soul beasts. While there are those who attempt to infiltrate, they seldom meet with a favorable fate. These soldiers merely serve as the outer defense, while within the soul-hunting forest, there exists a specialized enforcement team from the spirit hall, ready to inspect the orders at any moment. These individuals are devoid of mercy." Tang San inquired, "Master, is the soul-hunting forest considered part of the spirit hall or the nation?" As he spoke, the master produced a token from his hand, its dark hue and material unknown. The emblem depicted 3 interlocking shapes. A downward-pointing sword representing the central, flanked by a hammer on one side and a beast never before seen by Tang San on the other. Noticing the curiosity in Tang San's eyes, the master handed him the token, instructing him to remember this insignia, as it is unique to the spirit hall. Within the spirit hall, there are 6 types of these symbols. The differentiation among the tokens is quite simple, based on the shapes depicted upon them. The lowest-ranking token features only a sword, symbolizing the martial spirit of a former chief executive of the hall. A higher-ranking token includes a hammer alongside the sword, representing a once powerful elder of the spirit hall. Tang San, with his commendable deductive reasoning, remarked, "Master, these 2 individuals must hold significant positions within the spirit hall. However, I have heard that beast martial spirits are superior to weapon martial spirits. Both of these soul masters should belong to the latter category." The master gently ruffled Tang San's hair and smiled, saying, "Those who claim that weapon martial spirits surpass beast martial spirits clearly lack a comprehensive understanding of martial spirits. The strength of any martial spirit hinges on 2 critical factors: the amount of soul power acquired during awakening and the subsequent methods and processes of cultivation. Perhaps, prior to reaching the 30th level, beast spirit masters held a slight advantage over weapon spirit masters due to their ability to enhance their own capabilities. However, upon attaining higher levels, the distinction between the 2 becomes negligible. Strength is solely a reflection of individual cultivation." For reasons unknown, when the master mentioned the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, a hint of indescribable melancholy flickered in his eyes. Tang San inquired, "Do the 3 advanced tokens signify an additional type of spirit?" The master nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, these 6 spirit tokens represent 6 formidable spirit masters, each corresponding to 6 powerful families. 3 reside within our Heaven Do Empire, while the other 3 belong to the Star Luo Empire. To be continued." As the master spoke, he guided Tang San to the entrance of the soul-hunting forest. Upon seeing the 3 markings on the token, the commanding officer responsible for inspecting the tokens immediately exhibited a look of reverence, promptly instructing his soldiers to clear a path for the master and Tang San's entry. There was no inquiry regarding why such a young child as Tang San was permitted to enter the soul-hunting forest. Once they passed through the iron gates and entered the depths of the forest, all clamor seemed to fade away. The air finally transformed into the refreshing essence Tang San had envisioned, imparting a sense of tranquility to the mind. Upon entering the forest, the master did not hasten forward but instead took a moment to quietly observe his surroundings. Tang San seemed to suddenly recall something. "Teacher, the 6 individuals you mentioned earlier, who are revered by the spirit hall and inscribed with tokens, what are their titles as soul masters? Are they Soul Sage Dolua or Title Dolua?" The master gazed deeply at Tang San and replied, "They are Title Dolua, indeed the 6 most formidable Title Dolua." A glimmer of excitement flickered in Tang San's eyes. The master sighed softly. Even at the same level, differing soul rings and martial spirits yield entirely different strengths. These 6 Title Dolua are undoubtedly among the strongest of the strong. Even if other soul masters manage to cultivate to above level 90 and enter the realm of Title Dolua, their status remains unshaken. This is still far beyond your current reach. Now, we must prepare to enter the forest. From this moment on, do not stray a single step from my side." "Yes, teacher." The master's previously despondent gaze suddenly brightened. His hands clasped before his chest before swiftly parting downwards. "Come forth, Luo Sanpao." With a soft puff, a faint purplish soul power emanated from the master's palms, and Tang San felt a surge of soul energy ripple from him. Before Tang San, a creature materialized. Indeed, It resembled a living being, akin to a dog in appearance, yet its size was more comparable to that of a pig. Measuring over 1.5 meters in length, with a girth to match, it boasted a coat of pale purple fur, droopy ears and large, gentle deep blue eyes that blinked softly. Its rotund body wiggled, causing its plump rear to sway from side to side. It is difficult to fathom the sluggishness of its movements, given its 4 short and stout legs. Atop its head rests a rounded bump, the nature of which remains a mystery. Upon its appearance, it scurried towards the master, nuzzling its large head against the master's leg. "Xiao-san, are you not curious about my martial spirit? Behold, this is my martial spirit. You may call it Luo San Pao, or simply San Pao." Luo San Pao seemingly comprehended the master's words, as its large eyes turned towards Tang San, revealing a hint of endearment. "Teacher, is this your martial spirit?" Tang San inquired, astonished. "But isn't the manifestation of a beast martial spirit typically through possession?" The essence of Luo San Pao transcended the conventional limitations of beast martial spirits. Clearly displeased, Luo San Pao emitted a couple of gruff sounds directed at Tang San. A trace of bitterness flickered across the master's countenance. "You see, my martial spirit is an anomalous one. Do you recall our discussion regarding the mutation of martial spirits? San Pao is indeed such a case. However, its mutation has evidently veered towards an unfavorable path. When it first awakened, my soul power was merely at the half-level standard. Otherwise, how could it have manifested in this manner? Even with relentless effort, I shall never surpass the 30th level in this lifetime, ultimately relegating my studies of martial spirits to a theoretical realm." From the moment Tang San heard the tales surrounding the master, he recognized the master's unwavering dedication, akin to his own commitment to concealed weaponry. This shared passion is precisely why Tang San harbors no regrets about choosing the master as his mentor. Perhaps, this is a manifestation of mutual understanding. "I apologize, teacher, for bringing up a matter that saddens you." The master shook his head in self-deprecation, saying, "It's nothing. I've long since grown accustomed to it. Allow me to introduce you to San Pao." The creature earned its name due to its peculiar call, reminiscent of a chattering sound, and its capacity for attack, which is limited to 3 strikes. Thus, it is aptly named San Pao. San Pao leads the way, chattering as it moves forward. Though somewhat rotund, its movements remain surprisingly agile as it ambles along, sniffing the air. The master's soul rings shimmered with radiant light as he followed behind San Pao, guiding Tang San deeper into the heart of the Limon forest. San Pao possesses an acute sense of smell, adept at detecting the presence and strength of soul beasts. Despite its diminutive size due to mutation, it expends little soul power, allowing me to keep it out for extended periods. "This is for you," the master stated as he retrieved a resplendent short sword from within his robes, presenting it to Tang San. The scabbard was a deep azure, adorned with 7 glistening sapphires, while the hilt featured a piece of milky white jade. Measuring 1 foot and 2 inches in length, the sword, though still sheathed, emanated a chill upon grasping it. Having not ventured far, San Pao suddenly halted, its large eyes fixated on a particular direction, emitting 2 chattering calls. There, perched upon a tree, was an animal resembling a cat, warily observing the master and Tang San. The master smiled serenely and remarked, "It is a 10-year-old blazing cat. San Pao, do not disturb it. Let us proceed." The master never forgets to impart his wisdom to Tang San as they continue their journey. He remarks, "The vibrant cat we encountered earlier belongs to the feline family of soul beasts. While it possesses considerable aggression, it will not attack unless provoked. If a soul master were to choose a feline soul beast as their first soul ring, it would indeed be a commendable choice. Do not be deceived by the size of that vibrant cat. If it were 1,000 years old, even if we were 10 times more numerous, it would still be insufficient to withstand its ferocity." Tang San ponders a crucial question. "Master, how can we discern the strength of a soul beast, or its age?" The master replies, "Determining the strength of a soul beast is not particularly challenging. Observe that solitary bamboo ahead. It too is a type of soul beast, specifically a plant type. It holds utility for you. While its resilience is notable, its offensive capabilities are limited. This is a 10-year-old bamboo, as evidenced by its height, which does not exceed 10 meters. Anything taller would be classified as a century-old specimen. Generally speaking, the strength of soul beasts can be assessed by their size and the color of the soul power they emit when they attack. The color of the soul power correlates with their age. A 10-year soul beast manifests white soul power, a 100-year beast exhibits yellow, and so forth. However, when confronting an unknown soul beast, it is prudent to refrain from assessing its soul power. If it exceeds your capacity to endure, you may face catastrophic peril. Master, shall we hunt this solitary bamboo? The inconspicuous bamboo, seemingly unremarkable, draws attention solely due to its surroundings of towering trees rather than a grove of bamboo. Its slender body sways gently, the bamboo strips dancing to the rhythm of the breeze. The master advised, let us refrain for the moment. If no more suitable options present themselves, it may ultimately be our only choice. Choosing a soul ring demands utmost caution, for each soul ring is irreplaceable. A soul warrior may absorb the soul rings of spirit beasts of up to 100 years of age, or, more precisely, those whose age does not exceed 423 years. I have meticulously studied the growth trajectories and failures of numerous soul warriors. 423 years appears to be the maximum threshold for the first soul ring. Thus, I hope your initial soul ring will strive to approach this limit. The master's insights into martial souls are invariably precise. Tang San felt profoundly fortunate to have such a mentor. While both are 100-year soul rings, those derived from a 100-year spirit beast and those from a 900-year spirit beast may share identical appearances. Yet the enhancement of their attributes varies significantly. Pursuing the utmost limits of soul rings within the bounds of safety is an essential lesson for every exceptional soul warrior. As they continued onward, the master imparted vivid practical knowledge to Tang San. With the keen sense of the martial soul, Luos and Pao, even the hidden spirit beasts were unearthed one by one. Perhaps due to the predominance of decade-level spirit beasts, whose desire to attack was minimal, the master systematically introduced Tang San to the names, characteristics, and methods of distinguishing the cultivation ages of these spirit beasts. Gazing up at the sky, the master remarked, "It seems we shall be residing within the soul-hunting forest tonight. Let us first seek a suitable camping spot." After a prolonged search, despite encountering numerous qualifying soul beasts, the master exhibited remarkable patience, refraining from hastily taking action and continuing his quest for the perfect location. The chosen campsite was a hollow surrounded by a complex terrain, encircled by towering trees. The master retrieved a large glass vial from a wrist-mounted soul guiding device and handed it to Tang San, instructing, "Sprinkle it evenly around." Understood. Tang San accepted the vial, which contained a powdery substance with a somewhat pungent aroma. His keen senses identified it as akin to the medicinal properties of realgar from his previous life. Renowned for their expertise in hidden weapons and poisons, the Tang Sect had instilled in him a proficient understanding of toxin identification, even though he was an outer sect disciple. During the earlier search for soul beasts, he had already discovered several identifiable poisonous herbs within the soul-hunting forest, which he placed in the 24 Bridges moonlit night. While the master's knowledge of martial souls was indisputable, his ability to discern these non-soul power herbs paled in comparison to Tang San's extensive experience from 2 lifetimes. Particularly, many of these poisonous plants required specific combinations to unleash their toxic properties. "Do you understand why I asked you to scatter these around the perimeter?" The master's expression was stern. At that moment, he embodied the role of a teacher testing his student. Given that he could discern the nature of the powder, how could Tang San not fathom the master's intentions? Without a moment's hesitation, he remarked it should serve 2 purposes. One is to mask our own scent, and the other is to repel creatures such as snakes, insects, and rodents. The master nodded in satisfaction, affirming, "Indeed, that is correct. This is known as snake-repelling powder, and essential for any adventurer. Remember, in the forest, especially in those inhabited by soul beasts, it is best to avoid using fire. While most wild beasts and soul beasts fear flames, there exist a few exceptionally powerful soul beasts that are attracted to fire. Should you encounter them, unless your own cultivation is sufficiently robust, your demise is inevitable." As twilight descended, the forest was alive with the sounds of chirping insects, singing birds, and the roars of wild beasts, creating a cacophony rather than tranquility. Without a fire, the surroundings were cloaked in darkness. Tang San and the master shared a modest evening meal before resting against a grand tree. The master was undoubtedly a dedicated instructor, or rather, he placed immense importance on Tang San's development. Even as night fell, he meticulously revisited the soul beasts he had introduced to Tang San during the day, reinforcing the boy's memory. Little San, do you understand why I emphasize the significance of cultivating as a soul master during one's youth? The master's deep, gravelly voice bore a trace of melancholy. Tang San shook his head, awaiting his teacher's explanation. To be continued, Chapter 9. The First Soul Ring of Blue Silver Grass, Part 1. The cultivation of soul masters before the age of 20 is a profoundly significant journey. One could assert that the accomplishments achieved prior to this age determine future success. The threshold of the 30th level presents a stark dichotomy between ice and fire. Should one cross this threshold before the age of 20, the prospects for the future become boundless. Conversely, failing to transcend it by that age may render one forever incapable of doing so. Youth is an advantage. It is the very essence of potential. Hence, you must not squander even a moment of your time. Your first and second mentors can still assist you, yet when the time comes for you to seek your third spirit ring, they may no longer be of aid. At that point, you will have to rely solely on yourself. The cultivation of spirit power cannot be achieved through shortcuts. It demands meditation to channel and augment one's spirit energy. Although you possess the inherent advantage of full spirit power, complacency is not an option. Otherwise, you would be unworthy of bearing the title of my disciple. At this juncture, the peculiar call of the mutated martial soul, Luo Sanpao, suddenly resonated. The martial soul is inextricably linked to its host, and the master immediately became alert, springing into action and gazing in a particular direction. The sky had darkened completely, and in the dimness, a dozen or so ghostly green points of light were approaching them. It was the Hell Wolf. The master's voice was somewhat grave, yet devoid of panic. Xiao-san, do not move from here. Luo Sanpao continued to emit its peculiar sounds, seemingly threatening the encroaching entities. Unbeknownst to the master, a flicker of purple light passed through Tang San's eyes, rendering the darkened figures before him strikingly clear. There were 6 wolf-like spirit beasts, each measuring approximately 1.6 meters in length, their bodies adorned in a steel-gray hue, with their ghostly green eyes illuminating the night as they slowly advanced towards Luo Sanpao. The presence of Luo Sanpao seemed to instill a sense of unease among them. As they advanced in a semicircular formation, the master let out a cold snort, dismissing the audacity of a pack of level 10 wolves daring to disturb him. With a low growl, Luo Sanpao emitted a sound akin to a howling hurricane, its already plump belly expanding at an astonishing rate, resembling a balloon inflating before one's eyes. The master waved his hand, sending forth a yellow aura that encircled Luo Sanpao. With a grave command, he proclaimed, "Let loose!" Like thunder. In an instant, Luo Sanpao's bright blue eyes shone brilliantly, and the surrounding yellow aura transformed into a luminous shield. Its rotund body suddenly sprang upwards, soaring to an astonishing height of 5 meters, twisting in midair before unleashing a thunderous explosion. Unbeknownst to the master, 2 masks had materialized in his hands. He promptly handed one to Tang San while donning the other himself. Tang San instinctively put on the mask, his eyes fixated on Luo Sanpao's movements. With the booming sound, a yellow shield erupted forth, enveloping all 6 of the decade-old Yuming wolves within its grasp. The bodies of the wolves were hurled as if they were mere sacks of straw, flung over 10 meters away. 2 of the wolves collided painfully against a tree trunk, letting out mournful cries, yet they could not rise again. The other phantom wolves rolled about on the ground, and Tang San, with the clarity afforded by his purple extreme magic eyes, discerned that blood flowed from the mouths and noses of these spectral beasts, a testament to the ferocity of the earlier tremors. Amidst a chorus of low whines, all but 2 of the phantom wolves, unable to rise, fled swiftly. At this juncture, the master, undeterred, continued to impart wisdom to Tang San, explaining that wolves and dogs share a similar anatomical structure, often referred to as having copper heads, iron bones, and tofu waists, with the waist being the most vulnerable point of their bodies. As he spoke, the master strode forward, brandishing a short knife that had seemingly appeared in his hand, deftly slashing the throats of the 2 incapacitated phantom wolves. He then sprinkled a bit of yellow powder upon them to mask the scent of blood. Observing closely, Tang San noticed that as the two 10-year-old phantom wolves met their demise, a faint white glow began to emanate from their bodies, undulating in the air like a wisp, seemingly on the verge of dissipating at any moment. This was the soul ring, a manifestation of his victory in slaying these creatures. Should his soul power align with the requisite conditions for advancement, he could absorb their soul rings to facilitate his progression. The method involved drawing the soul ring towards himself with his own soul power, followed by immediate meditation to absorb the ring's energy. A delicate purple light emanated from the master's hand as he beckoned towards the soul ring produced by one of the phantom wolves, which gracefully floated towards him, encircling his form, yet it did not penetrate. His current soul power was insufficient for advancement. Thus, he could not absorb the soul ring. Within the span of an hour, it would naturally disperse. Xiao San, bring me 2 white radishes. Tang San reached to his waist and retrieved 2 white radishes from the enchanting night beneath the 24 bridges, handing them to the master. The master casually tossed them towards Luo Sanpao, who, with a flurry of excited chirps, swiftly devoured the 2 radishes. The unique characteristics of the mutated martial soul transcended the conventional understanding of martial soul theory. Luo Sanpao could diminish the consumption of my soul power by consuming food. However, it possessed only 3 offensive capabilities, necessitating immediate replenishment after each use. Does Luo Sanpao only consume white radishes? Tang San inquired. Suddenly, a series of urgent calls erupted, and the bitterness in the master's gaze was instantly replaced by a glint of coldness as he grasped Tang San's hand firmly. The surroundings fell eerily silent, and a faint rustling sound distinctly reached Tang San's ears. In the air, a subtle scent of blood mingled with a delicate sweetness and a hint of tea aroma became apparent. Tang San's nose twitched, and he instinctively exclaimed, "There's poison." The master swiftly waved his right hand, enveloping both of his rings of light around Luo Sanpao, attentively gazing towards the direction of the rustling sound. This night was proving to be far from tranquil. The rustling ceased, and Tang San activated his Shen Tiangong, pushing his purple extreme demon eyes to their limits as he peered in that direction. In the dimness, he caught a glimpse of a dark green, 3-headed serpent rising amidst the underbrush, its ruby-like eyes fixed intently upon them. Perhaps deterred by the effect of the yellow powder, it did not advance further. "Master, over there." Tang San pointed towards the direction indicated by the serpent's head. At that moment, the master had no time to ponder how Tang San could perceive what was invisible to him. He swiftly retrieved a firecracker from his wrist soul guide and hurled it towards that direction. The firecracker ignited in the wind, illuminating the area as it tumbled, and this time the master too beheld the presence of the serpent's head. He inhaled sharply. It was a mandala snake. How could such a fierce creature appear on the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest? One could only hope it was a mere 10-year-old. With a hiss, as if incited by the firecracker, the serpent's head slowly rose, emitting a series of hisses towards Luo Sanpao. Yet, the deterrent effect of the realgar powder lingered, preventing it from advancing. The master spoke in a grave tone. "The venom of the mandala snake is exceedingly potent. It not only paralyzes but also wreaks havoc on the body's nervous system. It is among the most terrifying of toxic attribute soul beasts. This body is remarkably resilient, impervious to ordinary blades, with its mouth and eyes being its sole vulnerabilities. However, the mandala snake is adept at protecting these 2 critical areas and possesses astonishing speed. Its aggressiveness is particularly fearsome. It almost invariably attacks when encountering humans. The realgar powder may not restrain it for long. It is merely biding its time." Tang San did not feel fear in light of the master's account. In his previous life within the Tang Sect of Ba-Shu, he had encountered a myriad of serpents. Although the mandala snake was not among them, he was far from lacking in experience dealing with snakes. The venomous nature of this serpent was evident from its pointed head, while the robustness of its neck suggested that its weakness did not lie at the 7-inch mark. What remained uncertain was the nature of the attacks from such a soul-powered serpent. The master pulled Tang San behind him and said, "Little San, allow me to impart a theory to you. When one possesses an abundance of spirit rings and spirit bones, one should unleash their abilities with full force to obliterate the enemy. Conversely, if one finds themselves outnumbered in terms of spirit rings and spirit bones, do not hesitate. Flee immediately, for the preservation of life takes precedence over pride. If this mandala snake is a 10-year spirit beast, we may still have a chance to fight. However, if it is a 100-year beast, we must escape without delay. Having conveyed this crucial information, the master promptly commanded Luo Sanpao to launch an attack. The yellow aura shimmered once more as Luo Sanpao drew in a deep breath and leaped into action. Although he had consumed the white radish, the energy expended in his previous encounter with the netherwolf had not yet been replenished, leaving him with the strength for only 2 attacks. The mandala snake swiftly traversed the yellow mist, yet it remained unaffected by hypnosis, as it is a master among toxins, possessing a resilience to poison far superior to that of ordinary spirit beasts. The speed was merely slightly diminished. After unleashing all 3 of his cannons, Luo Sanpao's physique had noticeably shrunk, and it was now too late to replenish his strength with more radishes. However, the mandala serpent they encountered today exhibited an extraordinary tenacity. Perhaps it was provoked by the gaseous emissions of Luo Sanpao and the powdered realgar, relentlessly pursuing Master and Tang San with astonishing speed, drawing ever nearer. Sanpao obstructed. At the Master's command, the plump form of Luo Sanpao lunged toward the mandala serpent, attempting to impede its advance with his body. Yet, the serpent not only possessed remarkable speed but also demonstrated an acute sensitivity, swiftly evading Luo Sanpao's charge and delivering a swift bite. With a pained cry, Luo Sanpao plummeted toward the ground. The master waved his hands, and Luo Sanpao's form was instantly transformed into a streak of purple light, reintegrating into his being. A robust white radish shot forth, striking the mandala serpent with a resounding thud, causing the soul beast, which had been poised to attack, to momentarily halt and retreat a few paces. In the Tang Sect, discerning sound and position was merely a rudimentary skill, and naturally, Tang San possessed this ability. The ensuing scene filled the master with awe. Tang San's left hand repeatedly swept across his waist and flicked out, one after another, white radishes darting forth. Although the force was insufficient to harm the mandala serpent, he consistently managed to obstruct its advance just as it was about to catch up with them. His precision was remarkable. The master observed that each time Tang San propelled a radish, his left thumb was tucked inward, palm facing downward, with the other 4 fingers extended forward. The movements were succinct and effective. Although a hint of panic flickered across Tang San's delicate face, he did not exhibit fear. In his previous life, any individual versed in the ways of the martial world would readily recognize the technique he employed, a fundamental maneuver of the Tang Sect's hidden weapons known as the whip arrow. This technique harnesses the inertia generated by a swift motion of the arm to launch a hidden projectile. While it may lack sophistication, it proved exceedingly effective in this moment. Though 20 pounds of white radish is a considerable weight, Tang San's execution of the whip arrow allowed him to hurl it with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, the stockpile amidst the moonlit night of the 24 bridges had been exhausted. At this critical juncture of life and death, Tang San was acutely aware of the dire consequences of being ensnared by such a formidable soul beast, characterized by its immense size, strength, and agility. The time for concealing his true abilities had passed. Abruptly releasing his grip on the master's hand, he executed a mid-air twist, raising his left hand, from which a streak of black light silently shot forth. The meticulously crafted sleeve arrow was finally unleashed for the first time. At that moment, Tang San's eyes transformed entirely into a deep purple hue. Thanks to the effects of his purple extreme magic eyes, he could perceive every movement of the mandala snake with crystal clarity. The mandala snake's reaction was swifter than Tang San had anticipated. The sleeve arrow was aimed at its left eye, and as the serpent's body twisted midair, it managed to lower its head just in time to evade a fatal strike. Yet, the arrow's velocity was such that it still struck the creature. With a sharp clang, sparks erupted from the mandala snake's resilient scales, and the intense pain elicited a cacophonous cry from it once more. Tang San inwardly lamented the missed opportunity. The sleeve arrows, propelled by a mechanical trigger, possessed both speed and power. However, they lacked finesse, delivering only straightforward assaults against his adversary, a common flaw inherent in mechanical contraptions. Nevertheless, he was astonished by the defensive capabilities of the mandala snake. Although he wielded but 3 sleeve arrows, each forged from iron mother and infused with formidable launching force, They failed to inflict genuine harm upon the soul beast before him. The mandala snake, thoroughly incensed, activated the luminescence of its scales, which shimmered with a faint golden hue over its dark green surface. Its speed surged dramatically, and in a heartbeat, it lunged towards Tang San. In that critical moment, Tang San abruptly released his grip, while the master, already accustomed to the situation, had darted over 10 meters away. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving no time to rescue Tang San. Yet, at this pivotal juncture, Tang San's mind transitioned into a state of profound calm. Channeling the essence of the Shen skill, a genuine and superior Taoist internal cultivation technique, he entered a realm of tranquility akin to still water. As he observed the mandala snake's gaping maw, he remained utterly unperturbed. With a deft motion, he turned his right hand, and the short sword bestowed upon him by the master seamlessly slipped into his palm. The mandala snake, with its unmatched speed and strength, posed a challenge beyond Tang San's current capabilities. As the serpent's head approached rapidly, he employed the ghost shadow perplexing steps, his body shifting slightly as he deftly sidestepped 3 feet to the side. Tang San understood that this opportunity was singular. Should he fail, the mandala snake would never again be deceived. At a critical juncture, Tang San made a decisive move, channeling nearly all of his Shen power into his palms. A flickering blue light emanated from his hands as he drew in and released energy with his left hand, utilizing the technique of ghost shadow perplexing steps to shift his position once more. The mandala serpent sensed a sudden force pulling from the side of its head, causing its head to turn uncontrollably. At that moment, as it lunged at Tang San with its mouth agape, a radiant blue glow seemed to materialize from thin air, patiently awaiting the serpent's head to pivot. In the split second before its jaws could close, the serpent's lengthy body stiffened momentarily, and the short sword, measuring over a foot in length, had entirely vanished into its maw. In the next instant, the mandala serpent erupted into violent motion. Dust and debris were sent swirling into the air as its formidable body swept through the surroundings, reducing shrubs and small trees to mere remnants, akin to the aftermath of a tempest. After thrusting the sword with all his might, Tang San swiftly retreated, narrowly evading the sweeping tail of the mandala serpent at the critical moment. A creature of 100 legs may not easily perish, and Tang San, possessing profound knowledge of serpentine nature, was acutely aware that the mandala serpent would not succumb immediately. The urgent call of the master jolted Tang San from his reverie. He understood that all he had just done was now irreversibly laid bare before the master. His soul did not belong to this realm, and this truth was one that must remain concealed from all. What should he do? Eliminate the master to silence him? Tang San believed that with the lethal force and unique characteristics of the silent sleeve arrows, he possessed at least a 70% chance of succeeding, especially since Luo Sanpao was no longer in a position to attack. Yet, how could he possibly go through with such an action? The master was his mentor. Despite their brief time together, Tang San had already developed a profound respect for him. There was no alternative but to fabricate a story. Deliberately stumbling, Tang San fell to the ground. The master, despite being a level 29 soul master, reached out to catch him. Though his martial spirit was lacking, his soul power remained intact. "Shao San, are you alright?" he inquired. "Master, you scared me to death. Why didn't that snake pursue us?" The master focused intently on the mandala snake, which was wreaking havoc in distressing fashion, and reproached, "Why did you suddenly let go just now? Do you have any idea how perilous that was?" In truth, the master did not perceive as much as Tang San had imagined. After all, it was the dead of night, and the master lacked the visual acuity of Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes. In the darkness, he could only vaguely discern Tang San's body retreating and the glimmering light from the blue short sword. He did not even notice the sharp sound of the sleeve arrow striking the mandala snake. As he lifted Tang San's hand, he felt the cold sweat pooling in the palm. The master surmised that Tang San had indeed struck the mandala snake, and it was highly likely that he had hit a vital spot. Otherwise, how could such a fierce and vengeful soul beast have suddenly ceased its pursuit? Let us not rush. Let us observe for a moment. Serpentine soul beasts possess remarkable vitality. They are not so easily vanquished. Tang San gasped heavily, not out of pretense, but due to sheer exhaustion. Faced with the formidable 100-year-old mandala snake, he had exerted all his strength in that fleeting moment. Had his technique of controlling the crane to capture the dragon not drawn the serpent's head towards him, the outcome would have been drastically different. The master and disciple stood at a distance, cautiously observing as the mandala snake transitioned from a frenzied struggle to a state of calm, its body twisting against the ground and shattering the surrounding flora, revealing the soil beneath. The master presented Tang San with a sword, a modest length of 1 foot 2 inches, yet sufficient to pierce the mandala snake's brain, delivering a fatal blow. As the serpent's thrashing grew feebler, the master gradually exhaled in relief, and soon, the expression on his face transformed from panic to elation. "This is wonderful, truly wonderful. Little San, your soul ring is within reach." "Teacher, what do you mean? You cannot be referring to this snake?" Tang San exclaimed, astonished at the master's words. The master nodded earnestly, affirming, "Indeed it is." The mandala snake, having reached nearly 4 meters in length, indicated it had close to 400 years of cultivation, as it grows 1 centimeter for every year of life before reaching a millennium. This was precisely at the threshold for a soul master to absorb their first soul ring. With your innate full soul power, absorbing its soul ring will pose no challenge. "However, Master," Tang San hesitated, "my martial spirit is a plant, while this mandala snake is a beast-type soul beast. Can I transform it into a soul ring? Would there be any conflict?" Tang San inquired with uncertainty. At this moment, the master had relaxed, his eyes brimming with confidence. "One of the 10 core competencies I have researched and proposed in the realm of martial souls is the theory of soul mimicry. Plant martial souls are not necessarily bound to absorb soul rings from plant soul beasts, nor can beast martial souls be precluded from absorbing plant soul rings. Under various conditions, these two can mutually absorb one another. As I previously mentioned, one significant advantage of blue silvergrass is its non-exclusivity. Due to its inherent frailty, it does not reject any attributes conferred by the soul rings, but rather passively integrates them. Therefore, absorbing the soul ring from the mandala serpent poses no issue. Additionally, do you recall the type of soul ring we wish to seek? Tang San's eyes sparkled, an added effect of resilience, preferably with toxicity. Precisely, these two attributes are possessed by the mandala serpent. The master gazed deeply at his disciple and said, "Regardless of whether they are ordinary soul masters or those fellows from the martial soul hall, they scoff at my theory of 10 core competencies, dismissing it without belief. In the past, no soul master has dared to absorb soul rings of differing types to enhance themselves. Xiao-san, would you be willing to try? Although I possess absolute confidence in theory, no one has ever attempted it. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. The reason my 10 core competencies remain mere theory and not truth is that no one is willing to put it into practice." From the master's perspective, Tang San perceived a fervor, for due to the mutation of his martial soul, the master would never attain the status of a formidable soul master. Yet, he remained unwaveringly dedicated, devoting his entire life to the study of martial souls. Tang San held a profound respect for such a person, both for the master himself and for the fruits of his research. "Teacher, allow me to be the one who puts your theories into practice. I firmly believe in the validity of your studies." The body of the mandala serpent began to grow still, its vital point pierced by a sharp blade. Even with its tenacious vitality, it could not escape the clutches of death. A faint golden light began to coalesce above the serpent's form, distinct from the soul ring of the 10-year nether wolf that Tang San had previously encountered. The golden halo produced by the mandala serpent was exceptionally clear, its brilliance far surpassing that of the nether wolf's ring. Even without direct contact, one could distinctly sense the immense energy it contained. Upon hearing Tang San's words, the master's eyes brimmed with satisfaction. "Xiao-san, let us commence." Tang San nodded, raising his right hand, suppressing the overwhelming weakness coursing through him, and gradually concentrated his remaining soul power into his palm. Accompanied by a soft blue glow, the blue silver grass sprouted from his hand, exuding a gentle aura of life, gently swaying in rhythm with the ebb and flow of his soul power. "Come forth, my first soul ring. You shall determine whether I can master the profound techniques of the Tang Sect and carry forth my teacher's hopes." Under the gentle allure of the pale blue radiance, the century-old mandala serpent soul ring slowly drifted towards Tang San. The master fixed his gaze intently on the approaching soul ring, commanding in a deep voice, "Sit cross-legged and focus on your martial soul." Heeding the instruction, Tang San settled into a meditative position, concentrating on the martial soul residing in his right hand. As the century-old mandala snake soul ring drew near, he felt an unprecedented pressure, causing his bones to emit faint sounds under the strain. Soon, the yellow ring hovered above Tang San's head, denying him any chance to react, before abruptly contracting into a solid golden ring the size of a bracelet, which then encircled the blue-silver grass martial soul nestled in his palm. Tang San felt as though his hand had plunged into molten lava, a torrent of searing energy surging within him, igniting a fierce heat that coursed through his body, causing him to tremble violently. Regardless of the soul ring's power crashing against his being, he reminded himself to remain conscious, for only then could he harness the strength of the soul ring in the future. This was the last wisdom imparted by the master before, in the next moment, he closed his eyes, fully immersing his consciousness in that scalding ocean. The internal energy of his Shentian skill seemed to ignite in response to the sudden influx of power, the heat rapidly spreading throughout every fiber of his being. Tang San felt as if he could unleash flames simply by opening his mouth. Such overwhelming strength. The incoming force of the soul ring instantly baptized Tang San's body, yet he found it curious that this intensely scorching energy did not destroy his blue-silver grass martial soul. Suddenly enlightened, Tang San found himself immersed in an ocean of flames. At the very center of this inferno, a solitary blue-silver grass swayed gently amidst the fire, impervious to its fierce intensity. A surge of joy filled Tang San's heart. This seemed to be the introspective state of inner power. In his previous life, he had never experienced such a realm due to his advanced age while cultivating the Shentian treasure record. To his surprise, it manifested while absorbing his first soul ring. Under the intense heat of the flames, the blue-silver grass began to transform. The originally slender blades of grass elongated and widened, their pale blue hue deepening into a profound azure. The deep blue blades spread throughout the sea of flames, dancing with a lively grace, reminiscent of countless serpents weaving through the fire. The light blue leaves morphed into a rich blue, adorned with intricate black patterns that mirrored those on the body of the mandala serpent. Suddenly, a powerful surge of heat erupted, and Tang San felt as if the searing energy threatened to dissolve his very being. In the next moment, he perceived a crisp crack, followed by the wild dispersal and subsequent merging of that heat into a milky white flow. The once meandering brook transformed into a flowing river, its gentle currents washing away the scorching pain, leaving only a soothing comfort in its wake. It was a success. Ecstasy has once again descended upon him. Tang San is all too familiar with that shattered sensation. It unmistakably mirrors the feeling of breaking through the first threshold of the Shentian skill. The fusion of his inner strength with the power of the soul ring manifests as a more formidable force, rapidly circulating through his meridians in a matter of moments before gently flowing into his dantian. As Tang San had surmised, upon entering this world, his Shentian skill has inexplicably formed a peculiar resonance with the soul power of a soul master. Each level of the Shentian skill corresponds to a title of the soul master. With the acquisition of this first soul ring, he has finally transcended the first barrier of the Shentian skill. However, his current power is far beyond merely progressing to the second level of Shentian skill. He now possesses the martial soul power absent from the Tang Sect, along with the skills granted by the first soul ring. The indescribable sensation of bliss that accompanies the absorption of the soul ring is akin to floating on a cloud, free from the burdens of gravity, or reaching the pinnacle of ecstasy. Every pore of his being, numbering 36,000, opens wide, greedily inhaling the exquisite air, as a qualitative transformation initiates a remarkable change within Tang San's body. He strives to calm the tempest of excitement within, as the breakthrough of the Shentian skill, aided by the soul ring, reveals to him the path for his future development. He understands that, regardless of the circumstances, his existence in this world is inextricably linked to the martial soul. Soul power is the inner strength of the Shentian skill, and inner strength is, indeed, soul power. He is destined to tread the path of a soul master, and undeniably, he is a soul master of the Tang Sect. As Tang San slowly opened his eyes, the sky had already brightened, and the vibrant vitality of a new day seemed to beckon to his very being. Lowering his gaze upon himself, he noticed that his physique had undergone certain transformations due to the acquisition of the soul ring. His previously slender frame appeared to have gained a bit of height. His shoulders had broadened, and his skin now bore a lustrous sheen. With every movement, he felt a delightful buoyancy of strength and grace, a sensation so comforting that he instinctively knew that not only had he broken through the bottleneck of his inner strength, but his physical capabilities had also been significantly enhanced under the influence of the century-old mandala snake soul ring. His master was the first thought that surged into his mind upon awakening. Eager to share the success of the master's theory on soul-beast mimicry, Tang San was filled with urgency. Throughout the entire fusion process, despite enduring considerable pain, he had not experienced any sense of conflict. However, when his gaze found his master, he was taken aback. The master lay motionless on the ground, his body seemingly stiffened. Around him and Tang San, a circle of sulfur powder had been drawn, reminiscent of the earlier camp situation. "Master, what has happened to you?" Panic surged within Tang San as he quickly rolled over to his master's side, lifting his body. Upon seeing the master's face, he involuntarily exclaimed, "Poison!" The once rigid visage of his master was now shrouded in dark energy. His breathing shallow and labored, the vitality within him waning as he had lost all sensation. How could his master have been poisoned? With a sense of unease, Tang San suddenly perceived an abnormality in the master's condition and swiftly rolled up the sleeve of his right arm. To his dismay, the master's right arm had swollen to 3 times its normal size. The skin stretched taut and transformed into a vivid purple hue. Fortunately, a cloth band was tightly secured at the base of the upper arm, evidently a makeshift remedy employed by the master upon realizing he had been poisoned. Despite this, he remained unconscious, indicating the potency of the toxin. In contrast, the weapon spirit had a distinct advantage in such matters. Contamination by toxins would not adversely affect the host. Thankfully, the teacher had halted the spread of the venom. Otherwise, there would have been little hope. After checking the pulse in the master's left hand, Tang San quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. The poison had not yet reached the heart, allowing for a chance at salvation. Having emerged from the Tang Sect, Tang San was well versed in the treatment of toxic injuries. At that moment, he cast aside any concerns about whether the flames might attract spirit beasts, hastily gathering dry twigs and leaves from the surroundings to ignite a fire with a torch. He then tore off the sleeve of the master's right arm and, using the short sword gifted by the master, dug a small pit in the ground before cleansing the blade with fresh water. As the bonfire blazed increasingly brightly, Tang San repeatedly roasted the short sword over the flames before dragging the master's body beside the small pit, allowing his right hand to dangle within it. Taking a deep breath, Tang San deftly maneuvered his wrist, delivering 3 precise cuts to the master's pulse point, elbow, and armpit. Instantly, 3 streams of dark purple blood, rich with a pungent aroma and a hint of tea fragrance, gushed forth, flowing like small rivers into the pre-dug pit. To be continued, Tang San placed one hand firmly on the master's chest, channeling the recently enhanced energy of the Shen Tian skill. With his left hand, he deftly pressed on 4 meridian points at the master's chest to prevent the spread of the venom. Meanwhile, his right hand began to gently massage the area, utilizing his internal energy to stimulate the flow of vital essence within the master's body, gradually concentrating the toxins into a single point. As the pinnacle of Tang Sect's internal martial arts, Shen Tian's skill possessed formidable detoxifying properties. Its energy, while not forceful, was exquisitely delicate, permeating into the master's body like fine threads, leaving no trace of residual danger. Carefully unbuttoning the master's garment, Tang San scrutinized the dark aura enveloping him. Under the influence of the Shen Tian skill, the black mist slowly coalesced, flowing towards the master's right arm. At this juncture, Tang San refrained from unwrapping the bandages around the master's arm. As the deep purple blood gradually diminished, vibrant crimson began to surface, and the master's arm had grown somewhat pallid. Only then did Tang San finally unwrap the bandages, swiftly expelling the last remnants of poison with his internal energy, and promptly sealing the blood vessels in the master's arm. He tore strips from his own clothing to dress the wound, His initial hesitation to remove the bandages was due to the concern of excessive blood loss, given the duration of the Master's poisoning. With the toxins successfully eliminated, Tang San found himself drenched in sweat. Although he had entered the second level of the Shentian skill, his strength was still insufficient. The method employed to assist in detoxification was particularly draining on both internal energy and vitality, leaving him feeling somewhat weakened, as the sense of power derived from the soul rings had also begun to wane. Tang San used clean water to wash the master's arm, then buried the small pit filled with toxic blood in the earth. Only then did he consider his task complete. Following this, the master remained unconscious for 3 consecutive days, during which he suffered from a persistent fever. Each day, Tang San could only administer some clean water to him. In an effort to provide the master with essential nourishment, he even fashioned a small pot from a piece of tree trunk and boiled some dried meat in water to create a broth. Given that they were situated in the soul-hunting forest, Tang San dared not stray far from the master. Fortunately, their fortune was relatively favorable. Although soul beasts occasionally passed by, most were merely 10-year-old beasts with weak offensive capabilities, causing no significant trouble for Tang San. What has happened to me? When the master finally regained consciousness, it was already noon on the 4th day. His frail body lacked the strength to move, and he felt as though the world around him was spinning, rendering him disoriented. Even lifting his hand was a laborious task. "Teacher, you are awake," Tang San exclaimed in surprise as he approached the master, channeling a pure stream of internal energy into him. With the assistance of the Shentian skill, the master's spirits lifted slightly, and his gaze began to focus. "Xiao San, am I still alive?" the master asked, astonished as he regarded Tang San. Tang San nodded affirmatively and replied, "Teacher, you are alive and well. However, it seems you will need to rest for quite some time." The master turned his head with great effort to examine his right arm and said, "It was you who saved me, wasn't it?" Tang San scratched his head and replied, "When I was young, my father taught me simple methods for treating poison injuries. When I saw you unconscious, I could only give it a try. One should always seize opportunities. Even a dead horse can be treated as a living one. Is it not absurd to refer to a teacher as a horse?" The master managed to muster a faint smile, yet the rigidity of his countenance, compounded by his current pallor, rendered this smile more ghastly than a frown. Life, in its essence, remains a beautiful pursuit, even for a proud master who devoted his existence to the study of martial souls. Tang San chuckled softly and said, "Master, please take a moment to rest. I shall fetch you some hot soup. Once you awaken, after a few more hours of rest, you may have some provisions. It is best for us to depart from the soul-hunting forest soon, as the environment here is rather poor, and the humid air does not favor the healing of your wounds." The master seemed to suddenly recall something and inquired, "Xiao San, have you succeeded?" To him, the theories he had meticulously researched held greater significance than life itself. Tang San smiled and reassured, "Rest assured, master, I have succeeded. Look." As he spoke, Tang San raised his right hand, and a soft white light shimmered upon his skin. Shortly thereafter, deep blue silver grass surged forth from his palm. A distinct yellow halo rose from beneath his feet, swirling around his form in a graceful dance, a hallmark of a spirit master of the first ring. The silver grass, which once measured less than half a finger in width, had now expanded to 3 fingers, its leaves thickened several-fold, adorned with intricate patterns. Dozens of strands of silver grass swiftly spread outwards, their tips raised as though a dozen mandala snakes were foraging in the vicinity. The silver grass bore no trace of the mandala snake's foul scent, but instead exuded a delicate aroma of tea, enchanting yet tinged with an underlying sense of danger. The master's eyes sparkled with an exhilarating light, suppressing his excitement as he inquired, "What about the tenacity?" "Excellent, this is truly remarkable. It appears my judgment was entirely correct. The blue silver grass has indeed become resilient after absorbing the mandala snake's soul ring. If I am not mistaken, it should also possess a certain degree of the mandala snake's venomous properties. However, what is its current skill?" To be continued. After acquiring a soul ring, a martial spirit must undergo a mutation process for its skills to manifest. The skills produced by different martial spirits, even when paired with the same soul ring, are unequivocally distinct. Conversely, Even variations in the soul ring's age can lead to significant differences in skills. Therefore, despite the master's extensive research on martial spirits, he could not definitively ascertain the effects of Tang San's first soul ring. Tang San responded, "Teacher, over the past few days, I have experimented with some weaker 10-year soul beasts. You were correct. The blue silvergrass has indeed inherited certain venomous attributes from the mandala snake, but it lacks any lethally toxic properties. Instead, it possesses a paralyzing effect inherent to the mandala snake's venom. However, direct contact is necessary for it to be effective. The toxicity is not particularly potent, yet its restraining effect is quite pronounced. The skill of the blue silvergrass is entanglement. By harnessing my soul power, I can ensnare the enemy, rendering them immobile." As he spoke, Tang San demonstrated the skill of the blue silvergrass, controlling it with his soul power. Suddenly, over a dozen deep blue grass blades erupted simultaneously from the underbrush, swiftly entwining around a robust tree trunk. The grass spiraled forth, enveloping an area of approximately 10 square meters, leaving no possibility for evasion within this expanse. In an instant, the blue-silver grass had tightly ensnared the towering tree. A glimmer of contemplation shone in the master's eyes. Indeed, it was as he surmised, the hallmark of a control-type soul master. If one could partner with a formidable attacker, the efficacy of one's martial spirit would be markedly enhanced. A control-type soul master is one who governs the movements of their adversary, striving to constrain them as much as possible. The essence of this entangling skill lies precisely in that capability. Moreover, it possesses a paralyzing effect. Unless the enemy surpasses you by 2 soul rings, it is virtually impossible to escape this binding technique. "Xiao San, we have succeeded," he declared. When discussing martial spirits, the master appeared far from a wounded individual. His eyes sparkled with vitality, and an ineffable excitement colored his tone. The most notable feature of the blue-silver grass's entangling skill is its unexpected nature. Tang San had tested it, discovering that within a 50-meter radius, he could command the blue-silver grass to strike from any position, an assault that is nearly impossible to anticipate. Particularly within the foliage-rich confines of a forest, the blue-silver grass found superior concealment. Tang San prepared a pot of meat soup, chopping the thoroughly cooked dried meat into smaller pieces to feed the master. With sustenance in his belly, the master's recovery accelerated. However, they were compelled to prepare for departure from the soul-hunting forest, as the provisions and water they had brought along were nearly exhausted after several days. Throughout the journey, whether in the moments when Tang San tended to his master or carried him out of the forest, the master never uttered a word of gratitude. However, the gaze he cast upon Tang San seemed to transcend that of a mere disciple fulfilling his dreams. It mirrored the emotions that should have resonated in Tang Hao's eyes. The adage, "Once a teacher, always a father," etched itself profoundly in the master's heart. He nodded silently and remarked, "I never expected to escape death this time. My physical recovery is inconsequential, but your training must not falter. Additionally, there is another task you must undertake. Xiao San, please retrieve the second book from the left on the 3rd shelf of the left bookcase for me." "Understood." Tang San complied, bringing forth a substantial tome. To his astonishment, the book bore no title. "Yes," Tang San responded respectfully. Although he had yet to open the book, a sense of inexplicable awe stirred within him. Following his recent breakthrough with the soul ring, he had gained a comprehensive understanding of martial souls. In his interpretation, this so-called soul power was akin to inner strength, albeit most individuals practiced it in a simplistic manner devoid of structure. With the cultivation method of the Shen skill at his disposal, Tang San was destined for a superior training pace compared to the majority of soul masters. According to the master, the cultivation method he had researched was likely a similar operational route for harnessing inner strength. To have advanced to such a level of study, one could only fathom the immense effort the master had invested. For the Shen skill was the culmination of countless generations of painstaking experience from the Tang clan. Yet, the master stood alone in this endeavor. Furthermore, you should make a trip to the Spirit Hall in Nodding City. Along the way, you can easily inquire about its location, which is situated in the central area of the city. There, you will undergo a soul master assessment, not only to evaluate your soul power but also to formally register at the Spirit Hall. enabling you to receive monthly allowances and relieving you from the need to continue as a working student. Tang San cautiously stored the book given to him by the master within the 24 bridges by night, which is crafted from an unknown material exhibiting remarkable elasticity. It can be compressed to a minimal size, allowing even a child of Tang San's stature to fasten it around his waist. Yet when extended, it can accommodate even a burly man with a waist measurement exceeding 4 feet, all while maintaining a consistent width. At this moment, Tang San donned the uniform of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, with the belt bestowed upon him by the master cinched around his waist. His demeanor and spirit had transformed entirely since his arrival at the academy. While he may not be conventionally handsome, he presented a clean and refreshing appearance. As he exited the master's room, the bell signaling the end of class resonated. The duration of lessons at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy is brief, with a half-hour break before lunch. Students from the opposite teaching building were departing in small groups towards the dormitories. Just as Tang San was preparing to head to the Spirit Hall for his Soul Master certification, he faintly overheard some senior students mentioning the term working student. Hastily concentrating his mind, he utilized his inner strength to discern the content of their conversation by listening intently. Those work-study students were indeed overestimating themselves, daring to challenge the formidable Xiao Laoda, a 6th grade student. It was likely that tomorrow, during class, one would scarcely catch sight of the work-study students. However, it would be unfair to dismiss them entirely. They appeared to possess some grounds for their audacity. Rumor had it that a new first-year student had joined the work-study ranks, a young girl of remarkable prowess, affectionately referred to as Xiao Wu Jie by her peers. It seemed that she had instigated this challenge herself. The stakes they had set were rather audacious. Should Xiao Laoda emerge victorious, all work-study students would become his subservients. Yet if the work-study students triumphed, Xiao Wu Jie would be acknowledged as the little sister of the entire academy. Such a venture was undeniably foolish. How formidable could a mere first-year girl truly be? Xiao Laoda was among the select few 6th grade students who had attained the realm of Soul Master. It appeared that Xiao Laoda would soon acquire a new entourage. Upon overhearing the conversation between the two upperclassmen, Tang San felt a sudden tightening in his chest. Although his acquaintance with Xiao Wu had been brief, he had garnered some understanding of her character. This seemingly delicate young girl possessed a temperament far from gentle. In fact, she exhibited a rather fiery spirit. Coupled with the previous accounts from Wang Shang regarding the mistreatment of work-study students, he could ascertain that the claims made by the two upperclassmen were indeed credible. As a member of the work-study group himself, Tang San could not stand idly by while his roommate faced intimidation. 2 senior students. May I inquire about the location where Xiao, the leader, and those work-study students engaged in conversation with the 2 members of the academy? The 2 students appeared momentarily taken aback, and the taller one on the left remarked, "What do you want, Junior? Are you eager to meddle? Zhao's team has sufficient manpower. Judging by your demeanor, you must be a sophomore or junior. I advise you against participating, as you might get caught in the crossfire." Given Tang San's neat attire and the quality belt adorning his waist, the 2 students evidently could not discern his status as a work-study student. "Seniors, I merely wish to observe from a distance." Tang San naturally refrained from revealing his work-study identity. They must be dueling in the woods behind the academy. Upon receiving accurate information, Tang San dashed off in the direction of the academy's rear. The so-called rear mountain of the academy is not situated within Nodding Academy itself, but rather on a small hill just outside the back gate. With no one else in sight, Tang San promptly activated his ghost shadow perplexing track and sprinted up the hill. The woods were eerily quiet, yet this stillness belied an underlying tension, creating an atmosphere charged with anticipation. All work-study students, apart from Tang San, stood behind Xiao Wu, facing a group composed of over 20 senior students. At the forefront stood a tall, robust figure clad in the uniform of Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Although still bearing a youthful visage, he exhibited traits of maturity. He appeared at least half a head taller than Xiao Wu and was quite handsome. However, the contempt and disdain etched upon his face marred the otherwise harmonious impression. "Little girl, you still have time to regret your decision," he sneered. "Certainly, I would not mind having an additional pet rabbit. Your martial spirit is indeed a rabbit, is it not?" Xiao Wu displayed an expression that was equally disdainful, her delicate features lending an air of charming innocence to her demeanor. She pointed at her opponent and declared, "Xiao Laoda, are you afraid? If you are, then you shall become my little brother." Haha. Xiao Laoda feigned nonchalance, letting out a boisterous laugh. "Am I afraid? I must say, Wang Shang, have your work-study students lost their wits to bring such a little girl to challenge me? How utterly laughable. Little girl, have you not inquired about who I, Xiao Laoda, truly am? Within this city of Notting, I could stride about without a care, let alone within the academy." Xiao Wu appeared to be growing increasingly impatient. "Enough of the banter, let us begin. Tell me, how shall we fight?" Xiao Laoda's eyes glinted mischievously. "Do not worry, I shall not bully you. You have 10 individuals here, so we shall match that number. We will take turns. The victor shall continue to face the next challenger until one side is entirely defeated." To have attained the position of leader among the students, Xiao Laoda was no fool. Rather, he was quite astute. Although Xiao Wu seemed to pose little threat at first glance, Xiao Laoda had long been acquainted with Wang Shang's character. If this young girl lacked any real ability, Wang Shang would not have readily acknowledged her as a representative of the work-study students. Even if this girl were strong, what of it? In this vicinity, all the students are seniors, each possessing considerable strength. Among the work-study students, only Wang Shang exhibits a modicum of skill, and with the addition of this young girl, there are merely 2 of them. Allowing my subordinates to wear them down completely, without even needing to intervene myself, would already secure victory in this battle. Does this seemingly equitable method of duel truly embody fairness? Wang Shang naturally discerned the intentions of Boss Xiao, yet before he could voice his thoughts, Xiao Wu had already cheerfully declared, "Very well, it's settled. Who will be the first to step forward?" At this moment, it was too late for Wang Shang to dissuade Xiao Wu from her agreement. Boss Xiao gestured toward his subordinates, and a tall senior student immediately advanced. Gritting his teeth, Wang Shang implored, "Sister Xiao Wu, allow me to go first." He was well acquainted with this senior, having faced him in one-on-one encounters multiple times, each ending in a rather dismal fashion. This student wielded a martial spirit in the form of a staff, though it was no ordinary stick. Xiao Wu, embodying the demeanor of a leader, nodded in assent to Wang Shang's request. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward to face his opponent. "Lu Long, let us begin." As the yellow light radiated from Lu Long's hand, a staff over 2 meters in length materialized instantly. "Wang Shang," he proclaimed with a chilling expression, "if I don't leave you lying down for a few days today, I shall not bear the surname Lu." Without further ado, Lu Long swiftly advanced, wielding his staff to strike down upon Wang Shang with unwavering resolve. Wang Shang's body radiated with the brilliance of soul power, and with a fierce roar, he stood his ground, crossing his arms to meet the opponent's long staff. A muffled thud echoed as he grunted, retreating 2 steps. His arms, infused with soul power, suddenly recoiled, reaching for the opponent's staff. Despite the protective aura of soul power, the initial contact left a gash on his arm, blood seeping from the wound. Bruising was inevitable. Lu Long smirked, remarking on Wang Shang's lack of learning. "This is my martial spirit." In a flash of light, one end of the staff Wang Shang had grasped vanished, only to reappear as it thrust forward, piercing through his arm and forcefully pressing against his chest, propelling him backward. Wang Shang's fighting spirit was beyond question, and his strength evidently surpassed that of his opponent. Yet, he suffered due to the absence of a soul ring, rendering him unable to manifest his martial spirit. While his power was significantly enhanced through soul energy, his agility fell short. Confronted by an adversary wielding a long staff, he was at the mercy of the opponent's advantage, who employed the principle that an inch gained is an inch of strength, leaving him with no means to retaliate. With a sudden leap, another roar erupted from him, but once again, his body was sent sprawling by the staff's strike. However, Wang Shang was notably resilient. His frequent encounters with blows had fortified his ability to withstand punishment far beyond that of the average student. Although he found himself at a distinct disadvantage, it was no simple task for his opponent to incapacitate him. Before Xiao Wu and Tang San arrived at Notting Academy, all the work-study students relied solely on his protection. Without some degree of skill, they would have long been bullied into submission. Wang Shang remains excessively impulsive. In direct confrontation, he cannot close the distance, and it is only by doing so that he stands a chance of overcoming his opponent. Approaching Xiao Wu is none other than Tang San. After traversing the academy's rear mountain, he beheld the scene within the woods and, choosing silence, stealthily made his way to Xiao Wu's side. His stature is modest, and the members of Xiao Lao Da's faction were entirely oblivious to his presence. Tang San gazed at Xiao Wu, wishing to articulate something, yet he restrained himself. Noticing his hesitation, Xiao Wu wondered what he intended to say. Was he going to chastise her for her impulsiveness? Chapter 11. Xiao Wu. So you truly are a rabbit? Part 1. Tang San furrowed his brow, contemplating the troubling thoughts of such a young child. It seems imperative to teach them a lesson, to make them aware that the work-study students are not to be trifled with. With this in mind, he brushed his fingers against his waist and shifted his gaze toward the battlefield. At that moment, Wang Shang bore numerous bruises, and amidst his continuous roars, his soul power had dwindled significantly, while his opponent had yet to be struck, reveling in a mockery akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Wang Shang's method of attack remained overly simplistic. Seizing the opportunity before his soul power was entirely exhausted, he launched one final assault. He took 2 steps back and charged once more at Lu Long, resolute in his determination to leave a mark on his adversary, regardless of the consequences. Lu Long and Wang Shang had been acquainted for quite some time, so it was only natural that Lu Long could discern Wang Shang's true intentions. As he saw Wang Shang charging towards him, his expression grew grave. He wielded his staff with precision, delivering a series of 3 strikes aimed at Wang Shang's head and shoulders. If he could successfully repel Wang Shang, who was already at his limit, the latter would be unable to launch any further meaningful attacks. However, at that moment, Lu Long felt as if his hands gripping the staff had been stung by a mosquito, causing his assault to falter. The timing of his strikes had been meticulously calculated, and this momentary hesitation exposed a critical vulnerability. Although his first strike connected with Wang Shang's head, Wang Shang persevered and pressed forward, leaving Lu Long's subsequent blows to land harmlessly in the air. Being confronted at close range by a battle soul master with a beast martial spirit was undoubtedly catastrophic for a weapon soul master who relied on long-range weaponry. Even if Lu Long possessed a slight advantage in strength over Wang Shang, the outcome remained unchanged. With a resounding crash, Wang Shang's tiger claw struck Lu Long's head, sending him soaring into the air. In a swift motion, Wang Shang flipped and delivered a powerful strike with his right leg, akin to a tiger's tail whip, crashing down on Lu Long's back and propelling him forcefully into the ground. Unlike Wang Shang, Lu Long did not possess such remarkable resilience. His soul power was concentrated in his staff, leaving his personal defenses inadequate. Wang Shang's 2 fierce attacks were executed with full force, and when Lu Long slammed heavily onto the ground, he was immediately knocked unconscious. Wang Shang roared in exhilaration, as if he were releasing years of pent-up frustrations. Xiao Lao, who had been watching Lu Long toy with Wang Shang with an air of calm, was taken aback as the tide of the battle shifted dramatically. It is noteworthy that Lu Long ranks among the top 3 in terms of strength among his subordinates. Had he not already possessed the first spirit ring, victory over Lu Long could not have been assured. Xiao Wu jested, "Indeed, a withered flower is still a withered flower. Truly, he is utterly feeble. What say you, Big Brother Xiao?" With a wave of his hand, Big Brother Xiao instructed his other subordinates to take Lu Long away for urgent medical attention. They were merely students from a junior spirit master academy, and their meager spirit power posed no threat to life. The first match is counted as our loss. Ling Feng, you are up next. The second contestant dispatched by Big Brother Xiao was a slender, upperclassman, whose small nose and eyes, along with his wiry frame, belied his 12 years of age, making him appear more akin to Xiao Wu and Tang San in age. Xiao Wu regarded him with keen interest, immediately discerning that this second contestant was an agile spirit master, perfectly suited to counter Wang Shang. Given Wang Shang's prior depletion of spirit power, defeat was inevitable. Are you a work-study student? Ling Feng inquired, casting a doubtful glance at Tang San. Tang San merely nodded in response, urging him to proceed. Although Ling Feng was slight of build, he still stood taller than the first-year Tang San. The duel was a matter of determining who could become the academy's leader, and he dismissed any lingering doubts. After a final glance at Tang San's belt, he propelled himself into the air, executing a nimble somersault, arms spread wide, and gliding 2 meters towards Tang San's head. Beast martial spirit. Tang San immediately recognized the nature of his opponent's martial spirit. The teachings of the master over the past few days had proven invaluable. This student, named Ling Feng, was indeed an agile battle spirit master. His beast spirit is likely that of a flying creature. Judging by his unassuming appearance and lackluster attack style, it is probably not an eagle. Instead, it must be akin to a swallow or a crow. As his opponent lunged towards him, Tang San remained utterly still, as if his adversary were non-existent. Ling Feng, renowned as the fastest among the 6th grade students and a close ally of the esteemed Xiao, moved with remarkable agility. Just as he was about to reach Tang San, he executed an astonishing maneuver, flipping in midair and forcefully altering his trajectory to position himself behind Tang San. With both arms raised simultaneously, he struck towards the sides of Tang San's neck. Remarkably, even as Ling Feng vaulted over him, Tang San did not flinch, facing an opponent with unknown abilities. Remaining steadfast amidst flux was the wisest strategy. Had this been before acquiring his first spirit ring, Tang San might not have displayed such audacity. However, since obtaining his first spirit ring, he has experienced a qualitative leap in speed, strength, and reflexes. The disciples of the Tang clan are particularly noted for their heightened senses and quick reactions. Speed is indeed one of their advantages. Who could he possibly fear in terms of swiftness? Ling Feng, maneuvering midair, sought the element of surprise, underestimating Tang San, a mere 1st or 2nd year student, and aimed for a decisive strike to compel Xiao Wu into action. Yet, just as his palms converged towards Tang San's neck, Tang San finally moved. Calm as a maiden, swift as a darting hare, Tang San has perfected this principle to an exquisite degree. His explosive speed was so instantaneous that few among the spectators could truly comprehend it. The heel of Tang San's foot made intimate contact with Ling Feng's chin, propelling him into a 3rd somersault in midair, a continuous backflip nonetheless. With a resounding thud, he was forcefully cast several meters away, following in the footsteps of Lu Long, and fell into unconsciousness. His jaw, dislocated by Tang San's strike, bore testament to the ferocity of the blow. This was achieved without the aid of inner strength. Had he harnessed it, that kick would have surely shattered Ling Feng's jaw. The Ru-Yi reverse single leg, a fundamental technique in martial arts, combined with Tang San's keen perception, resulted in an instantaneous defeat of his opponent. The senior students from Xiao Laoda's faction widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to reconcile the reality unfolding before them. Ling Feng, who ranked just below Xiao Laoda in strength, had succumbed to a single strike from what appeared to be a mere 1st or 2nd year student, without even managing to launch his favored attack. Xiao Laoda muttered, "Damn, is the world changing? How can the younger generation be so formidable?" Surprised, he was not alone. The work-study students, including Xiao Wu, shared the same astonishment. Having sparred with Tang San on multiple occasions, she now observed a significant improvement in his abilities. Moreover, she noted that Tang San, in the throes of battle, seemed utterly transformed. In his everyday demeanor, he appeared merely as a gentle child, yet once engaged in combat, his strikes became exceptionally fierce. Wang Shang, disregarding the pain coursing through his body, could not help but burst into gleeful laughter as he witnessed Ling Feng being sent flying by Tang San's kick. "How about it, Boss Xiao? Are you convinced? Our Tang San didn't even need to utilize his soul power. I suggest you concede to avoid further suffering." Boss Xiao cast a cold glance at Tang San, the derision and disdain that once adorned his face now replaced by a grave expression. Xiao Qingyu, a 6th grade student, martial soul wolf. Level 11, 1st ring battle soul master. Announcing his martial soul and rank was a gesture of respect towards his opponent. As he spoke, a layer of azure light emanated from Xiao Qingyu, his muscles beginning to swell amidst the flickering glow. His eyes gradually transformed into a pale green hue, and his arms slowly lifted, claws extending forward as his nails sharpened. A circle of white soul rings rose from beneath him, signifying the manifestation of his martial soul. In this moment, Xiao Qingyu, as the leader of the students, showcased his astuteness. While the entirety of Nodding Academy was well aware of his martial soul, the same could not be said for Tang San. whose martial soul remained an enigma. By revealing his own martial soul first, Xiao aimed to glean insights into Tang San's abilities before engaging in combat, allowing for some degree of preparation. The custom of announcing one's martial soul was something Tang San had learned from Master. It was customary to disclose one's martial soul unless one held their opponent in utter contempt, unafraid of forging a lifelong enmity. Typically, when facing an adversary who revealed their martial soul, one would reciprocate in kind, signifying mutual respect and the spirit of skill exchange. Tang San, a first-year work-study student, martial soul, blue silver grass. At the 11th rank, a first-ring soul master. When Tang San announced that his martial soul was blue silver grass, the senior students behind Xiao Qinyu burst into uproarious laughter, their previous tension dissipating entirely. They paid little heed to the level Tang San subsequently declared. Blue silver grass was universally acknowledged as a useless martial soul on the continent. Even though Tang San possessed considerable strength, the disparity in martial souls rendered any concern about Xiao Qinyu, who was at a higher level, entirely unnecessary. What level did you just say? Unlike his subordinates, Xiao Qinyu was not so easily dismissive. The commotion behind him had obscured the level Tang San had announced. 11th rank, first-ring soul master. As he spoke, a faint white light emanated from Tang San's body. Raising his right hand, the ethereal blue-silver grass sprouted from his palm, wafting gracefully as he waved his hand. A circle of brilliant yellow soul rings ascended from beneath Tang San's feet, swirling rhythmically around his form. The appearance of the yellow soul rings struck the senior students like a resounding slap, their laughter instantly freezing. A few of them stood with mouths agape, staring at Tang San as though he were a creature from another realm. The 100-year soul ring. Xiao Qinyu inhaled sharply, taken aback. To be continued. Today marks Little San's birthday. Friends, please shower him with gifts as a birthday present. Thank you. White signifies a 10-year soul ring, while yellow represents a 100-year soul ring. The disparity between soul rings of different levels, under the condition that both parties possess equal soul power, plays a decisive role. How could this be possible? The emergence of soul rings on Tang San has fundamentally overturned the perceptions of these students regarding martial souls. Being in the first grade signifies an age of merely 6 to 7 years, and achieving the rank of Soul Master at this stage is unprecedented in the history of the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. Moreover, his martial soul is the blue silver grass, which is often dismissed as a useless martial soul. Boss, just eliminate him. After all, he's merely a blue silver grass. What significance does a powerful soul ring hold? A senior student could not help but exclaim. Fool! Be quiet! Xiao Qinyu thundered, interrupting his subordinate's words. Merely a blue silver grass? Xiao Qinyu mused, realizing the matter was far more complex. While it is true that the blue silver grass is deemed a waste, attaining the realm of a soul master transforms its essence. Furthermore, he possesses a century-old soul ring, which is inconceivable for someone to acquire on their own. If someone has aided him in obtaining a century-old soul ring and in advancing to the soul master level, what formidable force could be backing this first-grade youth? Xiao Qinyu's father is the Lord of Notting City. Otherwise, he would not be so audacious within the academy, with even the teachers seldom intervening. Having observed his father's various dealings in the political arena since childhood, he has inevitably absorbed a modicum of the atmosphere of officialdom, leading him to contemplate Tang San's origins. His father had repeatedly cautioned him that in this world, there are certain prominent families that one must never offend. They can be even more fearsome than the imperial royalty. The royal family may still be concerned about their reputation, yet those esteemed families have no such worries. Angering them could lead to catastrophic consequences. Are you truly a work-study student? Xiao Qinyu could not help but inquire. Tang San nodded indifferently. Upon activating his soul ring, an exhilarating surge of power coursed through him, igniting a fervent desire to find a worthy opponent and measure the extent of his newfound strength after this qualitative transformation. Let us engage. At this moment, the tension was palpable, as if the arrow was nocked and could not be unshot. Xiao Qinyu remained cautious, resolving that even if he triumphed over this first-year work-study student, he must not inflict harm upon him. If Ling Feng's assault was characterized by agility, then Xiao Qinyu's attack was defined by explosive dominance. With a soul ring at his disposal, his strength was incomparable to Wang Sheng's. Even though Wang Sheng's martial spirit was that of the Beast King, the disparity in levels rendered him vastly inferior to Xiao Qinyu. As Xiao Qinyu lunged forward, Tang San could no longer maintain the leisurely demeanor he displayed with Ling Feng. The presence of a soul ring represented an entirely different realm of power. As Xiao Qinyu's form surged forth, the soul power emanating from him enveloped a 3-square-meter area around Tang San, signifying an undeniable force that lacked any finesse. It was a raw clash of strength. Raw strength, is it? Then let us see what you have. Although physical power was not the forte of the Tang Sect disciples, Tang San was equally curious to discern the extent of his Shentian skill. He gathered his energy in both palms, slowly pushing forward to meet Xiao Qinyu's wolf-like claws. At this moment, the subordinates of Xiao Qinyu wore triumphant smiles upon their faces. What significance did a century-old soul ring hold? This fool had dared to clash his hands against Xiao Boss's wolf claws, a blatant invitation to death. They had witnessed Xiao Qinyu shatter stones with his claws after channeling his martial soul. Xiao Qinyu's hands were considerably larger than Tang San's, and a flicker of hesitation danced within him. Should he unleash his clawed strength? He was confident that he could crush Tang San's hand, thereby concluding this contest. Yet, he wondered if such an action would have repercussions for those behind him. The speed of the impending strike was astonishing. Before Xiao Qinyu could fully contemplate, his claws met Tang San's palms with a resounding thud. In that instant, azure and white lights erupted simultaneously, creating a gust of energy that destabilized the onlookers. While Tang San stood firm, unwavering, Xiao Qinyu was jolted back, his upper body swaying from the impact. Almost instinctively, Xiao Qinyu's wolf claws lunged for Tang San's hands. The fury of realizing his inferiority in soul power eclipsed all caution. However, a more astonishing event unfolded. As his claws gripped Tang San's hands, he distinctly sensed their unyielding hardness, like iron. No matter how much force he exerted, he could not draw back even a fraction.
Moments later.
Tang San forcefully separated his hands from Xiao Qinyu's grasp, seizing his wrist to prevent him from being pushed back. With a swift motion, he pulled Xiao Qinyu forward and drove his right shoulder directly into Xiao Qinyu's abdomen. Xiao Qinyu's imposing figure was abruptly sent soaring, crashing to the ground 3 meters away. His subordinates were poised to cheer, only to witness their leader being flung out. In that moment, their perception of Tang San underwent a profound transformation. Was this young man even human? The lustrous jade hue gradually receded from Tang San's hands, revealing that his Shentian Gong inner strength surpassed his opponent's soul power by a significant margin. Tang San spoke calmly, "I have matters to attend to and cannot indulge you any longer. Let us conclude this." With that, he commanded Blue Silvergrass entangle. Just as Xiao Qinyu sprang up from the ground, Tang San's attack had not been executed with full force. Coupled with the protective nature of his beast martial soul, he had sustained no injuries and was just in time to hear Tang San's words. Suddenly, over a dozen thick strands of blue-silver grass erupted unexpectedly from beneath his feet, spiraling upwards. Before Xiao Qinyu could react, they had firmly ensnared his legs. "What is this?" Xiao Qinyu exclaimed in shock. He struggled with all his might, but the upgraded blue-silver grass proved exceptionally resilient. No matter how fiercely he fought, he could not break free. Tang San approached Xiao Qinyu step by step, stating, "There is no need to attempt escape. You cannot break free. My first spirit ring is from the mandala snake, which grants my blue-silver grass its tenacity. Naturally, it also inherits a hint of the mandala snake's toxicity. If you believe you still possess the strength to fight, I would not mind allowing you to sample the taste of the mandala snake's venom. Oh, and by the way, I will not provide an antidote." Once again, a dozen strands of blue-silver grass surged behind Tang San, the leaves hovering as if a multitude of mandrake snakes were poised to strike. A palpable sense of dread began to envelop the senior students, with Xiao Qinyu's followers retreating uncontrollably. While they may not have encountered the mandrake snakes firsthand, they had certainly heard tales of their terror. Who would willingly engage with such a fearsome venom? I concede. Do not unleash the snake's poison. Despite being the leader among the students, Xiao Qinyu was merely 12 years old and, like any child, was susceptible to fear, momentarily losing his composure. In truth, although Tang San's blue-silver grass possessed toxicity, it was merely the first spirit ring, and the mandrake snake absorbed was not particularly formidable, rendering the venom merely paralyzing rather than lethal. Yet, how could Xiao Qinyu dare to test this with his own body? The blue-silver grass quietly vanished beneath Xiao Qinyu's feet, and a familiar gentle smile graced Tang San's face. Since you have conceded, let us proceed as previously agreed upon with Xiao Wu. Xiao Qinyu gazed blankly at Tang San, pondering whether to recognize him or her as the true leader. He found it hard to believe that Xiao Wu's strength could surpass that of Tang San. A 6-year-old spirit master transcended his understanding. Tang San smiled and replied, "Of course, Xiao Wu is your leader. I cannot surpass her. Otherwise, I would be the head of the 7th dormitory, not her." "What?" Xiao Qinyu's mouth fell open in astonishment, internally exclaiming, "You are already so formidable, and she is even more powerful. Are you both truly students and only 6 years old?" Xiao Wu gradually approached Tang San, gently patting his shoulder and adopting a commanding demeanor. "You performed admirably, little San. You've worked hard." Tang San chuckled softly and replied, "The teacher has tasked me with some errands. You shall handle the remaining matters on your own. Henceforth, you shall be the esteemed leader of our academy." With a playful smile, Xiao Wu playfully punched Tang San on the shoulder and said, "All right, you may go. I shall take care of the rest." Her gaze then shifted to Xiao Qinyu. "What is this? Are you still unconvinced? Very well, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Xiao Wu, a first-year work-study student. My martial spirit is a rabbit, and I am a level 12 one-ring battle spirit master." Not only Xiao Qinyu, but even Tang San, who had yet to depart, was taken aback. He had just discovered that Xiao Wu was also a spirit master, and moreover, she surpassed him by a level. Given their similar ages, could it be that she possessed innate full spirit power as well? Xiao Wu was enveloped in a radiant crimson glow. Beneath the gentle red luminescence, her eyes began to transform into a deep crimson hue, her ears elongated gracefully, adorned with soft white fur that stood upright at the sides of her head. Her stature seemed to elevate slightly, and a gentle aura of spirit power pulsated around her. The spirit ring that emerged beneath her feet was, astonishingly, the same as Tang San's, a yellow 100-year spirit ring. Xiao Qinyu slapped his forehead in realization. "Sister Xiao Wu, I concede. From now on, you shall be the esteemed leader of our Nodding Junior Spirit Master Academy." A level 11 auxiliary spirit master such as himself could only marvel at the prowess of a level 12 one-ring battle spirit master with a 100-year spirit ring. Without needing to engage in combat, Xiao Qinyu understood that he was no match for Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu gazed with a hint of pride at a group of senior students bowing before her. She cast a glance at Tang San, who stood there in a daze, and remarked, "Aren't you busy? Why haven't you left yet? Just because you possess innate full soul power, does that mean I cannot?" Tang San snapped back to reality, scrutinizing Xiao Wu closely. He reached out to gently touch her soft long ears and nodded. "Xiao Wu, it turns out you truly are a rabbit." "You!" The sensitivity of a rabbit's ears transformed into a manifestation of her martial soul, causing a blush to bloom on the young girl's fair cheeks. She instinctively raised her hand to hit him, but Tang San, in a flash, made his escape. Setting aside Xiao Wu's aftermath, as Tang San dashed out of the academy, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. Aside from his concerns for his teacher, who had suffered from poison, everything else surpassed his expectations. The dilemma of cultivating the Shentian skill was finally resolved, and he had acquired the skill of blue-silver grass entanglement, marking a significant enhancement in his strength. Tang San was convinced that, with relentless dedication to his training, the Shentian skill would surely advance by leaps and bounds. In no more than 10 years, if he could reach the 5th level of the Shentian skill, he would have made considerable progress. At that time, he would be able to utilize most of the hidden weapons recorded in the Shentian treasure book. Hadn't his teacher mentioned that there were many martial soul families and sects in this world? What would prevent him from re-establishing the Tang Sect in this alternate realm? On the Doluo continent, whether in the Heaven Do Empire or the Star Luo Empire, the Spirit Hall in any city stood as a landmark edifice. Tang San casually inquired of a passerby and successfully located the Spirit Hall.
Halt!
"Young lad, this is the Spirit Hall. You must not trespass." As Tang San approached the Spirit Hall, he was halted by the guards stationed at the entrance. The Spirit Hall in Nodding City was a grand edifice crowned with a magnificent dome. Its facade spanned over 100 meters in width and soared to a height of 20 meters, comprising 3 distinct levels. The entire structure was adorned in a rich brown hue, and the emblem upon the main entrance featured merely a solitary longsword. Through the Master's earlier elucidation, Tang San understood that the singular design represented that the spirit hall of Notting City was of the most rudimentary tier. Chapter 12. The Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique, Part 1. The 2 guards stationed at the entrance appeared to be around 20 years of age, their aura of soul power scarcely discernible, suggesting they had yet to attain the rank of a soul master. It was evident that Notting City was indeed remote, as evidenced by the classification of its spirit hall, reflecting the city's significance within the Tiando Empire. Good day, sir. I am a first-year student from the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. My instructor has sent me here to assess my soul rank. Tang San gestured to the emblem on his uniform while addressing the guards. Upon noticing the insignia of Notting Academy on Tang San's attire, both guards instinctively revealed glimmers of envy in their eyes. The guard who had initially spoken remarked, "Ah, I see. You may enter. Proceed to the reception hall on the first floor and seek out Master Matthew. He will assist you." "Thank you," Tang San replied, promptly making his way into the spirit hall. 2 guards cast envious glances as he entered the soul hall. One remarked, "If only I had the means to attend the Notting Academy back then, perhaps I too could have become a soul master by now." The Notting Academy must possess its own soul power testing tools. They only come to us during advancement. Why is this child here at our soul hall? Who knows? He is merely a child. Perhaps his teacher sent him on an errand, though they cannot say it outright. As Tang San stepped into the grand hall of the soul hall, he was immediately enveloped by the magnificent atmosphere created by the towering 20-meter dome above. The ceiling was adorned with frescoes, each small panel depicting various soul forms. The background gleamed with resplendent gold, evoking a sense of opulence intertwined with antiquity. Surrounding the soul hall were immense crystal windows, through which sunlight refracted, casting a dazzling glow upon the frescoes that left one spellbound. Where is the reception hall? After absorbing the ambience of the grand hall, Tang San began his search for his destination. The interior of the soul hall was sparsely populated, with only a few servants tidying up the space. Just as he pondered how to locate the reception hall and whom to inquire for assistance, he spotted a familiar figure. It was Su Yuntao, the Master Soul Master who had helped him awaken his soul, possessing the lone wolf soul. Tang San hurried over, and accompanying Su Yuntao was a tall and curvaceous female soul master, whose appearance was quite appealing. The 2 were engaged in lively conversation, completely oblivious to the approach of the diminutive Tang San. Master Su Yuntao, upon hearing Tang San's call, finally noticed his arrival. The female soul master beside him exclaimed, "How is it that there is such a young child in our spirit hall? Could he be yet another noble scion here for soul awakening?" Su Yuntao did not recognize Tang San at first, as he had encountered countless children awakening their souls, and Tang San's attire now reflected a considerable change from his previous disheveled appearance. "Who are you?" Su Yuntao inquired, his expression clouded with confusion. Tang San promptly clarified, "Master Su Yuntao, I am Tang San, the one who awakened the blue silvergrass martial spirit during your last visit to Holy Soul Village, the one endowed with innate full soul power." "Ah, it is you. What brings you here?" The memory of Tang San's innate full soul power made Su Yuntao recall him instantly. Tang San replied, "My teacher has sent me to the spirit hall for an advanced assessment and to evaluate my soul power levels." Su Yuntao was taken aback. "Have you already acquired your first soul ring? How swift! This uniform belongs to Notting Academy, does it not? Truly, it is the finest academy in Notting City, and your teacher is indeed very responsible." Meanwhile, Su Yuntao's female companion appeared somewhat displeased at being overlooked. "Yuntao, won't you introduce me?" Noticing the discontent in his companion's demeanor, Su Yuntao quickly sought to appease her. "Cici, this is the child of innate full soul power I mentioned to you. It is unfortunate that his martial spirit is merely blue silver grass. Otherwise, his future would be boundless. He has now obtained a soul ring and is considered part of the Soul Master community. Please wait for me here. I will escort him to Master Matthew in the reception hall." Upon hearing Su Yuntao mention that Tang San possessed innate full soul power, Cici's eyes brightened momentarily. However, Upon learning that this innate full soul power was associated with the blue silver grass martial spirit, her expression shifted from surprise to a hint of disdain. She nodded and said, "You may go. I shall wait for you here." "Thank you." Su Yuntao left a favorable impression on Tang San, being regarded as a responsible steward within the spirit hall. As Su Yuntao guided Tang San up the staircase to the second floor of the spirit hall, Tang San observed a series of rooms lining the corridor, with a direct view of the hall on the first floor, undoubtedly the administrative heart of the spirit hall. Clearly eager to join CC, Su Yuntao hastily approached a door, forgoing a knock and pushing it open. "Who is this, barging in unannounced?" came an aged voice from within the room. The office was brightly lit, and behind a spacious desk sat an elderly man, impeccably dressed in Soul Master attire, adorned with the distinguished three-sword emblem, signifying his status as a Grand Soul Master. "It's you, Yuntao. Why are you still so reckless? The cultivation of a Soul Master requires focus and composure. Otherwise, you may find yourself, like me, unable to breach the threshold of level 30, he admonished.
Su Yuntao.
Slightly exasperated, replied Master Matthew, "Please spare us the lecture. This child is here for an advancement assessment. I appreciate your assistance." Su Yuntao evidently shared a close relationship with the old Soul Master. The elder chuckled, but when his gaze fell upon Tang San, he couldn't help but express his surprise. "Yuntao, are you certain this child is here for advancement assessment rather than a martial soul awakening?" Su Yuntao managed a wry smile and replied, "I am indeed certain. This child's martial soul is the one I awakened. He is the innate full soul power child I mentioned to you, possessing the blue silver grass as his martial soul. He has already acquired a soul ring, so I must trouble you with him. Sis is still waiting for me, so I must take my leave." With that, he gave Tang San a gentle pat on the shoulder and hurriedly exited. Watching Su Yuntao's departing figure, the old Soul Master, Maestro Matthew, shook his head helplessly. Another young soul blinded by love, he mused. Unfortunately, Sis is not suited for him. Her heart is far too vast to be tethered. Standing before Maestro Matthew's desk, Tang San felt a pang of urgency as he listened to the old man's murmured thoughts. "Greetings, Maestro Matthew." Matthew smiled warmly at Tang San, saying, "Child, there's no need to address me as Maestro. I'm hardly worthy of such a title. You may call me Grandfather Matthew. At 81 years of age, I should certainly qualify as your elder." The elder's kind and gentle voice instantly endeared him to Tang San, who promptly responded, "Greetings, Grandfather Matthew." Matthew smiled slightly and said, "Come now, let me guide you through the advancement assessment. You are a very polite child. It is a pity, however, that your martial soul is blue silver grass." As he spoke, Matthew led Tang San by the hand, reminiscent of a grandfather guiding his grandson, out of his office and along the corridor on the second floor towards the inner sanctum of the spirit hall. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, 3 towering archways appeared before Tang San. With a smile, Matthew remarked, "This is the spirit laboratory where the advancement assessment takes place. Come, my child." With that, he pushed open the leftmost door and ushered Tang San inside. The room was spacious and lofty, spanning approximately 200 square meters, with a grand floor-to-ceiling window that illuminated the interior brilliantly. Tang San immediately discerned the source of the energy that stirred within him. Embedded in the surrounding walls were numerous fist-sized black stones, seemingly composed of the same material that Su Yuntao had once used to awaken his spirit. On the floor, an enormous emblem resembling a token was engraved, featuring a long sword that hung straight down, perfectly aligned with the entrance. This emblem was identical to the one that hung outside the spirit hall. Noticing Tang San's attention on the intricate designs on the floor, Master Matthew smiled and explained, "We are located in the most basic spirit hall, also known as the Spirit Branch Hall. Even in the smallest cities across the continent, there exist spirit halls of our scale. Above the branch hall is the Spirit Sub-Hall, and 1 tier higher is the Spirit Main Hall. Only large cities can possess a Spirit Main Hall. The capitals of the 2 great empires host the 4th-tier Spirit Sacred Halls. The 5th tier is the Hall of the Pope, which is the most revered place within our Spirit Hall. Beyond the Hall of the Pope lies the legendary Dolua Shrine. Only those who have attained the Dolua level as Soul Masters are qualified to enter that realm, which serves as the ultimate sanctuary for all Soul Masters registered with the Spirit Hall who have reached Dolua or higher. It is a place of aspiration for all soul masters. The 6 levels of the Spirit Hall mentioned by Matthew correspond precisely with the 6 emblems described by the Master, and Tang San has already grasped this in his heart. Thank you for sharing this with me, Grandpa Matthew. Shall we begin? Matthew smiled gently and remarked, the youth of today are so impatient. Very well, let us commence. Unleash your martial soul and manifest your soul rings. Tang San stepped onto the marked ground, raising his right hand, calming his mind. The inner force of the Shen-Tian skill harmonized with the warm currents emanating from his blue-silver grass martial soul, flowing slowly from his palm. Thick tendrils of blue-silver grass surged forth, swiftly cascading down to the ground, while a brilliant 100-year mandala snake soul ring rose from beneath Tang San's feet, moving rhythmically around his body. Matthew, who had initially worn a gentle smile, now wore an expression of astonishment upon witnessing the blue-silver grass emerging from Tang San's palm. Is this blue-silver grass? Tang San's eyes glimmered with a soft blue light, a unique effect of the blue-silver grass martial soul. Is there a problem, Grandpa Matthew? Matthew rubbed his eyes, ensuring he was not mistaken. His gaze shifted to the yellow soul ring encircling Tang San, a 100-year soul ring. No wonder. Even the blue-silver grass had undergone such a remarkable transformation. Child, I am yet unaware of your name. I am Tang San. Matthew sighed, attempting to calm the excitement within his heart. I can assure you that you have an excellent mentor at Nottingham Academy. However, it is already quite a feat for a mentor at Nottingham Academy to assist you in the hunt for a century-old soul beast. It is regrettable that the potential of the blue-silver grass is rather limited. Otherwise, you might truly become a remarkable soul master, especially considering your martial soul has only recently awakened a few months ago. Matthew picked up a yellow crystal ball from a nearby desk and approached Tang San. Infuse your soul power into this, and let me see what level you have attained. Theoretically, you should be at 11. Before he could complete his sentence, the crystal ball in Tang San's hand illuminated with a faint yellow glow. The radiance was not overwhelmingly strong, yet it was remarkably clear. This is 13th level soul power. Matthew gazed at Tang San as if he were some peculiar creature. Could it be that the soul ring itself is exceptionally powerful, resulting in an increase in soul power? Yet it shouldn't have jumped 2 levels. Child, may I inquire about the soul beast from which you acquired this soul ring? Around 6 o'clock, Xiao San, along with Wu Zue and other authors, will engage in a friendly interstellar match against PLU, a casual game for enjoyment. Those interested may watch the live broadcast, but please do not place high expectations on me. I am merely a novice in interstellar play. After all, writing takes precedence, leaving little time for gaming. Address. CNSC, to be continued. Tang San did not conceal the truth, stating, "It is the mandala serpent." Matthew was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, it was the most troublesome among the lower-tier spirit beasts, the mandala serpent, specifically a century-old one. No wonder it had such an effect. Yet, something seemed amiss. Your martial soul is evidently of the plant type. How could you possibly utilize a beast-type spirit ring? Child, surely you must be mistaken. Previously, Xiao and his companions were merely children, lacking a profound understanding of martial souls. But this esteemed Matthew, having served in the Spirit Hall for decades, was well versed in the fundamental rules of spirit rings and immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Tang San shook his head and replied, "Grandfather Matthew, I am not mistaken. Why cannot a plant-type martial soul employ a beast-type spirit ring? Under certain conditions, this is indeed feasible. My teacher refers to it as the theory of martial soul mimicry." Matthew's countenance shifted dramatically. "Pray tell, who is your teacher?" Tang San responded, "Everyone calls him the Master." The Master? The very one who once published the 10 core competencies of martial souls and was subsequently expelled from the Spirit Hall. He is here in our Notting City? Matthew's expression grew grave. "Tang San, would you be willing to join the Spirit Hall?" Tang San was momentarily taken aback. "Grandfather Matthew, did I not come here to register with the Spirit Hall?" Matthew shook his head, saying, "No, it is not the same. Registering with the Spirit Hall is something the vast majority of spirit masters must do to receive the subsidies allocated by the state. Joining the Spirit Hall signifies becoming an exclusive soul master of the hall. The training of soul masters will be conducted within the specialized institution established by the Spirit Hall. Tang San shook his head and replied, "That may not be feasible. I have already commenced my studies at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy." Matthew sighed and said, "Indeed, it is too late. Even our Spirit Hall has no justification for forcibly recruiting from the academy. Let it be. It is all that rascal Su Yuntao's fault. He should have brought you directly to the Spirit Hall. I fear the master would not consent to your joining the Spirit Hall after all." Tang San smiled faintly and remarked, "One cannot say that. If I were to come to the Spirit Hall, I might not acquire such excellent soul rings. Wouldn't you agree, Grandfather Matthew?" "Thank you." As they approached the academy, suddenly, Tang San heard a familiar sound, and his steps involuntarily halted. Clang, clang, clang. From the outside, the scale of the blacksmith shop was significantly larger than that of Tang San's home, with numerous patrons entering and exiting. The blacksmith shop reminded Tang San of his father's words. Tang Hao once advised him to seek employment at a blacksmith shop to support his living expenses. However, with his current responsibilities as a work-study student, would there be time for such a job? Having grown up in a blacksmith shop, Tang San held a certain fondness for the trade. He gazed intently at the blacksmith shop before heading towards the academy. "Xiao Wu, lead me to the place we need to clean. A promise is a promise. From today onward, the cleaning duties will be mine. Honoring one's commitments is the essence of being a person." Tang San excelled in this regard. Xiao Wu cast him a glance and remarked, "What are you still cleaning for? Consider yourself fortunate you won't have to clean anymore." Tang San was taken aback and asked, "Why?" Xiao Wu, with a hint of pride, replied, "Do you think I, Xiao Wu, do this for nothing? That rascal Xiao Chun Yu has arranged for all of our work-study students. We won't have to do it anymore, yet we will still receive our wages. Since you've contributed quite a bit, I'll let you off this time." Although Tang San was a man of his word, he was by no means a pedantic individual. With a chuckle, he said, "That sounds fair. From now on, you shall be known as the Xiao Wu of the entire Notting Academy." Xiao Wu sat up, hugging her knees, her rosy cheeks radiating curiosity as she looked at Tang San and inquired, "What was the result of your assessment at the Spirit Hall?" Tang San replied, "It was successful. I am now a soul master." The other work-study students around them displayed envy in their eyes, though it was merely admiration. The scene of Tang San defeating Xiao Chun Yu had left a profound impression on their minds. Even Wang Shang could not help but admire him, pondering that even if he were to obtain a soul ring, he might not triumph over Tang San. Xiao Wu, intrigued, asked, "What are the benefits of becoming a soul master? Surely it's not just an empty title." Tang San chuckled and said, "There are indeed advantages. At least I will be able to enjoy better meals from now on. Soul masters receive a monthly subsidy of 1 gold soul coin. 1 gold soul coin? That's quite a sum." Xiao Wu has now come to understand the significance of money. Even though Xiao Chenyu has assured her that he will cover the meal expenses for the work-study students, possessing her own funds is undeniably preferable. With this thought, she leaped off the bed, brimming with excitement as she dashed outside. "Xiao Wu, where are you off to?" "I'm heading to register as a soul master. Just 1 gold soul coin can purchase a plethora of delicious treats. Is there really a need to rush? How can I not be in haste? Have you forgotten today is the end of the month? If I go now, I might even secure 2 gold soul coins by the time next month rolls around. However, could you at least put on your shoes before you leave?" Tang San, I apologize for that incident the other day. You're not still upset, are you?" As Tang San pondered, Wang Shang approached him with a sincere expression. Wang Shang nodded and said, "Go ahead. By the way, congratulations on becoming a soul master." Tang San smiled and replied, "It won't be long before you break through as well." Nevertheless, he still needed to visit the blacksmith shop. He could always commence work tomorrow if need be. Tang San's greatest fear was being rejected as a mere blacksmith. Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, he stepped inside. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by a wave of warmth, a characteristic of any blacksmith establishment, though the temperature in his family's dilapidated shop was significantly lower. Upon entry, he found himself in a spacious hall. To the right, various crafted iron tools hung, not limited to agricultural implements but also an array of armor and weapons. In this world, soul masters are but a rare minority, and the necessity for weapons remains paramount. consequently, the prices of weapons naturally surpass those of agricultural tools. As Tang San beheld these weapons, memories of his previous life's occupation flooded his mind. At that time, the mechanism-based hidden weapons manufactured by the Tang Sect were the very backbone of its income. The Tang Sect adhered to numerous strictures. Although it sold mechanism-based hidden weapons to the outside world, it only offered non-toxic and some ordinary varieties, with the true secret techniques never available for sale. Nevertheless, the hidden weapons produced by the Tang Sect remained in high demand throughout the martial world. Tang San pondered, what would be the income if he were to establish a factory for crafting hidden weapons in this world? Young lad, what brings you here? If you wish to purchase, you ought to bring an adult. Leave quickly. This place is perilous. A booming voice interrupted Tang San's reverie. Upon looking up, he found a robust man, his upper body bare, gazing at him. Beneath his dark skin, muscles bulged impressively, and he wielded a large casting hammer, sweat glistening on his forehead. Good day, sir. I am here to inquire if you require any apprentice workers, Tang San stated, his youthful voice clear and melodious. Despite the cacophony of hammering iron within the forge, his words resonated distinctly with all present. Most of the blacksmiths paused their tasks, turning to Tang San with warm smiles. Blacksmithing is considered one of the humblest professions, often pursued by those from impoverished backgrounds who rely on strength and skill for their livelihood. Though their appearances may be rugged, they are typically endowed with great kindness. The large man who had spoken earlier scrutinized Tang San for a moment before saying, "Little one, cease your antics. It is best you depart. This place is rather perilous. Do you really appear as if you are suited for the role of a blacksmith? Moreover, we do not employ apprentices as young as yourself. I dare say you could hardly wield a forge hammer." Haha. It was at this moment that Tang San realized he was still clad in a neat school uniform. Indeed, dressed like this, how could he possibly be a blacksmith? My apologies, sir. I shall return later. With that, he turned and dashed outside. Upon entering, Tang San did not seek anyone else but approached the burly man he had encountered earlier. Sir, do you think I am ready to become an apprentice? The man was momentarily taken aback by Tang San's attire. Young lad, you are not jesting with me, are you? Tang San replied earnestly, of course not. You see, I am a work-study student at Notting Academy. I have time every afternoon. My father is the blacksmith in our village. I have learned casting from him since childhood and wish to earn my keep here. Upon hearing Tang San's words, the man's expression softened. Having come from humble beginnings himself, he felt a wave of sympathy, especially knowing the boy was studying at Notting Academy. The man said, "Very well. If you are willing to come, then you are welcome. Surely you can manage some chores serving tea and running errands. However, the wages will not be substantial, but there will be enough food. What do you say?" That sounds perfect. Tang San responded with delight. The blacksmith smiled kindly at him, but the burly man shot them a stern glance and said, "What are you staring at? Shouldn't you all be working? Hurry along, for tonight I shall treat everyone to some ale." Upon hearing the words of the robust man, the blacksmiths were instantly invigorated, each seizing their hammer to resume their toil. The sturdy figure raised the forging hammer in his hand, diligently shaping the molten iron before him, as he addressed Tang San. "I am called Sure San, the character for stone. You may refer to me as Uncle San. This forge has been passed down through my family. Henceforth, you shall work here and I shall provide your lunch and dinner daily, along with 10 copper soul coins, equivalent to a silver soul coin. Should the profits be favorable, I shall reward you further. Oh, by the way, what is your name?" "Uncle San, I am Tang San." "Tang San? Ha! How delightful. We both share the character San in our names. It seems we are indeed fated to meet. From which village do you hail?" "I come from Shenghun village," replied Tang San. Sure San remarked, "You mentioned earlier that you learned blacksmithing from your father since childhood. Yet you appear so young. What could your father possibly teach you?" "Of course, he taught me the art of forging, Uncle San. Do not be deceived by my stature. I possess strength, and I am quite capable of forging molten iron," Tang San asserted. Sure San erupted into hearty laughter. "Brothers, our new apprentice claims he can forge as well. Do you believe him?" The other blacksmiths joined in the laughter, for Tang San appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years old, having only grown somewhat taller after acquiring his first soul ring. by mere appearance. Who could believe he was capable of forging? Feeling the sting of underestimation, Tang San implored, "Uncle San, I truly can forge. If you do not believe me, allow me to demonstrate." Sure San paused his work, resting the forging hammer against the ground. "Very well then. If you can lift my hammer, I shall believe you." Saying this, he handed the hammer handle to Tang San. As the hammerhead was in contact with the ground, he had no fear that Tang San would struggle to lift it and cause an accident. "Uncle San, you are purifying this piece of pig iron, are you not? Allow me to assist you in this endeavor." Tang San accepted the handle of the forging hammer from Sure San. Blessed with prodigious strength, Sure San wielded a forging hammer distinctly larger than those of his peers, towering almost half a foot above Tang San's own height. At that moment, he became the focal point of the entire blacksmith shop, the other smiths observing him with amused expressions. However, their amusement was short-lived, as Tang San had already lifted the hammer, raising it horizontally from in front of him. It was approximately 30% heavier than an ordinary forging hammer. Once the hammer left the ground, Tang San assessed its weight. Although it was somewhat heavier, he could manage it even before obtaining his spirit ring, let alone now. As Tang San gradually raised the forging hammer, Sure San's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "What strength! Truly worthy of being the son of our blacksmith." With fervent intensity, Tang San fixed his gaze upon the pig iron in the furnace, inhaled deeply, and with a swift motion, he swung Sure San's forging hammer. His feet firmly anchored to the ground. His calves surged with power, transmitting strength throughout his body. In a half-turn, the massive hammer traced a complete arc through the air, striking down heavily upon the pig iron. A thunderous clang resonated, transforming the smiles of the blacksmiths into expressions of shock. Following the rebound of the hammer, Tang San executed a rapid turn, raising the hammer once more, and with another resounding impact, it descended upon the glowing pig iron with even greater force. "Uncle San, please assist me with the bellows. The temperature is insufficient," Tang San exclaimed swiftly, as he lifted his third hammer once more. This time, the forging hammer surged with greater urgency, accompanied by a whistling sound. Sure San, being an experienced blacksmith, understood all too well the implications of inadequate heat. He hurriedly crouched beside the forge and began to operate the bellows. They remained oblivious to the fact that Tang San's hands had transformed into a lustrous white, reminiscent of jade, while the sound of clanging echoed around them, as the piece of raw iron danced beneath the hammer's relentless assault. Sure San strained with all his might to manipulate the bellows, his gaze fixed intently on Tang San's vigorous hammering. The astonishment in his eyes was beyond mere surprise. The other blacksmiths were well aware of the weight of Sure San's hammer. Thus, they comprehended the arduousness of maintaining such continuous strikes, particularly for someone like Tang San, whose blows grew heavier with each strike. The challenge was exponentially magnified. Clang! With the final blow, Tang San spun in place twice, dissipating the force of the hammer before allowing its head to descend once more to the ground, sending a tremor through the blacksmith's shop and its occupants. 27 strikes. A relentless sequence of 27 blows. Remarkably, the raw iron that had once been shaped by Sure San remained unchanged in form, yet it had diminished in size overall. What Tang San achieved, Sure San mused, he too could accomplish, albeit requiring an entire day to do so. It is worth noting that Sure San had been a blacksmith for 15 years. Observing Tang San, who was slightly breathless and glistening with sweat upon his brow, Sure San stammered, "Is this? Could it be the cloak hammer technique? The most formidable method of continuous forging in the art of metallurgy? Cloak hammer technique? What is that?" Tang San inquired, perplexed. Due to excitement, Sure San's cheeks had turned a vivid shade of crimson. The so-called cloak hammer technique is a method of continuous striking in casting, harnessing force to perfectly unleash the strength of us blacksmiths. It is said that the most skilled blacksmiths can deliver 81 consecutive blows, shaping a piece of pig iron into their desired form. Most importantly, the cloak hammer technique is the most powerful casting technique for eliminating metallic impurities. I had thought it long lost to time, yet today I have witnessed it in your hands. To be continued, Chapter 13. Father's Message, Part 1. For those who appreciate Xiao San's works, kindly show your support. Your encouragement is my greatest motivation. Thank you. Is it truly the cloak-hammer technique? Tang San's mind conjured the image of his father's despondent figure. Could it be that his father was originally an extraordinary blacksmith? Third uncle, I cannot ascertain if this is indeed the cloak-hammer technique. It is what my father taught me. San exhaled deeply and laughed heartily. It appears that I have stumbled upon a treasure this time. The previous employment terms are nullified. For now, you shall receive a salary equivalent to everyone else's, 1 silver coin per month. If business flourishes, a commission will be added. Thus, Tang San officially became a member of San's blacksmith shop, embarking on a fulfilling life. The courses at the academy held little significance for him. The teachings of the master proved far more valuable than the foundational theories expounded by the academy's instructors. He meticulously perused the book given to him by the master, and as he had anticipated, the soul power cultivation methods proposed by the master bore a striking resemblance to the operational pathways of internal energy cultivation. However, it is essential to recognize that this was merely the master's theoretical design, which still diverged significantly from authentic internal skill practices, let alone the refined and rigorously honed Shen Gong of the Tang Sect. Having successfully attained the title of Soul Master, Xiao Wu enjoyed a more relaxed and leisurely life as she became widely recognized as Sister Xiao Wu within the academy. Each morning, Tang San would rise with the dawn to practice his purple extreme magic eyes, attend classes in the morning, work at the blacksmith shop in the afternoon, and in the evening he would absorb the master's teachings. Nighttime was reserved for cultivating the Shen Gong. Thus, every day was exceedingly fulfilling for him. With her formidable strength and the assistance of Xiao Qinyu, Xiao Wu swiftly established herself as the acknowledged leader among all the students at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, leading a lifestyle far more carefree than Tang San's. At times, she would even skip classes altogether. Tang San could hardly discern how she practiced, yet her prowess continued to ascend steadily. As for the Spirit Hall, shortly after Tang San underwent the Soul Master assessment, representatives from the Spirit Hall visited Nodding Academy to consult the Master. The Master did not divulge the details of their discussion to Tang San, nor did he inquire. However, noting the extra smiles adorning the Master's face, Tang San surmised that the rapport between the Spirit Hall and the Master had considerably improved. Since Tang San joined the San blacksmith shop, the quality of the various weapons and equipment produced has ascended to a higher level, resulting in a flourishing business. Now, Tang San's salary has reached 5 silver soul coins per month, which is equivalent to half of the Soul Master subsidy. With a gentle smile, Tang San, after a year of acquaintance, has come to understand Xiao Wu quite well. This lively girl always appears to be brimming with energy, as if she fears the world is not chaotic enough. When she feigns gentleness, she resembles an adorable doll. However, once she unleashes her fury, the title of Sister Xiao Wu is not bestowed lightly. Countless students within the academy have undoubtedly felt the brunt of her wrath. My family is rather impoverished, and I have little to offer you, Xiao Wu declared, hands on her hips, her large eyes glaring at Tang San. You are quite frugal with your monthly allowance and reluctant to spend. Yet you fear hosting me? With a smile, Tang San extended his right hand and remarked, speaking of subsidies, it suddenly occurs to me that someone seems to owe me 6 silver coins. Isn't it just 6 silver coins? I will return it to you once I receive my subsidy. But you still haven't said whether you are willing to let me accompany you, she retorted. Tang San smiled and replied, if you wish to go, then go ahead. However, my father is not particularly amiable. Unfazed, Xiao Wu responded, with someone as charming as I am, your father is bound to like me. As she spoke, she playfully struck a gentle pose and winked at Tang San. While others might be deceived by her appearance, Tang San had witnessed her volcanic outbursts far too often, and he merely shook his head in resignation, entirely unimpressed by her antics. There's no need to resort to seduction with me, he thought. Fortunately, you are only 7 years old now. If you were any older, you might indeed possess a certain cunning akin to that of a fox spirit. What is a fox spirit? Xiao Wu inquired with curiosity. Tang San chuckled and replied, it is a type of soul beast that transforms into a spirit, specifically adept at seducing men. Xiao Wu paused momentarily, her gaze towards Tang San shifting to one of peculiar intensity. In an instant, her demeanor transformed into one of fervor. You scoundrel! How dare you call me a fox spirit? I shall duel you. As she spoke, she sprang from her bed, claws outstretched, lunging at Tang San. The other students had long grown accustomed to such antics. The playful skirmishes between Xiao Wu and Tang San were a daily occurrence, and if there were a day without their playful banter, it would surely feel amiss. The following morning, as Tang San set forth on his journey, he was accompanied by a lively little girl clad in the uniform of the Nodding Academy, departing from Nodding City towards the Spirit Village. Within the academy, in terms of soul power, only Xiao Wu could rival him. Although she was seldom seen practicing, their comparisons of soul power revealed that they were often closely matched. At times, Tang San would hold a slight advantage, while at others, Xiao Wu would surpass him. Despite their youth, neither was willing to concede, and such friendly rivalry was inevitable. In the beginning, Xiao Qinyu and Wang Shang, along with other senior students, would occasionally join in, but as Tang San and Xiao Wu's soul power soared at an astonishing rate, no one dared to disturb them any longer. After all, who would wish to be reduced to the status of a mere punching bag? Thus, although Xiao Wu was nominally the leader of all students at Nodding, in reality, Xiao Qinyu and the others referred to Tang San as Xiao San Gu. As for the hidden weapons that Tang San practiced in secret, he refrained from using them during sparring sessions, partly because their lethality was too great and could easily inflict harm, and partly because he wished to refine his close combat skills through sparring with Xiao Wu. Perhaps due to the mutual encouragement they provided each other as practice partners, they advanced in their combat abilities in tandem. The academy's instructors had grown indifferent to their progress. At Nodding, despite being first-year students, Tang San and Xiao Wu had already become renowned prodigies. How much farther is it? Xiao Wu inquired casually, glancing around. Perhaps due to his past as an orphan, Tang San cherished this bond of kinship all the more in this life. He touched the 24-bridge Mingyuanite at his waist, where he carried the forging hammer he had brought for his father, along with new clothes and several bottles of fine wine. The small mountain village, where he had lived for 6 years, was now within sight. For reasons he could not quite comprehend, an inexplicable emotion began to well up within Tang San's heart. If he were to encapsulate it in a single phrase, he would say, "It feels wonderful to have a home, even if this home consisted solely of himself and his father." Soon, the two of them had entered the village of Saint Sol. Tang San's home was situated at the village's entrance. He raised his hand and pointed towards the dilapidated sign atop the roof, smiling at Xiao Wu as he said, "Look, that is my home." As the sight of his house came into view, Tang San felt an involuntary surge of excitement, quickening his pace as he hurried to the doorstep. The gate, just as it had been when he left, stood ajar, a habit of his father, Tang Hao, for there was little of value to steal from the blacksmith's shop. Xiao Wu had never witnessed Tang San display such emotions. Standing behind him, she observed him with curiosity. In her recollection, Tang San was a rather gentle friend, typically reserved in speech yet always seemed preoccupied, perpetually engaged in some task. It was only during their sparring sessions that she glimpsed his serious side. Even in defeat, he had never shown signs of anger or agitation. Calling out, Tang San hurried inside. Everything appeared unchanged. The blacksmith's shop was as messy as ever, perhaps even more so than before his departure. The cluttered surroundings, despite their disarray, evoked a sense of warmth within him. Upon seeing him, Tang San momentarily froze. "Grandpa Jack, you are here too. Where is my father?" A flicker of anxiety crept into Tang San's heart as he hurriedly took the paper from old Jack's hands and lowered his gaze to read it. The note contained only a few hastily scribbled lines, the handwriting rough yet imbued with a rugged spirit. "When you read this letter, I will have already departed. Do not seek me, you will never find me. Though you are still young, you possess the ability to care for yourself. A fledgling eagle must spread its wings alone to soar high at an earlier age. I wish for your strength, yet I also hope you retain your independence. The path you tread is yours to choose. Do not dwell on it." Tang Hao, gazing at the paper in his hand, Tang San found himself frozen, his heart brimming with joy suddenly transforming into a profound sense of helplessness. "Father has departed. Father, why did you leave?" Old Jack, observing Tang San's dazed expression, offered a bittersweet smile. Tang Hao left without any forewarning. Just the day before yesterday, he came to have tools forged. Now that he is gone, we will need to seek another blacksmith. This man is truly irresponsible. Old Jack nodded. He must have left in the past couple of days. Little San, do not grieve. Such a father is not worth your sorrow. Come with me to my home. Tang San silently shook his head, carefully folding the paper and placing it close to his heart. Thank you, Grandpa Jack, but with the house in such disarray, I cannot invite you to stay. I need to tidy up. Old Jack was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the young Tang San would dismiss him. With a sigh he replied, very well. However, should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. With a resigned shake of his head, he turned and walked away. Once old Jack departed, only Tang San and Xiao Wu remained in the blacksmith shop. Tang San remained silent, beginning to organize the disordered room, methodically addressing each item within. Remarkably, the usually vivacious Xiao Wu maintained an unusual silence at that moment, approaching Tang San's side and quietly assisting him in arranging his belongings. She fetched fresh water from the outdoor barrel and helped him wipe away the dust that had settled in the room. It was at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy that Tang San, even as he prepared to leave that morning, hesitated over whether to visit his home. Ultimately, the master dissuaded him from that notion. The reasons were manifold, and even he himself found them difficult to articulate. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the stillness. The master's brow furrowed slightly. Apart from Tang San, no one else ever visited him. Come in, he said, placing his book aside with a casual demeanor. The door opened, and a tall figure entered from outside. Clad in a simple gray robe, his disheveled black hair fell loosely over his shoulders. His aged visage bore the marks of time, and his murky eyes seemed to reflect a life nearing its twilight, a stark contrast to his roughly 50 years of age. Greetings, master, the newcomer spoke in a low, somewhat hoarse voice. For reasons unknown, as soon as this individual stepped through the threshold, the master instinctively tensed, feeling his soul power unconsciously surge throughout his being. Who are you? He inquired, slowly rising, with a hint of perplexity in his eyes. The gray-clad man replied, It has been nearly 20 years since we last met, hasn't it? Given my current appearance, it's no wonder you fail to recognize me. I am Tang Hao. Tang Hao? The master, typically calm and composed, suddenly exhibited a profound change in demeanor. His eyes, almost instantaneously, focused intently on the individual before him, his hands gripping the table with fingers turning an ashen hue. You are Hao. Tang Hao waved his hand, halting the master's words, and coldly remarked, There is no need to invoke past titles. We have crossed paths on several occasions, and while others may perceive you as a madman, I recognize your unwavering dedication. Are you leaving? Where will you go? He is your son. The master glared at Tang Hao, his gaze sharp and piercing. Tang Hao maintained his icy demeanor. He is also your disciple. I must depart. There are matters I must attend to. He will not find joy in following me. I have no other demands. His life is his to choose. It has been 10 years since I left this world. Now that he has grown, there are certain things I must address. The master took a deep breath. I cannot fathom what has transpired in your life, but I can perceive that Xiao San is deeply attached to you. Do you not think that leaving in this manner would be too cruel for him? Tang Hao replied calmly. He has chosen to tread an extraordinary path. Remaining with me would be the true cruelty. I have said all that needs to be said. Please remember, regardless of the circumstances, he is my son. Upon finishing his words, Tang Hao raised his hand and with a swift motion, a dark token clattered onto the table before the master. The token bore a striking resemblance to the one the master had presented when he brought Tang San into the soul-hunting forest. Yet this one displayed a design of 6 distinct symbols. With a thud, the door closed, and Tang Hao's towering figure vanished. Gazing at the door, the master stood motionless for a while. After a lengthy pause, he gradually lowered his head, his gaze fixed upon the token, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he realized that his idol had transformed into something so different. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, 2 petite figures sat side by side in front of the blacksmith's shop, clad in identical attire, quietly sharing the moment. The fading sunlight cast a gentle red hue upon them, as if branding their forms with a circle of golden crimson. The girl on the left turned her head to glance at the boy, resting her chin on her hands, yearning to speak, yet ultimately refraining. It was the boy who broke the silence, gripping a brand new forging hammer in his hand. Xiao Wu, thank you. Thank you for what? Xiao Wu inquired, curiosity piqued. Thank you for always being by my side. Tang San lowered his gaze to the ground, his eyes reflecting a sense of disorientation and haziness. Yet he managed to hold back his tears. Xiao Wu chuckled softly and playfully nudged Tang San's shoulder with considerable force, nearly toppling him. Don't be so downcast. Your father has merely stepped away for a time. One day you will see each other again. Perhaps his departure was merely to facilitate your growth, to render you more resilient. If you persist in this manner, would it not be a disservice to his earnest efforts? A faint smile of bitterness graced Tang San's face. Perhaps it was so. Yet why did he not allow me one final encounter? Xiao Wu, do you understand? My father was my sole kin. Without him, our home has ceased to be a true home. Xiao Wu shook her head, tossing her long scorpion braid forward. Without a father, you still have me as a friend. Should you seek a relative, I would not mind assuming the role of your sister. Come now, call me Sister Xiao Wu and let me hear it. Everyone else does. You are the only exception. Observing Xiao Wu's charming demeanor and the rosy glow of her cheeks illuminated by the setting sun, Tang San couldn't help but smile. In times of vulnerability, having someone by your side is indeed a profoundly beautiful experience. If you are willing to be my sister, I have no objections. If my memory serves me right, although we are of the same age, you appear to be my junior by a few months. I was born in January, while you were born in August. Am I correct? Not a chance. I shall only be an elder sister, never a younger sibling. Xiao Wu playfully raised her hand to tap Tang San on the head. With a swift motion, Tang San evaded her playful strike, retreating to a distance of 3 meters. Xiao Wu, let us ascend the mountain. I have something to show you. Tang San's expression was earnest, as if he had resolved upon something significant. Xiao Wu ceased her playful antics, her face reflecting a hint of obedience as she nodded in agreement. Tang San took her delicate hand in his and together they sprinted towards the hills beyond the village. The shadows of the two figures elongated gracefully upon the ground under the glow of the setting sun. Tang San and Xiao Wu ran tirelessly until they reached the summit, where they finally paused, Tang San slightly breathless from exerting his full strength in cultivating the Shantian skill. Xiao Wu pursed her lips and remarked, "Do you know, you currently resemble those old men at the academy." Tang San slowly turned to face her, his gaze earnest as he asked, "Would you be willing to be my sister? I truly yearn for another family member." Just as Xiao Wu was about to respond, Tang San interjected, "Please let me finish. I possess nothing. You have seen the conditions of my family. I am merely a destitute commoner. I cannot offer you wealth or power. You, too, are born with innate soul power, yet your background seems to carry a story. I have never inquired, for I feared that the disparity in our origins would prevent us from even becoming friends. However, I genuinely wish for a sister like you. Although I cannot provide you with the luxuries of nobility, I can offer you my promise. I will forever protect my sister and ensure that she suffers no harm." As Tang San's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, Xiao Wu felt her own eyes redden. What if one day many people wish to kill me, and those are foes you cannot defeat? What then? A faint smile suddenly graced Tang San's face as he replied, "Then let them first tread over my corpse." Xiao Wu fell silent, and Tang San did not speak further. The crimson hues of the sunset gradually faded, and the stars in the sky began to emerge quietly. "Brother." With a single, simple word, Xiao Wu shattered the tranquility that enveloped the two. The tears she had long suppressed finally cascaded down her cheeks at this moment. Tang San, trembling, grasped Xiao Wu's hand and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, sister." Though their father had departed, he had found a sister anew. He gazed skyward, silently pledging a vow to the stars above. As night descended, the two children perched atop the mountain, relishing the gentle caress of the breeze and gazing at the celestial bodies, stars and moon alike, immersed in the serene atmosphere and refreshing air that enveloped them in comfort. "Is it possible for me not to call you brother?" Xiao Wu turned to Tang San, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. "Why?" A faint blush graced Xiao Wu's cheeks as she continued, "Well, I am the leader of all the students at Notting. If I suddenly have multiple brothers, how will they perceive me?" Tang San chuckled softly. "All right, you may simply call me Xiao San." As long as I know in my heart that you are my sister, what does it matter what title we use? As he spoke, Tang San lifted his hand, rolled back his sleeve, and removed the hidden sleeve dart from his left wrist. Let us bind ourselves as siblings. I possess little of value, but I offer you this for your protection. It is my first creation. Xiao Wu gazed curiously at the sleeve dart Tang San presented to her, inquiring, "What is this?" Chapter 14. The white tiger with evil eyes. Tang San smiled faintly and said, "I call it the sleeve arrow, or it may also be referred to as the silent sleeve arrow. Once activated, the 3 small arrows within can be released at your command, either one at a time or all at once. The sound produced during activation is minimal, making it difficult for opponents to detect, thus proving to be quite effective when facing adversaries of similar strength." Xiao Wu, astonished, remarked, "When we sparred in the past, I never saw you employ such a device." Tang San responded with a calm smile, "Foolish girl, we are classmates and friends. How could I wield a weapon with lethal capabilities against you? Do you recall the time I hit you with a stone? Did you truly believe that was mere coincidence? Look, there is a mosquito." Following Tang San's, Xiao Wu observed a mosquito buzzing a few meters away, barely discernible in the moonlight. "If I told you I could strike its left wing without harming its life, would you believe me?" Xiao Wu stared at him incredulously. "Are you joking?" In that moment, a glimmer of purple light flashed in Tang San's eyes as he raised his right hand. A faint shadow flitted by, and the mosquito vanished into thin air. Grasping Xiao Wu's hand, Tang San urged, "Come with me." He led her to a large tree not far away and came to a halt. Without needing Tang San to point it out, Xiao Wu could clearly see a 3-inch-long steel needle glinting in the starlight, embedded in the tree trunk. It appeared that something was struggling vigorously against it. Leaning down for a closer look, Xiao Wu was taken aback, nearly exclaiming in surprise. A mosquito was pinned beneath the needle, its left wing pierced and firmly affixed to the tree, yet the creature seemed quite lively, evidently unthreatened by its predicament. "How did you do that?" Xiao Wu gazed at Tang San in astonishment. If she hadn't been with him the whole time, she might have thought this was a premeditated setup. Tang San pulled out the steel needle, and as he opened his palm again, it had vanished. "This is my secret. I call it a hidden weapon, and even my father is unaware of it. I merely wish to convey that I possess the ability to protect my sister." Xiao Wu, ever intrigued by novel things, shook Tang San's hand excitedly and exclaimed, "Good brother, can you teach me?" Tang San smiled wryly, "With your propensity for violence, if you were to learn about hidden weapons, who knows how many would suffer. Moreover, mastering hidden weapons is not a task to be accomplished in a day. The sleeve arrow I gave you is a type of hidden weapon. Focus on mastering that for now. Learning the Tang Sect's hidden weapons is no easy feat. The first requirement is to have the Shen-Tian skill as a foundation, and since Xiao Wu's soul power is already formidable, retraining in Shen-Tian skill is evidently impossible." Tang San silently resolved to later create some mechanism-based hidden weapons for her, deeming that sufficient for now. Tang San personally adorned Xiao Wu's left arm with the concealed arrow, meticulously adjusting its size to fit snugly against her arm. He then elaborated on the usage of the silent arrow in detail and encouraged her to practice it a few times. Xiao Wu instantly developed an affection for this exquisite treasure. As she stepped aside to test the concealed arrow, Tang San slowly lifted his gaze to the stars above, murmuring to himself, "Father, are you truly afraid that I will not grow strong by your side? Rest assured, I shall diligently cultivate my strength and become a true man. One day I will make you proud. It has been 6 years since I departed from the Tang Sect, yet I shall forever remain a part of it. In this Dolua continent, I vow to elevate everything associated with the Tang Sect." Suddenly, his jade-like hands flicked outward, unleashing a multitude of silken threads of silver light that soared into the heavens, while Tang San's eyes shimmered with a violet glow. 5 years later, in the Barak Kingdom, located to the south of the Tiando Empire and bordering the Fasnuo province, it is said to be a kingdom, yet its area is merely 3/4 that of the Fasnuo province, and it is a dependency of the Tiando Empire, one of its 4 great kingdoms. The king of Barak, Kandera, is the cousin of the current emperor of the Tiando Empire, Okura. To the south of the Barak Kingdom lies the Star Luo Empire, making it the most formidable military power among the 4 kingdoms of the Tiando Empire, thus serving as the gateway to the empire. The Tiando Empire originally comprised 10 provinces. However, following the division of power among the 4 great kingdoms, 6 dominant forces emerged. The empire itself retained direct control over 5 provinces, while each of the 4 great kingdoms governed one, and an additional principality, second only to the kingdoms, occupied the smallest province on the eastern edge of the empire. On the surface, both the 4 great kingdoms and the principality appear to be under the dominion of the Tiando Empire. Yet, in reality, these 5 nations have evolved into states within a state, exercising complete autonomy apart from essential tributes. Had it not been for the Tiando royal family's command of substantial military forces, internal unrest might have already erupted. The Xinglua Empire finds itself in a similar predicament. Thus, while both empires present a facade of strength, they are, in truth, on a gradual decline. It remains uncertain when the entire continent's dynamics might undergo a sudden transformation. Within the territory of the Baloch Kingdom, 2 cities stand out as paramount. The capital city of Baloch, where King Kendra resides, serves as the political and economic heart of the entire kingdom. The other city, Soto, is located in the bounteous Lima Plain, renowned as the granary of Baloch. Both cities are heavily garrisoned and are of utmost importance to the kingdom. Soto is a major urban center, as evidenced by its 3rd-tier Wuhuan Palace. At this moment, just past noon under the blazing sun, 2 young individuals entered through the western gate of Soto. They appeared to be merely in their teens, lacking any substantial luggage, 1 male and 1 female. To be continued, the boy, dressed in simple attire, appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, standing approximately 1.70 meters tall. He wore a crisp pale blue outfit, exuding a sense of neatness. A belt adorned with 24 jade stones encircled his waist, while his shoulder-length, slightly disheveled black hair barely grazed his shoulders. Although not conventionally handsome, he possessed an approachable demeanor, with a gentle smile perpetually gracing the corners of his mouth. If the boy exuded an air of tranquility and ordinariness, the girl beside him was anything but commonplace. Her silky black hair was meticulously styled into a tidy braid, cascading past her calves. She towered over the boy by half a head. Dressed in a snug pink top that accentuated her developing figure, she drew envy from countless females with her delicate waist, slender enough to be grasped by a single hand. Her long, taut legs were encased in white trousers, showcasing a perfect golden ratio. Despite her youthful appearance, characterized by a childlike face, her rounded, pert backside hinted at a burgeoning allure. Her naturally arched brows framed a pair of sparkling, large eyes, complementing her slightly rounded, rosy cheeks, which not only rendered her beautiful but also imparted an air of playfulness. The term adorable seemed tailor-made for her. Standing in her presence, the boy was overshadowed by her intangible radiance. The girl raised her hand to lightly brush her slightly sweaty forehead, expressing a hint of exasperation. "We've finally arrived at the Soto city. I am truly at a loss as to what the master is thinking. Several intermediate Soul Master Academies have expressed their unconditional willingness to enroll us, yet he insists on having you take the entrance exam at that dilapidated institution, which lacks even a proper grading system." The boy smiled faintly and remarked, "The teacher sent me to take the exam, but he did not send you. Who told you to tag along? Thankfully, the Baloch Kingdom borders the Fasnu province. Otherwise, you would have much more to complain about, wouldn't you?" The girl shot him an exasperated glance. "You ungrateful soul. I am only doing this for you. After all, you are my brother. Regardless, the exam isn't until the day after tomorrow. No matter what, you must accompany me in the city of Soto for the next couple of days to compensate for the emotional turmoil my tender heart has endured." The boy chuckled softly. "The esteemed president of Nodding Academy for 6 consecutive years. Yet you speak of a tender heart? I wonder how your little followers would react if they heard that. Perhaps they would leap into the river in despair." This boy and girl are none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu, who have just graduated from Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. After 5 years, they have successfully completed their studies. Given their exceptional talents, Nodding Academy had intended to recommend them directly to an intermediate Soul Master Academy, and several prestigious institutions had even extended invitations, offering them ample choices. However, the master insisted that Tang San decline all invitations and apply to a school in Soto City to the south, known as Shrek Academy. after 6 years of guidance. Tang San holds a deep respect for the master, akin to that of a son for his father, and he understands that the master's insistence must be for his own benefit. Thus, without hesitation, he agreed. 6 years have passed, and the bond between Tang San and Xiao Wu has grown as intimate as that of siblings. Tang San chose this place, and naturally Xiao Wu followed him. Before leaving the academy, Master informed Tang San that he would be visiting DD and would come to find them afterward. The 6 years in Notting were profoundly fulfilling for Tang San, filled with morning classes, afternoon work, and evening cultivation, leaving him with little spare time. At 12 years of age, he no longer appeared as frail as he once did. His daily labor at the blacksmith's shop has endowed him with a robust physique. While not imposing in stature, he possesses a body cloaked in explosive muscle beneath his fitted attire. Pouting, Xiao Wu asked, "Regardless, will you agree or not?" Tang San chuckled softly and replied, "It's up to you. However, after such a long journey, are you not weary? Should we not find a place to settle before anything else? It is nearly noon. Let us have a meal first." Xiao Wu smiled. "Now that sounds reasonable." Tang San seldom contradicted her. Since their sibling bond was established, he has always taken on the role of a protective older brother, and although he was often busy, the unintentional display of his concern brought Xiao Wu great comfort. Soto City is significantly larger and livelier than Notting, with patrolling soldiers visible on every corner and a bustling crowd flowing through the streets. After a light meal, the two began their search for accommodation, and it wasn't long before Xiao Wu discovered a charming hotel. The hotel stands 3 stories tall, and although it may not appear overly grand, its exterior is adorned in a resplendent rose hue, reminiscent of a magnificent rose blossom. This architectural style captivates the eye and evokes a sense of wonder. "Rose Hotel," Xiao Wu suggested, pointing towards it. Tang San shrugged, "I'll follow your lead." After years of toil and the financial support from the Spirit Hall, he had managed to accumulate a modest savings. Xiao Wu, indifferent to the amount of money, spent liberally. To avoid frequent overdrafts, she entrusted all her earnings to Tang San, allowing him to manage her finances to help her save a little. Upon entering the Rose Hotel, one is immediately enveloped by a delightful fragrance of roses, a scent that is both soothing and subtly enchanting, uplifting the spirit. The interior decor features a palette of 3 colors: white, silver, and rose red, creating a warm and elegant atmosphere that is easily endearing. Tang San approached the front desk, requesting, "Please, provide us with 2 rooms." The attendant behind the counter quickly stood, glancing between Tang San and Xiao Wu, a hint of envy gleaming in their eyes. "Sir, are you truly sure you wish to reserve 2 rooms?" Tang San nodded. "Is there something amiss?" The attendant, with a glimmer of intrigue in their eyes, replied, "I'm afraid we only have 1 room available." To be continued. 1 room? Tang San furrowed his brow. In his 2 lifetimes, during his childhood, he shared a bed with Xiao Wu without much thought, but now, as they both gradually possessed the forms of adults, he was acutely aware of the saying that men and women should not be intimate. The waiter emphasized, "Indeed, there is only 1 room available. However, rest assured, our accommodations are spacious and well-equipped, more than sufficient for 2 guests." As he spoke, he cast a suggestive glance at Tang San that was more easily felt than articulated. Naturally, Tang San was oblivious to this unspoken communication. Xiao Wu, with her characteristic boldness, declared, "Then 1 room will suffice. During our time at Notting, we always shared the same dormitory. What's the difference? We can even save some money to buy beautiful clothes." Tang San shook his head in resignation. He was not a stubborn person. If necessary, he could sleep on the floor, and he generally preferred to cultivate in the evenings, as that provided the best rest. "All right then, please arrange this room for me," he conceded. Just as the waiter was about to assist Tang San with the check-in process, an unexpected voice interrupted his actions. "I believe this room should belong to me." The speaker was a trio consisting of 1 man and 2 women, both of whom were adorned in vibrant attire, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age, with tall, statuesque figures that slightly surpassed Xiao Wu's height. Most astonishingly, their features were identical. They were indeed a pair of twins. However, Tang San's gaze did not linger on the 2 exquisite beauties. His attention was captivated by the man who stood at the center. The man stood approximately at a height of 1.80 meters, towering half a head above his companions. He appeared youthful, perhaps even younger than the two young girls behind him, broad-shouldered and strikingly handsome. He bore an air of resoluteness, with long golden hair cascading down his back, reaching nearly to his waist. His hair, straight and smooth, hung without a curl. Yet what captivated attention most were his eyes, extraordinarily eerie, each possessing a dual pupil. The deep blue orbs held a chilling gaze, emanating an icy demeanor that seemed to penetrate the very soul. When he glanced over, it felt as if one were sliced by a sharp blade. Such a striking visage paired with those enigmatic eyes would undoubtedly draw the gaze of all in any setting. Upon seeing this individual, Tang San's initial thought was of his formidable strength. The twin girls clung to one of the man's arms, and he paid no mind to Tang San, his gaze sweeping over Xiao Wu with a fleeting glimmer of intrigue, though it vanished almost as quickly as it appeared. Approaching the counter, he addressed the attendant. "You must be new here. Is there a room reserved for me?" The attendant hesitated momentarily before tentatively inquiring, "May I ask who you are?" With a hint of impatience, the man with dual pupils replied, "Have your manager come out." The attendant felt a chill run down her spine under his gaze and hurried to summon her superior. Tang San calmly interjected, "This gentleman seems to have arrived before us." Tang San's temperament was relatively gentle, yet Xiao Wu was not one to be easily bullied. In a swift motion, she appeared beside Tang San and firmly declared, "Get lost." Upon hearing the words of the man with dual pupils, the twin maidens by his side couldn't help but giggle, showing no signs of concern. With an obedient demeanor, one of the twins released her hold on the man and stepped aside. At that moment, the waiter emerged from behind, accompanied by a middle-aged man. It was evident that he had overheard the conversation between the dual-pupiled man, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, and his expression was one of urgent anxiety. "Let's discuss this calmly. Please do not resort to violence." The dual-pupiled man shot him a sidelong glance and remarked, "Manager Wang, it seems your business acumen has improved remarkably." Manager Wang wiped the sweat from his brow and forced a smile. "Young Master Dai, please do not say such things. It is my subordinate's fault. This fellow just arrived yesterday and is unaware of the rules. I sincerely apologize and will arrange a room for you immediately." He then turned to Tang San and Xiao Wu, his face filled with regret. "I apologize, esteemed guests. That room is reserved for young Master Dai. I kindly ask you to choose another establishment." If it were up to Tang San, he would have conceded without issue. After all, with so many hotels available, it was no trouble to switch. However, Xiao Wu had a temperament that thrived on defiance, unwilling to compromise easily. "We shall not leave. What of it? You look down on us, thinking we are easy prey just because of our youth." Young Master Dai snorted coldly, "Even if you wish to leave, it will not be that simple. You have insulted me, and departure is not an option." "Young Master Dai, please." Manager Wang exclaimed in desperation, his face a portrait of imploration. A glint of sharpness flickered in Dai Xiao's eyes, and he curtly stated, "Enough talk. I will bear all losses." Having grown accustomed to her authoritative position at Notting Academy, Xiao Wu could not tolerate the arrogant gaze directed at her, and she immediately prepared to charge at him. Tang San grasped her shoulder firmly, urging, "Let me handle this." Xiao Wu, filled with indignation, retorted, "Why? I can do it myself." His mother wouldn't even recognize him. Tang San furrowed his brow and replied, "As a girl, you ought to speak more respectfully. Have you forgotten my promise? I will always protect you. This is a matter for men." His reluctance to let Xiao Wu engage stemmed from two concerns. First, his awareness of the opponent's formidable strength, fearing for Xiao Wu's safety. Second, if defeat were inevitable, he would rather endure humiliation himself than allow Xiao Wu to be insulted. Upon hearing the words, "I will always protect you," Xiao Wu's furious expression softened. She glanced at Tang San and said, "Then be careful. There is no need for disputes. I said you both should face me together," Dai Xiao said impatiently. Tang San, calm and composed, stepped forward a couple of paces and said, "Please, enlighten me." A sinister light flashed in Dai Xiao's eyes as his right fist was suddenly raised, launching a powerful strike directly towards Tang San's chest. His movements were simple and devoid of any flourish, yet Tang San's expression shifted. The force and speed of the incoming punch had reached its zenith in an instant. How could one achieve such prowess without extensive combat experience? As he prepared to counter with his own right fist, Tang San's hand transformed into a lustrous, creamy white hue. With a resounding thud, Dai Xiao's forward momentum abruptly halted, while Tang San was unable to maintain his balance and staggered back 4 or 5 steps before regaining his stance. A flicker of astonishment gleamed in Dai Xiao's eyes. He had clearly not anticipated that this seemingly younger boy could withstand his punch. What astonished Dai Xiao even more was the pain radiating from his right hand, which felt as though it might fracture. Tang San's fist seemed as unyielding as if it were forged from solid bronze. Tang San himself was no less surprised. It is essential to note that his fist not only contained the inner strength of Shen Tiangong, but also that his power was astonishingly disproportionate to his age. Years of toil as a blacksmith had endowed him with strength far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Coupled with the unique attributes of the Shen Yu hand, these 3 advantages combined still led him to defeat. The opponent's strength was formidable, yet it was not merely brute force. Rather, it was a concentrated might, as if all the power coalesced into the size of a fist, the shockwave of its sudden release causing Tang San's internal energy to surge violently. Good. To withstand my punch, you have earned the right to be my opponent, Dai Xiao declared with a sharp tone, his form once again taking flight. This time, his assault was far from simple. He leaped from the ground, soaring above Tang San in an instant, his limbs extending in an extraordinary manner. Although he appeared to be full of openings, his limbs were subtly in motion, hinting at an array of concealed follow-up techniques. Tang San's expression grew exceedingly grave. He slightly bent his knees, his toes curling inward, and his calves instantaneously exerted force. His left arm circled inward while his right arm pushed outward, striking a peculiar posture. Yet, just as he was about to unleash his assault, an unseen force surged from below. This power, though lacking in sheer impact, possessed a remarkable tenacity that felt almost viscous. Dai Xiao found himself suspended in midair, with no leverage to draw upon, and was inexplicably pulled off his intended course, veering sideways and losing his target in the process. What manner of force is this? A fleeting sense of wonder flickered through Dai Xiao's mind. However, his extensive combat experience kicked in. He twisted his waist midair, executing a horizontal rotation before landing firmly on the ground. At that precise moment, Tang San initiated his attack. The timing was impeccable, coinciding with the instant Dai Xiao's feet touched down. An opportune moment when he was least prepared to exert force. Employing the ghostly shadow technique, Tang San's seemingly delicate steps allowed him to position himself beside Dai Xiao. With both palms striking simultaneously, he aimed at Dai Xiao's shoulders. A glint of malice flashed in Dai Xiao's eyes, as all 4 pupils momentarily gleamed. Exhaling sharply, he shrugged his shoulders back, retaliating with a powerful jab aimed at Tang San's elbows. The ferocity of his punches echoed in the air, revealing the immense force they contained. Concurrently, Dai Xiao's right leg shot up, executing a swift kick aimed directly at Tang San's chin from such a close distance, showcasing his remarkable flexibility. Should either his fists or leg connect, with his superior offensive power, Tang San would instantly lose his combat effectiveness. However, could Tang San thwart his intentions? Do not forget, this is Tang San's primary attack. As he executed his move, Tang San swiftly stepped forward with his left foot, angling his body to shoulder but Dai Xiao directly in the chest. His evasive maneuver allowed him to deftly sidestep the kick launched by Dai Xiao, as if every action had been meticulously calculated. At that moment, Dai Xiao's foot had already made contact with the ground, leaving him no room to evade. The force of Tang San's hands swept away his attack, placing him at a distinct disadvantage. With a resounding thud, Tang San's shoulder crashed into Dai Xiao's chest, and amid the gasps of the watching twin girls, Dai Xiao's body was propelled backward, arching as he executed a backflip, soaring 5 meters before finally descending. Tang San refrained from pursuing, silently observing Dai Xiao's landing. From the contact with his opponent's chest, he realized he had not gained a significant advantage. In that fleeting moment of collision, Dai Xiao's pectoral muscles had suddenly hardened like iron. Although the impact had sent him flying due to Tang San's advantage, he felt a sharp pain in his own shoulder. Dai Xiao's expression darkened. he had to concede that he had underestimated his opponent. This boy, who appeared to be several years younger than himself, possessed far greater strength than he had anticipated. "Shall we continue?" Tang San inquired calmly. Dai Xiao raised an eyebrow, of course. "Excellent. You have compelled me to unleash my soul power. This match is already a defeat for me. However, I cannot leave without a proper contest between us. Regardless of the outcome of the ensuing battles, I relinquish this room to you today." In Dai Xiao's eyes, there was not a flicker of anger or hatred, but rather a unique gleam that could best be described by the phrase "a thrill of the hunt." His gaze resembled that of a man beholding an enchanting beauty, with his shoulders quivering and arms lifting. Tang San's eyes gradually brightened as he realized that Dai Xiao had transformed. Where he had once exuded a frosty disdain, he now radiated a fervent battle intent. The white tiger had manifested. A surge of intense, pale light erupted from him as he stretched his arms wide, chest thrust forward. His bones cracked audibly, muscles swelling dramatically, straining against the fabric of his clothing. Each muscle became strikingly defined beneath his attire, and even the air surrounding him seemed to pulsate with agitation. His golden hair instantly morphed into a striking blend of black and white, predominantly white, with a few strands of black standing out sharply. For faint lines appeared on his forehead, forming a character with 3 horizontal and 1 vertical stroke. Dai Xiao leaned forward slowly, his eyes transforming into a deep, profound blue, evoking the presence of a relentless killing machine. Beneath his feet, 3 radiant rings of light ascended, quietly rising, 2 yellow and 1 purple. As the soul rings revolved, a tidal wave of soul power surged forth, imposing an overwhelming pressure. The 1,000-year soul ring. Xiao Wu gasped, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. She wished to advance and fight alongside Tang San but was intercepted by him. In the realm of soul rings, white signified 10 years, yellow symbolized 100 years, and purple represented a millennium. Before us stands a young man known as Dai Xiao, who astonishingly possesses 3 soul rings, one of which is a millennium in age. It is noteworthy that he appears to be only 3 or 4 years older than Tang San and Xiao Wu. The presence of 3 soul rings signifies that Dai Xiao's level has surpassed 30, indicating that he is a soul Zun and, moreover, a formidable battle soul Zun with a powerful beast martial soul. Dai Mubai martial soul White Tiger, level 37 battle soul Zun. Please instruct me. Amidst the imposing aura of Wei Lung, Dai Xiao declared his martial soul and level, signifying a formal challenge. Confronted by this immense pressure, Tang San began to transform. The latent violent impulses within him gradually surfaced, and a faint purple hue enveloped his eyes as he slowly raised his right hand. Suddenly, a deep blue radiance surged forth, and a cluster of deep blue grass erupted from his palm. Each blade appeared slender, yet was adorned with serpent-like patterns. The grass no longer retained its former flat shape, morphing into a cylindrical form. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the intricate minute thorns covering each blade. A milky white luminescence emanated from Tang San, causing the deep blue grass to expand dramatically, swiftly reaching the thickness of a human arm, resembling the tendrils of a vine. The black serpent patterns shimmered faintly, moving with the grace of dozens of serpents, coiling around Tang San's body. 2 circles of yellow soul rings simultaneously ascended from beneath Tang San's feet, spiraling above him. Tang San, martial soul, blue silvergrass, level 29 weapon soul master. Please instruct me. Dai Mubai, with his eyebrows as white as his hair, arched them slightly. Is your martial soul merely blue silvergrass? Tang San recounted the master's original words. There are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. Dai Mubai was the second most formidable martial soul Tang San encountered since entering the Nuoding Junior Soul Master Academy, surpassed only by the Academy's dean, who exhibited the prowess of a 42nd level weapon soul master when assisting him in acquiring his 2nd soul ring at the master's behest. The dean had long surpassed the age of 50, while the present Dai Mubai seemed to be merely 16 or 17 years old. No wonder Tang San, relying on his strength, inner power, and the Xianyu hand, suffered setbacks during their initial clash. The disparity in power was indeed absolute. This individual before him could be regarded as Tang San's most formidable adversary. He understood all too well the significant gap represented by a single soul ring, particularly given that the opponent's third soul ring was of the Millennium level. The attributes and skills conferred were beyond what his two rings could contend with. In this battle, Tang San held no confidence. Perhaps only by unleashing his most clandestine abilities could he hope to contend. It is well said, "There are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. Allow me to experience for myself the unique qualities of your blue-silver grass martial soul." Dai Mubai moved. Upon manifesting his martial soul, he seemed to transform entirely into another being. As his white hair billowed, his body, imbued with explosive power, surged toward Tang San. The sharp claws that emerged from his 10 fingers lunged simultaneously towards Tang San's form. To be continued, Tang San retreated almost without hesitation, skillfully employing the ghost shadow misty steps to narrowly evade Dai Mubai's attack. Simultaneously, the blue-silver grass martial spirit he unleashed sprang into action, spiraling forth in thick, dark blue vines that surged toward Dai Mubai from all directions. Meanwhile, Tang San himself seemed to have melded into the very vines, vanishing without a trace. Dai Mubai's eyes glinted with malevolence as he was enveloped by a torrent of soul power. With vigorous sweeps of his arms, he attempted to dispel the encroaching vines. Initially, he intended to sever the thick tendrils formed by the blue-silver grass, but to his astonishment, he discovered that these vines possessed remarkable resilience. Even with his formidable 37th level soul power infused into his tiger claws, he could only penetrate halfway through the vines, unable to cleave them entirely. Moreover, once the vines slipped beyond the reach of his claws, they would rapidly regenerate. A subtle fragrance of tea wafted through the air as the vines proliferated, seemingly endless in their emergence from all sides. Despite the significant enhancement of his strength and speed under the influence of his martial spirit, Dai Mubai found himself unable to break free from the grasp of the vines. Is this truly the blue-silver grass? A wave of astonishment washed over Dai Mubai. He had never anticipated such formidable capabilities from the blue-silver grass. With his opponent possessing one less soul ring, the blue-silver grass was capable of ensnaring him temporarily. If they were to be evenly matched in soul rings, the outcome of this battle would be far from certain. Dai Mubai has never been a patient individual, yet his competitive spirit is remarkably intense. A brilliant white light suddenly erupted, transforming his sinister gaze into a radiant white hue. The first soul ring upon him shone with an overwhelming brilliance, creating a barrier of white light that repelled the surrounding vines, preventing them from encroaching upon him. Almost instantaneously, the second soul ring ignited, coalescing an immense orb of white light, which he unleashed with a ferocious roar, spewing forth a creamy white sphere from his mouth. The abilities bestowed by his first two soul rings, White Tiger's Guardian Shield and White Tiger's Radiant Wave, were simultaneously activated, showcasing a terrifying might. From an external perspective, Dai Mubai appeared ensnared within the colossal vines, and just as Xiao Wu began to breathe a sigh of relief, a multitude of white beams erupted from the gaps in the vines, followed by a resounding explosion. The vines formed by the blue-silver grass shattered into fragments, and the powerful shockwave left the Rose Hotel's grand hall in disarray. The bond between a martial soul and its host is inseparable, and Tang San's countenance turned pale, requiring him to step back to regain his composure. As the white light gradually receded, Dai Mubai's imposing figure was revealed, while the fragments of blue-silver grass began to coalesce anew around Tang San, though in diminished numbers compared to before. Tang San, he remarked, the offensive power of beast martial souls will always surpass that of weapon martial souls. Your blue-silver grass, while surprisingly potent, ultimately cannot confine me. Tang San responded calmly with a smile that may not necessarily be the case. Suddenly, the second soul ring on Tang San illuminated brilliantly, causing Dai Mubai's body to stiffen momentarily. A delicate network of vines had inexplicably manifested upon him, and as the radiance of Tang San's second soul ring intensified, the vines grew instantaneously, ensnaring Dai Mubai's form tightly within their grasp. Although the thorns on the vines were merely an inch in length, their relentless constriction inflicted excruciating pain throughout Dai Mubai's body, and he soon realized that his limbs were beginning to succumb to numbness. Long before Tang San reached the age of 20, the master had already devised a plan regarding the type of soul beast from which his second soul ring would be derived. Tang San's second soul ring was acquired from a plant-type soul beast known as the Ghost Vine, which boasts a maximum absorbable age of 764 years. The Ghost Vine soul ring that Tang San obtained possessed at least 600 years of cultivation. The Ghost Vine is a particularly fearsome plant-type soul beast, endowed with potent neurotoxic properties. Once struck by its thorns, the toxins are released immediately, eventually transforming into purulent fluid that serves as nourishment for the Ghost Vine. Moreover, what terrifies soul masters the most is the parasitic capability of the Ghost Vine. During an attack, it releases countless minuscule seeds that directly invade the enemy. Provided the Ghost Vine receives sufficient energy or the seeds absorb ample nutrients, they will begin to thrive upon the host, and should the neurotoxin spread, the consequences will be equally devastating. In order to obtain the Ghost Vine soul ring, even the esteemed Dean of Notting Academy, a formidable soul master of the 42nd rank, exerted great effort. It was only through the use of his own martial spirit, which countered the Ghost Vine, that he managed to subdue it, allowing Tang San to deliver the final blow. After acquiring the Ghost Vine soul ring, Tang San experienced a significant enhancement in various attributes. His blue-silver grass became notably more resilient, assuming an appearance reminiscent of the Ghost Vine, albeit retaining its original hue and patterns. Furthermore, the toxicity within him transformed into a neurotoxin, greatly amplifying its effectiveness, such that even the scent wafting through the air could produce a discernible impact. The skill bestowed upon Tang San by the Ghost Vine soul ring was that of parasitism. Through the infusion of soul power, the parasitic capabilities of the Ghost Vine exceeded even its natural state. Under the influence of soul power, the parasitic seeds would grow instantaneously, achieving a binding effect that was nearly impossible to evade. It can be deemed an exceedingly insidious control skill. The resilience of the dual-ringed blue-silver grass was evidenced when the 37th-ranked Dai Mubai, wielding the white tiger blade, could not entirely sever it, indicating that he had underestimated Tang San and the blue-silver grass, ultimately leading to his downfall. Observing the astonishment in Dai Mubai's eyes, Tang San remarked, "My blue-silver grass is toxic. You must have inhaled some earlier. By unleashing your soul power to execute a potent attack to break free from my blue-silver grass's entanglement, you undoubtedly accelerated the circulation of your blood energy, thereby hastening the effect of the toxin. Although you may not feel it immediately, your skin has begun to exhibit signs of numbness, rendering you oblivious to the presence of the parasitic blue-silver grass seeds. Thus you have lost." Dai Mubai gazed at Tang San, who was now completely ensnared by the blue-silver grass, save for his head. A fierce glint flickered in his malevolent eyes. "The blue-silver grass, what a formidable entity it is. Had I possessed only 2 rings like you, I would indeed have succumbed, as my body lies paralyzed, making it arduous to extricate myself from this entanglement. However, I possess 1 more ring than you. It seems I must reveal to you the skill of my 3rd soul ring." In an instant, a purple halo radiated brilliantly, distorting the air surrounding Dai Mubai. His malevolent gaze transformed into a blood-red hue, and suddenly, the blue-silver grass entwining him began to swell violently. With a thunderous explosion, all the blue-silver grass, including the parasitic seeds, disintegrated into powder. Remarkably, Dai Mubai underwent a second transformation. Tang San gasped in astonishment. Was this the skill of a Millennium Soul Ring? To be continued, Chapter 15. The Skill of the Millennium Soul Ring, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, Part 1. At the moment when Dai Mubai was ensnared by Tang San's blue-silver grass second skill, he finally unleashed the power of his 3rd soul ring. Before Tang San and Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai had undergone yet another metamorphosis. His already formidable physique, enhanced by the white tiger spirit, expanded further, with his muscles grotesquely bulging. His upper garments were utterly torn apart, revealing a terrifying muscular outline. Most peculiarly, dark stripes appeared upon his skin. Were it not for the absence of fur, he would bear an uncanny resemblance to a tiger's hide. A pair of tiger claws, now expanded, revealed glimmering silver blades that emerged with an astonishing brilliance. What was most remarkable, however, was the intense golden aura enveloping his entire being, as if he were gilded in gold. His blood-red eyes shimmered with a ferocious light, exuding the regal dominance of a beast king. Although Tang San was unaware of the significance behind this transformation, He recognized that it was the manifestation of his third spirit ring, a millennium spirit ring that undoubtedly conferred extraordinary abilities. Sensing the imminent threat, Xiao Wu instinctively released her own spirit ring, mirroring Tang San's actions as two golden halos materialized around her. Her charming white ears perked up, and the already enchanting contours of her form appeared to soften gracefully. The enhancement from her rabbit spirit endowed her with a gentler silhouette and elongated legs, resonating with the characteristics of her spirit. From Tang San's body, the blue-black-blue-silver grass surged forth like an electric current. The martial spirit did not solely emanate from his palms. The spiked vines shot rapidly through the air, obscuring Dai Mubai's line of sight while simultaneously coiling around his limbs and neck. With the impetus of Tang San's soul power, derived from his Shentian skill, the entangling abilities of his first spirit ring were now pushed to their limits. As he initiated his assault, Tang San grasped Xiao Wu, who was eager to charge forward, and shook his head in a gesture of caution. The conflicts among men are not to be interfered with by outsiders. Otherwise, they shall only be met with disdain from their opponent. Tang San's psychological maturity belies his outward appearance of merely 12 years. He comprehends this truth profoundly. Moreover, while he perceives a certain chill and dominance emanating from Dai Mubai, he detects no hostility. As Tang San grasped Xiao Wu's hand, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he emitted a low, muffled grunt. 10 streaks of silver light intertwined in the air, and the rapidly twisting blue-silver grass abruptly halted mid-flight. Subsequently, this remarkably resilient blue-silver grass disintegrated into fine powder, dissipating in the air. As Dai Mubai's formidable form approached Tang San step by step, with his silver claws continuously exuding a lethal aura, releasing an astonishing pressure. Your blue-silver grass is indeed impressive, its resilience surpassing my expectations. Even my normal soul power cannot sever it in a single strike. However, what I am currently employing is the skill of my third soul ring, the White Tiger Diamond Transformation. To acquire the soul ring, I endured considerable peril and ultimately hunted a millennium-old diamond tiger soul beast. It not only significantly enhances my strength, attack, and defense, but it also grants me the ability of the White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Dai Mubai halted his advance 10 meters away from Tang San and Xiao Wu, refraining from launching another assault. My White Tiger Diamond Transformation can maintain its form for half an hour, during which my resistance to abnormal states, as well as my attack power, defense, and strength will all be doubled. With my 37th level of soul power, under such amplifying effects, your toxins are insufficient to inflict harm upon me. Even though your soul skills are exquisite and your control-type martial spirit exhibits commendable efficacy, ultimately, you remain no match for me. This exemplifies the absolute disparity in strength. At this moment, Dai Mubai appeared somewhat amusing. His attire was in tatters, the upper garment completely torn apart, and his trousers were significantly damaged as well, having been shredded by the spiky blue-silver grass that ensnared him earlier. As his sinister gaze returned to normal, Dai Mubai cast a profound glance at Tang San and Xiao Wu, asserting, "I believe we shall meet again soon. Upon reaching Shrek Academy, should anyone trouble you, invoke the name of Dai Mubai, the Evil Eye White Tiger." With that, he waved farewell to the pair of twin beauties and was the first to stride out of the hotel. Xiao Wu could not restrain herself from calling after Dai Mubai's retreating figure. "How did you know we were heading to Shrek Academy?" Dai Mubai halted, replying coldly, "You are merely around 12 years of age. At such a tender age, possessing soul power exceeding level 20, what else could you possibly be doing at this time but enrolling in Shrek Academy? 12 years old, 12 years old, I am already 15. Tang San, I shall await you at Shrek Academy." As the last word faded, Dai Mubai had exited the hotel. Observing his departing silhouette, Xiao Wu huffed in dissatisfaction, finding him utterly perplexing, clearly not a person of good character. "Tang San, even when we arrive at Shrek Academy, let us avoid any dealings with him." To be continued, Tang San smiled faintly, his gaze also fixed upon the direction in which Dai Mubai had departed. "Why, I find this individual rather agreeable. Though he may appear somewhat aloof on the surface, he possesses a commendable straightforwardness." Xiao Wu retorted with a hint of annoyance. "Agreeable? I believe that is an egregious misjudgment. Tell me, What noble intentions could he possibly have in bringing two young ladies to a hotel room, engaging in lewd acts in broad daylight, and yet you deem him virtuous? As for the so-called evil-eyed white tiger, I see him more as a licentious beast. Tang San furrowed his brow. Xiao Wu, I perceive that your understanding is expanding. Xiao Wu, oblivious to the flicker of dissatisfaction in Tang San's eyes, replied with pride, of course, let us not forget that I am the leader of the students at Nodding Academy. With a resigned shake of his head, Tang San remarked, I shall not comment on Dai Mubai's personal preferences. However, based on our recent encounter, I find his abilities commendable. He surpasses us in strength, yet he does not resort to bullying the weak. Not only did he relinquish the room to us, but his demeanor suggested a willingness to look out for us within the academy. Xiao Wu, puzzled, inquired, by the way, he kept mentioning that we are 12 years old while he is 15. Additionally, he previously stated that he had already lost. What do these remarks signify? Tang San explained, when he declared his loss prior to the use of martial souls, it was due to my superior technique in that moment. The other reason likely pertains to our age. After we both activated our martial souls, he repeated his earlier statement, further underscoring the disparity in our ages. If I am not mistaken, he was likely not as formidable as we are now at the age of 12, which is why he claims to have lost. The teacher once remarked that for a gifted soul master, every year before the age of 20 is of paramount importance. A mere year's difference can lead to a significant disparity in cultivation. Despite the 3-year gap between us, the difference in strength does not correspond to our ages. Hence his belief that he has lost, which also reflects his competitive nature. Suddenly, Xiao Wu, having retracted her martial spirit transformation, whispered, brother, if he had truly defeated you just now, would we really have to leave? She had not forgotten Dai Mubai's earlier boastful words. Tang San replied nonchalantly, even if we had to leave, it would only be me. This was precisely why I refrained from allowing you to intervene. He is correct. The gap created by a single soul ring results in a substantial difference in strength. Whether it be soul power, the attributes conferred by the soul ring, or the skills derived from his Millennium Soul Ring all surpass our own. After utilizing the White Tiger Vajra transformation, even if we were to join forces, we might still not be able to contend with him. Am I truly to witness your departure? If he were to insist on such a course of action, I would be prepared to risk everything to fight back. In terms of strength, I may fall short, but in a desperate struggle, I am confident I possess a 70% chance of ensuring that we both perish together. Upon finishing this thought, Tang San stepped towards the counter. Fortunately, his battle with Dai Mubai did not extend for long. After activating the White Tiger Vajra transformation, Dai Mubai did not unleash his full power. Otherwise, the Rose Hotel would not merely have sustained some damage to its interior decorations. Xiao Wu watched as Tang San approached the counter, lowering her head and murmuring the words he had previously spoken, to fight to the death, for the sake of dignity. Manager Wang peeked out from behind the counter, noticing Tang San's approach and quickly donning a smile. Young man, you are truly impressive. Even young Master Dai is willing to yield his room to you. Thankfully, you have not sustained any injuries, or we would have had quite the predicament on our hands. Tang San, surveying the disarray in the lobby, forced a bitter smile and inquired, Manager, how much will it cost to repair this place? Manager Wang promptly shook his head, responding, no, it is not your concern. Young Master Dai has stated that these damages are on him. He is a valued guest of ours, and only needs to settle the account. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused to you both and the near mishap. I have decided to waive 3 days' rent for you. If your stay does not exceed 3 days, you shall owe nothing. As he spoke, he handed Tang San a dazzling golden key, his face adorned with an apologetic grin. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. While he felt little for the hotel's loss, given Dai Mubai's evident wealth, he felt a pang of guilt over the rent waiver, knowing he had a part in the chaos. I cannot accept this, we should pay the full amount. Manager Wang vigorously shook his head, exclaiming, that simply cannot be. We have already caused you considerable trouble. In the future, your continued patronage will be the greatest assistance to us. He continued, your rooms are located on the top floor, with the doorplate marked Red Ocean. Tang San, feeling resigned, nodded in acquiescence and said, thank you very much. After enduring a series of tribulations, Tang San felt a tinge of fatigue wash over him. He turned and ascended the staircase alongside Xiao Wu. Upon reaching Soto City, he engaged in yet another match with Dai Mubai. The toll of mental strain and the depletion of his internal energy had begun to take their toll, necessitating a period of respite. After all, the repeated destruction of his blue-silver grass by Dai Mubai had significantly drained his vitality. As the two made their way upstairs, Manager Wang finally exhaled in relief, murmuring, "At last it has been resolved." He then turned to the innocent-looking waiter beside him, sighing, "It is my fault for neglecting to inform you. While the other rooms may be manageable, the Red Ocean must not be casually occupied by others, as it is reserved long-term by young Master Dai." The waiter responded, "But our Red Ocean charges a daily fee of 10 gold soul coins. Are you truly allowing those two children to stay for free? The youth of today is remarkably liberal. They are merely 12 or 13 years old. Yet, enough with the chatter. Be cautious of the repercussions of your words." Manager Wang retorted with mild irritation. "What do you comprehend? Soul masters are beings of utmost nobility. Did you not notice that both children already possess 2 soul rings? At such a tender age, they have attained the status of grand soul masters, with a future that knows no bounds. They may very well be descendants of a prominent family, not someone we can afford to offend." The decor of the Rose Hotel easily evokes a sense of fondness, with a simple yet comfortable color scheme and the subtle fragrance of roses wafting through the air, providing a refreshing ambience. In the innermost part of the top floor, Tang San discovered the doorplate of the Red Ocean. The upper floor comprises merely a few rooms, adorned with door plaques bearing names such as Blue Enchantress, Pink Affection, Yellow Sincerity, White Innocence, and Green Parting, among others. At the far end lies the Crimson Ocean, a revelation that would later unveil the significance of the plaques, each representing a hue of the rose. The door, as crimson as the name suggests, is embellished with exquisite dark red crystal rose decorations, accompanied by a line of vertically inscribed words: Crimson Ocean, Sea of Love. Even Tang San, usually oblivious, sensed an oddity at that moment. Turning to Xiao Wu, he found her gazing back at him, and in an awkward tone, he remarked, "This hotel isn't exclusively for couples, is it?" Xiao Wu blinked her large eyes, seized the key from Tang San's hand, and declared, "Who cares, as long as we have a place to stay." With that, she boldly opened the grand door and stepped inside. Tang San followed her into the room, but unexpectedly, Xiao Wu halted in her tracks, causing him to inadvertently bump into her, meeting the softness of her form. "Why have you stopped?" He quickly retreated a step, increasing the distance between them. As he posed the question, he had already discerned the answer within himself. Despite some mental preparation, the moment he beheld the entirety of the room, he was engulfed by a profound sense of astonishment. The room is spacious, with the living area alone exceeding 50 square meters. Within the grand hall, all the furnishings are adorned in silver, intricately carved with exquisite patterns. The deep crimson carpet is embellished with raised motifs of red roses. What astonishes them most is the enormous red heart at the center of the hall, crafted from a multitude of rose petals. This heart spans nearly 2 square meters and undoubtedly requires over 1,000 roses to create. A delicate silk ribbon hangs above it, inscribed with the words, 1001 You Are My Only. In addition to these 1001 roses, elegant vases are strategically placed around the room, each holding fiery red roses, and the intoxicating scent of roses permeates every corner, enchanting and mesmerizing. Tang San chuckles wryly. "It seems my guess was correct. No wonder Dai Mubai brought the girl here." Xiao Wu, now awakened from her astonishment, turns to glare at Tang San, her beautiful eyes filled with delight. "Brother, you are so foolish. Is there any girl who doesn't adore roses? With such a lack of understanding, how will you ever find a wife?" Tang San scratches his nose. "But I'm only 12. Isn't it too early to discuss such matters?" Xiao Wu steps forward, picks up a rose, and leans in to inhale its fragrance. "This room is beautifully arranged. I realize I am starting to like it here. Brother, can we come here often in the future?" Tang San frowns. "What's so great about it? We are siblings. What does it mean to come to a place like this?" "Well, we have been on the road for a while, so let us rest for a moment." As Tang San walked toward the bedroom, Xiao Wu playfully stuck out her tongue behind him but followed closely. Upon entering the bedroom, they were once again taken aback. As anticipated, there was only a bed in the room, yet this bed, which occupied nearly half of the entire space, was heart-shaped. Delicate pink curtains cascaded from the ceiling, veiling the area above the heart-shaped bed, bestowing an ethereal beauty upon the scene. The bedding adorned with red roses, the pillows patterned with red rose motifs. Everything exuded an overwhelming sense of warmth and intimacy, quickening their pulses. Tang San turned to Xiao Wu and remarked, "I realized that coming here at your suggestion was indeed a mistake. You can rest here while I take to the sofa outside." Xiao Wu did not dissuade him. Instead, she cheered and leapt onto the bouncy heart-shaped bed, tumbling and bouncing with uncontainable excitement. Observing her delight, a faint smile crept across Tang San's face. After all, she was still a young girl. He casually closed the bedroom door and settled down on the sofa outside, sitting cross-legged to begin his meditation. Though the past few years had been monotonous for Tang San, they had fostered commendable habits within him, not only enhancing his strength but also instilling a greater composure in his spirit. Despite being only 12 years old, he already bore a demeanor reminiscent of adulthood. Of course, to Xiao Wu, his description might have seemed like a premature aging. The myriad of martial souls is indeed extraordinary, and engaging with soul masters possessing various martial souls is of utmost importance. As memories drifted back to the moment when Dai Mubai unleashed his White Tiger Vajra transformation, Tang San pondered silently, contemplating the extent of the attack enhancement this transformation could achieve. However, he noted that the subsequent enhancement of defense, signified by the golden light enveloping him, was likely akin to a protective barrier. Among his array of hidden weapons, several were specifically designed to counter such barriers, though he remained uncertain of their efficacy against Dai Mubai. The blue silvergrass was not Tang San's primary reliance. Rather, it was his hidden weapons that constituted his true strength. Over the years, with the elevation of his internal energy, his mastery of hidden weapons had also seen significant advancement. Within the myriad techniques of hidden weaponry, he had acquired the proficiency to wield numerous types. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in adhering to the teachings of the comprehensive guide of the Shentian treasure record, vowing never to resort to them lightly unless faced with dire circumstances. This was his secret, one that even Xiao Wu only partially comprehended. Tang San's recent period of cultivation extended for an extensive duration, interrupted only briefly for a casual dinner with Xiao Wu. His prolonged training was fueled by the fact that his Shentian skill had reached the late stage of soul power level 29, nearing the threshold of level 30. Thus, he dedicated himself to his practice with exceptional diligence, yearning to swiftly advance to level 30 in order to seek out his third soul ring. Furthermore, this endeavor was closely linked to his encounters with Dai Mubai, who served as a reminder to Tang San that no matter how refined one's skills may be, true strength must serve as the foundation. In their initial skirmish, when neither had summoned their martial souls, Tang San had managed to gain a slight advantage over Dai Mubai through the exquisite techniques of his control over the crane and the distinctive attributes of his Xian Jade hand. However, once Dai Mubai manifested the White Tiger spirit, Tang San found his control over the crane and dragon techniques rather ineffective. This exemplified the disparity in their strengths. After a meticulous analysis of Dai Mubai's capabilities, Tang San realized that to truly triumph over him, the most prudent course of action was to swiftly enhance his soul power, aiming to approach Dai Mubai's level. At the very least, he needed to possess a third soul ring ability to contend with him. Even with hidden weapons, the potency would significantly amplify with the support of a higher tier of Shentian Kung Fu. "Little San, brother, will you accompany me for an outing? Don't you feel stifled being cooped up in this room all the time?" Early in the morning, Xiao Wu seized the moment while Tang San was having breakfast, unable to suppress her complaints. Tang San replied with a smile, "I am not like you. Your innate talents allow your strength to grow effortlessly. I must rely on diligence to soar ahead. You have seen how formidable Dai Mubai is as a student of Shrek Academy. Who knows? There may be a second or third of his caliber. This Shrek Academy is unlike our former Nodding Academy. It won't simply be a one-man show anymore. If I do not strive to enhance my strength, how can I fulfill my promise to protect you?" Xiao Wu pouted in discontent, remaining silent as she grasped Tang San's arm. her large eyes filled with a mournful gaze directed at him, conveying a sense of resolve as if to say she would not relent until he agreed to accompany her. "All right." Xiao Wu's melodious voice brimmed with delight, her earlier sorrow dissipating as if by magic. Her acting skills had reached a level of consummate mastery. The service at the Rose Hotel is truly commendable. As Tang San and Xiao Wu stepped outside, they chanced upon a server wheeling in a cart full of fresh roses. Upon inquiry, they learned that the crimson blooms adorning their room were replaced daily. Although roses may not hold substantial monetary value, their worth accumulates significantly when considered in ample quantities. Tentatively, Tang San inquired about the room rates, only to realize how sagacious his agreement with manager Wang for complimentary accommodation over the next few days was. Upon exiting the Rose Hotel, Tang San turned to Xiao Wu and asked, "Where would you like to go?" Xiao Wu responded with a nonchalant expression, suggesting they meander aimlessly, as long as they were not cooped up in the room. Previously, in nodding, she was accustomed to being surrounded by a throng of subordinates, reveling in a position akin to a small tyrant. Although her former leader, Xiao Chenyu, had long since graduated to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, his family held considerable influence in nodding, and he had always harbored genuine admiration for Xiao Wu, ensuring her needs were met. Thus, her life in nodding had been quite comfortable. Now, having grown accustomed to the hustle and bustle, she found herself feeling somewhat out of place with only Tang San by her side. The two strolled leisurely into the city, and it was evident that Soto City, a major urban center, exuded prosperity, even in the morning. An array of shops dazzled the senses, and after being dragged through several clothing stores by Xiao Wu, Tang San began to feel a bit disoriented. Fortunately, Xiao Wu adeptly embraced the art of window shopping, refraining from purchases, which spared their shared finances from depletion. The prices in Soto City are at least 30% higher than those in Nodding City, particularly evident in the cost of goods, though the quality does surpass that of Nodding City to some extent. This disparity is largely due to Nodding City being a border town. If it were a small inland city, it would pale in comparison to Soto City. "Hey, Xiao San, look over there," Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment. Typically, when they are in public, she refers to Tang San as Xiao San, reserving the title of brother for moments when they are alone, playfully designating it as their little secret. Tang San is unfazed by this and allows her to call him as she pleases. Xiao Wu tugged at his hand, bouncing with excitement. "Look, quickly. That seems related to Soul Masters." Only then did Tang San follow her gaze and observe a shop not far away. The storefront was modest, yet the sign hanging above was quite distinctive. It bore a circular emblem adorned with several unique symbols. While the average person might not comprehend the meaning of these symbols, Tang San and Xiao Wu recognized them instantly. The symbols resembled those found on the Spirit Hall's token: a sword, a hammer, and a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Together, these three symbols mirrored the Master S Spirit Hall authorization token. Curious about how such symbols came to be featured on a shop sign, Tang San suggested, "Let us take a look." As they approached the shop, they found the door ajar. Inside, the ambience was somewhat dim, and upon entering, they were immediately captivated by a peculiar energy fluctuation that resonated with the essence of the Spirit Hall, albeit with a lesser intensity. Under the tutelage of the Master, Tang San came to understand that this phenomenon was due to the presence of soul-guiding devices. These devices emanate waves of soul power, and unless they are bound to a user's soul power, they tend to release this energy externally. Generally, soul-guiding devices possess no offensive capabilities and are limited to providing simple assistance. Nonetheless, they are exceedingly rare. All the soul-guiding devices that have been passed down can be regarded as antiques, for the methods of their creation have long been lost. Within the shop, there was but a solitary figure, and the absence of a counter was notable. The walls, adorned with various items, appeared ancient and bore no semblance of value. The solitary individual reclined in a wooden chair, eyes closed, swaying gently with the motion of the chair. He appeared to be in his 50s. Despite his age, he was robustly built. The chair creaked under his weight, producing a rhythmic sound as he swayed. His visage was strikingly distinctive. A protruding chin, broad cheekbones, a flat face, and a slight aquiline nose. If one were to liken him to an object, it could only be said that his face resembled the sole of a shoe. Though his eyes were closed, there was a shrewdness about him. He wore a pair of black-framed crystal glasses, the rigid square frames imparting an odd sensation upon closer inspection. As Tang San and Xiao Wu entered the shop, they did not rouse him. He continued to breathe steadily, swaying in his chair. Xiao Wu, with curiosity in her eyes, looked around and inquired, "Tang San, are these all soul-guiding devices?" Tang San's gaze shifted from the middle-aged man to the objects hanging on the wall. Honestly, he remarked, "I cannot ascertain this unless each item is tested with soul power. Mere observation is insufficient." As he spoke, he approached the wall, his eyes landing upon a crystal the size of a human head. His gaze momentarily froze. The crystal appeared unremarkable, transparent, yet within it lay large patches of dark yellow impurities. It was positioned closest to the door. However, this very crystal caused Tang San's heart to race and his eyes to shimmer with intensity. He never anticipated encountering such a crystal in a shop like this, in such a location. Naturally, Xiao Wu noticed Tang San's change. "Tang San, why are you looking at this worthless crystal? I doubt one could find anything worse within it. This crystal lacks any luster, its transparency is poor, and it bears no accompanying color. Amethyst is the most precious." To Xiao Wu's surprise, Tang San nodded affirmatively. "I wish to purchase this crystal. I just wonder how much it costs." "Not expensive, 100 gold soul coins," came a languid, slightly husky voice. The speaker's words were somewhat slurred, perhaps due to a slight speech impediment. Fortunately, it was only Tang San and Xiao Wu present, and the shop was quiet enough for them to clearly discern his words. The middle-aged man reclining in the chair opened his eyes but remained seated. 100 gold soul coins is the lowest price I offer here. If you wish to purchase, pay. If not, kindly leave." With that, he closed his eyes once more. Furious, Xiao Wu was about to confront him, but Tang San restrained her. "Very well, I shall buy it." Over the years, Tang San had accumulated a modest fortune. His daily expenditures were minimal, and most of his income had been saved. Particularly after reaching the Great Soul Master level, his monthly subsidy from the Spirit Hall had increased to 10 gold soul coins. Now, combined with Xiao Wu's assets, they possessed over 700 gold soul coins. "Are you all right, Tang San?" Xiao Wu inquired, placing her hand on his forehead to check for fever. Tang San gave her a reassuring look and gently shook his head, then deftly retrieved a pouch containing exactly 100 gold soul coins from his waist. He turned and offered it to the middle-aged man. Without opening his eyes, the man declared, "Your funds are insufficient." Tang San replied, "This is indeed 100 gold soul coins." In a muffled voice, the middle-aged man responded, "However, my crystal is priced at 200 gold soul coins." At this, Xiao Wu could no longer contain her anger. "You are extorting us. Just a moment ago, you stated it was 100. Now it has inexplicably risen to 200. No wonder you have no business." "Tang San, let's not buy it, we should leave," she urged. Tang San shook his head, gazing intently at the middle-aged man. "Are you certain there will be no further alterations to the price? The crystal may hold little significance for others, yet for him, it is more precious than the rarest treasures. Not to mention 200 gold soul coins. Even if it were 10,000, he would undoubtedly procure it if he had the means." The middle-aged man languidly remarked, "Very well, 500 gold soul coins, and that is final. Pay up and you may take it. Otherwise, kindly leave." From 100 to 200, and then from 200 to 500, even Tang San's patience began to wane. He stowed away his coin pouch and said to Xiao Wu, "Let us depart." Xiao Wu shot a fierce glare at the middle-aged man, thinking it was high time to leave. Dealing with such cunning individuals is an affront to our intelligence. Chapter 16. The Golden Dragon Whisker Needle, Part 1. Tang San could certainly produce 500 gold soul coins, but as he and Xiao Wu were about to apply to Shrek Academy, they would need funds for various expenses once admitted. The tuition fees of Shrek remain unknown, and he could not allow his own situation to jeopardize their application. After all, they were no longer students benefiting from tuition waivers. With a lingering glance at the murky crystal, Tang San sighed inwardly, resolving to seek another opportunity in the future. He then proceeded towards the exit. "If it is a matter of insufficient funds, I can accept 200 gold coins from you for now, and you may gradually pay the remainder." Just 10 coins a month will suffice, but with an interest rate of 10%. Xiao Wu found herself increasingly irritated by the man's slithering voice, thinking, "Cunning merchant, why don't you just vanish? You are akin to a hand reaching from beyond the grave, desperately grasping for money." Xiao Wu is prone to impulsiveness, whereas Tang San is not easily swayed by his emotions. Upon hearing the words of the middle-aged man, he felt a slight jolt of surprise. 10 gold coins each month? Could he possibly be aware of my status as a Grand Soul Master? Otherwise, how could he so precisely pinpoint my income? Tang San was certain that throughout their earlier interactions, the middle-aged man had not emitted a trace of soul power, making it impossible for him to ascertain the strength of either his or Xiao Wu's soul powers. If he could deduce their martial soul levels under such circumstances, then this individual would be exceedingly formidable. While Dai Mubai had exuded an aura of sharpness, this seemingly shrewd middle-aged man was inscrutable. Xiao San and Xiao Wu expressed their dissatisfaction with a protest, but Tang San gestured subtly with his right hand behind him, signaling her to remain silent. The middle-aged man finally opened his eyes again, observing Tang San at close range. His gaze fell upon the belt around Tang San's waist. Where did you acquire that belt? Tang San's heart stirred. It was a gift from my teacher. Do you recognize this belt? The middle-aged man sat up from his reclined position, focusing intently on the 24 bridges on a moonlit night at Tang San's waist, his eyes glimmering with an unusual light, remaining silent for a moment. Surely, you are not considering renegotiating the price? Xiao Wu chimed in, peering over Tang San's shoulder with irritation. The peculiar expression in the middle-aged man's eyes gradually faded. So you are indeed his disciple. You may take that crystal. Tang San felt a quiet sense of relief as he brushed his right hand over the 24 bridges on a moonlit night, extracting 2 bags of gold coins and presenting them to the middle-aged man. I shall deliver 10 gold coins to you each week henceforth. Deliver? Tang San was momentarily taken aback. The disparity in demeanor of the middle-aged man was striking. Just moments ago, he was demanding exorbitant prices, yet now he was offering a gift. Subconsciously, Tang San had begun to grasp that this seemingly cunning middle-aged man must have some acquaintance with the master. As Tang San contemplated this, Xiao Wu unceremoniously cradled the crystal in her arms, declaring, "Xiao San, let us depart before certain individuals come to regret their actions." Tang San, bemused, gazed at her and replied, "How can we simply take someone else's belongings? Good sir, could you kindly propose a price?" The middle-aged man resumed his reclining posture, this time silent, ignoring him entirely. Tang San glanced at the crystal nestled in Xiao Wu's embrace and then back at the middle-aged man. If he adhered to his usual temperament, he would certainly refuse the crystal. However, this particular crystal held immense significance for him. Should he let this opportunity slip away and allow someone else to acquire it, he would likely regret it for the rest of his life. Various thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning, and ultimately, he discreetly placed the 2 bags of gold soul coins on the ground before departing the shop alongside Xiao Wu. It was only after their exit that the middle-aged man reopened his eyes, the cunning expression vanishing from his face as he murmured to himself, "His disciple has unexpectedly arrived in Soto City, at this time with this level of soul power. It appears they are headed to Shrek Academy. Oh master, will you not evade me this time?" Upon exiting the peculiar shop, Xiao Wu could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Xiao San, why do you so fervently desire this crystal? I have never witnessed such longing in you for any object before. The quality of this crystal is so poor. What use can it possibly serve you?" Close the door tightly. Tang San swiftly drew the curtains around, beckoning, "Come, follow me to the bedroom." Xiao Wu, perplexed, accompanied him into the chamber. Tang San pulled the bedroom curtains shut and secured the door, his excitement now impossible to conceal. His expression betrayed a hint of obsession, and a faint flush adorned his face. Xiao Wu instinctively adjusted her attire, a thought flickering through her mind. Could he be influenced by the ambience of this hotel, succumbing to primal instincts? No, it couldn't be. He is merely 12 years old. What am I thinking? He is my brother. How could I entertain such distasteful notions? To be continued, unbeknownst to Tang San, Xiao Wu's mind was racing due to his peculiar actions. He reverently retrieved the human head-sized crystal from the 24 bridges on a moonlit night, placing it delicately on the bed. He caressed the uneven surface of the crystal as if it were the most cherished of treasures. Xiao Wu recognized that Tang San was not one to act impulsively, and since he regarded this crystal with such significance, it surely harbored some secret. She crouched beside him, awaiting his explanation. It was not amethyst that held the highest value within the crystal. After a prolonged silence, Tang San finally uttered, "It is hair crystal." "Hair crystal? What is that?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, astonished. She had never even heard of such a term. It is no wonder that Xiao Wu is unaware, for this concept does not originally belong to this realm. It was brought by Tang San from the Tang Sect. During his time at the Tang Sect, aside from being responsible for crafting mechanical devices, Tang San also aided the inner disciples in forging various concealed weapons. He possessed profound knowledge regarding the materials used for these weapons, as well as an extensive understanding of various precious substances. The so-called hair crystal refers to a phenomenon where certain natural crystals, under specific conditions and external influences, develop fine golden threads within them. These golden strands are known as crystal hair or golden hair, reminiscent of the hair of the crystal itself. Regardless of the color of the crystal, the presence of even a single strand of crystal hair elevates its value beyond that of the finest natural crystal. A crystal that possesses this feature is termed hair crystal. Although Xiao Wu tends to be impulsive, she is also quite astute. Observing the large crystal stone in Tang San's hand, she remarked, "You cannot be telling me that this is a hair crystal, can you? I do not see any golden strands, and I have never heard of such a thing. Even if it were, it would be of no use if no one recognizes it. Your expenditure of 200 gold coins is hardly justified." Tang San smiled and replied, "No, this is not a hair crystal. Rather, it is a bored crystal, an exquisite variant of hair crystal." Curious, Xiao Wu inquired, "What is a bored crystal?" Though the surface of this crystal appeared murky, upon closer inspection, one could discern glimmers of gold within. The golden plate inside was obscured by the impurities on the crystal's exterior, yet I could almost assure that it contained a multitude of golden strands, easily numbering in the thousands. Such a marvel could only occur in a bored crystal that has existed for at least 100,000 years. Do not merely speak of 200 golden soul coins. For me, even if it were 20,000, it would undoubtedly be worth it. My desire for it is not rooted in a motive of profiting through resale, but rather holds a significance of a special nature. Tang San did not explicitly reveal what this special meaning was. Instead, he retrieved his forging hammer from the 24 bridges on a moonlit night. His hammer was 2 sizes larger than the typical blacksmith's. After its initial use at the Stone San blacksmith shop, Tang San had never sought to replace it. "Xiao Wu, step aside," Tang San commanded in a low voice. Xiao Wu complied, moving to the side. He placed the slab of crystal upon the ground, and a faint white light gradually emanated from it, infusing into his hammer through his hands. His expression grew exceedingly grave as he elevated his internal energy to its utmost limit. "Xiao San, what are you doing?" Xiao Wu gazed at him in astonishment, sensing his intentions yet unable to comprehend the rationale behind his actions. With a sudden surge of power from his legs, he turned his body partially and unleashed the first strike of the cloak hammer technique, a blow imbued with all of Tang San's internal strength. The white light upon the hammer intensified, and a series of explosive sounds reverberated through the air. The massive hammerhead descended heavily upon the slab of crystal. Xiao Wu instinctively covered her ears. With a resounding crash, the entire Rose Hotel trembled momentarily. The sharp sound of shattering resonated beneath the weight of the hammer, and in the full force of Tang San's assault, the slab of crystal was instantly reduced to powder. Yet, as the crystal disintegrated, a wondrous spectacle unfolded. Countless golden specks surged forth from within, scattering throughout the room adorned with a heart-shaped bed. It seemed as though the entire room was enveloped in a layer of golden luminescence. Xiao Wu was startled and quickly summoned her soul power to ward off the golden specks. Fortunately, the force of their projection was not strong, causing her no harm. The dazzling brilliance of the golden light was mesmerizing, accompanied by a melodious tinkling sound. As some specks collided with the walls, others with the doors and windows, while some directly landed upon the heart-shaped bed. The entire bedroom was completely shrouded in a golden glow. Crystals had turned into a fine powder, Yet as the golden light gradually descended, Xiaowu noticed that the floor and bed were adorned with a layer of golden specks, or rather, golden granules. Each granule was remarkably uniform in size, akin to grains of rice, perfectly round, shimmering with a faint golden glow. Instinctively, Xiaowu picked one up and squeezed it in her hand, discovering that the golden granule was slightly soft yet remarkably elastic, impervious to her soul power's attempts to flatten it. Brother, these can't possibly be pure gold, can they? Even if they were, they wouldn't hold a value greater than your 200 golden soul coins. Tang San was exhilarated, truly exhilarated. Since arriving in this world, it was the first time his emotions soared to such heights, even surpassing the excitement he felt when he first obtained the soul ring that allowed his Shentian skill to break through its bottleneck. To be continued, for he was finally poised to acquire a treasure from the Shentian Ba-Shu, one of the top 10 concealed weapons within the compendium, and of such exquisite quality. Even during his time at the Tang Sect, no one possessed such high-quality board crystals to craft this particular hidden weapon. Xiaowu, quickly gather all these golden particles together. Not a single one should be overlooked. I will explain everything to you shortly. As he spoke, Tang San took the initiative, employing his inner strength to execute the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. The ground of the room was swept clean, and as it passed, those golden particles were meticulously drawn to his palm, which he then placed into an unoccupied space within the 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Before long, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Esteemed guest, pardon the intrusion. Tang San recognized this as a consequence of the forceful strike he had just executed. Fortunately, he had applied a shockwave to the board crystals, causing no damage to the floor. What is it? He inquired. The hotel experienced an unusual sound moments ago. Esteemed guest, did you happen to hear it? The servant, dispatched by Manager Wang, was merely inquiring due to the significant disturbance that had occurred. Certainly not something an ordinary individual could produce. The servant refrained from further questioning, as he could not enter without permission. The quantity of golden particles exceeded Tang San's expectations. He meticulously examined every corner, ensuring that not a single golden particle escaped his notice, carefully collecting them all into his 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Based on his conservative estimates, he believed the haul to consist of at least over 20,000 golden particles. Brother, what on earth is this that has you so anxious? In her hand, Xiaowu cradled the final golden grain, gazing intently at Tang San. With all his treasures secured, Tang San finally exhaled in relief. He delicately plucked the golden particle from Xiaowu's palm, recalling his previous words about concealed weapons. The golden essence within the crystal could be fashioned into an exceptionally formidable hidden weapon, naturally formed. The abundant quantity of golden essence within this crystal had indeed fueled his desire to collect this particular concealed armament. Behold, he said, spreading his palm to reveal the golden particle resting there. As he channeled his inner strength through the Shentian skill, a soft, milky glow enveloped his hand, revealing a wondrous spectacle. The golden grain, infused with the energy of the Shentian skill, began to elongate gradually, transforming into a filament as fine as a hair. It appeared several times thinner than a strand of hair and extended to over 3 inches in length. Fortunately, its golden hue allowed it to be easily discerned within Tang San's grasp. This is what you refer to as golden essence? Xiaowu exclaimed in astonishment. Tang San nodded affirmatively, explaining, indeed, this is golden essence. Once removed from its protective crystal, it instinctively curls up, forming a grain. Only through the infusion of soul power can it revert to its elongated form. Should the soul power cease, it will once again coil up. Xiaowu, puzzled, inquired, what, then, is the significance of this? Tang San offered a gentle smile while maintaining his flow of inner strength, lifting the golden essence and pricking it against his fingertip. Instantly, a bead of blood began to emerge. The crystal's delicacy rendered its tip sharper than a needle, and its piercing capability intensified significantly with the infusion of soul power. The object was inherently small in size. One can only imagine the effects it would have if it were to penetrate the human body. How did it vanish? At such a close distance, Xiaowu did not observe how Tang San made that golden thread disappear. With a calm smile, Tang San raised his right hand, and suddenly, his middle finger flicked out. A faint glimmer of golden light quietly flashed and silently disappeared into the quilt on the bed. An unusual phenomenon occurred. As the golden thread was injected, the quilt swiftly contorted, and in the blink of an eye, a bulging protrusion had formed. The golden thread was remarkably resilient and possessed astonishing elasticity. Once detached from the support of soul power, it would instinctively curl back upon itself. Suddenly, Xiao Wu understood. She lunged onto the bed and grasped the distorted bulge in the quilt, applying pressure to reveal a hint of golden light. Pinching the light with her nails, she endeavored to inject soul power into it, gradually pulling it out. With a soft chime, golden particles re-emerged in her palm. If this were to be shot into a human body, Tang San remarked calmly, one can easily imagine the consequences. Moreover, I can assure you that once it penetrates the body, locating the source to extract it would be impossible. To remove it, one would have to excise the coiled muscle entirely. At last, Xiao Wu comprehended why Tang San coveted this crystal so deeply. Such a sinister and terrifying concealed weapon was beyond anything she had ever heard of, let alone witnessed. Brother, this weapon is too malevolent. Xiao Wu noted that her voice trembled slightly, her mind already conjuring the horrific effects it would unleash once embedded in a human body. Tang San picked up the golden particle from Xiao Wu's hand and said, I have named it the Dragon Whisker Needle. In this world, the malevolence of a weapon is not determined by the weapon itself, but rather by the intentions of its wielder. When employed for righteous causes, it serves justice. When wielded for malevolent purposes, it becomes a tool of evil. If it is used to punish the wicked, is it not most fitting? What he did not mention was that the Dragon Whisker Needle ranked 8th in the catalog of concealed weapons within the Shentian treasure record, and moreover, it was not the most sinister among needle-type hidden weapons. After all, unless it strikes a vital point, the Dragon Whisker Needle does not possess the lethality to take a life. The commentary in the catalog describes the Dragon Whisker Needle as particularly effective against internal energy defenses, requiring considerable inner strength to unleash. It strikes foes unawares, inflicting immense suffering. However, it is challenging to obtain the necessary materials, and its usage demands substantial inner power, necessitating a sufficient reserve of energy for continuous application. With Tang San's current inner strength, he could only ensure that the Dragon Whisker Needle maintains the same level of attack within a 3-meter range. Beyond that distance, it would retract due to insufficient inner power before even reaching the target. As the distance of the attack increases, so too does the requirement for inner strength. This remarkable and formidable concealed weapon is not easily wielded. Finally, he possessed a top 10 inner gate concealed weapon. Tang San was confident that within a certain range, even Dai Mubai's white tiger transformation could not withstand the piercing of the Dragon Whisker Needle. Though Tang San's nails were not particularly long, concealing a Dragon Whisker Needle within each nail was certainly feasible. In close combat, this becomes the ultimate weapon among assassins. Certainly, the Longshu Needle is not the concealed weapon he yearns for the most. The top 3 hidden weapons in the myriad of concealed arms require the mastery of the Shentian skill to at least the 7th level before one can wield them, necessitating prolonged dedication to arduous training. Xiao San, do you know what I am thinking? Xiao Wu's large eyes blinked playfully, causing Tang San to feel a flutter of unease. What are you thinking? Xiao Wu giggled and replied, I was contemplating whether I should forfeit my soul power to learn this concealed weaponry from you. Your items are so peculiar and truly fascinating. Tang San was momentarily speechless. Fascinating indeed, but those were lethal instruments. The hidden weapons of the Tang Sect cannot simply be described as amusing. Observing Tang San's helpless expression, Xiao Wu burst into laughter and said, Brother, put away your long face. I was merely jesting. I would never willingly squander the soul power I have painstakingly cultivated. Painstakingly? You? Tang San regarded Xiao Wu with newfound astonishment, examining her from head to toe. What are you staring at? Do you think I do not train diligently? Xiao Wu retorted, a mix of embarrassment and annoyance in her tone. You just haven't noticed, that's all. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Tang San could not help but laugh heartily. Having acquired the precious board crystal, he now possessed his first inner sect level concealed weapon, which greatly uplifted his spirits. The following morning, the two departed from the Rose Hotel, where they had stayed for 2 days, exiting Soto City through the southern gate, en route to their destination. The Rose Hotel left a favorable impression on Tang San, though the prices were rather steep. As he and Xiao Wu left the hotel, they noticed that the damage in the lobby had been completely repaired. Regarding Shrek Academy, Tang San and Xiao Wu possessed little knowledge. The master merely instructed Tang San to continue his studies there, without elaborating further. However, from the master's expression at the time, Tang San could vaguely sense that the relationship between the academy and the master was somewhat extraordinary. Analyzing their ages, Tang San and Xiao Wu should have attended an intermediate Soul Master Academy, yet given their current strength, they were not far from graduating even from a senior academy. If Shrek Academy were merely an intermediate institution, was there truly a need to come here? Tang San firmly believed that the master would never engage in frivolous endeavors. There must be a profound reason for his guidance to this place. Xiao San, do you know where Shrek Academy is? Upon exiting Soto City, following the road southward, one would find vast expanses of farmland on either side of the main thoroughfare. Soto City, renowned as the granary capital of the Barak Kingdom, certainly earned its title. However, apart from the extensive fields, there were no structures resembling an academy within sight. The master had indicated that Shrek Academy lay just beyond the southern gate of Soto City. Beyond that, I was uncertain, so let us continue south. We shall surely find it. Since Dai Mubai is a student of Shrek Academy, it undoubtedly exists. Brother, Xiao Wu suddenly called out, her tone playful. Tang San seemed to understand her implication and replied helplessly, you are no longer a child. You can walk on your own. Xiao Wu giggled and retorted, regardless, you are still my brother. As she spoke, she took a running leap and playfully lunged at Tang San. Tang San had long since grown accustomed to her movements. With a gentle lift of his hands, he leaned slightly forward, effortlessly placing Xiao Wu upon his back. In such moments, a warm sensation would surge within him, a warmth reminiscent of home. The physical closeness evoked an intimate connection, filling his heart with a profound sense of fulfillment, a reassurance that he was not alone. In the stillness of the night, thoughts of his father would creep into his mind, bringing a subtle ache to his heart. Despite having lived 2 lives, he still yearned deeply for familial affection. In Tang San's heart, Xiao Wu served to fill the void left by Tang Hao's departure. He cherished her as if she were his own sister. When they were in Notting, his sole means of respite was to gaze at Xiao Wu. Regardless of her activities, he would quietly observe her, basking in the warmth she brought to his soul. Xiao Wu's radiant smile, filled with sunshine and genuine joy, continually touched Tang San's heart. Even the most tedious training would dissolve into oblivion at the sight of her beaming face. Brother, look over there, a small village, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her sweetness peaking when she was being carried by Tang San, addressing him as brother rather than by his given name. Following the direction of her finger, Tang San's keen vision, enhanced by his purple extreme demon eye, discerned a small village approximately a mile ahead. He could clearly see that it comprised about 100 households, smaller in scale than the Holy Soul village. The village is encircled by a wooden fence, seemingly erected to ward off wild beasts. At the entrance of the village, a considerable number of individuals appear to be gathered, and the reason for this congregation remains unclear. Tang San smiled and suggested, let us inquire, perhaps the villagers will know the whereabouts of Shrek Academy. A Soul Master Academy should indeed be quite renowned. Xiao Wu playfully pointed ahead and exclaimed, brother, quicken your pace. In response, Tang San playfully smacked her on the backside and exerted a bit more force in his stride, hastening toward the village's direction. As they approached, both Tang San and Xiao Wu sensed something amiss. Indeed, a significant crowd had amassed at the entrance, predominantly comprised of youths around their age, many accompanied by their parents. Even the scale of the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy surpassed this place by a considerable margin. This clearly resembled an ordinary village. The archway at the entrance was not only wooden but also lacked even a third of the size of the Notting Academy. Could this truly be deemed a Soul Master Academy? Brother, could Master have made a mistake? It hardly appears to resemble an academy. Surely this cannot be a deception? Tang San offered a wry smile. Now that we are here, let us observe before passing judgment. At that moment, ahead of them stood approximately 100 registrants, many of whom wore furrowed brows, evidently harboring thoughts akin to Xiao Wu's. A youth standing in front of Tang San and Xiao Wu had both parents by his side. The boy's mother remarked, Is this truly what is referred to as a Soul Master Academy, the one that purports to bestow noble titles upon its graduates? The youth's father, somewhat uncertain, remarked, "This information comes from the Spirit Hall. It should not be erroneous, right? Yet, this academy does appear rather dilapidated." The young man replied, "Father, I do not wish to attend school here. It is far too embarrassing. I would rather enroll in the Soto Intermediate Soul Master Academy. After all, I was considered a prodigy in the Junior Academy." The father's brow furrowed as he said, "Since we have already arrived, let us wait a little longer. Perhaps this is a form of trial. The true academy is not located here." Such dialogues were undoubtedly abundant among the crowd awaiting registration, with most youths and their parents displaying palpable disappointment upon their faces. Tang San's gaze did not linger on the applicants for long. Instead, it was directed towards the front of the line, where registration was taking place. Under the influence of the Shentian skill, his vision and hearing sharpened, allowing him to faintly catch snippets of conversation from that area. Seated behind the desk and responsible for overseeing the registrations, an elderly man appeared rather lethargic. His attire, if one were to be generous, could be described as unadorned. In truth, he resembled a village elder, lacking the vitality even of old Jack from Holy Spirit Village. At that moment, a young individual approached the desk to register. The elderly man, in his languid manner, stated, "The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Simply place them in that box." The youth's accompanying father promptly produced 10 gold soul coins and deposited them into a makeshift box constructed from several wooden planks. The young man extended his hand as instructed, but the elderly man pinched it gently and shook his head, saying, "Your age does not meet the requirements. You may leave." The young boy paused for a moment, turning to his father. It is rare to find a child as precocious as Tang San at such a tender age. His father quickly donned a smile, saying, "Sir, my son has only just celebrated his 13th birthday. Might you make an exception?" The elder, slightly irritated, replied, "Do you not understand the rules of the academy? We only accept children under the age of 13. Those older than 13 are not admitted. You may leave." The boy's father protested, "What about our registration fee?" The elder curtly responded, "Once registered, fees are non-refundable." Even the most patient of men would find it difficult to remain calm. The father could no longer contain his anger. "You are clearly deceiving us for money. Refund our registration fee, or we shall not leave." Had we known this so-called Shrek Academy was in such disarray, we would never have come. It was at this moment that Dai Mubai, previously obscured by the crowd, became visible to Tang San. Unlike the day when Tang San and Xiao Wu first encountered him, his expression now bore a hint of exasperation. Without further ado, Dai Mubai summoned his spirit power, unleashing 3 spirit rings, 2 of which were a century old and 1 a millennium. The overwhelming aura created an invisible pressure in the air, his chilling gaze fixed upon the father and son. Chapter 17. The Academy That Only Accepts Monsters, Part 1. Among Spirit Masters, the Spirit Ring is the ultimate form of authority. Witnessing the 3 rings, including a Millennium Spirit Ring, on Dai Mubai, the father's complexion changed dramatically. With a resigned exclamation of "Consider us unfortunate," he hastily pulled his son away. As this scene concluded, the line of waiting individuals diminished by a third, as none were inclined to squander their money, especially considering the rather unremarkable exterior of Shrek Academy. Another youth approached the elder, accompanied by both parents. His mother confidently placed 10 gold coins into the wooden box, while the boy obediently extended his hand. The elder grasped the boy's hand, his dim gaze assessing the youth before him, and remarked, "Just turned 12. Release your martial spirit so I may observe it." The boy nodded, and a pale green aura emanated from within him, accompanied by a century-old yellow soul ring that rhythmically encircled his form. The presence of this century-old soul ring was unmistakably potent. As his martial spirit manifested, a thick, elongated vine spiraled around his body. This martial spirit bore resemblance to Tang San's blue-silver grass. However, it was not grass but rather a direct manifestation of a vine, akin to Tang San's second soul ring, the ghost vine, albeit devoid of its toxic properties. The elder shook his head and stated, unsatisfactory. "You may leave." The boy's parents, who had initially worn expressions brimming with confidence, were rendered speechless as the elder deemed their child unqualified. His mother could not restrain herself from inquiring, "Why? My son is an exemplary student at the junior academy. Did you not notice his soul ring is a century old? Few soul masters possess such a treasure." The elder replied nonchalantly, "While the first soul ring is indeed a century old, he remains merely an ordinary individual." The boy's father furrowed his brow and said, "I do not comprehend your meaning." The elderly man, with a hint of impatience, rose from behind the table and addressed not only the parents of the youth before him but also those queuing behind to enroll. "If you wish to register at Shrek Academy, you must first understand the rules. Coming here without comprehension merely squanders your registration fee. It is not too late to reconsider. Are you aware of the significance of the name Shrek in Shrek Academy?" Most of the applicants, upon hearing the elder's words, wore expressions of confusion. The elder continued in a cold tone, "Shrek refers to a peculiar creature, one that is exceedingly strange even among soul beasts. The meaning of Shrek Academy is, in essence, Monster Academy. This implies that we only accept monsters, not ordinary individuals. Anyone over the age of 13 or possessing a soul power below rank 21 should not waste their time here." Tang San, initially feeling disheartened alongside Xiao Wu regarding Shrek Academy, found his interest piqued by the elder's words. An academy solely for monsters? Did the term monster not also connote genius? As he pondered this, the elder suddenly emanated an overwhelming aura, causing both Tang San and Xiao Wu to tremble involuntarily. A rich crimson light burst forth from the elder, and a long staff adorned with countless intricate patterns materialized in his right hand. Most terrifying of all, 6 soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, their dazzling brilliance instantly capturing the attention of the entire assembly. The colors of the 6 soul rings were 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. Thus, there exists 1 10-year spirit ring, 100-year spirit ring, 3,000-year spirit rings, and 1 10,000-year spirit ring. This seemingly ordinary elderly farmer is, in fact, a formidable soul emperor, boasting a level exceeding 60. Such a level is indeed a rarity, even within the entirety of the Balak kingdom. As the old man's staff struck the ground, a deep, resonant sound echoed, causing nearly everyone to stagger momentarily. He waved dismissively at a family of 3, who stood there in stunned silence, signaling for the next. The radiance of the spirit rings receded, and all traces of soul power vanished in an instant, as the old man reverted to his previous languid demeanor, as if the aura of a soul emperor had never emanated from him. If there were parents who had felt indignant at the old man's words before, now all were rendered mute with trepidation. Who would dare to offend a soul emperor, especially one possessing a 10,000-year spirit ring? It is well understood that, in the realm of warfare, the prowess of a soul emperor can equate to that of 1,000 exceptional warriors. The disdain and contempt that had flickered in the eyes of the parents and aspiring students evaporated instantaneously. After all, even the instructor responsible for registrations was of a strength surpassing 60. Thus, one could only wonder at the formidable caliber of the faculty at Shrek Academy. However, soon after, most parents displayed expressions of resignation, quietly escorting their children away. To achieve a soul power exceeding level 20 by the age of 12, as the old man had asserted, would indeed require an extraordinary talent. In the blink of an eye, the queue, which originally boasted over 100 participants, dwindled to a mere dozen or so registrants. The elder appeared indifferent to the number of applicants and continued with the registration process. Those who remained were evidently confident in their ability to pass the elder's scrutiny. The subsequent young aspirants possessed soul power exceeding level 20, each adorned with 2 soul rings. Upon paying the registration fee of 10 gold coins, the elder informed them that they had successfully cleared the first hurdle of the entrance examination and could proceed to the academy for the second phase. Parents were not permitted to accompany the candidates into the academy. As she observed the applicants ahead, Xiao Wu's excitement began to swell. She leaned closer to Tang San and whispered, "This academy seems quite intriguing, especially that statement from the teacher about only accepting monsters and not ordinary people. How impressive." Tang San smiled in response. "I trust you no longer doubt the teacher's admonition. This Shrek Academy is indeed extraordinary." Having reached the front of the line, they were able to see Dai Mubai, who sat behind the elder. Dai Mubai was not only responsible for maintaining order but also for escorting those who passed the initial assessment into the academy. At that moment, he finally spotted Tang San and Xiao Wu, a hint of a smile breaking through his otherwise stern visage. He nodded at them, gestured towards the elder, and spread his hands in a helpless manner, clearly conveying that their success in registration depended solely on their own efforts, and he could offer no assistance. The young girl standing nearby was alone, without parental accompaniment. Clad in a simple white dress, she radiated an aura of purity. With her sleek, ear-length bob, she stood approximately half a head shorter than Xiao Wu. As she faced away from Tang San and Xiao Wu, her features remained hidden, yet the exquisite skin visible at her neck suggested a remarkable fairness and softness. "May I inquire if I have passed the preliminary examination?" The girl's voice was melodious and enchanting, lacking a touch of bravado, yet it possessed a gentle quality that evoked a sense of tenderness. From the way Dai Mubai gazed at her, one could surmise that she must be exceptionally beautiful, for within his wicked eyes sparkled a light that was no longer cold, but rather reminiscent of a wolf, one adorned with color, no less. The elder's astonishment gradually subsided as he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Does your family know you are here?" After a moment of hesitation, the elder gestured to Dai Mubai, instructing, "Take her inside." The wolfish gleam in Dai Mubai's eyes swiftly vanished, returning to his usual icy demeanor as he led the girl into the academy. Suddenly, Tang San noticed a shift in Dai Mubai's gaze. He was now fixated on a direction behind him, as if he had beheld something extraordinary. Behind him and Xiao Wu remained a solitary applicant, seemingly new to the scene, a girl who appeared even younger than both of them. Her long, black hair cascaded over her shoulders, her face slightly bowed, and her height was comparable to that of the girl in the white dress, her skin equally fair. However, this girl emanated a distinctly different aura. Her extraordinarily voluptuous figure is somewhat incongruous with her age. If one were to disregard her facial features, she could easily be mistaken for an adult maiden, particularly due to her ample bosom, which inevitably captivates the gaze of all men. She possesses a quintessentially youthful visage. In stark contrast to her curvaceous form, the expression on her girl-like face is strikingly aloof, emanating a profound and pure chill, her dark eyes devoid of even a hint of warmth, which clashes with her otherwise strikingly beautiful countenance. Her limbs are proportionately long and graceful, her hands naturally resting at her sides, exuding an eerie, deathly coldness that is difficult to acclimatize to. Together, we registered for the event. Tang San gritted his teeth against the pain in his hands and placed the 20 golden soul coins he had meticulously prepared into the wooden box. Alongside Xiao Wu, he extended his hand. The elder first pinched Xiao Wu's hand, nodding in approval, stating, "Your age is appropriate." However, when his hand shifted to Tang San's, a faint gasp escaped his lips once more. The elder, seemingly skeptical, pinched Tang San's hand several times, his expression morphing into one of perplexity. He raised his gaze to Tang San and inquired, "Have you practiced any soul skills?" His intention behind squeezing the registrant's hands was to ascertain their true age through the examination of the bones in their palms, a method impervious to deception. Yet, when he squeezed Tang San's hand, it felt exceptionally pliable, offering no discernible clues about the skeletal structure. Tang San's heart jolted, and he nodded in affirmation, responding, "Yes." The elder furrowed his brow and instructed, "Raise your calf." Tang San lifted his calf as instructed, placing it upon the table. The old man, through the fabric of his trousers, pinched the calf a few times, prompting an immediate sensation of soreness and numbness for Tang San. The elder nodded in acknowledgement and remarked, "Your muscle development is commendable. Your bone age is appropriate. Now release your martial souls." Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged a glance, simultaneously channeling their internal soul power. Blue and red lights ascended in unison, accompanied by the emergence of their respective 100-year soul rings. Rabbit ears sprouted forth as soft, white fur enveloped Xiao Wu's hands, elongating her figure. The martial soul, the jade rabbit, manifested. In contrast, Tang San's palm blossomed with the most ordinary blue-silver grass, which rapidly transformed into the same vine he wielded during his battle with Dai Mubai, infused with the effects of the soul ring. The elder cast a cursory glance at Xiao Wu before his gaze fixated on Tang San, exclaiming, Blue silver grass? Can be cultivated at such a pace? Tang San smiled lightly and replied, Teacher, is it not true that you only accept monsters here? Does this qualify as a monster? A rare smile flickered across the elder's face, acknowledging him as indeed a little monster. Dai Mubai, lead them inside. Yes, Dai Mubai responded, approaching with a smile directed at Tang San, though his gaze seemed to linger behind him. Under Dai Mubai's guidance, Tang San and Xiao Wu followed him into Shrek Academy, the very village they had heard of. Xiao Wu, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, What are you staring at? Are you planning to cause trouble for the girls again? Dai Mubai frowned and replied, What do you understand? I sensed a remarkable affinity between myself and that girl, not merely a similarity but an essence that seemed to complement my own. In the realm of martial spirits, encountering a spirit that harmonizes with one's own is exceedingly rare. Yet, when such a union occurs, the potency of one's martial spirit can amplify exponentially. This phenomenon is known as martial spirit fusion technique. Xiao Wu laughed heartily. So, does this mean that girl possesses a martial spirit akin to a mother tiger? A hint of embarrassment flickered across Dai Mubai's face as he replied, Perhaps. Upon entering the village, one could behold an array of wooden structures, encapsulated perfectly by the words simple and unadorned. After a short distance, Dai Mubai led them to a clearing surrounded by wooden houses. This space spanned approximately 500 square meters, situated right at the heart of Shrek Academy. Before them stood the candidates who had passed the preliminary examination, their evident soul power fluctuations causing the air to quiver erratically. Dai Mubai gestured toward the line of candidates, saying, You will undertake the second examination here. The instructors will guide you on what to do. I must step out for a moment. If that girl's martial spirit indeed resonates with mine, I shall do everything in my power to secure her. With that, Dai Mubai hurried away, while Tang San and Xiao Wu obediently joined the queue behind the other candidates. At that moment, a soft voice echoed, Sausages for sale. Come and take a look. Don't miss out as you pass by. Oscar's sausages, delectable and sweet, priced affordably at just 5 copper coins each. Having savored Oscar brand sausages, you are assured of an easier passage through your entrance examinations. Tang San and Xiao Wu turned their heads to see a vendor not far off, peddling his wares from a cart. A tantalizing aroma of meat wafted from the cart, and a few students had already formed a queue to purchase some. The vendor, dressed in simple gray attire, sported neatly cropped hair and a full beard, yet his large, charming peach blossom eyes wandered particularly toward the girls in the line of examinees. Naturally, Xiao Wu was not exempt from his gaze. It was hard to believe that such a soft, delicate voice could emanate from a man of such robust appearance. Tang San turned to Xiao Wu and said, There are still a few people ahead. You didn't have much for breakfast. Would you like to try a sausage? Xiao Wu tilted her head and replied, It does smell quite good. Let us give it a try. Nodding in agreement, Tang San instructed Xiao Wu to wait in line while he approached the cart. As he drew closer, he noted that the vendor was of similar height, and affixed to the cart was a wooden sign inscribed with the words sausage specialty. Upon noticing Tang San's approach, the vendor greeted him with enthusiasm. Would you like a sausage? Oscar brand sausages, fair and square. The flavor is guaranteed. With a smile, Tang San responded, Sir, may I have 2, please? Suddenly, the vendor's expression turned rigid. You called me what? Tang San was taken aback. I called you sir. Is there a problem? The vendor managed a wry smile. Indeed, there is a problem, quite a significant one. Brother, I am only 14 this year, and you dare call me sir? Ah, are you truly 14? Tang San gazed incredulously at the individual before him. The vendor affirmed, Indeed, I am Oscar, 14 years of age, a freshman at Shrek Academy. You cannot label me as an elder simply because of my slightly abundant facial hair. Tang San found himself momentarily at a loss for words, observing the thick beard adorning Oscar's face, silently contemplating that such a growth could hardly be described as merely slightly abundant. Is it true that you are only 14? Tang San could not restrain his curiosity from spilling forth. Oscar nodded with certainty, stating, Of course, I am a student of the academy. Ask anyone, and they shall confirm my age. Tang San mused to himself, No wonder this academy is renowned for its peculiarities. A 14-year-old with such an impressive beard is indeed a rarity. Oscar retrieved 2 bamboo skewers from his cart, spearing 2 sausages, each nearly 10 centimeters long. The sausages had been sizzling over the charcoal grill on his cart, exuding a rich and savory aroma. Tang San produced a silver coin and handed it over, saying, "Senior, I apologize for my earlier rudeness." Oscar, with a gentle demeanor, replied, "No worries. I look forward to your patronage at my sausage stand in the future." Tang San cheerfully responded, "Absolutely." Just then, Dai Mubai approached, leading the final applicant, the icy girl whom he had been observing earlier. Upon seeing Dai Mubai, Oscar's expression shifted to one of despair. "Dai, would you care for a sausage? Go away." Dai Mubai cast an irritated glare at him, exclaiming, "You truly disgrace the academy. I believe I have warned you more than once not to sell sausages within the premises. Do you wish to make everyone retch?" "Tang San, this sausage is inedible." Tang San, perplexed, inquired, "Why?" Dai Mubai's expression took on a peculiar quality. "Xiao Ao, bring forth a fresh sausage." Oscar's demeanor instantly shifted to one of embarrassment. "Boss Dai, that's unnecessary. After all, we've been classmates for several years. Your actions might incite resentment from the newly arrived juniors." Dai Mubai snorted dismissively. "I am merely offering a warning to Tang San. He is my brother and must not fall for your trickery. Hurry, do not compel me to take action." Clearly intimidated by Dai Mubai, Oscar reluctantly extended his right hand and, in a somewhat lewd manner, uttered, "I have a large sausage." A brilliant yellow light swiftly coalesced in his palm, with 2 golden rings rising from beneath his feet, followed by a sausage identical to the one in Tang San's grasp materializing in his hand. Upon hearing Oscar's phrase, "I have a large sausage," Tang San momentarily froze. The statement was undeniably ambiguous. Setting aside the quality of the sausage and its edibility, he was deterred from consuming it solely due to Oscar's wording, particularly since this sausage was intended for Xiao Wu. Sensing Tang San's mounting fury, Oscar hastily clarified, "I am left with no other choice. In the realm of food-based martial souls, one must employ various soul incantations to effectuate transformations in the food itself. This statement serves as an incantation, not merely an expression of intent. Moreover, I assert that the quality of my sausage is beyond reproach. Truly, the creature is a veritable monstrosity." Tang San found himself torn between laughter and exasperation, relieved that he had refrained from partaking in that sausage. Had he done so, he would have faced considerable embarrassment. The icy maiden brought in by Dai Mubai merely cast a cold glance at Oscar before proceeding towards the formation. Oscar, with an air of innocence, shrugged at Tang San, lamenting the fact that such a delectable sausage remained uneaten. Alas, Dai Mubai shot him a warning glare, advising him to exercise caution and sell his sausages outside the academy. "Tang San, I shall assist you in passing the examination." Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged glances, unable to contain their mirth, and erupted into hearty laughter. The chilly maiden stood behind Xiao Wu, a flicker of amusement gracing her eyes as she murmured softly, "Boring." Tang San swiftly covered Xiao Wu's mouth, drawing her close as he recounted earlier events in hushed tones. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, exclaiming, "You boys are truly incorrigible. How could there exist such peculiar martial souls?" Dai Mubai chuckled. "We are in the Academy of Monsters, where martial souls are indeed wondrously varied. However, Oscar is a unique specimen within our ranks. His martial soul lacks any offensive capability, yet it is considered exceptional among food-based souls, for he specializes in meat. It is merely unfortunate that the incantations he employs are rather revolting. Those who are acquainted with him would undoubtedly refrain from indulging in the sausages he concocts, perhaps due to the nature of his culinary spirit. His hair is far more abundant than that of an average person. His beard, if left unshaven for a day, transforms into a rather unruly state. Consequently, in the academy, he has earned the endearing nickname of Sausage Uncle. He humorously refers to himself as the sausage specialist. On this occasion, even Xiao Wu could not suppress her laughter. Indeed, Sausage Uncle is quite an amusing spirit. Dai Mubai patted Tang San on the shoulder and said, "Let us proceed. I shall guide you through the examination without the need to stand in line." Tang San replied, "Isn't that inappropriate?" Dai Mubai reassured him, "Worry not. I am not playing favorites. This is the treatment you rightfully deserve. As he spoke, he led the two toward the front of the queue. The instructor responsible for the second round of assessments was an elderly teacher. Due to his previous excursion to purchase sausages, Tang San had yet to ascertain the specifics of the examination. Dai Mubai approached the teacher, whispered a few words in his ear, and gestured toward Tang San and Xiao Wu. The teacher nodded and replied, "Very well, you may take them directly to the fourth round. If they succeed, they will be accepted." The elderly teacher calmly stated, "If your spirit power exceeds level 25, you may also proceed directly to the fourth round without wasting time here. However, since your current spirit power is only at level 21, you must pass each stage individually." A male candidate expressed his confusion. Do they possess spirit power exceeding level 25? That is inconceivable. We are merely 12 years old. How could anyone achieve such high spirit power? Those who stand here possess a soul power exceeding level 21 and are no older than 13. In the original Junior Academy, individuals of their caliber undoubtedly shone like stars around the moon. However, upon arriving at Shrek Academy, they encountered numerous obstacles, which inevitably caused some fluctuations in their spirits. Dai Mubai scoffed, asserting that just because he faced difficulties, it did not imply that others would as well. "When I entered the academy, my soul power was already at 25, he proclaimed. "Tang San, show them your soul power." As he spoke, he tossed a white crystal from the table to Tang San. The testing crystals vary in color according to their levels. This particular white crystal is designated for testing soul powers below 30. Should the power exceed 30, the crystal would shatter under the immense pressure. It was then that Tang San comprehended why Dai Mubai referred to this test as a deserved privilege. Clearly, it was intended to accurately assess the candidate's soul power. Without hesitation, he accepted the white crystal and infused it with the energy from his Shen-Tian skill. In an instant, a brilliant white light emanated from Tang San's hand, transforming the white crystal into a dazzling gem, its intense radiance illuminating every facet, unmistakably signifying an impending level 30. The instructor overseeing the test wore a sly smile, indicating that Shrek Academy was poised to welcome yet another remarkable talent this year. With a smile, Tang San handed the crystal to Xiao Wu, determined to shield her from any unfounded gossip. His confidence in her was unwavering. The same brilliant white light flashed once more, utterly silencing the other candidates. Their gazes towards Tang San and Xiao Wu instantly transformed into something peculiar. Level 29. Achieving such a level of soul power at the tender age of 12, could this be a feat attainable by mere mortals? However, the moniker of monster was not solely confined to Tang San and Xiao Wu. A melodious voice rang out, "Teacher, I believe I too should be exempt from the second and third trials." The speaker was the girl who had previously garnered the teacher's astonishment during the registration test before Tang San and Xiao Wu. It was only now that they truly beheld her visage. With ear-length short hair and an exquisitely fair complexion, her figure, while not as voluptuous as that of the icy maiden, exuded a harmonious grace, imparting an ethereal aura to her presence. She appeared to be the epitome of an educated noblewoman. If the last girl to enter was likened to an iceberg, then she was akin to a gentle spring breeze, her soft smile radiating warmth to all in her vicinity. Approaching Xiao Wu with a smile, she nodded in acknowledgement. Xiao Wu instinctively extended the crystal towards her. Once again, the brilliant white light emerged. Though not as intense as that of Tang San and Xiao Wu, it undeniably surpassed the threshold of 25 levels, seemingly around 26. Just as she was about to inquire with the testing teacher whether she could proceed directly to the fourth trial, she suddenly realized that the crystal in her hand had vanished. Another figure had quietly appeared by her side, and soon after, the radiant white light blazed forth again, even more potent than when she had infused her own soul power, signifying a level of 27. The sudden appearance of the cold girl, the last to arrive following Dai Mubai, elicited an unmistakable expression of astonishment from the testing instructor. Monsters abound each year, yet this year, there seemed to be an extraordinary number, 4 in total. Splendid. It appears I have a chance for a salary increase. Mubai, please escort these 4 to the fourth test. Yes. Dai Mubai replied respectfully, casting a glance at the cold girl, his eyes revealing a complex mix of emotions, before turning to proceed deeper into the academy. This time, no students voiced any objections. Their strength had spoken volumes. Among the 4 candidates, only Tang San shared a relatively amicable rapport with Dai Mubai. As they walked together, he inquired, "Brother Dai, are there only 4 tests for the entrance examination?" Dai Mubai nodded, explaining, "Indeed, there are 4 tests in total. You have already experienced the first one, which eliminates candidates whose soul power is below level 21 or who are over the age of 13. This stage sees the highest number of disqualifications. The second test assesses soul power and evaluates martial souls. Possessing immense soul power alone does not guarantee future potential. This stage primarily examines the martial soul. Only those whose martial souls exhibit significant developmental potential and have been cultivated in the correct direction may proceed to the third test. Naturally, exceptionally unique martial souls may also qualify, as was the case with Xiao Ao in the past. Tang San found it easy to comprehend Dai Mubai's words, having been well informed by the master on this subject. Even with identical martial souls, differing developmental paths lead to distinct future accomplishments. The second round primarily serves to evaluate the inherent strength of the candidate's martial souls, as well as to ascertain whether any conflicts between the first 2 spirit rings may adversely affect future cultivation prospects. Brother Dai, my martial soul is blue-silver grass, which is generally regarded as possessing the least potential for development. Why? Dai Mubai replied with a hearty smile, "There is no need for such modesty. Am I not aware of your true strength? The Academy has a stipulation. Any candidate whose spirit power exceeds level 25 can directly pass through the second and third rounds of evaluation, regardless of the nature of their martial soul. Just as sheer force can overwhelm 10 weaknesses, even if your martial soul is somewhat inferior in quality, your superior spirit power will still empower you to become a formidable spirit master." Unable to contain her curiosity, Xiao Wu inquired, "What does the third round entail?" Dai Mubai explained, "The third round assesses the candidate's proficiency in utilizing their own martial souls. Merely possessing spirit power and potential is insufficient. One must also exhibit a certain degree of control over their martial soul. The higher the level of the martial soul, the more challenging it is to manage, and problems may easily arise. If a candidate fails to demonstrate adequate control, it signifies a lack of diligence on their part. Such students are not welcomed here." Tang San immediately grasped the implication of his words. Dai Mubai was indeed correct. Some martial souls are quite challenging to control, much like his second martial soul, that peculiar hammer which was exceedingly heavy. Moreover, as his spirit power increased, so too did the weight of the hammer. Tang San pondered, even employing the cloak hammer technique. In his prime, he could only wield that hammer 3 times. Without waiting for Xiao Wu to inquire further, Dai Mubai directly presented the 4th trial, which was designed to assess practical combat experience. Some students possessed commendable martial souls and exhibited proficient control over them. However, having been raised in noble families and sheltered from the harsh realities of the world, they had little understanding of external affairs, let alone combat. Such students were not welcomed by the Academy. The esteemed principal had declared that those who were excessively pampered should not be admitted. To be continued, Chapter 18. The Unmoved Ming Wang Zhao Wuji, Part 1. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, the 4 accompanying individuals fell into a momentary silence, until Xiao Wu, unable to restrain herself, spoke up, "Are you selecting students or prospective spouses? This seems overly stringent." No wonder the teacher at the entrance remarked that you only accept monsters here. It appears that only extraordinary individuals can pass these 4 trials. I am curious to know, how many students does Shrek Academy currently have? How many are admitted each year? This time, a wry smile appeared on Dai Mubai's face. Since the establishment of Shrek Academy, over the past 20 years, we have admitted a total of 42 students. That averages to just a little over 2 per year. If all 4 of you are accepted this year, it would indeed set a record. Prior to this, the Academy had not enrolled any students for 2 years. As it stands, there are 3 students currently studying at the Academy, including myself. 3, except for the aloof girl, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the gentle maiden gasped in unison. Dai Mubai chuckled ruefully. Across the entire Dolua continent, we may very well be the only academy where the number of teachers exceeds that of the students. Even if you are admitted, the number of students in our academy will never exceed that of the teachers. Tang San questioned, how can the academy survive with such a situation? Without a source of students, there would be no income, would there? Dai Mubai replied, otherwise, do you think the academy would be located in such a small village? It is precisely due to a lack of funds. If my family hadn't provided some sponsorship, the academy might have closed its doors last year. If we fail to recruit students again this year, then the 3 of us currently enrolled will be the last batch of students at Shrek Academy. Then why doesn't the academy relax some of the entrance examination requirements? I see that there are quite a few applicants, a delicate young girl remarked, puzzled. Dai Mubai displayed a hint of respect on his face, stating, the esteemed dean has said that it is better to be selective than to accept mediocrity. Regardless of the circumstances, even if Shrek Academy were to close, we shall never admit waste, only monsters. Do you know the graduation requirements of the academy? We are neither a mid-level Soul Master Academy nor a high-level Soul Master Academy, for our standards differ greatly from theirs. We only accept students under the age of 13, and they must possess exceptional talent. The graduation requirement is to surpass level 40 before the age of 20, attaining the rank of Soul Master. In total, the academy has admitted 62 students, yet only 14 have truly graduated. Each of these 14 individuals has left the academy to become prominent figures in the world. Among them, the most outstanding has now become the youngest elder in the Spirit Hall, a position of authority second only to the Pope. Those who have not yet graduated are unable to complete the 40th level of cultivation before the age of 20, and they have perished while hunting soul beasts. The esteemed dean has remarked that anyone not reaching level 40 should refrain from embarrassing him by venturing out. As the conversation progressed, Dai Mubai's emotions clearly intensified, revealing his profound respect for the dean of Shrek Academy. Tang San smiled and expressed to Dai Mubai, I feel fortunate to have arrived here. With a sigh, Dai Mubai responded, the royal family of the Barak Kingdom initially intended to sponsor the academy, but they demanded that graduates pledge allegiance to the crown, which the dean resolutely declined. Our Shrek Academy has always been at odds with other institutions, facing significant ostracism, which has led us to our current predicament. Suddenly, Tang San realized his deep yearning to meet the dean that Dai Mubai spoke of. He was curious to see what manner of person could steadfastly dedicate 2 decades to establishing such an institution. Upon arrival, Dai Mubai halted. They had reached another open area, significantly smaller than the previous second challenge, measuring only about 200 square meters. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, was dozing in a chair. Teacher Zhao, I have brought candidates for the 4th challenge, Dai Mubai announced. There are actually candidates for the 4th challenge this year, and 4 of them, no less. The middle-aged man opened his bleary eyes, gazing in astonishment at the 4 young individuals before him, as though he had encountered something truly extraordinary. Dai Mubai remarked, not only have these 4 arrived at the 4th stage, but they have also been exempted from the tests of the 2nd and 3rd stages. Teacher Zhao's eyes brightened, and he rose from his seat. Though his stature was modest and his appearance quite ordinary, he exuded remarkable solidity. Standing slightly shorter than the 12-year-old Tang San, he nonetheless possessed an imposing presence. His broad shoulders resembled fortress walls, and his coat could hardly conceal the formidable muscles that seemed forged from steel. Despite the amiable expression on his face, his robust physique inadvertently conveyed a powerful sense of intimidation. All 4 have surpassed the 25th level, impressive indeed. It appears that this year's little monsters are quite numerous. He continued, this is the final stage. By passing my test, you will officially become members of Shrek Academy. However, my examination is not easily surmountable. Practical experience is a necessity for every Soul Master's strength. What I will be assessing is your capability in this regard. With a warm gaze, he swept his eyes over Tang San and the others, stating gently, I am Zhao Wujie. Since all 4 of you have been exempt from the 2nd and 3rd tests, I shall personally engage with you. You have a stick of incense's time to familiarize yourselves with one another and strategize. After this period, the test will commence. The challenge will be for the 4 of you to collectively withstand my attacks for the duration of 1 stick of incense. As long as one of you can endure until the end, you will pass. I hope you understand that attempting to take shortcuts is futile. No one can escape this range with mere speed. Furthermore, I must remind you that relying solely on individual strength will not suffice to withstand my assaults. Mutual coordination and cooperation represent your sole opportunity for success. Teacher Zhao, this may not be entirely appropriate, Demu Bai hesitantly remarked. Zhao Wuji shot him a glare and retorted, "What's inappropriate about it? The dean is absent, and in the academy, I hold the highest authority. If I declare it good, then it is indeed good. Now I shall light some incense. You are pressed for time, so prepare yourselves. Xiao Bai, you may also convey my strengths to them, allowing them to be somewhat prepared." After uttering this, he produced a stick of incense from seemingly nowhere, flicking his fingers at the tip, igniting it effortlessly. In a mere gesture, the incense was firmly planted into the ground, unwavering in its stance. Tang San and the others did not perceive anything unusual about the testing method proposed by Teacher Zhao. Instead, it was Demu Bai who wore a grave expression, urging the four of them to come closer. The four gathered around him. With a serious demeanor, Demu Bai said, "This time I can no longer assist you. I did not expect Teacher Zhao to take matters into his own hands." Xiao Wu chuckled. Surely this Teacher Zhao is not akin to the instructor at the entrance. A formidable soul emperor, is he? Demu Bai shook his head, asserting, "No, he is not." Xiao Wu replied with a smile, "Then there is nothing to fear. After all, we four possess nearly level 30 strength. With 4 against 1, as long as our powers are not vastly disparate, surely we can endure for the duration of a stick of incense. Can we not?" Demu Bai cast her a sidelong glance, his expression akin to one who regards a fool. "If you believe that Teacher Zhao's attacks are so easily withstood, you are gravely mistaken. Indeed, Teacher Zhao is not a soul emperor of the 60th rank. Rather, he is a soul sage of the 76th rank, possessing the beast martial soul. He serves as the vice president of the academy, with his comprehensive strength only surpassed by the esteemed president." The eyes of Tang San and his companions widened in unison at the mention of 76th rank. In their recollections, even as individuals yet to reach the 30th rank, they knew that a soul sage could effortlessly navigate the battlefield against an army of 10,000. Ma Hongjun, in disbelief, exclaimed, "He is at 76th rank? Yet he appears significantly younger than the teacher at the entrance." Dai Mubai replied coolly, "Age has never been a reliable indicator of prowess. Time is of the essence. I shall briefly inform you of Teacher Zhao's specialties, after which you must promptly devise strategies to counter him. Otherwise, it would be a miracle if you can withstand even the initial wave of his assault." The expressions of Tang San and the others grew grave. Facing a formidable adversary of 76th rank was no trivial matter. In the legends of the Holy Spirit village from which Tang San hailed, there was mention of a soul sage, but that was merely a tale. Now this soul sage stood before them, poised to evaluate their abilities. Dai Mubai sighed. "Originally, Teacher Zhao was merely tasked with supervising the 4th trial. You were meant to contend with me. If you could endure even a single incense stick's duration under my onslaught, it would suffice as a pass. Yet who could have anticipated that today, he would choose to personally intervene? Teacher Zhao's martial soul is the powerful Vajra bear, a formidable beast martial soul. His body is flawless, and his defensive capabilities are extraordinarily formidable. Even soul masters of the same level find it exceedingly difficult to breach his defenses and inflict harm upon him. Although speed is not Mr. Zhao's forte, the disparity in soul power between you and him renders any hopes of surpassing him in swiftness futile. Mr. Zhao's greatest strengths lie in his offensive might and defensive prowess, earning him the moniker Immovable King within the academy. It is no exaggeration to say that even with the addition of myself, the 4 of you might struggle to withstand even a single incense stick's worth of his attacks. For now, I can only hope that Mr. Zhao does not approach you with utmost seriousness during your encounter." The phrase "no weaknesses" succinctly encapsulates the essence of Zhao Wujia's immense power. Dai Mubai nodded in silence and remarked, "At the very least, I have never witnessed Mr. Zhao unleash his full strength. Therefore, I advise you to prepare for the worst. Among Mr. Zhao's 7 soul rings, the first 2 are of a century's worth, the 3rd and 4th are millennia, and the final 3 are of 10,000 years. Furthermore, all 7 rings augment his attack and defense capabilities. One can only imagine the terror he embodies. Now, I encourage you to introduce yourselves, stating your names and abilities, to determine how best to cooperate in order to withstand Mr. Zhao's examination." Tang San spoke first. "I am Tang San, wielding the blue-silver grass martial soul, a level 29 control-type battle soul master." Xiao Wu, noticing Tang San had spoken, followed suit. "I am Xiao Wu, possessing the beast martial soul of a rabbit, a level 29 assault-type battle soul master. The short-haired girl hesitated briefly before introducing herself. I am Ning Rongrong, with the 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul, a level 26 support-type soul master. The final cold girl remained indifferent, softly stating, Zhu Qing, beast martial soul, spectral spirit cat, level 27 agility-type battle soul master. After the 4 individuals introduced themselves, including Dai Mubai, their gazes converged upon one person. The focal point of their attention was the short-haired girl, Ning Rongrong. Tang San expressed his astonishment. Your martial soul is the 7 treasures glazed tower. Does that mean you hail from the 7 treasures glazed sect? The 7 treasures glazed tower, a martial soul passed down through generations, is a privilege exclusive to the direct descendants of the 7 treasures glazed sect within the entire Dolua continent. The master succinctly summarized the 7 treasures glazed tower's reputation. The most powerful supportive martial soul across the continent, the finest companion for all battle-type soul masters. Among the 6 symbols of the Spirit Hall, one of those absent from the master's token is indeed the 7 treasures glazed tower, underscoring the immense prestige of this sect within the realm of martial souls. Ning Rongrong playfully stuck out her adorable little tongue and remarked, Don't stare, I'm no different from ordinary people. I sneaked out from home. Let's first overcome the challenge before us. My martial soul is the 7 treasures glazed tower, with 2 soul rings, capable of enhancing everyone's speed and strength attributes by approximately 30%. Sustaining this effect for a stick of incense is absolutely feasible. A 30% increase is indeed a commendable figure. However, Tang San understood that the 7-treasure glazed tile, revered by the master as the most formidable of auxiliary martial spirits, possesses a unique characteristic. With each soul ring enhancement, it not only augments an additional attribute, but also amplifies the effects of all previously enhanced attributes by an additional 10%. Thus, should Ning Rongrong's soul power exceed 30 levels, she would not only gain an extra attribute enhancement, but the overall amplification of all attributes would swell to 40%. This pattern continues, culminating in an astonishing 80% increase across 7 attributes when reaching the 70th level. The ramifications of such power are indeed formidable. With a 7-treasure glazed tile soul master as an ally, one could potentially double their own strength in an instant. The potency of the 7-treasure glazed tile's enhancements grows exponentially with the strength of the soul master. In any region of the 2 great empires, the appearance of a soul master from the 7-treasure glazed sect would instantly render them a coveted target for all soul master organizations, drawing the attention of countless admirers. Fortunately, the enhancement effects of the 7-treasure glazed tile do not stack. Thus, if 2 such soul masters are present, only the one with the higher soul power will yield the effects. The greatest weakness of the 7-treasure glazed tile martial spirit lies in its lack of offensive capability, necessitating protection from battle soul masters. Nonetheless, there are certainly many willing to offer their guardianship, including at least 2 top-tier soul masters, the title Dolua. Across the continent, the 7-treasure glazed sect undoubtedly ranks among the top 3 sections. As for the enhancement effects of the 7-treasure glazed tower at levels 80 and 90, only the core members of their sect possess that knowledge. It remains the greatest secret of the 7-treasure glazed sect. Dai Mubai took a deep breath and said, Your combination is quite commendable. There are no redundant martial souls among you. How to withstand Teacher Zhao's assault is for you to determine. Tang San pondered for a moment and replied, Ning Rongrong will support the 3 of us, while Xiao Wu will take the lead in offense. I will focus on controlling Teacher Zhao's attacks to the best of my ability, while providing assistance to Xiao Wu during her frontal assault. Zhu Qing, I kindly ask you to use your speed to engage from the flank. Both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement, and Zhu Qing exchanged a glance with Tang San before also giving a slight nod, indicating her acceptance of his strategy. Given the limited time, they could only employ such a straightforward tactic. The effectiveness of their plan would only be revealed through actual combat. Regardless, they had never faced such a formidable opponent. Only through experience would they truly grasp the extent of their adversary's strength. Teacher, we may begin. Dai Mubai signaled to Zhao Wujie and stepped aside to observe. Although this was an uneven battle, witnessing Zhao Wujie's prowess was an invaluable opportunity for him as a power-oriented soul master. Zhao Wujie stood up once more, clasped his hands together, and flexed his wrists, producing a series of unsettling cracking sounds from his bones, which intensified the invisible pressure in the air. He conjured an incense stick in his hand, and before he could ignite it, Ning Rongrong had already taken the initiative to act. The 7 treasures turned into glazed brilliance. The body gracefully spun in place, and a dazzling array of colorful light erupted from within her. Amidst the brilliance, a magnificent 7-colored pagoda materialized in the palm of Ning Rongrong's right hand, standing over a foot tall. The gem-like radiance shimmered with an air of opulence, and with a serene smile, Ning Rongrong appeared ethereal, as if she were a celestial being. 2 circles of yellow soul rings ascended from beneath her feet, swirling gently around her form. The renowned 7 treasures possessed a name: Strength. The first soul ring rose, enveloping the 7-colored pagoda, and at the gesture of Ning Rongrong's left hand, 3 beams of colorful light simultaneously emanated, enveloping Tang San and his companions. Instantly, a warm surge of energy flowed through their limbs, and they felt invigorated, as if their very soul power were boiling within them. Zhao Wujing looked at Ning Rongrong in astonishment, realizing that among this year's candidates was a member of the 7 treasures glazed tile family. Indeed, this would surely excite the old ghost, Flender. As he spoke, he lit the incense in his hand and casually tossed it to the ground, where it embedded itself. The 7 treasures bore another name: Speed. 3 more beams of colorful light gracefully emerged as Ning Rongrong's 2nd soul ring activated. The lightness of her body made Tang San feel as though he had shed all weight, and he inwardly marveled at the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, truly deserving of its esteemed reputation as the foremost auxiliary martial soul. Both speed and strength increased by 30%, granting him a profound sense of empowerment. At that moment, Zhao Wujing sprang into action, not rushing towards Tang San and his companions, but rather, he crouched slightly and struck the ground with both fists. In a moment of realization, Tang San exclaimed softly. The instant Zhao Wujia launched his attack, Tang San comprehended his adversary's intentions. The master had once imparted that should one ever encounter a soul master from the 7-treasure glazed tile school, the foremost action must be to neutralize them without delay. Zhao Wujia's assault was evidently not aimed solely at Ning Rongrong. Rather, it was a clear attempt to disrupt her supportive effect from the 7-treasure glazed tower through a wide-area attack. A long, blue-black vine was suddenly cast forth, devoid of any thorns, as it merely embodied the effect of Tang San's 1st soul ring. The vine swiftly coiled around Ning Rongrong's waist, and as Tang San leapt into the air, he also lifted her body aloft. With a thunderous sound, the ground trembled violently, unleashing a wave of earthy vibrations toward Tang San and his companions. Both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing reacted with remarkable swiftness. Xiao Wu leapt directly upwards, while Zhu Zhuqing darted from the side, deftly avoiding the shockwave. Tang San sprang into the air almost simultaneously with Xiao Wu, their heights of ascent nearly identical. Xiao Wu, now! Tang San called out, raising his hands in a forward push at his chest. Xiao Wu needed no visual confirmation. Having spent 6 years together, they shared an unspoken understanding. With the tips of her toes briefly touching Tang San's palms, she propelled herself towards Zhao Wujia below like an arrow. In this moment, offense proved to be the most effective defense. Passively absorbing blows would allow Zhao Wujia to unleash his full potential, leaving them no opportunity for victory. Rather than adopting a defensive stance, one might as well embrace an offensive approach, perhaps buying some additional time. Zhao Wujia observed that his fists, striking the ground, had yielded little effect, yet a smile crept upon his face. As he watched Xiao Wu charge toward him, he made no attempt to evade. Instead, he placed his hands behind his back, feigning a willingness to absorb her attacks. Naturally, Xiao Wu seized this opportunity, curling her body mid-air before launching herself forward. Just as she was about to reach Zhao Wujia, she unfurled her form, having swiftly completed the process of manifesting her martial spirit. Her feet simultaneously struck the sides of Zhao Wujia's neck with precision, producing 2 muffled thuds. However, Zhao Wujia remained unfazed, his body not even swaying slightly, and he grinned, seemingly unfazed by the girl's efforts. With a cold snort, Xiao Wu thought, no strength, is it? Then let me show you what true power is. Her feet appeared to adhere to Zhao Wujia's shoulders, and with a sudden inward motion of her toes, she struck at the carotid arteries on either side of his neck, twisting her body with all her might in midair. While it seemed her own strength alone could not budge Zhao Wujie, she was not alone in this endeavor. Zhao Wujie suddenly felt his entire body tense, as if ensnared by the frenzied embrace of thorny vines that wrapped tightly around his limbs. The vines constricted fiercely, releasing a potent paralyzing toxin. Simultaneously, the tendrils rising from the ground propelled his body upward, lifting his feet off the ground. No matter how great a person's strength, without a solid foundation beneath them, stability becomes an elusive goal. Zhao Wuqi's body began to spin in the air, propelled by the force of Xiao Wu's feet. At that moment, he was ensnared by Tang San's blue-silver grass, resembling a large, dark blue dumpling. With the assistance of Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower, both Tang San and Xiao Wu exhibited soul power surpassing the threshold of level 30. As Xiao Wu spun rapidly in the air, she abruptly flipped backward, forcibly lifting Zhao Wuqi's body. She placed her hands on the ground and executed a scissor kick. Had this been an ordinary person, their neck would have been snapped by Xiao Wu's feet, culminating in a headfirst impact with the ground. Once possessed, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes transformed in hue, her left eye a deep green while her right glimmered a clear blue. Her long hair cascaded gracefully down her back, and as she moved, she left behind a faint illusion, making it difficult to pinpoint her exact position. Her attacks were exceptionally effective, with her claws targeting vital points, forcing Zhao Wuqi to unleash his martial soul. However, once Zhao Wuqi completed his martial soul possession, Zhu Zhuqing's assaults lost their efficacy. His body was as resilient as forged steel, and despite her full-force strikes, she could only manage to tear his clothing. Xiao Wu felt a surge of urgency, yet she found herself powerless against her opponent. It was not that her soft techniques lacked strength. Rather, they were completely countered by Zhao Wuqi's abilities. The skill granted by Xiao Wu's first soul ring required her to maintain control over her opponent through flexibility to unleash its lethal effect. At this moment, her strength was vastly inferior to that of Zhao Wujin. Even with Tang San's assistance, it was impossible for her to subdue him. Unless her soul power could reach a level comparable to Zhao Wujin's, her delicate techniques would prove ineffective against a soul master who specialized in sheer strength. When the blue-silver grass was severed, Tang San's visage turned ashen, yet he did not hesitate for a moment. With a swift movement he surged forward, and the robust vines reappeared around Zhao Wujin, momentarily hindering his movements as he prepared to unleash his power. This was the effect of the second soul ring skill of the blue-silver grass, which allowed Tang San a fleeting moment of opportunity. In that brief instant, Tang San reached Zhao Wujin's front, while Zhu Zhuqing stealthily emerged behind him. With her feline claws, she aimed for his throat and the base of his ears, targeting the most vulnerable areas of the human body. Seizing the chance before Zhao Wujin could free himself from the blue-silver grass, Tang San delivered a sudden punch to his chest. Zhao Wujin let out a hearty laugh, not in a hurry to escape the vines. His chest puffed out, clearly eager to gauge Tang San's strength. A glimmer of light flashed in Tang San's eyes as Zhao Wujin's laughter abruptly ceased. He was taken aback to discover that Tang San's seemingly full-powered punch, which struck his chest, felt as light as a feather. The concentration of soul power pressed against his chest made him acutely aware of a misapplication of force. Although the combined strength of Tang San and Xiao Wu was insufficient to shift Zhao Wujin's formidable physique, the situation would be different if it were his own strength at play. Tang San's right fist unexpectedly transformed into an open palm, executing the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon at the precise moment when Zhao Wujie's strength faltered. This deft maneuver caused Zhao Wujie's body to lurch forward. Simultaneously, Tang San thrust his right foot forward, striking the tip of Zhao Wujie's toe. Despite Zhao Wujie's formidable soul power, he found himself losing balance under these circumstances. Tang San's timing was equally impressive as that of Zhu Zhuqing. Through the cleverness of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, he effectively harnessed both his own strength and Zhao Wujie's to propel him upward. With a fierce shout, Tang San exerted all his might, suddenly lifting Zhao Wujie's body off the ground. For the first time, Zhao Wujie was completely airborne, providing a moment for Xiao Wu's skills to shine. Her long legs wrapped around Zhao Wujie's waist, her hands gripping his ankles, as her first soul ring radiated brilliantly. She spun Zhao Wujie's body in the air for 3 vigorous rotations, positioning his head downward for a heavy impact with the ground. Although Zhu Zhuqing's prior attack had failed to inflict damage, it inadvertently disrupted Zhao Wujie's ability to respond. With the combined strength of the trio, they finally achieved this coordinated assault. Just as Xiao Wu was about to crash Zhao Wujie's body to the earth, a thick vine formed from blue-silver grass entwined around her waist. As Zhao Wujie's head plunged downward, spiraling into a forceful fall, Xiao Wu was suddenly lifted by Tang San's blue-silver grass, gracefully twisting in the air before descending. The ground shook violently as Zhao Wujie's colossal body, empowered by his martial soul, struck the earth with tremendous force, causing his head to sink entirely into the soil. As Xiao Wu gracefully descended, she landed upon Tang San's shoulder, balancing herself with one foot on his right shoulder, her arms outstretched to maintain equilibrium, breathing heavily. She had exerted all her strength in the previous attack. Had it not been for Tang San's deft control, she would not have been able to execute her ultimate technique, a lethal throw that harnessed the power of 2 soul rings. Tang San, do you think we were too forceful? Xiao Wu inquired nervously. Tang San shook his head. Teacher Zhao has yet to unleash his soul skills. He cast a glance at the incense on the ground, which had only burned 1/3 of its length. Yet, under the previous joint assault, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing had indeed given their all, employing every ounce of their abilities. Zhao Wujin propped himself up with his arms, pulling his head from the ground. Previously unnoticed, his form was now revealed. He was enveloped in a thick layer of brown fur, standing at an impressive height exceeding 2.5 meters, his muscles bulging, and his amber eyes exuding a commanding aura, with 7 soul rings pulsating rhythmically around his body. To be continued, Chapter 19. Tang San's Hidden Weapons, Part 1. Zhao Wujin's large hands became exceptionally heavy, resembling oversized fans. As Tang San had noted, Zhao Wujin had not yet utilized his soul power. He had not even considered the manifestation of his martial spirit until Zhu Zhuqing sought to exploit his moment of weakness. For a soul sage of his caliber at level 76, these several lower-level soul masters were simply too feeble. He merely intended to engage in some playful activities with the children, to stretch his limbs a bit. However, carelessness often incurs a price. It was precisely due to his underestimation, coupled with the fact that Tang San and his companions, empowered by Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, had surpassed the 30th level in strength. Their flawless coordination, achieved without prior practice, swiftly turned the tables on this immovable king. Zhao Wujie's head was dusted off as he grumbled, "Truly, an 80-year-old mother has collapsed under her child's weight. It seems I must take you all a bit more seriously. Xiao Bai, what are you laughing at? Come see me for a practical lesson tomorrow." The previously amused Dai Mubai, who had been quietly chuckling at Zhao Wujie's disheveled appearance, found no humor in the words that followed. "Children, let's continue." Zhao Wujie strode purposefully towards Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had left a profound impression on him with their seamless teamwork. "Xiao Wu, Meteor Hammer," Tang San called out sharply. Xiao Wu lightly tapped her toes on Tang San's shoulder, leaping forth once more. This time, however, her hands were no longer leading. Her feet surged forward, aiming a kick directly at Zhao Wujie's head. Simultaneously, dozens of blue-silver grasses erupted from around Tang San, ensnaring Zhao Wujie from various angles. Zhao Wujie raised his hand to strike at Xiao Wu, but just as he did, she unexpectedly altered her trajectory, causing his palm to grasp nothing but air. Xiao Wu zipped past him, delivering a swift kick to his shoulder. Originally, the so-called Meteor Hammer is merely a variant of the concealed weapon known as the Meteor Hammer. Utilizing the entanglement of the blue-silver grass, Tang San deftly maneuvered Xiao Wu's body through the air, launching an assault. Regrettably, they faced Zhao Wujie's formidable defensive capabilities. Despite his lack of distinctive evasive maneuvers, penetrating his defenses proved to be a formidable challenge. Conventional concealed weapons are categorized into 4 primary types: hand-thrown, mechanical launch, tethered, and projectile. Weapons like the Meteor Hammer, the Red Lasso, and the Flying Claw all fall under the tethered category. While they may lack the intricate subtleties of other types of concealed weapons, their offensive power and unique effects are unparalleled. Zhao Wujie was momentarily taken aback by the impact of Xiao Wu's kick, a a flicker of seriousness finally surfacing in his tawny eyes. These young individuals would eventually become his students. If he allowed them to continue exhibiting such prowess, he would lose face and struggle to guide them thereafter. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing remained undeterred. Observing Zhao Wujie charging toward Tang San and Xiao Wu, the two yellow soul rings adorning her shimmered to life. Her blue and green eyes narrowed, pupils transforming into slits as she silently accelerated forward. In an instant, her body soared into the air, enveloped in soul power, and spun rapidly toward Zhao Wujie. Amidst her whirling form, claw shadows danced, revealing her second soul ring technique, the Phantom Claw. Through a combination of her swift rotation and the piercing attack power of her feline claws, she unleashed a barrage of strikes upon the enemy in an incredibly brief span of time, targeting the same spot repeatedly with astonishing force. At the moment Zhao Wujie was struck by Xiao Wu's kick, it was precisely when Zhu Zhuqing's Phantom Claw collided with his back. The ethereal 100 claws resembled a serrated gear spinning at a breakneck pace, swiftly slicing into Zhao Wujie's back. A thunderous roar erupted, and a chilling light ignited in Zhao Wujie's eyes as he clenched his fists with fervor. Among his 7 soul rings, the first yellow soul ring shimmered into brilliance in an instant. A powerful golden radiance erupted explosively, causing Zhu Zhuqing, who had unleashed the ethereal 100 claws, to be flung into the air, emitting a pitiful groan. Dai Mubai, moving with remarkable speed, appeared beneath her falling form and caught her in his embrace, only to discover that Zhu Zhuqing had already been rendered unconscious, her arms dislocated. Simultaneously, Xiao Wu also suffered. She landed a kick on Zhao Wujie, and just as her body was lifted by Tang San's blue silver grass, Zhao Wujie's attack was unleashed. The blue silver grass that erupted from Tang San entwined Zhao Wujie's body at that very moment. 3 muffled grunts resonated almost simultaneously. The most severely injured was Zhu Zhuqing, followed closely by Xiao Wu. The violent shockwave compelled Xiao Wu to spit out a mouthful of blood mid-air, her entire body racked with pain, as she was dragged down into Tang San's arms by the blue-silver grass. Although Tang San suffered the least, only feeling a burning sensation within due to the tug of the blue-silver grass, Xiao Wu's injury shattered his composure. What Zhao Wujie had unleashed was the ability of his first soul ring, the immutable king body. Though it was merely a century-old soul ring, the same soul skill, when wielded with varying soul power, yielded different effects. Harnessing the formidable power of his 76th level, the skill bestowed by this century-old soul ring proved to be remarkably effective. It was a perfect blend of offense and defense, instantly dismantling the trio's combined assault. This exemplified true strength, the authentic prowess of a soul sage. Ning Rongrong felt an urgent pang in her heart. At that moment, the incense had barely burned halfway. However, her 7-treasure glazed tile offered various auxiliary attributes, none of which included healing. With only 2 soul rings, the effects she could provide were limited, and no amount of anxiety would change that. Suddenly, Zhao Wujie's speed intensified, seemingly covering the distance to Tang San in a single stride. His enormous hand rose, and with the illumination of his second soul ring, he let out a hearty laugh. Under the infusion of soul power, his palm transformed into a golden hue and doubled in size, striking directly at Tang San. At this moment, Xiao Wu remained cradled in Tang San's arms. He could not allow her to bear the brunt of such an attack and hurriedly pulled her away. Yet, this seemingly simple action cost him the opportunity to evade. Just then, Xiao Wu's second soul ring glowed, and her eyes turned a vivid crimson, fixated intently on Zhao Wujie. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and in his astonishment, his palm descended in a sluggish manner. His soul power significantly diminished. The brilliance in his eyes intensified, revealing that he had encountered a soul skill of a bewildering nature. The red light in Xiao Wu's eyes clashed against the golden light in Zhao Wujie's, and without uttering a sound, she fainted in Tang San's embrace, blood seeping from her mouth and nose. Seizing this moment of respite almost instinctively, Tang San executed the ghost shadow perplexing track, evading Zhao Wujie's attack range. Zhao Wujie's hand did not land, as he had no intention of harming the children. Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu, Tang San called out anxiously a few times, hastily channeling the energy of the Shentian skill into Xiao Wu's body. Yet, Xiao Wu remained completely unresponsive. Zhao Wujin did not pursue again, Instead, he stood there and remarked, "She is fine. The effect of the mind-affecting soul skill is indeed potent, but her soul power is vastly inferior to mine. As a result, she suffers a backlash from her own soul power, leading to this outcome. It is akin to how the poison attached to your blue-silver grass is ineffective against me. Allow her to rest for the night. She shall awaken restored by morning." Turning his gaze towards Ning Rongrong, Zhao Wujin smiled and said, "I suppose I need not intervene further, do I? The little girl from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, you have lost. You are simply lacking. Not even a single incense stick's duration could you withstand. This illustrates the disparity in strength." Cradling the soft and delicate Xiao Wu, Tang San slowly lifted his head. His dark eyes, devoid of any emotion, were profoundly deep. Gently holding Xiao Wu, he turned and approached Ning Rongrong, asking, "Might I trouble you to look after Xiao Wu for a while?" Ning Rongrong hesitated for a moment before retracting her Seven Treasures Glazed Tile martial soul and accepting Xiao Wu into her embrace. Although her martial soul was of a supportive nature, every soul master possessed soul power, endowing them with far greater physical strength than ordinary individuals. Thus, holding Xiao Wu, a girl posed no challenge. Having entrusted Xiao Wu to Ning Rongrong, Tang San turned and walked towards Zhao Wujin. Zhao Wujin was momentarily taken aback. "What? Do you wish to continue? I fear you would be unable to withstand even a single strike from me. My second soul ring skill, the mighty diamond palm, is not easily countered." Zhao Wujie would certainly not refuse the four children's admission to Shrek Academy simply because the incense had not burned out. On the contrary, he was greatly impressed by the strength they displayed. Each child's abilities were distinctive, and astonishingly, they managed to coordinate so seamlessly without prior practice. Their future prospects were boundless, and compared to the academy's only 3 students, they were undoubtedly formidable. Tang San shook his head, stating, "I do not wish to continue with the current examination." Zhao Wujie, somewhat disappointed, replied, "So, does that mean you concede?" Tang San shook his head again. "No, I hope to engage you in a serious match. Let us start anew. Please light another stick of incense. If I can endure for the duration of its burn, then I implore you to allow the 4 of us to enter Shrek Academy simultaneously." Zhao Wujie gazed at Tang San with a bemused expression, asking, "And what if you fail to endure? Do not forget, just now, the 4 of you fought together yet ultimately succumbed." Tang San could make decisions for himself, and even for Xiao Wu in this moment, but he could not speak for the other 2. He turned to look at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing, whose dislocated arm had been reset by Dai Mubai, had regained consciousness, though her breath was faint. Despite her reluctance to remain in Dai Mubai's embrace, she found herself devoid of the strength to rise. Ning Rongrong smiled gently at Tang San, saying, "Tang San, we are comrades. My father has always taught me not to abandon my comrades. If it comes to it, we shall leave together, for we have already failed the test. The academy in the capital will surely not reject us." Tang San glanced once more at Zhu Zhuqing, who appeared to have lost the strength to speak, yet she persevered, giving him a slight nod. Although it was their first meeting, the trust of a partner infused Tang San with unparalleled strength. Turning around to face Zhao Wujie again, he declared, "If I am defeated, we shall depart together." Zhao Wujie, observing the group of young individuals before him, found his fondness for them growing, and he laughed heartily. "Very well, let me see what powers you have concealed to withstand my assault." "As you wish." The 3rd incense stick was ignited and placed on the ground beside them. Though Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had only just met, their trust compelled Tang San to reveal his true strength. As for Dai Mubai, Tang San felt an inexplicable sense of trust towards the youth whose soul power surpassed his own. He vividly recalled a line from the comprehensive guide of the Shentian Baolu. "Never attempt to feign weakness in front of a tiger, lest you truly become prey." It was only now that he fully grasped the meaning of this phrase. Had they faced an enemy instead of a teacher from Shrek Academy, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Xiao Wu to escape unscathed. Moreover, if he had not yet unleashed his ultimate technique, he would surely regret it for a lifetime. Thus, Tang San resolved to no longer conceal his abilities. He wished to gauge his strength against the immovable king of enlightenment, Zhao Wujie. Without the additional power and speed bestowed by the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, Tang San distinctly sensed a slight heaviness in his body. His arms trembled subtly as he endeavored to acclimate himself to his current state. Simultaneously, his hands began to transform into a shade of white, radiant as jade. Between his 10 fingers, a faint current of air seemed to circulate. With his head slightly bowed, he concealed from his opponent the fact that his eyes had entirely turned a deep purple. Zhao Wujin perceptibly sensed a slight shift in the aura surrounding Tang San. Although his soul power had not visibly augmented, an inexplicable sense of danger emanated from the soul sage level of strength. How could a mere 29-ranked child evoke such a feeling of peril? Zhao Wujin found this hard to believe and activated his first soul ring ability, the immovable king body, as he strode towards Tang San. His pace was not rapid, yet each step was remarkably steady, causing the ground to tremble slightly with every advance. "Teacher Zhao, be cautious." Tang San suddenly raised his head, the purple light in his eyes intensifying abruptly. Upon witnessing the purple hue of his gaze, Zhao Wujin was momentarily startled, causing his steps to falter. After all, an attack based on the allure of one's gaze is among the most challenging forms of soul techniques to resist. He had nearly fallen prey to such a tactic when facing Xiao Wu. However, Zhao Wujin soon discerned that the purple light in Tang San's eyes bore no offensive intent. In that brief moment of hesitation, Tang San's hands, which had been lowered, gracefully lifted to his sides. With a series of sharp sounds, 10 beams of icy light erupted from Tang San's fingers, each aimed with deadly precision at Zhao Wujia's eyes, shoulders, throat, heart, knees, lower abdomen, and groin. Remarkably, none of the attack points overlapped, each targeting a vital area. The piercing sound of the projectiles startled Zhao Wujia. Among all his abilities, agility was his weakest trait. Although his speed increased after the manifestation of his martial soul, his enormous size and formidable defensive capabilities typically led him to confront opponents head-on. Faced with the sudden and extraordinarily accurate assault of 10 icy beams, Zhao Wujia reacted swiftly, raising his massive hands to shield his eyes while lowering them to protect his lower body. Letting out a low growl, he unleashed his full soul power, activating the immovable Vajra body to its utmost potential. After releasing the 10 beams, Tang San did not linger. He swiftly retreated using the ghost shadow perplexing track. He was inwardly astonished, for he had launched 10 bone-piercing needles, which were among the heavier types of small-scale projectiles. Coupled with his internal energy and the penetrating characteristics of the needles, it was astonishing that he had failed to inflict even the slightest injury on Zhao Wujia, underscoring the latter's formidable defenses. Dai Mubai's assertion that Zhao Wujia was flawless was indeed justified. With a swift turn of his body, Tang San unleashed another 10 beams of cold light. Flawless? A glint of coldness flickered in Tang San's eyes. The so-called perfection was merely an illusion of invulnerability. Every part of Zhao Wujia's form bore vulnerabilities. It was only by exploiting one that he could find his chance. In retreat, Tang San's hands flitted before him like butterflies dancing among flowers, flicking and launching a continuous barrage of cold light that emanated from his grasp, targeting the vital points of Zhao Wujia's body. The astonishment within Zhao Wujia was even greater than that of Tang San. He had never encountered such an opponent before. He was acutely aware that had their strengths been equal, he would have already succumbed to defeat. The concealed weapons Tang San unleashed were not only precise but also assaulted numerous distinct locations simultaneously, making evasion exceedingly arduous. With a flourish of various hidden weapons, willow leaf blades, locust stones, golden money daggers, and bone-piercing nails, Tang San's technique resembled a rain of blossoms, with projectiles soaring straight, diagonally, and even circling behind, all converging upon a singular target, Zhao Wujia's form. Zhao Wujia distinctly sensed the formidable penetrating power of these weapons. Without fully harnessing the power of his immovable kingly body, he too could easily fall victim to their assault. However, through rapid engagement, he believed he had discerned the potency of Tang San's hidden armaments. Radiating with the golden light of the immovable kingly body, he charged boldly towards Tang San. As Zhao Wujia barreled forward, raising his enormous Vajra palm, he remained unfazed. With a swift change of footwork, he retreated rapidly while the blue-silver grass elegantly spread forth, obstructing Zhao Wujia's advance. Though Tang San's absolute speed did not rival that of Zhao Wujia, the latter found himself unable to catch up, as the mighty Vajrapam struck nothing but air on several occasions. To be continued. As Tang San unleashed his first round of hidden weapons, he refrained from continuing his assault with them, instead maneuvering gracefully around the arena, skillfully evading Zhao Wujie's attacks. The reason Tang San insisted on facing Zhao Wujie alone was twofold. He feared that his hidden weapons might inadvertently harm others, and he recognized that a solitary fighter has greater freedom to evade without reservations. Tang San's hidden weapons were peculiar and their trajectories exceedingly unpredictable, making evasion a formidable challenge. Even Ning Rongrong, hailing from the esteemed Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and well-versed in various combat styles, could not ascertain the lineage of these weapon techniques, yet she could unmistakably sense their formidable power. Unbeknownst to them, the incense was quietly burning, and in the span of mere moments, a third of its length had already been consumed. Suddenly, Zhao Wujie, who had been pursuing Tang San, came to an abrupt halt, chuckling as he scolded, "Well done. You little monkey, you truly are quite slippery. Do you think you can prolong this battle so easily?" With that, he activated his third soul ring, the purple-hued thousand-year soul ring expanding dramatically, not to enhance his own abilities but rather to descend and surge into the ground. In an instant, Tang San felt as though his feet were ensnared in a quagmire. His body suddenly grew heavy, as if his weight had doubled. In stark contrast, Zhao Wujie appeared unaffected, striding towards him with determination, a faint smile dancing in his eyes, as if to say, "This time, I shall see where you can escape." Such a formidable soul technique. Under the influence of gravity, Tang San's speed was markedly diminished. Despite the exquisite finesse of the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, evading Zhao Wujie's strikes had become increasingly challenging. He narrowly dodged several of Zhao Wujie's formidable Titan Fist attacks. Glancing at the incense burning nearby, Zhao Wujie noted it had already burned to nearly the halfway point, stirring a sense of urgency within him. As a formidable, immovable king, he found it quite taxing to contend with a mere 12-year-old child. The thought of this becoming fodder for ridicule among his peers was disconcerting. It seemed this child was destined to be accepted. However, it was also time for this examination to conclude. With this thought, Zhao Wujie's fourth soul ring shimmered to life. A radiant purple light burst forth, and astonishingly, the fourth soul ring detached from him, as if endowed with its own consciousness, swiftly pursuing Tang San and enveloping him. What could this possibly signify? A chill ran down Tang San's spine. Yet, upon the purple millennium ring encircling him, he felt no discomfort. Zhao Wujie laughed heartily. It was time to bring this to an end. Having compelled him to utilize his fourth soul ring, you have earned the right to be accepted. As his words fell, he exerted force through his robust legs and leaped into the air. Tang San quickly repositioned himself, only to be astonished to discover that Zhao Wujie, suspended in mid-air, adjusted his trajectory to continue descending towards him. Unbeknownst to him, this was the skill of Zhao Wujie's fourth soul ring, tracking. Once locked by his fourth spirit ring, he could instantly close the distance within 100 meters with the power of his leap. This skill may hold little value for soul masters of other cultivation methods. Yet for the strength-oriented Zhao Wujie, it proved remarkably effective. By utilizing this targeting and tracking ability to swiftly bridge the gap between himself and his opponent, he maximized his potential for power and attack. Eager to conclude the battle swiftly, he unleashed this particular skill. Tang San's eyes glinted with cold light. It seemed his plans would need to be expedited. Realizing he could not evade Zhao Wujie's descending figure, he resolved to no longer dodge. As Zhao Wujie descended towards him, Tang San activated his second spirit ring skill, Parasitism. Previously, while the blue-silver grass obstructed Zhao Wujie's advance, the seeds of parasitism had stealthily embedded themselves upon him. Now, as Tang San triggered the skill, the suddenly materializing blue-silver grass ensnared Zhao Wujie tightly in midair. Tang San chose the moment to activate parasitism with impeccable timing, just as Zhao Wujie was about to touch the ground, thereby preventing him from launching a counterattack immediately upon landing. With both hands raised simultaneously, a resonant sound echoed as 6 beams of cold light erupted from his sleeves. The powerful crossbow bolts, accompanied by a piercing whistle, shot directly towards Zhao Wujie's face. Although Zhao Wujie possessed formidable defense, the abrupt appearance of the powerful crossbow bolts startled him. prompting the immediate activation of his immovable king form. With a resounding boom, amidst the scattering of golden light, he not only broke free from the blue-silver grass's grasp but also deflected the 6 crossbow bolts aimed at him. What is it that Tang San excels at? At least thus far, it is certainly not a hand-thrown concealed weapon, but rather a mechanism-based concealed weapon that he devoted his previous life to studying. The sudden bolt frightened Zhao Wujie, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Although his unmoving king body deflected the arrow, the impact left a stinging sensation on his face, illustrating the tremendous power of the crossbow. Simultaneously employing the technique of controlling cranes and subduing dragons, and leveraging the thrust generated by Zhao Wujie's unmoving king body, Tang San's body leapt backward once more, narrowly evading a palm strike aimed at him by Zhao Wujie. With his arms drawn in and his chest muscles tensed, a low humming sound resonated from Tang San's chest. A burst of glimmering steel needles, shrouded in a dense mist, erupted from his chest, precisely colliding with the advancing Zhao Wujie. Tang San, a master of mechanism-based concealed weapons, crafted contraptions that required no switches. They could be activated merely through muscle contraction, rendering them exceptionally difficult to defend against. The tea-scented mist caused a momentary dizziness in Zhao Wujie's mind, naturally diminishing the defenses of his unmoving king body by a fraction. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Wujie distinctly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he was horrified to discover that the steel needles shot from Tang San's chest had indeed penetrated the defenses of his unmoving king body, all embedding themselves into his chest. An excruciating sensation surged through Zhao Wujie's nerves, racing into his brain. Poison. Zhao Wujie was taken aback. He hastily activated his unmoving king body once more, forcefully expelling the steel needles from his body. However, the toxin had already entered him, propelled by the dual forces of respiration and blood circulation. The Tang Sect was not merely famed for its concealed weapons, its poisons were equally formidable. Despite Tang San's lack of opportunities to collect toxins in recent years, he did not squander the venom from the mandala snake he had previously acquired. The poison extracted from its fangs was ingeniously utilized in the hidden weapon concealed at his chest, manifesting its utmost efficacy at a critical moment. This concealed weapon, known as Han Sishing, is one of the few artifacts he possesses capable of penetrating protective auras. However, Zhao Wujie's formidable immovable king body rendered the 64 steel needles launched by Han Sishing only capable of barely piercing his skin. Yet this was sufficient. Although the mandala snake's speed was not enough to incapacitate Zhao Wujie, it compelled him to divert a portion of his soul power to thwart the spread of the toxin, thereby granting Tang San precious moments to breathe. Nevertheless, Zhao Wujie's momentary pause did not lead Tang San to escape. Instead, he charged towards Zhao Wujie. With a simultaneous flick of his 10 fingers, 10 delicate beams of golden light flashed through the air, nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. As a master of concealed weapons, the timing of launching them is undeniably crucial, and Tang San executed this with remarkable precision, selecting the perfect moment when Zhao Wujie had just activated his immovable king body, momentarily weakening his defenses. With the insight granted by the purple-level demon eye, Tang San could discern every action of his opponent, even perceiving the fluctuations of soul power surrounding Zhao Wujie. Otherwise, how could he so adeptly exploit his adversary's vulnerabilities? This is the paramount function of the purple-level demon eye. 10 golden rays of light forcibly penetrated the defenses of the immovable king of brightness, silently imprinting onto Zhao Wujie's body and burrowing inside. Zhao Wujie felt excruciating pain erupting from several parts of his body. Even with his formidable nerve, he could not suppress a sharp intake of breath as his body convulsed in agony. "You!" Zhao Wujie, now somewhat enraged, emitted a low growl. The 5th soul ring, shimmering with profound darkness, suddenly radiated with brilliance. His fierce roar sent tremors throughout the entire Shrek Academy. Tang San sensed an immense pressure emanating from all directions, compelling his body uncontrollably toward Zhao Wujie. The force surrounding him felt as if it would crush him entirely. This power was beyond his ability to resist. Zhao Wujie's powerful 5th soul skill, gravity compression, was unleashed. Did Tang San simply yield? Certainly not. He abruptly lowered his head, and with a sharp crack, a 7-inch crossbow bolt shot forth from his back, hurtling directly toward Zhao Wujie's roaring mouth. Despite being under the control of his opponent, Tang San maintained such remarkable precision that it was nothing short of astonishing. The tightly bound crossbow, armed with a medium-sized bolt, was launched using the muscles of his back. It was a single strike. However, due to the considerable size of the bolt and the powerful mechanism, its destructive capability was immensely formidable, far surpassing that of a concealed dart. Simultaneously, Tang San's feet collided, and from the tips of his toes, blades approximately 3 inches long emerged. One foot soared to strike at Zhao Wujia's throat, while the other stealthily targeted a vital area below. Even in such a disadvantaged position, his capacity for counterattack was truly terrifying. The crossbow, adorned with intricate floral designs, discharged its bolts with astonishing speed. Zhao Wujuan barely had time to lift his hand before the formidable arrow pierced through the defenses of his immovable king body, hurtling directly towards his mouth. In this moment of peril, Zhao Wujuan exhibited the profound combat experience of a soul sage, remaining remarkably composed. He clenched his teeth just in time to catch the arrow between them. Despite his grip, the sheer force of the crossbow's impact rattled his teeth, leaving them slightly loose. Simultaneously, a sweet aroma wafted from the arrow into his mouth, inducing a sudden dizziness in his mind. Spitting out the bolt, Zhao Wujuan swiftly raised his hands to block and deflect Tang San's attack from below, who had been forced closer in proximity. "Are you some sort of hedgehog?" Zhao Wujuan bellowed, though the venom from the mandala snake he had inadvertently ingested left his tongue somewhat numb, causing his speech to be slightly slurred. It was an unprecedented defeat, even in his previous days within the Soul Master realm, particularly since arriving at Shrek Academy. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes, signaling an impending outburst. Yet, Tang San's assault was not yet fully concluded. Unexpectedly, a small, obsidian hammer manifested in his left hand. After Zhao Wujuan had deflected the leg attack, Tang San swung the hammer towards Zhao Wujuan's face. At that precise moment, Zhao Wujuan distinctly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Upon lowering his gaze, he was horrified to discover that the barrage of steel needles unleashed by Tang San had penetrated the defenses of his immovable body, embedding themselves in his chest. A paralyzing and excruciating pain surged through Zhao Wuji's nerves, reaching his brain with alarming swiftness. Poison. Zhao Wuji was taken aback. Hastily, he channeled his immovable body once more, forcing the steel needles out of his flesh. However, the toxin had already infiltrated his system through both respiration and circulation. The Tang Sect was not merely proficient in hidden weapons. Their mastery of poison was equally unparalleled. Although Tang San had not had ample opportunity to gather toxic substances in recent years, he had not squandered the venom extracted from the mandala snake. This toxin was cleverly employed in the hidden weapon aimed at his chest, proving its utmost effectiveness at a critical juncture. This hidden weapon, known as San's shooting shadows, was one of the few capable of breaching his protective aura. Admittedly, Zhao Wuji's defenses were formidable, and the 64 steel needles fired by San's shooting shadows could barely pierce his skin. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. While the mandala snake's speed was not enough to incapacitate Zhao Wuji, it compelled him to divert a portion of his soul power to curtail the spread of the toxin, thus granting Tang San invaluable time to breathe. Yet, Zhao Wuji's momentary pause did not deter Tang San. Instead, he charged boldly towards Zhao Wuji. With a simultaneous flick of his 10 fingers, 10 slender beams of golden light flashed momentarily through the air. To the untrained eye, their existence was nearly imperceptible. As a master of concealed weapons, timing the launch of his projectiles is undeniably crucial. Tang San exemplified this skill, choosing the precise moment when Zhao Wujia had just activated his immovable king body, rendering his defenses momentarily vulnerable. Armed with the perceptive prowess of the purple magic eye, Tang San not only discerned every move of his opponent but also perceived the fluctuations of soul power surrounding Zhao Wujia. How else could he so adeptly exploit his adversary's weaknesses? This is the paramount function of the purple magic eye. 10 golden rays of light forcefully penetrated the defenses of the immovable king body, silently marking Zhao Wujia's form and embedding themselves within. Zhao Wujia felt multiple agonizing pains surge through him simultaneously. Even with his formidable nerves, he could not suppress a gasp of shock as his body convulsed in agony. "You!" Zhao Wujia, now somewhat enraged, emitted a low growl, and his 5th soul ring, resplendent with a profound black hue, suddenly illuminated. The thunderous roar reverberated throughout Shrek Academy, causing it to tremble. Tang San sensed immense pressure from all directions, his body uncontrollably propelled towards Zhao Wujie, as if the force surrounding him sought to crush him. This power was beyond his capacity to resist. Zhao Wujie's fifth soul skill, gravity compression, was unleashed. Would Tang San simply succumb? Certainly not. He abruptly lowered his head, and with a sharp crack, a 7-inch bolt shot forth from his back, hurtling directly towards Zhao Wujie's roaring mouth. Even under such overwhelming control, his aim remained remarkably precise, a sight to behold. The crossbow, adorned with intricate floral designs, is equipped with medium-sized bolts that are released through the power of back muscles. It delivers a singular, devastating strike. However, due to the considerable size of the bolts and the remarkable elasticity of the mechanism, its destructive capability is unparalleled among similar concealed weaponry, far surpassing that of sleeve darts. Meanwhile, Tang San's feet collided with one another, each toe revealing a blade approximately 3 inches in length. One foot launched a fierce kick towards Zhao Wujie's throat, while the other stealthily targeted a vital point below. Despite being at a distinct disadvantage, his ability to execute such a reaction is undeniably terrifying. The firing speed of the crossbow is astonishingly swift. Zhao Wujie barely had time to raise a hand before the formidable bolt pierced through the defenses of the unmoving king, hurtling towards his mouth. In this critical moment, Zhao Wujie demonstrated the formidable combat experience of a soul sage. Remaining calm, he clenched his teeth just in time to catch the bolt between them. The force of the projectile was immense. Although he managed to hold it, his teeth were jarred loose. Simultaneously, a sweet fragrance emanated from the bolt, causing a wave of dizziness to wash over him. With a sudden expulsion, Zhao Wujie spat out the bolt, and with both hands, he deflected Tang San's dual-foot assault, who was now pressed closely before him. "Are you a hedgehog?" Zhao Wujie roared in fury. However, the venom from the mandrake snake had begun to numb his tongue, rendering his speech somewhat slurred. Never before, not even during his earlier days in the Soul Master realm, had he suffered such a setback. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, signaling an imminent eruption of wrath. However, Tang San's assault was far from complete. Suddenly, a small, jet-black hammer manifested in his left hand. After Zhao Wujie had fended off with his legs, Tang San swung the hammer directly towards Zhao Wujie's face. With a resounding thud, 2 muffled grunts echoed almost simultaneously. Tang San's body was forcefully propelled away by Zhao Wujie's palm, one of the grunts naturally emanating from him as he soared through the air, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. All of his previous attacks had been executed with utmost diligence, exhausting both his mental acuity and inner strength. He was now teetering on the brink of depletion and could hardly withstand Zhao Wujie's strike. That he did not lose consciousness from the impact was already remarkable. Dai Mubai gently placed Zhu Zhuqing on the ground and, in a flash, caught the tumbling Tang San. The other grunt belonged to Zhao Wujie. Initially, he had presumed that this was merely another of Tang San's concealed weapons, believing that it would be a simple matter to block the hammer strike. However, as the hammer connected with his palm, he sensed something amiss. The seemingly diminutive hammer bore an overwhelming force. Despite Zhao Wujie's prompt invocation of his soul power, his earlier negligence, compounded by the dual afflictions of the mandala snake's venom and his own pain, rendered his soul power somewhat inadequate. The hammer struck his palm, which in turn collided with his face, causing blood to gush from his nose. Furthermore, as his palm grazed against his features, it was as if a dying room had been unleashed, leaving him with a comical, painted visage. The entire encounter left him in a state of bewilderment, while the small black hammer vanished without a trace after delivering its blow. Tang San, supported by Dai Mubai, coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Despite his grievous injuries, a mere glance would not lead anyone to believe that Zhao Wujie had emerged victorious in their recent clash. This is not to imply that Zhao Wujie's strength is lacking. After all, he was engaged with a fellow competitor and was somewhat restrained, wary of causing severe harm to Tang San. He also sought to gauge the true extent of Tang San's capabilities. Zhao Wujie's expertise lay in sheer power rather than in pursuit, and the unexpected potency of Tang San's hidden weapons, combined with his intricate calculations, led to Zhao Wujie's significant defeat due to his overconfidence. His reputation had certainly taken a hit. In a genuine confrontation, Zhao Wujie could have effortlessly activated his fifth soul ring ability, resulting in Tang San's swift demise, as the disparity in their strengths was indeed vast. Under normal circumstances, had it merely been an examination, Tang San would not have exerted himself to such extremes. However, the unconscious state of Xiao Wu ignited a fierce determination within him. Coupled with the immense pressure exerted by Zhao Wujie, Tang San's latent power erupted. Neither the few who remained conscious in that moment nor even Xiao Wu had witnessed Tang San's unrestrained vigor displayed today. Dai Mubai, observing the bloodied visage of Zhao Wujie, felt a mix of amusement and restraint, hastily calling out, "Oscar, Oscar, come here quickly. You have business to attend to." Through the amplification of his soul force, his voice resonated throughout the academy, ensuring that none could remain oblivious to his summons. Many years later, when Dai Mubai, the formidable leader of the Shrek 7 monsters, had achieved great success, he would be asked who among the Shrek 7 was the most terrifying. Dai Mubai, a man of considerable charm and flamboyance, was often playfully dubbed the Great Een Boy by the members of the Shrek 7 Devils. However, he had never dared to provoke Xiao Wu, for he was a wise man, fully aware of the wrath that Tang San could unleash. This understanding was sharply reinforced by the unfolding scene before him. "Where is the business? Where is the business?" Oscar's distinctively soft voice, laced with a hint of excitement, echoed as he approached the group, having hurriedly abandoned his cart. "Xiao Ao, come here," Dai Mubai called out to him. Oscar rushed over. "Boss Dai, did you call for me?" Dai Mubai nodded and instructed, quickly, "Prepare some sausages. They are injured." Oscar's face lit up with joy. 5 copper soul coins for each sausage. "But don't forget to settle the bill with me later. I've got a great sausage here." With a flourish of his unique soul skill, a fragrant sausage materialized in his hand. Dai Mubai cast a meaningful glance at Tang San, urging him to partake. Though Oscar's words might be somewhat off-putting, the efficacy of his sausages was undeniable. The sausage, infused with the first soul ring's enhancement, could significantly expedite the recovery of physical injuries. While the sausage itself was unremarkable, the mere thought of Oscar's earlier words made Tang San's stomach churn, prompting him to wave his hand dismissively. "I'm not seriously injured, just a bit fatigued. A brief rest will suffice. You should let him give the sausage to someone else." With that, he promptly settled into a cross-legged position, focusing on his breathing and recuperation. Tang San's refusal did not imply that others would follow suit. For instance, there was a person who suffered a tremendous loss of dignity. "Oscar, come here, hand me a sausage and a salami." Zhao Wujie's voice was somewhat indistinct, and it was no surprise given the circumstances. Although he managed to suppress the spread of the toxin with his pure soul power, the moment the toxin struck, his tongue swelled painfully. Oscar blinked his charming eyes and asked, "Who are you? How did you come to our Shrek Academy and know my name?" "Brat, do you wish to face punishment?" "I am Zhao Wujie," Zhao Wujie exclaimed in fury, nearly choking on his words, on the verge of spitting blood. Today's experience was excruciating, and he simply wished to tend to his injuries swiftly, threatening the few children before him to keep this incident under wraps. Otherwise, his future as the unmoving king would be in jeopardy. "I have a small salami." Despite Oscar's outwardly non-lecherous demeanor, the moment he invoked that soul incantation, he transformed into a caricature of lewdness. A salami, no thicker than a pinky finger, materialized in his hand and was quickly offered to Zhao Wujie. Without hesitation, Zhao Wujie consumed both the sausage and the salami, his expression instantly improving. Zhu Zhuqing was gravely injured, yet she unmistakably conveyed through her gaze to Dai Mubai, "If you dare to let that lecherous Uncle Sausage approach with his offering, you will be doomed." Dai Mubai responded with a gesture of resignation, shaking his head at her, reassuring her, "Rest assured, I would never allow you to consume anything from that fellow. I simply cannot bear the thought." In Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, a chill flickered as she closed her eyes, refusing even a glance at Dai Mubai. After consuming Oscar's large sausage and small sausage, Zhao Wujie's expression brightened considerably. His attire, severely tattered from the previous battle, was hastily torn to wipe away the blood from his face. Oscar's large sausage possessed healing properties, While the small sausage served to dispel abnormal conditions, the efficacy of these two delicacies was extraordinarily practical. The numbness induced by the mandragora serpent's venom gradually dissipated, yet the excruciating pain caused Zhao Wujia's facial muscles to twitch uncontrollably. Upon lowering his gaze, he discovered several swollen areas on his skin, each resembling a walnut-sized lump, from which waves of piercing agony emanated. "Teacher Zhao, have we passed the test?" Ning Rongrong, the only one among the 4 candidates to remain unscathed, inquired while pointing to the space behind Zhao Wujia. "Teacher Zhao, wait a moment." At that juncture, a somewhat feeble voice emerged. It was Tang San, who had only recently been recuperating. After a brief respite, Tang San appeared to regain some vitality and managed to rise unsteadily from the ground. "Little hedgehog, do you have something to say?" "You have already passed my test," Zhao Wujia remarked, his heart entwined with both resentment and affection for the youth before him. Although this boy had caused him considerable distress and incurred some minor injuries, the combat potential and indomitable spirit he exhibited were undoubtedly extraordinary. Tang San responded, "Teacher Zhao, I apologize. I was too impulsive just now. However, your prowess is exceedingly formidable, compelling me to exert my utmost effort. Allow me to extract the hidden weapons from within you. Otherwise, it may adversely affect your health." The 10 dragon whisker needles concealed beneath Tang San's fingernails are now embedded in Zhao Wujia's body, and the extent of his injuries is not something that can be easily remedied. Although the dragon whisker needles are composed of naturally occurring gold, making them metallic yet impervious to magnetic attraction, they have entangled themselves upon penetration. Even if Tang San were to intervene personally, he could only remove them if the injury were recent. Otherwise, should they penetrate deep into the flesh, surgical excision would be the only recourse. Fortunately, Zhao Wujia's immovable king body provides remarkable defense, and by the time the dragon whisker needles were deployed, Tang San's internal energy had already waned, resulting in the needles merely grazing his skin. Had they penetrated deeply, rescue would have been beyond reach. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Zhao Wujia's expression softened, and a tinge of embarrassment graced his aged visage, for he is a soul sage, facing a mere child who has not yet reached the 30th level. It was indeed an act of overwhelming the weak. Nonetheless, this little hedgehog is undeniably impressive. His myriad of unconventional attacks has truly broadened Zhao Wujia's horizons. Tang San approached Zhao Wujia, confirming the positioning of the dragon whisker needles on his body. Noticing that they were largely entangled beneath the skin without penetrating further, he breathed a sigh of relief. Following their intense battle, the fury that once consumed him had now dissipated. A tinge of regret lingered within, for the individual before him was a teacher, not an adversary, and his actions had perhaps been excessively forceful. Under the immense pressure exerted by Zhao Wuji, it had been impossible for him to hold back. His right hand transformed once more into a hue resembling white jade, fingers deftly tapping upon a wound of Zhao Wuji's, employing the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. With a swift motion, a golden needle emerged from beneath the skin. Tang San grasped the needle's tip firmly and with a decisive pull, extracted a dragon whisker needle. The agony inflicted upon Zhao Wuji was severe. Upon entering his body, the dragon whisker needle coiled within, entangling itself with his skin and muscles. The pain was such that even someone as resilient as the unmovable Ming Wang could not help but flinch. Once Tang San had removed all the dragon whisker needles, a thick steam began to rise from Zhao Wuji's body, drenched in sweat from the excruciating pain. Nevertheless, he bore it stoically, not uttering a single sound. After consuming a sausage provided by Oscar, the wounds across Zhao Wuji's body began to heal rapidly, and the pain diminished somewhat. Tang San, having expended nearly all of his regained inner strength, fainted without uttering a word. Fortunately, Oscar was nearby and swiftly caught him. Zhao Wuji, possessing formidable strength, bore only superficial injuries and was not in grave danger. With the assistance of Oscar's sausages, he recovered to a remarkable state within a short time. Observing Tang San unconscious in Oscar's embrace, Zhao Wuji furrowed his brow and instructed, "Mu Bai, you are responsible for ensuring these 4 freshmen are settled in. Classes commence tomorrow. Do not touch the weapons scattered around. Some are poisonous. Let him clean up when he awakens. Zhao Wuji declared before turning to leave. As Zhao Wuji disappeared into the distance, Oscar supported Tang San and brought him to Dai Mubai's side, allowing Tang San to lean against him. Observing Tang San, then glancing at the injured Zhu Zhuqing and the unconscious Xiao Wu, cradled in Ning Rongrong's arms, he could not help but exclaim, "What has gotten into Teacher Zhao today? Is it that time of the month? Why is he taking it out on the new students?" Dai Mubai retorted with irritation, "If you have the courage, speak louder so Teacher Zhao can hear you. He's probably seething with pent-up anger and doesn't he know whom to unleash it upon. That time of the month? I think you're the one who should be worried about that. 30 days in a month and you might get a day off, but in February you owe 2 days. Oscar grumbled. Could you refrain from being so crude? There are ladies present. Please, with your big sausage uncle around, how could it be any less crude? Dai Mubai shot back. Let us first settle them down. As he spoke, Dai Mubai lifted Zhu Zhuqing from the ground, seemingly oblivious to her icy, lethal glare. Oscar glanced at Dai Mubai and then at Ning Rongrong, muttering, "Why is it that you both get to carry beautiful women, while I am left with a man?" Dai Mubai shot him a sidelong glance, that's simply a matter of character. As Tang San gradually awakened from his slumber, he noticed that the sky outside had darkened. Blinking his somewhat dazed eyes, he realized he was lying in a wooden cabin. The room was modest in size, approximately a dozen square meters, and aside from the bed he occupied, there was another bed nearby. Oscar sat upon it, mumbling to himself, lost in thought. Where am I? Tang San's voice was slightly hoarse, accompanied by a persistent feeling of emptiness within. Upon noticing his awakening, Oscar replied, "This is our dormitory. You will be sharing it with me from now on. Your name is Tang San, right? You were quite impressive today. Even Zhao Laosher, a formidable figure, suffered considerable setbacks at your hands." Oscar's peach blossom eyes sparkled with excitement as he regarded Tang San. What about Xiao Wu? How is she? This was the question Tang San yearned to ask most. Rest assured, she is fine. She is sharing a room with the beautiful Ning Rongrong, and after a night's rest, she should recover well. That Ning Rongrong from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is truly stunning, Oscar remarked, swallowing with evident admiration in his eyes. With determination, Tang San propped himself up. After a significant depletion of his inner strength, it was crucial to avoid any complacency. Failing to restore it promptly could jeopardize his cultivation. Hey, Tang San, we are roommates now. Shall we get acquainted? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Oscar, a level 29 weapon soul master, and my martial spirit is Sausage. I am affectionately nicknamed the Sausage Vendor. You may call me either Sausage Vendor Oscar or simply Little A.O. Tang San smiled gently and quipped, "Aren't you supposed to be Uncle Big Sausage?" Pa. What a ridiculous notion of Uncle Sausage. Tomorrow, I shall shave my beard to reveal my handsome, dashing, and suave self. A few lovely junior sisters have arrived at the academy, and I can no longer afford to be so listless. Dai Mubai clearly has his sights set on that icy beauty, while Xiao Wu belongs to you. Thus, I must reluctantly pursue Ning Rongrong instead. Xiao Wu and I are merely friends. Tang San furrowed his brow, finding Oscar's manner of speaking somewhat unsettling. Oscar smirked lewdly and said, "All right, stop pretending. We are all men here. Who doesn't understand whom? I didn't expect that at such a young age. You would already have a beautiful girl in your sights. You two, alone together on your way to the academy. Surely something must have happened? Boss Dai said that it was because Xiao Wu was injured that you fought so fiercely with Teacher Zhao. You claim you are just friends. Who would believe that? Rest assured, I, Oscar, am a man of principles. The notion of taking a friend's wife lightly. Oh no, that is not permissible. I would never harbor any thoughts towards your Xiao Wu." Gazing into Oscar's sparkling, flirtatious eyes, Tang San felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He could not be bothered to explain further and instead entered a state of cultivation, focusing on restoring his inner strength. As the night deepened, the entirety of Shrek Academy fell into a hush. The examination held during the day unfolded just as Dai Mubai had anticipated. Aside from Tang San and his 3 companions, no other candidates managed to pass the initial 3 trials. Remarkably, this year marked the highest enrollment for Shrek Academy in many years. Zhao Wujin, as the vice principal, naturally had his own quarters, and at this moment, he sat alone in his room, feeling a tad melancholic. He had donned a fresh set of garments, and the wounds on his body had all healed. Those minor injuries were of little consequence. However, the psychological impact on him was considerable. He never anticipated that what began as a mere impulse to stretch his limbs would culminate in such a loss of dignity. In the past, he would have scarcely hesitated, swiftly eliminating Tang San without a second thought. Yet, his current status was different. He was now a teacher at the academy, while Tang San was merely a student. Thus, he had no choice but to swallow his indignation. At the same time, he held a profound admiration for Tang San. In terms of innate talent, this young man surpassed even Dai Mubai. If not for his martial spirit being somewhat inferior, he might very well become an unparalleled powerhouse in the future. Clenching his right fist and striking it against the palm of his left hand, Zhao Wujie sighed in resignation. What bad luck I have encountered with this little porcupine. It seems I must take the time to properly train him. After all, without refinement, jade cannot become a gem. Upon uttering this last phrase, a hint of a mischievous smile crept onto Zhao Wujie's face. Just as Zhao Wujie was contemplating how best to train Tang San, an unexpected voice abruptly froze the smile upon his lips. It is worth noting that as a soul saint of level 76, he was a figure of high esteem within the realm of soul masters on the Dolua continent. His soul power had grown so formidable that it could generate a remarkable aura around his body, allowing him to discern even the softest sound of leaves falling within a radius of 100 meters. At this moment, he felt an uncanny absence of those around him, while a voice pierced through the air, resonating as if spoken directly into his ear. This formidable presence heightened Zhao Wujie's vigilance. Though unfamiliar with the voice, he was certain that the strength of the newcomer was at least on par with his own. "Who goes there?" he exclaimed, springing to his feet, his eyes glinting with icy determination. In the past, Zhao Wujie had not enjoyed a favorable reputation within the Soul Master community, accumulating numerous adversaries. His years of seclusion within Shrek Academy had brought him a semblance of tranquility, only for a powerful foe to emerge at this unexpected juncture. "Show yourself." A faint yet palpable aura locked onto Zhao Wujie. Without hesitation, he leaped through the window and into the outside world. His soul power surged to its zenith as he adopted a cautious stance, meticulously scanning his surroundings for any signs of movement. Who was Zhao Wujie? The unmoving king, a figure notorious for countless slayings, now incensed by this unknown opponent's provocation, coupled with the pent-up frustration that had festered within him throughout the day. He propelled himself forward, pursuing the direction from which the aura emanated. In a brief moment, he had traversed beyond the confines of Shrek Academy and into a nearby forest, where the elusive presence seemed to dissipate. "Come forth. I know you are here," Zhao Wujie called out in a commanding voice. Simultaneously, he activated his martial soul, 7 soul rings pulsating rhythmically around him, radiating a dazzling light, especially the 3 obsidian 10,000-year rings, which appeared profoundly enigmatic. Gradually, a shadowy figure emerged from behind a towering tree. The figure was shrouded entirely in dark attire, even donning a black hood that obscured his features. To the casual observer, he appeared to be a tall man. "Who are you?" Zhao Wujie demanded coldly, having summoned the formidable spirit of the mighty golden bear, exuding an aura of wild ferocity that commanded respect without the need for anger. As he spoke, the cloaked individual slowly raised his right hand, and in an instant, a beam of black light coalesced in his palm, transforming into a massive artifact. Simultaneously, 9 soul rings materialized around him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. Unlike Zhao Wujie's pulsating rings, the 9 soul rings remained eerily still, enveloping the figure entirely. These soul rings were inherently terrifying, particularly the last one, which shimmered with a faint crimson hue amidst the darkness. If Master were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the stark disparity between the soul rings of a 10,000-year spirit beast and those of a 90,000-year spirit beast. The reddish tint signified that this soul ring had attained at least the level of 90,000 years. Title Dolua, Zhao Wujie managed to utter with great difficulty, his immovable king form trembling. If he represented a high-level soul master, then the title Dolua epitomized the pinnacle of soul mastery. The earlier bravado had evaporated, and Zhao Wujie hastily bowed in deference, inquiring, "May I ask which esteemed elder graces us with their presence? Please, do not jest with me. I am unworthy to engage in a duel with you. The figure clad in black spoke with a calm demeanor. What does it matter whether one is worthy? During the day, you effortlessly tormented those children, did you not? I have come to realize that the sensation of bullying seems rather enjoyable. Allow me to exert my influence upon you as well. Of course, you may perceive this as an act of oppression. Without exuding any overtly aggressive aura, the black-clad individual advanced towards Zhao Wujie, wielding a massive artifact with each deliberate step. Zhao Wujie's mind raced. On the continent, the number of title Doluos was exceedingly limited, each possessing a renowned identity. The title Dolua before him evidently wielded a weapon spirit, a rarity among those who had achieved such a level. Who could he possibly be? Suddenly, the black-clad figure halted 10 meters away from Zhao Wujie and stated, "Since you are here, why not reveal yourself? What difference does it make whether there is one or two?" In a flicker of movement, another figure materialized beside Zhao Wujie. Upon this newcomer's arrival, the tension on Zhao Wujie's face noticeably eased. "Boss, this esteemed elder." The newcomer gestured for Zhao Wujie to remain silent. Confronted with an intangible pressure, he too had no choice but to unleash his spirit. A pair of colossal wings unfurled from his back, enveloping him in a layer of feathers. His orange-yellow eyes, with vertical pupils, matched Zhao Wujie's, and 7 soul rings of the same hue appeared, pulsating rhythmically around him. Having encountered the illustrious Hao Yin, the newcomer exhibited no intention of hostility. Instead, he respectfully bowed to the figure in black. Zhao Wujie inhaled sharply, and upon hearing his companion's words, he finally comprehended the identity of the individual before him. A sudden contraction seized the heart. Heavens, when had I offended this terrifying figure? The individual before me is none other than the renowned title Dolua, the mightiest among soul masters. Our martial souls share the same developmental trajectory, yet my strength pales in comparison, akin to a mere flicker of firefly light. The man in black spoke coldly, "No need for formalities. I am here to cause trouble." With a cat-eagle martial soul and at level 78, he truly lives up to the reputation of the main combatant among the Golden Iron Triangle Flander. "This Shrek Academy belongs to you, does it not?" he inquired. Flander nodded, replying, "Indeed, your grace. May I ask what grievance my colleague Zhao Wujin has caused you? Might you grant me a small favor?" The man in black responded indifferently, "Spare me the pleasantries. Step aside. Otherwise I shall deal with you as well." He then addressed Zhao Wujin, "I offer you an opportunity. I shall refrain from using my martial soul. If you can endure for the duration of a burning incense stick in my presence, I will leave without a word. Otherwise, you will be compelled to fulfill a task for me." Zhao Wujin, with a wry smile, replied, "Your Grace Hao Yin, I truly do not comprehend how I have offended you. Could you please clarify?" His intent was clear. He wished to die with understanding. However, Flander, standing beside Zhao Wujin, unceremoniously stepped aside, evidently unwilling to intervene further. The man in black snorted dismissively, "Should I even need to say more? When the young are harmed, the elders naturally rise to seek justice. Such is the way of the world. Prepare yourself." With that, the immense weapon in the man's grasp and the 9 soul rings adorning him vanished simultaneously. Yet, in the next instant, he had already positioned himself before Zhao Wujin. The sounds of collisions echoed through the forest. Thuds, roars, muffled groans, and anguished cries intermingled in a chaotic symphony. Flander, with his wings outstretched, could not bear to watch any longer and turned his head away, covering his eyes. There was no need to light a single incense stick. The entire conflict had concluded within 10 breaths. The cloaked figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, as though nothing had transpired, his dark attire unwrinkled and immaculate. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Zhao Wujie lay on the ground, his head swollen and his eyes rendered a deep shade of black. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth as he gasped for breath. "Zhao Wujie, do you understand?" The cloaked figure spoke softly. It was only then that Flander dared to approach, assisting the prone Zhao Wujie to his feet. To his surprise, Zhao Wujie's face was filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness Hao Yin, for your guidance." The cloaked figure nodded at both of them, his lips moving as he murmured a few words. Zhao Wujie and Flander nodded in unison, their expressions turning earnest. What transpired just now was a form of compensation for you. I shall rely on you both in the future. His tone, though still calm, was no longer cold. Behind the dark mask, a hint of warmth flickered in his deep-set eyes. With that final utterance, he vanished in a blink, leaving Zhao Wujie and Flander standing in silence. Unable to move for a long moment, Zhao Wujie could only remain upright with Flander's assistance. Flander, you truly lack loyalty. Did you simply stand aside when asked? If it were not for the lack of malice from your esteemed self, I fear my lifeless body would have already succumbed to the cold, Zhao Wujie lamented. Flander retorted with irritation, what do you understand? If he truly harbored ill intentions, even with my presence, would we not still face death? Have you not heard of his formidable reputation? He dares to confront even the Pope. What reservations could he possibly hold? He has already stated that should he triumph, you shall assist him in a task. Thus he would not genuinely harm you. Otherwise, how could you fulfill his request? Do you not grasp this? I simply did not anticipate that he would be. Zhao Wujie sighed bitterly. How could I fail to comprehend your meaning? You wish to avoid provoking him. Nevertheless, after suffering such a grievous beating, am I not permitted to voice my grievances? Yet his power is truly terrifying. Even without the augmentation of my martial soul, I remain far from his equal. I suspect his soul power has already surpassed level 95, drawing perilously close to the 100th level. It is likely that few across the continent can stand against him. As night deepened, the students of Shrek Academy remained oblivious to the myriad events transpiring beneath the Fade of tranquility. As for Zhao Wujie's battered visage, it would not be a swift recovery. To be continued, Chapter 21. The Evil Fire Phoenix, Part 1. In the early morning, Tang San rose with the dawn, as his daily practice of the purple extreme magic eye had become an indispensable ritual. Furthermore, there were several significant matters that required his immediate attention this morning. As he stepped out of the dormitory he shared with Oscar, the dawn had yet to break. After a night of repose, Tang San's inner strength had been fully restored. Following Oscar's guidance, he swiftly made his way to the vacant ground where Zhao Wujie had assessed them the previous day, ready to gather his concealed weapons. These weapons were painstakingly crafted, and he could not bear to part with them so readily. Particularly, the crossbow bolt adorned with intricate floral designs and the poison needles shot forth by the hidden sand technique had demanded immense effort and considerable time to create. Over the years spent in Nodding City, Tang San had thoroughly equipped himself, and yesterday's confrontation with Zhao Wujie had marked the first occasion he had unleashed his full potential in the art of concealed weaponry. Thoughts swirled in Tang San's mind. He recognized that his mastery of concealed weapons was still far from profound, and progress in this regard could not be achieved overnight. The concealed weapons listed among the foremost in the Shentian treasure record required formidable inner strength as a foundation. If he wished to contend with a formidable opponent like Zhao Wujie at his current level, there was but one course of action: to devise powerful mechanical concealed weapons. For instance, the three most fearsome mechanical concealed weapons of the Tang Sect, the Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus, the Raining Pear Blossom Needles, and the Peacock Feather. However, the creation of these three weapons was exceedingly arduous, with each demanding the most stringent material requirements. Under the present circumstances, their fabrication was utterly unattainable. Moreover, although Tang San had previously constructed each of these weapons and possessed considerable experience, recreating any of them would require at least a year of dedicated effort, assuming the materials could be procured without difficulty. With a heavy sigh, Tang San helplessly shook his head. Given his current circumstances, it is equally unrealistic to manufacture these three types of hidden weapons. It seems that the only option is to diligently cultivate and strive to gradually enhance his prowess in the art of stealth weaponry. Concurrently, he must also arm himself more effectively. He should seize the opportunity to procure some poisons first. However, relying solely on the toxin of the mandala snake is rather singular. Stress can indeed serve as a catalyst. After yesterday's battle, he has begun to sense a subtle breakthrough in his soul power, teetering between the 29th and 30th levels. Once he attains the 30th level and dedicates a certain period to perfecting his soul power at this level, he will be ready to hunt the third soul beast, thereby acquiring an additional soul ring. At that juncture, his strength will experience a qualitative leap.
Xiao ao, Wa Keng, Tang San Uget, Nu Ging Oscar.
What is it? Let me sleep a little longer, Oscar murmured in a daze. Tang San frowned and replied, rise quickly. The hour is already late. Are you not aware that the plans of the day are determined by the morning? With a hint of reluctance, Oscar opened his eyes and gazed at Tang San. I am not like you are battle soul masters. I am a weapon soul master, specifically of the food category. My cultivation is not as complicated as yours. Brother, please refrain from disturbing me. Allow me to sleep a while longer. Tang San, exasperated, responded, then please tell me where Xiao Wu resides. I wish to check on her well-being. Oscar informed him, exit our dormitory and turn left. Approximately 30 meters ahead, there is a wooden cabin. That is where Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong reside. However, I must caution you. The academy has strict regulations against male students harassing female students. Breaching this rule could lead to serious consequences. In our Shrek Academy, we occupy 1/3 of the village's area, while the other side is reserved for the villagers' daily lives. It is advisable to avoid venturing there unless necessary. Indeed, Shrek Academy is not particularly affluent. The institution merely occupies 1/3 of the village's expanse, having constructed rudimentary facilities. The so-called classrooms are merely the wooden huts previously inhabited by the villagers. Fortunately, the proximity to Soto City facilitates convenient access to supplies. Tang San had just left his dormitory and felt a pang of hunger, yet this concern was secondary compared to that of Xiao Wu. Soon, he arrived outside the dormitory shared by Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. Should he enter? While it was unremarkable if only Xiao Wu was present, the presence of another girl rendered the situation somewhat delicate. After a moment's hesitation, he decided against entering and called softly from outside, Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu. It wasn't long before the door opened, and Xiao Wu emerged, still clad in the same attire as yesterday. Aside from a slightly pale complexion, she appeared to be in good spirits. Upon seeing her, Tang San felt a wave of relief wash over him. Xiao Wu, are you feeling better? Xiao Wu gestured for silence, indicating that Rongrong was still in the midst of her training and should not be disturbed. Let us speak elsewhere. For some inexplicable reason, Tang San sensed a subtle shift in the way Xiao Wu regarded him today. He was unable to articulate what had changed. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Wu had awakened from her coma in the middle of the night. Concerned for her well-being, Ning Rongrong had remained vigilantly by her side. When she awoke, he recounted the events that had transpired the previous day. Tang San gently tousled Xiao Wu's hair and said, "It was my fault yesterday. I failed to protect you." Xiao Wu shook her head and playfully stuck out her adorable pink tongue. It was that teacher who was too formidable. How could you possibly be blamed? She continued, "This place is entirely different from Nodding. It seems that everyone possesses great strength. Fortunately, there hasn't been a Soul Dolu level powerhouse here." Tang San, intrigued, responded, "How do you know there are no Soul Dolu level soul masters in the academy? Teacher Zhao is merely the vice principal. Perhaps the principal is at that level." Xiao Wu paused for a moment, then discreetly replied, "I was merely guessing. After all, how could a Soul Dolua choose to reside in such a tranquil place?" Tang San, not suspecting anything amiss, refrained from further inquiry. He took her soft hand and suggested, "Let us seek something to eat. You must be hungry." "Indeed, I am hungry too." Xiao Wu nodded. At that moment, she had regained her usual lively demeanor and took the initiative to link her arm with Tang San's. As newcomers to this place, they were entirely unfamiliar with Shrek Academy, having both fainted due to the battle the day prior. With no other option, they decided to follow the rising smoke in search of food. The village was not large, and as they walked, they unwittingly ventured beyond the confines of Shrek Academy. While the area around Shrek Academy was tranquil, the villagers on the other side had already begun their daily toil, rising with the sun, a customary practice for ordinary farmers. They relied on agriculture to sustain their families. Uncertain of where to find breakfast, Tang San resolved to procure some food in the village to satiate both himself and Xiao Wu. As they sought a farmhouse to purchase provisions, they noticed a young couple nearby engaged in a spirited argument. The pair appeared youthful. The girl seemed around 14 or 15, possessing a common but vibrant countenance, clad in simple, rustic attire, indicative of a villager's child. The boy, embroiled in the dispute, appeared even younger, likely of a similar age to Tang San and Xiao Wu. Though somewhat plump, he exuded a robust presence, with short hair and small eyes, his chubby cheeks lending him an unexpectedly endearing quality. Notably, a pair of wispy hairs adorned his upper lip, reminiscent of nascent whiskers. The girl gazed at the chubby boy, a flicker of trepidation in her eyes. "Ma Hongjun, please do not seek me out again. I will not be with you any longer." The boy responded in an oddly pitched voice. "Tehua, have I treated you poorly? Why must we part ways?" Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, both amused by the youthful fervor displayed, recognizing the early stirrings of romance in such tender hearts. They paused, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Suehua's cheeks flushed suddenly as she replied, "You have indeed been kind to me, but I simply cannot endure it any longer. We are not suited for one another. You should seek someone else. Moreover, I am several years your senior. I implore you, do not pursue me again." The stout Ma Hongjun seethed. "What do you mean you can't stand me? I fail to comprehend what you women are thinking. If you wish to break up, so be it. But if you dare to come back to me, I shall end it for good. Otherwise, it's not happening." As he spoke, he reached out to grasp the girl, Suehua. She recoiled like a startled rabbit, but his speed was swift, and he managed to seize her hand. Suehua pleaded, "No, please, let me go. Are you even human?" Seeing this, Xiaowu could no longer bear it and leaped forward, commanding, "Stop." Both Ma Hongjun and Suehua were momentarily taken aback and turned to her. The stout boy blinked his small eyes, his lips twitching, and a glimmer of admiration sparked in his gaze. "What a beautiful girl! What is this? Do you wish to take her place as my girlfriend? Fine, I accept." "How absurd!" Xiaowu retorted, enraged. She kicked at his hand that clutched Suehua, forcing him to release her. "You little rogue! At such a young age you should learn better. In broad daylight, do you still intend to force a maiden?" Upon hearing Xiaowu's words, Ma Hongjuan's expression darkened. "This is our affair. Mind your own business." He continued, "If you do not wish to be my woman, then get lost." Xiaowu was about to retaliate when Tang San stepped in front of her. "You are Ma Hongjun, correct? I kindly ask you to refrain from bothering this young lady." Having learned from yesterday's experience, Tang San was reluctant to let Xiaowu act rashly and sensed that this stout boy was not as simple as he appeared. Ma Hongjun scoffed dismissively. "Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? Are you looking for trouble?" Tang San's expression darkened. "Who do you think you are?" Ma Hongjun twitched his mouse-like whiskers. "Whoever I am is none of your business." Tang San, despite his typically amiable nature, could not tolerate such indignity. He employed the ghost shadow perplexing steps, delivering a kick aimed squarely at the chubby boy's chest. The force of his kick was deftly contained, poised for release. If the boy were merely an ordinary person, he would be sent tumbling. However, should he possess any extraordinary abilities, Tang San's latent strength could erupt at any moment. As Tang San anticipated, the chubby boy was far from ordinary. Without hesitation, he confronted the incoming kick, raising his fists defensively before him. A faint purple glow emanated from his body, clearly indicating the presence of soul power. Tang San's kick abruptly halted midair, transforming into a stomp aimed at the boy's abdomen. The chubby boy responded swiftly, driving his fists downward to counter Tang San's foot. A dull thud echoed as Tang San retracted his leg, while the boy staggered back a few steps. The two were evenly matched, their powers seemingly on par, with the boy's soul strength only slightly inferior to Tang San's. The boy, momentarily taken aback, realized, "So you are also a soul master. No wonder you dared to interfere with my affairs. Allow me to demonstrate true power." As he spoke, the boy let out a low shout, invoking the phoenix spirit. Upon hearing the word phoenix, both Tang San and Xiao Wu felt a chill run down their spines. Among the myriad beast martial spirits, there existed several particularly formidable ones, and the phoenix was among the most powerful. Known as the rainbow bird, the phoenix martial spirit not only granted its host the ability to fly but also bestowed formidable fire-based defensive capabilities. It is a supreme embodiment within the realm of battle-type soul spirits. A deep crimson light surged forth from the rotund figure of the young boy, causing his short hair to suddenly lengthen and gather towards the center, transforming into a Mohican style. Although wings did not manifest, the radiant crimson glow emitted an intense heat as it broke free from his being. Two circles of golden soul rings simultaneously ascended from beneath his feet, extending long feathers from his exposed, robust arms. His hands morphed into claw-like appendages. Observing his appearance, Xiao Wu couldn't help but chuckle. Was there truly a phoenix as portly as he? To her, he resembled more of a common hen. At that moment, Ma Hongjuan's visage appeared rather comical, his rotund body adorned with long, crimson feathers and standing hair. If he were to be called a phoenix, few would be inclined to believe it, as he resembled a plump hen instead. Ma Hongjun seemed to be provoked. His fury ignited. "Who are you calling a common hen?" Raising his hands, the first soul ring on his body suddenly glowed, and with a fierce opening of his mouth, a slender stream of crimson flame erupted towards Xiao Wu. The intense heat distorted the surrounding air, and the purple flame, though not wildly fierce, appeared as a stretching line of fire shooting forth into the atmosphere. "Be careful." Tang San waved his right hand, and a blue vine gracefully wrapped around Xiao Wu's delicate waist, pulling her swiftly to his side, thereby evading the fiery onslaught emitted by Ma Hongjun. However, it was evident that Ma Hongjun had no intention of letting them off so easily. The flames in his mouth maintained a burning length of 5 meters, unextinguished, as he swung them horizontally towards Xiao Wu, resembling a 5-meter-long fiery weapon. Tang San grasped Xiao Wu's hand and swiftly retreated, while several strands of blue-silver grass rapidly extended towards the ground. Through a brief observation, he had discerned that the temperature of Ma Hongjun's flames was exceedingly high, yet it possessed a flaw. Its attack range was limited to 5 meters. As long as he could restrict Ma Hongjun's movements, dealing with him would not prove too difficult. Indeed, just as Ma Hongjun prepared to pursue, he felt a sudden stiffness in his feet. His legs had been firmly ensnared by the blue-silver grass, a sharp, intense pain coursing through the skin of his legs, soon followed by a sensation of numbness. Startled, Ma Hongjun glanced down and saw the encroaching blue-silver grass. Without hesitation, he activated his second spirit ring ability. With a loud explosion, fierce purple flames erupted from his body, and Ma Hongjun's ample form instantly expanded outward. The blue-silver grass entwined around him ignited violently upon contact with the purple flames, quickly turning to ashes. Witnessing this scene, Tang San was taken aback. He distinctly felt that Ma Hongjun's martial spirit seemed to be the natural nemesis of his own. Although the blue-silver grass had become exceedingly resilient under the influence of 2 soul rings, as a plant, it still harbored a profound fear of fire, at least for the time being. The figure of Ma Hongjun, engulfed in violet flames, appeared to possess an imposing aura. His eyes blazed with fiery wrath as he strode purposefully towards Tang San and Xiao Wu, exhaling flames as if a fire deity had descended upon the earth. "I'm coming," Tang San exclaimed, but before he could grasp her, Xiao Wu had already darted forward. Her fluffy rabbit ears quivered slightly with her swift movements, her entire being radiating a brilliant red glow as her soul power surged outward. Tang San's fingers moved with a subtle rhythm, deftly securing several hidden weapons in his grasp. His eyes shimmered with a violet hue. Should he perceive Xiao Wu in peril, he would not hesitate to act. Although the martial spirit of the rotund figure before him was formidable, Tang San recognized through their earlier encounters that his soul power fell short in comparison. He could not possibly withstand Tang San's hidden weapons as Zhao Wujing had. Seeing Xiao Wu charge towards him, Ma Hongjun felt an exhilaration and unleashed a torrent of fire, which traced a circular arc in the air, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape for Xiao Wu. Inwardly, he mused, "You dare to call me a mere chicken? If I don't show you my prowess, I shan't be known as the evil fire phoenix." Yet, he couldn't help but acknowledge her beauty. It would be best not to scorch her. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the intensity of the flames he unleashed diminished slightly, enough to inflict harm, but not enough to be fatal. Xiao Wu sensed the decline in temperature of the violet flames. Was this rotund figure showing her mercy? Very well, then, I shall reciprocate your gentleness. Just when Ma Hongjun believed that Xiao Wu was about to be ensnared by his first spirit ring technique, the Phoenix Fire line, she suddenly curled her body in mid-air. In a graceful, floating motion, her supple form seemed to transcend the limits of the human body, effortlessly slipping through the gaps of the flames he unleashed. As she stretched out again, she had already appeared beside Ma Hongjun. What prowess did Xiao Wu possess? Without the use of concealed weapons, Tang San could at most achieve a stalemate against her, and he could not allow her to close the distance. Although Ma Hongjuan's second spirit ring technique, the Phoenix in Flames, provided comprehensive defense along with offensive capabilities, Xiao Wu had already projected her spirit energy outward, rendering her impervious for a brief period. Indeed, she offered Ma Hongjun no chance to react. With a swift turn, she positioned herself behind him, supporting herself with her hands and instantly kicking her legs up, ensnaring his neck. With a flourish, she activated her first spirit ring technique, the waist bow. Xiao Wu's entire form resembled a grand, arched bow. The radiance of her first spirit ring enveloped her being in an instant. Then her body, akin to a bowstring tautened to its fullest, launched Ma Hongjun away with immense force. The waist bow technique's effect. It instantaneously doubled her waist strength and enhanced her body's resilience by 50%. After reaching the 10th level of spirit power, each subsequent level further amplifies the waist bow's effect by 1%. Therefore, upon activating the waist bow, Xiao Wu could augment her waist strength by an impressive 119%. This sudden surge of elasticity was sufficient to cast aside any opponent below spirit power level 50 who lacked physical strength. Certainly, while the waist bow technique is commendable, it is imperative that one must be in close proximity to the adversary to truly harness its potential. Otherwise, mere strength is rendered ineffective. It is quite unfathomable that Xiao Wu, with her slender waist, could exert such tremendous elasticity, surpassing even that of Ma Hongjun, whose thighs are notably robust. Given that Ma Hongjun had subdued his flames, Xiao Wu showed restraint, opting not to hurl him directly to the ground, but rather to toss him into the air, allowing him a moment to regain control over his body. However, it was evident that she had overestimated Ma Hongjuan's ability to manage his own form. The rotund fellow flailed and tumbled through the air for several rotations before ultimately landing with a thud, thoroughly bewildered. "Do not strike. Please cease." Suddenly, Miss Tsuehua interjected, hastening towards Ma Hongjun. It appeared as though the flames enveloping him had been extinguished by the fall, and he struggled to rise from the ground, disoriented. Tsuehua brushed off the dirt from Ma Hongjun's attire, inquiring, "How are you faring?" With a grunt, Ma Hongjun replied, "I'm not dead yet. Little rabbit, come at me again." In an instant, Xiao Wu leaped into the air, deftly discarding her shoes with a swift motion. Although her soul power mitigated the majority of the effects from Ma Hongjun's second spirit ability, the shoes that ensnared his neck were still tainted by the purple flames. To Xiao Wu's astonishment, the purple fire exhibited a viscous quality, as it did not extinguish upon contact. Left with no alternative, she was compelled to fling her shoes aside, standing barefoot on the ground with her delicate, fair feet exposed. "Miss Tsuehua, what is this?" Xiao Wu questioned, observing Tsuehua's attentive concern for Ma Hongjun, feeling somewhat perplexed. Previously, wasn't he this rotund fellow bullying her? Why is it now? Tsuehua pleaded, "Please, do not fight anymore. In truth, Hongjun is a good person. It's merely that we are incompatible. Thus, I must part ways with him. Please leave. I shall clarify things with him." Ma Hongjun retorted angrily, "Mind your own business and step aside." With that, he forcefully pushed Tsuehua aside and was about to charge towards Xiao Wu once more, yet he refrained from employing his second soul skill, fearing he might inadvertently harm Tsuehua. At that moment, a voice filled with astonishment rang out, "Tang San, fatty, what are you doing?" Both Tang San and Ma Hongjun turned their gazes towards the source of the voice, where they beheld Dai Mubai, clad in white and his hair impeccably groomed, striding towards them. A sardonic smile broke across Dai Mubai's stern visage. "Xiao Wu, I believe you have misunderstood. Miss Tsuehua, have you also reached your limit with him?" Tsuehua's cheeks flushed red as she nodded and swiftly turned to flee. This time, Ma Hongjun did not attempt to stop her, his expression one of utter dejection. Dai Mubai turned to the rotund fellow and inquired, "Shall you speak for yourself, or shall I do so on your behalf?" Ma Hongjun cast a sidelong glance at Dai Mubai, lowering his head as he replied, "You may speak." Dai Mubai chuckled heartily, "What's this? The plump one is shy? Very well, I shall speak for you." He then addressed Tang San and Xiao Wu. "Do you recall when I mentioned that there are only 3 students in the academy, including myself?" Tang San instantly grasped the implication. "You mean he is the..." Dai Mubai nodded. "Indeed, Fatty is the 3rd one." He is also the last among you to enter the academy. Although I did not witness the earlier events with my own eyes, I can surmise what transpired. In truth, we cannot solely blame the plump fellow. The fault lies with his inferior martial spirit. Nonsense. Your martial spirit is the true inferior one. Mine is the phoenix. Even if my ancestors' martial spirits were mere chickens, mine remains a phoenix. Have you not heard that even in a grass nest, a golden phoenix can emerge? Ma Hongjun retorted with annoyance. Dai Mubai maintained his smile. A phoenix, very well. Let it be a phoenix. Tang San then inquired. Fatty's martial spirit is quite peculiar, isn't it? The dean explained, his martial spirit is a mutated one. A mutated martial spirit? What two martial spirits have fused to create such a mutation? Tang San pressed further. He had heard much from the master regarding mutated martial spirits. Once a martial spirit mutates, there are typically two outcomes. It either becomes extraordinarily powerful or is significantly weakened. The master himself had suffered from the tribulations of a mutated martial spirit. Clearly, Ma Hongjuan's martial spirit belonged to the former category of beneficial mutation. Due to this mutation, the plump fellow possesses formidable fire abilities, characterized by an unusual flame that not only burns at an exceptionally high temperature but also exhibits a remarkable adherence, making it difficult to extinguish. The dean mentioned that after his martial spirit's mutation, he could indeed become a phoenix. However, this martial spirit also harbors a significant drawback. While the mutation bestows immense soul power, it simultaneously impacts his physique, rendering him exceedingly capable in matters of intimacy. His impulses are tenfold that of an ordinary person. If one merely suppresses without properly guiding, then one is always at risk of being overwhelmed and meeting a tragic end due to this malevolent fire. Ma Hongjun hastily added, the sinister flames are beyond control. Chapter 22. The Four-Eyed Cat Eagle, Flander, Part 1. Tang San and Xiao Wu were momentarily taken aback, their gazes transforming into expressions of peculiarity. Although Tang San possessed considerable knowledge regarding mutated martial souls, he had never encountered anything like Ma Hongjuan's situation. This rotund individual, if of a similar age to them, should only be 12 years old. It was utterly astonishing that a 12-year-old boy would require the company of women to prevent his martial soul from backfiring. Dai Mubai continued, thus, this fellow frequently finds himself engulfed in flames. Had he not found a means to vent his desires, he would have perished long ago. Despite the formidable nature of his martial soul, mastering such ignoble flames is no easy feat. Xiao Wu frowned and remarked. However, one cannot impose harm upon the young women involved. That is nothing short of lewd behavior. Ma Hongjun retorted angrily, what do you mean by harm? It is a mutual agreement. Although I may possess a strong desire, I have never coerced anyone. Our interactions are consensual. I am no rogue. Tang San turned his gaze towards Dai Mubai, who nodded in affirmation, stating that is indeed true. The rotund one never forces anyone against their will. The girl, Cui Hua, was genuinely his girlfriend. Xiao Wu scoffed. He never forces anyone? Then why did she choose to end their relationship? The rotund fellow's face flushed, while Dai Mubai's countenance grew increasingly awkward. Dai Mubai cleared his throat awkwardly and confessed, this fellow cannot contain his lecherous desires, which occur far too frequently. Enduring his whims 3 or 4 times a day is not something an ordinary girl can manage. Consequently, during his year at the academy, he has cycled through several girlfriends, all of whom, without exception, have ended up leaving him. Were it not for his status as a soul master, he would likely struggle to find a partner. It is said that in terms of such capabilities, few can rival this rotund fellow, earning him the nickname Evil Fire Chicken. Ma Hongjun retorted indignantly, it is Evil Fire Phoenix. Tang San, taken aback, remarked, it is no wonder this is the Monster Academy. Even such a mutated martial soul exists here. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed slightly as she muttered, truly, there is no shortage of peculiar individuals. Ma Hongjun glared at Dai Mubai and said, if I possessed a face like yours or Xiao Aos, enabling me to juggle multiple girlfriends, would I be in this predicament? Do not belittle yourself. I am well aware of your daily escapades, dating several different girls. Dai Mubai's eyes flickered with unease as he glanced behind him, lowering his voice, fatty, one can indulge in food, but certain remarks should remain unspoken. Keep your voice down. Ma Hongjun chuckled. Aren't you the one who takes pride in shamelessness? What has gotten into you today? Did you take the wrong medicine? Dai Mubai shot him a glare. Enough of your prattle. Some matters should remain unspoken. If you tarnish my reputation further, do not blame me for being unkind. Tang San could not help but inquire, Ma Hongjun, since you currently have no girlfriend, what will you do in the future? Will you cease your cultivation? Xiao Wu interjected, wherever the academy serves meals, I shall perish from hunger. Dai Mubai replied, follow me. The so-called cafeteria was merely a result of an agreement between the academy and the village, employing several villagers to manage the dining arrangements. Although breakfast was somewhat simple, the ample portions ensured that no one would go hungry. Upon their arrival at the cafeteria, Ning Rongrong and the icy maiden Zhu Zhuqing were already present. Zhu Zhuqing appeared to have regained her composure, her pale complexion being her only visible ailment. Perhaps due to their collaboration the previous day, both women nodded in acknowledgement upon seeing Tang San and Xiao Wu. Zhu Zhuqing remained somewhat aloof, while Ning Rongrong's expression radiated warmth, her smile revealing two charming dimples that made her exceedingly endearing. Ma Hongjun gazed at the two women with an almost dazed look, unabashedly swallowing hard. Dai Mubai nudged him with his elbow and whispered, behave yourself. It would be wise to suppress your desires. Ma Hongjun retorted, why? Are you going to intervene again? I say, Dai Lauda, even if you are the leader, you must leave some soup for your brothers. Dai Mubai nudged him once more, casting a furtive glance at Zhu Zhuqing, who seemed oblivious to their antics as she slowly consumed her breakfast, her countenance remaining as frosty as ever. Little Dance sat down beside Ning Rongrong, sharing a quiet laugh and whispering something to her. Noticing the surprised glance Ning Rongrong cast towards Ma Hongjun, he realized they were discussing him. Feeling a bit deflated, he sank into his seat, venting his frustration on the breakfast laid out on the table. When the name Phoenix was mentioned, Zhu Zhuqing lifted her head, merely casting a fleeting glance at Ma Hongjun, her gaze passing over Dai Mubai, seemingly imbued with an added chill. Ma Hongjun inquired, by the way, Boss Dai, I heard that the new student gave teacher Zhao quite a hard time yesterday. Who might that be? Dai Mubai replied, you've already crossed paths with him. However, you are fortunate. You did not endure the same treatment as teacher Zhao. He gestured towards Tang San as he spoke. Ma Hongjun looked at Tang San in disbelief. That can't be right. Your spirit power may surpass mine slightly, but it can't be much higher, surely not above level 30. How could you possibly have bested teacher Zhao? He is a soul saint at level 76. I refuse to believe it. Tang San smiled and replied, it's merely a matter of luck. Strength is intrinsic. He does not require the validation of others. Dai Mubai then shared the names and martial spirits of the 4 newcomers with Ma Hongjun. As for Tang San's true power, he offered little elaboration, merely hinting to Ma Hongjun that it would be wise not to provoke him. Once introductions were complete, Dai Mubai continued, we shall all be living and training together from now on. There's no need for overly formal titles, including the 4 of you newcomers. Our academy consists of only 7 members. Xiao Ao and Fatty both refer to me as Dai Lauda, as I am slightly older than them. You may simply call me Mubai, while Ma Hongjun can be directly addressed as Fatty. As for Oscar, you may call him Xiao Ao or Uncle Sausage. Tang San, how about I refer to you as Xiao San from now on? Tang San nodded in agreement, indicating his approval. Although my interactions with Shrek Academy have been limited, I have already begun to feel a sense of belonging. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun each possess unique traits, yet none of them evoke any feelings of aversion within me. Before Dai Mubai could speak of himself, Ning Rongrong cheerfully interjected, you can call me Rongrong. That's what my family and friends call me. Her smile remained ever present, and with that simple statement, she effortlessly bridged the gap between herself and the others. Naturally, there was no need to change Xiao Wu's name. However, when Dai Mubai turned his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing, she stood up and declared, I'm full, before turning to exit. Ma Hongjun, somewhat astonished, remarked to Dai Mubai, Dai Lauda, aren't you renowned for your prowess among women, dubbed the girl killer? Why is it that this new beauty 1T even spare you a glance? Dai Mubai wore a wry smile and shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. Tang San addressed Dai Mubai, saying, Mubai, as newcomers, Could you enlighten us about the Academy's rules and courses? A hint of a smile graced Tang San's face. Indeed, Monster Academy lived up to its name, with teaching methods that differed significantly from those at Nodding Academy. Dai Mubai elucidated that the instructors believe that combat serves as the most effective means to hone one's martial spirit and to enhance practical experience, which is of paramount importance. Moreover, gambling represents a psychological contest, offering substantial benefits in fortifying mental resilience, as well as sharpening one's observational and judgmental faculties. Naturally, moderation is key. In simpler terms, combat must not lead to fatal outcomes, and one should refrain from losing their trousers in gambling. As for the curriculum, I cannot predict future arrangements, as our courses are subject to frequent alterations. After all, our numbers are limited, and the faculty often surpasses the count of students. Thus, the Academy will tailor the curriculum according to our individual circumstances. However, I can assert with certainty that the most crucial aspect of today's agenda is the collection of fees. The tuition for the Academy is set at 100 gold coins annually. For you, esteemed Soul Masters, this should pose no challenge whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu could not restrain herself from interjecting. Boss Dai, you mentioned yesterday that the school is impoverished, but why is the Academy in such dire straits? Among the instructors we encountered, some possess levels exceeding 60, and others surpass 70. By virtue of their ranks, the subsidies they receive from the Spirit Hall must be astronomical, which should suffice to sustain such a modest institution. Based on Xiao Wu's calculations, the monthly subsidy for Soul Masters is 1 gold coin. For Great Soul Masters it is 10, while Soul Sovereigns should receive 100, Soul Sects 1,000, and Soul Kings 10,000. Even Soul Emperors ought to receive a staggering 100,000 gold coins monthly. Not to mention the formidable Zhao Wuji they faced yesterday, a soul sage of immense stature, commanding a staggering 1 million gold coins a month. Merely contemplating such a figure is indeed daunting. Dai Mubai shook his head and remarked, if it were as you suggest, the Academy would certainly not need to be concerned about financial matters. However, the reality is quite different. The subsidies provided by the Spirit Hall are funded by the Empire and distributed by the Spirit Hall itself. Such subsidies are only allocated to those at the Soul Master level. Each month, one receives a mere 100 gold coins, as I do now. Beyond the Soul Master level, not only do the subsidies not increase, they vanish entirely. This implies that for Soul Masters of rank Soul Zone and above, there are no subsidies available from the Spirit Hall. When you go each month to collect your allowances from the Spirit Hall, you undergo a test of your spirit power. Correct? This is to ascertain whether your spirit power exceeds the 40th level. Once you surpass level 40, the subsidies are immediately halted. Even Tang San could not help but feel intrigued by this anomaly. Why would this be the case? One would logically assume that the greater the strength of a Soul Master, the more valuable they should be. Dai Mubai explained, yet we must consider the practicalities. Although being a Soul Master is a noble profession, the actual number of true Soul Masters is quite limited, albeit still constituting a significant group. You must have calculated that if subsidies were distributed proportionately, a Soul Sage would receive a staggering 100,000 gold soul coins monthly, amounting to 1,200,000 gold soul coins annually. What an astronomical figure that is. Let us not delve into other matters. If we were to consider the prowess of our esteemed faculty in the Academy when it comes to receiving subsidies, and should the Empire distribute these funds in full, the annual income of our instructors could rival a tenth of the total income of the entire Soto City. What an astonishing figure that would be. Moreover, although the number of high-ranking Soul Masters throughout the Empire is limited, such a distribution of subsidies could indeed lead to the Empire's downfall. Therefore, the Empire has mandated that subsidies are intended merely to encourage and assist lower-ranking Soul Masters in their cultivation, enabling them to enhance their abilities expeditiously. Upon reaching the 40th level, one is considered a formidable Soul Master, fully capable of pledging allegiance to the Empire or enlisting in the military. In such instances, the Empire would bestow appropriate rewards. Naturally, Soul Masters possess the autonomy to make their own choices, and aligning with certain families could also yield substantial income. At this juncture, Dai Mubai displayed a look of admiration, while the instructors at our academy are souls who refuse to be sheltered under the aegis of any power. This implies that prior to the establishment of the academy, they all operated independently. They cherish their freedom and abhor constraints, even regarding the titles conferred by the empire with disdain. One must ponder, in such circumstances, what income could they possibly derive. At this point, Xiao Wu inquired, why are they unwilling to accept the titles offered by the empire? It seems that possessing a title should also confer a certain income. I recall that upon reaching the 30th level, one could attain the title of Baron, and at the 40th level, that of Viscount. Beyond that, there are no further titles. Just then, a sudden clanging sound echoed from outside. Dai Mubai hastily rose to his feet and remarked, the bell summoned us at the behest of the dean. Fatty, lead them directly to the training grounds. I shall fetch Zhu Qing. With that, he swiftly departed from the dining hall. Ma Hongjun observed his retreating figure and muttered, it seems like Dai is somewhat changed. I have never seen him care so much for a woman before. Ning Rongrong chuckled softly and replied, how old are you to be speaking of women so casually? Ma Hongjun snorted and proudly declared, though my age is modest, I have had my share of experiences with women. He urged, let us move quickly. The dean does not appreciate tardiness. At this, he shivered slightly, evidently recalling past repercussions. When the four arrived at the training grounds, the drowsy Oscar was already present, munching on a sausage of his own making. Oscar had undergone a remarkable transformation, primarily evidenced by the absence of the beard that once adorned his face. Upon seeing him, Tang San nearly failed to recognize him. The clean-shaven Oscar was an entirely different person. Previously, Ma Hongjun had remarked that both Dai Mubai and Oscar had faces of a rogue, an obvious expression of jealousy. In that moment, Tang San comprehended the essence of Ma Hongjun's envy. While Dai Mubai was undeniably handsome, particularly with his captivating eyes, he could not quite match the striking appearance of the beardless Oscar standing before him. The eyes, resembling the blossoms of a peach, are set deep within their sockets, imparting an air of profundity. His visage, akin to a crown of jade, exudes an aura of handsome harmony. The brows, perfectly proportioned, frame a countenance adorned with a nonchalant smile, giving him the appearance of an elegantly carefree aristocrat. However, even the most dashing nobleman would seem less appealing while gnawing on a sausage. Your facial hair? Tang San remarked, stepping beside Oscar and gesturing toward his face. Oscar chuckled, hastily finishing the sausage in his hand, and whispered, with a few new beauties arriving, one must appear spirited to capture their attention. This is an area where you lack experience, I presume. Boss Dai evidently has his sights set on that aloof girl, while Xiao Wu belongs to you. The portly fellow's rather unappealing demeanor does little to attract the ladies, leaving my target as Ning Rongrong. You wouldn't dare compete with me, would you? Tang San tapped his forehead and inquired, may I ask how old you are this year? Without hesitation, Oscar replied, 14, of course. What of it? My father was already a parent at that age. Tang San suddenly realized that if one were to test their psychological resilience, attending Shrek Academy would undoubtedly be an excellent choice. Setting aside the instructors, each of the students is a veritable prodigy. Even he possesses hidden skills that are out of place in this world. Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing soon arrived, with Zhu Qing maintaining a noticeable distance from him, while Dai Mubai's expression was evidently grim. Just as they were conversing, a middle-aged man approached from another direction of the arena. Upon seeing this individual, Tang San and Xiao Wu were evidently taken aback. The newcomer appeared to be in his 50s, possessing a robust physique. His face was strikingly distinctive, with a protruding chin, broad cheekbones, and a somewhat flat visage, complemented by a prominent hooked nose. If one were to liken his face to an object, it would resemble the sole of a shoe. Although his eyes were closed, there was an air of cunning about him. He sported a pair of black-framed crystal spectacles, characterized by their rigid square shape. Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise, isn't this the cunning merchant uncle? Oscar responded incredulously, what cunning merchant uncle? This is our esteemed principal, the founder of Shrek Academy, the four-eyed cat eagle, Flender. He is a soul sage of level 78, even more formidable than Teacher Zhao. Moreover, he possesses a flying-type beast martial soul, which is relatively rare among battle soul masters. The chubby fellow is his direct disciple. Xiao Wu murmured, fortunately, he is only at level 78. I never anticipated that the classic saying, I only accept monsters, not ordinary people, would originate from him. Uncle Sausage, does our academy have any Soul de Loi level Soul Masters? Oscar shook his head, saying, please call me Sausage Specialist Oscar. Do you think Soul de Loi are as common as vegetables? There are scarcely any. Throughout the entire continent, there are no more than 100 individuals above the Soul de Loi rank, all supported by the empires and their subordinate kingdoms. As for title de Loi combined, the two empires have only around 10. They are not easily encountered. Xiao Wu seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. That's good to hear. Tang San glanced at Xiao Wu and asked, Xiao Wu, what troubles you? Xiao Wu shook her head and somewhat evasively replied, it's nothing. Tang San, do you think that cunning merchant will still remember us? Tang San smiled wryly. It has only been 2 days. He surely cannot have forgotten us. However, as the dean, he should not hold your offense against him. Oscar chuckled softly and remarked, ah, you are mistaken. Our esteemed Dean Flander is notoriously vengeful. Yet, his greatest virtue lies in his fierce protectiveness. At that moment, Dean Flander's gaze unexpectedly drifted toward them, landing squarely on Oscar, a glint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Oscar was taken aback, realizing that his words might have reached the dean's ears, and he felt a surge of dread. Flander approached the 7 students, halting before them. His voice, characterized by a unique raspy charm, resonated. This year is quite promising. We have added 4 more little monsters to our ranks. I, Flander, the Dean of Shrek Academy, extend a warm welcome on behalf of the institution. Shortly, each of you is to present 100 gold coins to our financial officer, Teacher Li. Dai Mubai, the dean called. Dai Mubai stepped forward, displaying a demeanor of respect, even tinged with admiration towards Flander. Oscar's expression immediately soured, reluctantly approaching Flander to pay his respects. However, his countenance brightened somewhat upon seeing Ning Rongrong join him. Flander waved his hand, saying, the rest may now take their leave to rest. Remember, before darkness descends, ensure you reach your optimal state. Do not blame me for failing to remind you. The teachings of this academy are unlike those elsewhere, and you may even encounter peril. Tang San was not in a hurry to depart. He wished to observe how the esteemed dean conducted his lessons. Oscar and Ning Rongrong possessed auxiliary martial spirits, which likely explained their absence from the evening classes. However, what puzzled Tang San was the necessity of conducting lessons at night. With Tang San remaining, Xiao Wu naturally was not eager to leave either, standing quietly beside him in observation. Flander was unconcerned and addressed Oscar and Ning Rongrong, stating that each individual possesses their own unique method of cultivation. With martial spirits differing vastly, the approaches to cultivation are equally diverse. In the Dolua continent, nearly no 2 martial spirits are identical. Thus, the Academy's purpose is not to teach you how to cultivate your martial spirit, but rather how to wield it and, in future battles, preserve yourselves while aiding your comrades. Tang San found Flander's words somewhat familiar. Upon reflection, it seemed the master had expressed similar sentiments, albeit in greater detail. Oscar appeared to have heard comparable notions before, nodding noncommittally, while Ning Rongrong agreed wholeheartedly. Flander continued, both of you are auxiliary spirit masters. One enhances attributes, while the other wields a food-type martial spirit. As spirit masters of your kind, you require the protection of companions both on the battlefield and in daily life. Otherwise, survival would prove exceedingly difficult. Oscar, pray tell, as a support-type spirit master, how might one better preserve oneself on the battlefield? Without hesitation, Oscar replied, one should strive to conceal oneself behind one's allies, utilizing all available terrain and structures to evade peril, and maintain a considerable distance from hazardous zones. Flander nodded in agreement, stating you are indeed correct. However, there is one aspect you have overlooked. As a support-type spirit master, the ability to retreat is an essential quality. A support spirit master who cannot flee is not a commendable one. And what does retreat require? It necessitates stamina. Despite being a spirit master endowed with innate spirit power, your physical capabilities are merely superior to those of an ordinary individual. Yet, the adversaries you may encounter could very well be their own spirit masters. Therefore, as a support spirit master, it is imperative that you also engage in physical training. In critical moments, perhaps a single additional stride could mean the difference between survival and demise. Oscar, well acquainted with Flander, listened to the dean speak with such conviction, and inwardly chuckled at the inevitable outcome of the day. Indeed, Ning Rongrong acquiesced and promptly dashed outside. Oscar cast a wistful glance at Tang San and the others standing nearby before hastening to follow. Although the village where Shrek Academy is situated is not extensive, Oscar comprehended that Flander's reference to the entire village encompassed the surrounding farmland as well. A single lap would entail at least a distance exceeding 3 kilometers. 20 laps would culminate in a rather daunting figure. Today, possessing over 20 levels of soul power, completing this course before noon remains a daunting task for auxiliary soul masters. For those combat soul masters at this level, traversing such a distance is no trivial endeavor. As Oscar and Ning Rongrong dashed out, Flander gestured toward Tang San, instructing him to follow. Tang San nodded, waving a hand behind him to signal Xiao Wu, who wished to keep pace. He then strode alongside Flander into the academy. Flander's office, which also served as his residence, was situated not far from the small training ground where Tang San had engaged in combat with Zhao Wujin just the previous day. The room was adorned with minimalistic furnishings, containing only the essentials. Flander settled into his chair behind the desk, observing Tang San with a sudden glimmer of complexity in his gaze. "Is Master well?" he inquired. Tang San affirmed with a nod, "He is doing well." Flander regarded him with surprise. "You are his student? No wonder he entrusted you with this belt." Upon seeing Tang San adorned with the belt, coupled with his youth, Flander had surmised that he would join Shrek Academy, though he had not anticipated that he would be a disciple of Master. In the past, Master had confided in him that one day he would nurture a genius soul master who would astound the continent. "It appears you are the chosen one." Tang San then produced a letter, brushing his fingers over the parchment, and presented it to Flander. "Before departing, Master instructed me to submit this letter to the dean after I passed the academy's assessment and was admitted." Upon hearing Tang San's words, a flicker of sorrow and a hint of amusement flashed in Flander's eyes. He remained as stubborn as ever, embodying his true character. "So, this fellow has finally decided to reach out to me?" As he spoke, he slowly unsealed the envelope, extracting the pristine white letter within. Tang San could clearly observe the slight tremor in Flander's hands as he opened the letter. The contents of the letter remained a mystery to Tang San, who could only watch as Flander's expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions. Joy, anger, and a myriad of feelings danced across his face. Well, you old rascal. Do you really need to prove something? What is there to prove? Are you not aware that?" Flander seemed to spiral into a frenzy, mumbling incoherently in a language Tang San could not comprehend. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze sharply, fixing his eyes on Tang San. "Since you are his proof, you must not let him down. Now go, hasten to prepare for tonight's lesson. It won't be an easy task." Having completed the assignment entrusted to him by the master, Tang San felt a sense of strangeness emanating from the dean, but he had little inclination to dwell on it. Following his confrontation with Zhao Wujin, Tang San had unearthed many of his own weaknesses. He realized that it would be more beneficial to devote himself to cultivation. Meanwhile, outside the academy, Oscar and Ning Rongrong were busily running. "Oscar, just how far is this lap?" Ning Rongrong's voice carried a note of exasperation. At the outset, she was filled with confidence. Despite being a support-type soul master, her father had consistently encouraged her to engage in physical training at home, echoing sentiments remarkably similar to those previously expressed by Flandre. Thus, her physique was commendable. Although not comparable to that of a battle soul master, her prolonged exercise regimen had not only bestowed her with robust health, but had also rendered her particularly adept at running. However, since departing from the academy, Ning Rongrong, under Oscar's guidance, had yet to complete a single lap, and considerable time had already elapsed. Should this pace persist, the prospect of dining at noon, let alone dinner, seemed precarious. Furthermore, her stamina was waning, making it implausible to sustain such speed indefinitely. Oscar, with a wry smile, remarked, "I mentioned upon our departure that this task was utterly unfeasible. Yet, do not fear, with 2 support-type soul masters together, can we truly suffer from hunger? Shall we indulge in a morsel?" Ning Rongrong cast him a sidelong glance. Though still youthful, her alluring gaze carried an undeniable charm. Oscar, feeling somewhat weak-kneed under her scrutiny, chuckled sheepishly and whispered, "I possess a grand sausage." In a flash of brilliance, a delectable sausage appeared in his hand, which he extended towards Ning Rongrong. "This sausage of mine, its first soul ring skill is restoration. Not only does it hasten the healing of injuries, but it also revitalizes stamina. Do partake. With the support of my sausage, we need not worry about sustenance, regardless of whether we run 20 laps or even 200. Ning Rongrong gazed at Oscar with an unusual intensity and suddenly uttered a remarkably bold statement. "I still have 2 thick slices of bread, so why should I bother with you?" After saying this, the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda floated forth, enhancing her agility as she swiftly dashed ahead. Oscar was momentarily taken aback. It was hard to believe that even Tang San or Dai Mubai would find it astonishing to hear such words from a girl of Ning Rongrong's graceful demeanor. They were unaware of the unique role she played within the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. At that moment, Ning Rongrong could no longer suppress her true nature. In the grand hall of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, the main seat facing south was a magnificent chair carved from rosewood, adorned with an exquisite jade stone embedded in its backrest. The jade was a rich emerald green, emanating a gentle, warm aura, a piece of exceptional warm jade. Seated upon this ornate chair was a man whose face resembled a polished gem, with a straight nose and square jaw, exuding a refined and gentle demeanor. Clad in a pristine white robe, he appeared to be in his 40s, with soft eyes that projected an air of ordinariness. His flowing black hair cascaded down his back, giving him an effortless elegance devoid of any pretense. At that moment, he was observing a young man kneeling before him, dressed in a white uniform. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, a hint of helplessness crossing his features as he thought that perhaps it would be beneficial for this little ancestor to venture out and experience the world, lest the 7-treasure glazed tile sect be turned upside down by her antics. What is the situation at Shrek Academy? To be continued, Chapter 23. The True Nature of the Witch, Part 1. Please forgive me, Sect Master. Within Shrek Academy, there exists at least one soul sage and several formidable soul emperors. My subordinates are incompetent and unable to infiltrate for reconnaissance. However, the letter you entrusted to me has been delivered to the teachers at Shrek Academy. It will undoubtedly reach the hands of their dean. A subtle smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Flander, oh Flander, you truly are an idealist. I am curious to see how you will educate my daughter. Perhaps only by leaving home will that little witch learn some sense. Very well, you may leave now. Yes, Sect Master. The young man promptly retreated. As his voice faded, an elderly man with a mane of white hair and a countenance as delicate as an infant's emerged from the back hall, boldly taking a seat next to Sect Master Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji wore an expression of helplessness. Uncle Jian, considering you and Uncle Long, I cannot allow this girl to remain within the sect any longer. You both pamper her far too much. She has become unmanageable at home. Perhaps a taste of education outside will bring about some change. Uncle Jian protested. Who says we spoil Rongrong? You only see her playful side, but you have not witnessed her obedient nature. You have many sons, yet only this one daughter. Are you truly willing to let her go?
Ning Fengxi resolutely replied.
Uncle Jian, this time, regardless of the circumstances, I will not seek her out, nor should you or Uncle Long. You need not worry about Rongrong's safety. The esteemed principal of Shrek Academy, once the foremost figure in the Golden Iron Triangle, undoubtedly recognizes the martial spirits of our 7-treasure glazed tile school. With his protection, Rongrong shall remain unharmed. Sword Uncle huffed in irritation, declaring that should anything happen to Rongrong, he would hold him accountable. Feeling somewhat tense, he excused himself to seek out Old Bone Dragon for some physical activity. It is rare, even across the entirety of the Dolua continent, to find someone daring enough to speak to Ning Fengji in such a manner, and this elder before them was evidently one of the few. Though Ning Fengji appeared to be in his 40s, he had actually surpassed the age of 60. His youngest child and only daughter was Ning Rongrong. As night fell, the principal of Shrek Academy, the four-eyed cat Eagle Flender, stood upon the grand playground, surveying the 7 students before him. Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and the composed yet icy Zhu Zhuqing, all of whom were prepared for their evening class, brimming with vigor. However, Flender's attention did not rest upon them but rather on the other 2 students. Oscar, have you completed your 20 laps? Flender's gaze possessed a sharpness that deterred direct eye contact. For reasons unknown, Tang San noted the absence of other faculty members that day, including Zhao Wujia. It seemed that only the 7 students and the esteemed principal remained in the academy. Oscar cleared his throat, nodded, and replied, "Principal, I have finished." Flender scoffed. "I was inquiring about all of you, not just you alone." Oscar turned his gaze towards Ning Rongrong, who was also looking at him, her beautiful large eyes filled with an expression of innocence. With a determined bite of his teeth, Oscar nodded and said, "Indeed, we have all completed our run." Flander chuckled, and if Tang San were to assess his smile, the term insidious would be most fitting. "Excellent, Oscar. I did not anticipate your spirit of camaraderie. Come here." Flander beckoned, indicating the space before him. A hint of a bitter smile crossed Oscar's face, yet he refrained from glancing back at Ning Rongrong, striding decisively to stand before Flander. Flander slowly raised his right hand and lightly patted Oscar's shoulder. "I truly appreciate your spirit of camaraderie. Therefore, I shall require you to run an additional 20 laps, so I may observe the depth of your camaraderie. Should you fail to complete this, dining shall be off the table. I have sealed your soul power, so do not entertain thoughts of release. Off you go." Oscar remained silent, merely nodding in acquiescence before turning and sprinting outside. Flander then directed his attention towards Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others, inquiring, "Do you not comprehend why I am imposing this upon him? Why I insist he continues to run?" Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, well acquainted with Flander's temperament, chose to remain silent, while Zhu Zhuqing, inherently cold, merely regarded him with a detached gaze. However, Tang San and Xiao Wu instinctively nodded, for they truly did not grasp Flander's motives behind this action. Flander's smile persisted, chillingly unsettling, for he was lying. Regardless of whether his deception stemmed from a desire for camaraderie or some other reason, it remained a falsehood. You are still but children, and deceit is the most despicable of virtues. I hope you comprehend this. As he spoke, his gaze shifted from Tang San and his companions to the innocent-looking Ning Rongrong, who appeared quite pitiful. "Tell me," he demanded, "did you complete the assignment I set for you this morning?" Ning Rongrong shook her head earnestly and replied, "I did not. The distance was too great, and I was hungry. I could not persevere." Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. "Were you watching me?" Flender's expression grew stern. "As the dean, I must be accountable for every student in this academy. If Oscar's deceit stemmed from compassion for your potential punishment, it could be somewhat excused. However, the transgressions you have committed are utterly unforgivable. Leaving the academy without permission, disregarding its arrangements, and having a senior lie on your behalf, each of these is a mistake unbefitting a distinguished soul master. Were this a battlefield, the consequence would be singular, a court-martial, resulting in death." Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow, the gentle expression on her face gradually fading, her lips curling slightly in a hint of disdain and contempt. "This is not a battlefield. It is merely an academy." Flender nodded and replied, "Indeed, it is merely an academy, yet it is my Shrek Academy. Now, I present you with 2 choices. 1. Gather your belongings and leave at once. You are unworthy of being part of this institution. The other, prove to me that you possess the merit to remain here and the resolve to abide by the rules henceforth."
Ning Rongrong smilet.
Despite her tender age of merely 12, one could not deny the undeniable charm and beauty that radiated from her smile. However, that seemingly innocent grin evoked a sense of unease. "Flander, who do you think you are?" "Merely a lowly soul sage," she remarked. Upon hearing these words, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others were taken aback, unable to fathom that such a gentle girl could utter such a statement. At that moment, the expression on Ning Rongrong's face transformed from warmth to disdain, exuding an air of superiority. Flander, however, was not perturbed by her words. With a faint smile, he replied, "Indeed, I am but a humble soul sage, yet you remain worlds apart from me. Even if you are the most gifted individual of this generation from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, you are ultimately just a great soul master. The chasm between us is insurmountable. If you find this place beneath you, I kindly ask you to take your leave. Shrek Academy does not welcome unruly students like yourself." Ning Rongrong let out a cold laugh. You wish to expel me? It won't be that simple. Since I have come, I have no intention of leaving anytime soon. Flander, I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, the consequences may be beyond your capacity to bear. Flander responded with a calm smile. If I were afraid of consequences, this academy would not exist. This is my domain, and I am the one who calls the shots. Mu Bai, esteemed principal, he called out, stepping forward. At this moment, his gaze towards Ning Rongrong was still filled with disbelief. He vaguely understood that at this moment, Ning Rongrong was revealing her true nature. However, she had concealed it exceptionally well the previous day. Flander, how dare you? Ning Rongrong exclaimed with a fierce spirit, her hands placed firmly on her hips. This 12-year-old girl exuded an astonishingly fierce aura. I have grown up this much, and you are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner. Flander chuckled softly. Your father may be reluctant to discipline you, but that does not mean I will be. You are not my daughter, nor my precious treasure. In my eyes, every single student here surpasses you. The 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul is indeed one of the most formidable auxiliary souls. Yet, regrettably, you only bring it shame. You speak nonsense. Ning Rongrong's chest heaved with anger. She had always known that she was the most outstanding disciple of the 7-treasure glazed tile school in this generation. Despite having several elder brothers, none had achieved the remarkable feat of breaking through to level 20 before the age of 12. Even her father, the sect master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, had once stated that she was the only genius in hundreds of years with the potential to transform the 7-treasure glazed tile into the 8-treasure glazed tile. At this moment, Flander's dismissal of her achievements was unbearable for someone as proud as her. Am I speaking nonsense? Then tell me, which of those present do you believe you surpass? Flander scoffed. Ning Rongrong replied, I am an auxiliary soul master, and of course I cannot be compared to those battle soul masters in terms of combat strength. However, my role on the battlefield is far more significant than theirs. With my assistance, the overall strength of a soul master team can be greatly enhanced. Flander shook his finger at Ning Rongrong, asserting, No, you are mistaken. Each individual present on the battlefield possesses greater potential than you. They all have a chance to survive, whereas you do not. With your temperament, if you were to find yourself on the battlefield, you would merely serve as cannon fodder. It is inconceivable. Our 7-treasure glazed tile school's 7-treasure glazed tower spirit is unparalleled, unmatched by any. Why should I be inferior to them? Flander replied coldly, because of your heart. Because of your impatience and arrogance, you hold yourself in excessively high regard. Even your father would not presume himself to be the best in the world. Without exceptional companions by his side, even an ordinary soul master could defeat him. Given your disposition, do you truly believe you could find a partner to whom you could fully entrust your back? Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback. Although she had been spoiled since childhood, resulting in a somewhat peculiar personality, she was exceptionally intelligent. Flander's words, though harsh, resonated with her, and she found herself at a loss for how to respond. Flander gradually approached Dai Mubai and the others. Due to the exchange of words with Ning Rongrong, Dai Mubai refrained from taking her belongings. Flander pointed to Dai Mubai and stated, he is 15 years old, with the White Tiger Spirit, a battle-type soul master. He possesses innate dual pupils, is at level 37, and boasts 200-year soul rings along with 1,000-year soul ring. He is the youngest student in the history of Shrek Academy to reach the 30th level of soul respect. He achieved this at the tender age of 13. Ask yourself, could you break through the 30th level barrier at such an age? If one were to surpass Mu Bai, it would certainly not be you. Tang San and Xiao Wu, at the tender age of 12, have already attained the remarkable level of a 29th rank soul master. They are the ones with the potential to eclipse Mu Bai. You witnessed the battle between Tang San and Zhao Wujin. You should be acutely aware of the disparity between a soul master and a soul sage. Although Zhao Wujin did not exert his full strength, the combat prowess exhibited by Tang San was undoubtedly evident to you. In terms of genius, they far surpass you. Ning Rongrong found herself unable to counter this assertion. Flander was undeniably correct. Dai Mu Bai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu all possess greater soul power than she does. Flander then turned to Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing. Ma Hongjun, who was of similar age to Tang San and Xiao Wu, entered Shrek Academy at the age of 11. Despite the flaws present in his martial soul, he possesses a unique mutated martial soul that is a top-tier beast martial soul, unparalleled across the continent. His soul power is equally formidable, even with part of his focus dedicated to compensating for his martial soul's deficiencies. Zhu Zhuqing, whose soul power is comparable to yours, differs in that she harbors a steadfast and tenacious spirit. Zhu Zhuqing, pray tell, what brought you to Shrek Academy? Flender inquired. How will you approach the curriculum arranged by the Academy? Zhu Zhuqing replied. I will execute any task that benefits my strength enhancement without hesitation. Flender remarked lightly, Ning Rongrong, did you hear that? Ask yourself, can you measure up to any of them? In this place, you are already the most inferior existence. What pride can you possibly hold? I dare say that once you leave my side, 20 years hence, each of them will far surpass your achievements. Ning Rongrong was unwilling to accept this. She truly resented it. And what of Oscar? Surely I must be superior to him. He is merely a food-type soul master, an auxiliary type at best. He can never measure up to me. Flander shook his head and replied, No, you are mistaken. If you hold such a belief, you are gravely misjudging the situation. Oscar's talent even exceeds that of Mubai. Otherwise, why would I have permitted him to enter the academy? Ning Rongrong, I pose to you but one question. Have you ever encountered a food-type martial spirit with innate full soul power? Ning Rongrong's complexion paled. No, that is impossible. How could an auxiliary martial spirit possess innate full soul power? In the realm of soul masters, while those with innate full soul power are rare, they do exist. Yet, there has never been a case of an auxiliary martial spirit manifesting such a trait. Ning Rongrong's belief in her exceptional talent stemmed from her martial spirit awakening at the 9th level, merely a step away from innate full soul power. This was already a pinnacle among auxiliary martial spirits. She never anticipated that the somewhat handsome yet awkwardly chanting Oscar would actually possess innate full soul power. Flander continued calmly, Oscar is an unprecedented entity. His future achievements are boundless, and he may very well supplant your 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School in the realm of auxiliary soul masters. You may choose to disbelieve my words, yet I can assure you that the possibility is indeed substantial. Ning Rongrong stood there in a daze, having grown up under the tender care of those around her. Coupled with her innate genius, she was excessively cherished, leading her to believe she was the most exceptional and gifted among them all. Even though her current strength might not suffice, she attributed this to her age. The moment she witnessed the clash between Tang San and Zhao Wujin, she was profoundly shaken. However, she subconsciously separated herself from Tang San, as their paths in martial soul cultivation diverged. Yet, each word from Flander pierced her heart like a dagger, shattering her most cherished pride. Ning Rongrong's complexion turned pale, and suddenly, she burst into tears, turning and fleeing toward her dormitory. A subtle smirk of triumph appeared on Flander's face as he mused inwardly that if he could not manage even a 12-year-old girl, he would be unworthy of the title Golden Iron Triangle. Dai Mubai, observing the smile on Flander's face, cautiously inquired, Director, should I still assist her in packing her belongings? Dai Mubai acknowledged and promptly turned to seek Oscar. At that moment, his admiration for Flander deepened. Coming from a prestigious family himself, Dai Mubai was acutely aware of the formidable status held by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School within the continent. In the entirety of Dolua continent, there were barely 10 title Duluos, and among them, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School accounted for 2. Such prowess compels even the royal families of the 2 great empires to treat the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect with utmost respect. Yet, Flander, undaunted by authority, dares to reprimand the most favored princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. This cannot merely be attributed to a simple act of courage. Indeed, little does Dai Mubai know that the esteemed dean harbors a letter gifted by the sect's leader, a letter that serves as a veritable sword of authority. Otherwise, would Flander truly act with such audacity? Xiao Wu discreetly stuck out her tongue, surprised to discover that Ning Rongrong's true nature was so commanding. Just yesterday, while in Ning Rongrong's company, she felt a sense of closeness. Yet, at this moment, she realizes that Ning Rongrong's temperament may be even more domineering than her own. With his hands clasped behind his back, Flander declared it was time to commence their journey. The outcome of Ning Rongrong and Oscar was already evident. To remain here for training, one must adhere to the Academy's regulations and attend every class diligently. My words here serve as an edict. You are about to embark on your inaugural lesson at Shrek Academy. Each of you will independently complete your coursework. Do not blame me for the prior warning. Should your performance falter, you may not emerge unscathed. With a wave of his hand, Flander commanded, "Let us depart. Keep pace with me." With that, he lightly propelled himself forward, heading towards the Academy's exit. The group hurriedly followed suit. Flander maintained a remarkably swift pace, revealing the disparities in strength among the 5 students. Following closely behind Flander was the formidable evil-eyed white tiger, Dai Mubai. Instead of Tang San, it was Zhu Zhuqing who trailed behind Dai Mubai. While Tang San's ghost shadow perplexing track excelled in intricacy, it paled in comparison to Zhu Zhuqing, a sensitive attack-type soul master, in terms of straight-line acceleration. Thus, he and Xiao Wu positioned themselves jointly in 3rd place, with Ma Hongjun bringing up the rear, though not significantly lagging behind Tang San. Soon, Tang San discerned that Flender's destination was none other than Soto City. The journey from Shrek Academy to Soto City was relatively short, and just as they approached the southern gate of Soto City, Flender finally slowed his pace to allow the 5 students to catch up. Soto City, nestled within the confines of the Barak Kingdom, was impervious to external threats, rendering its gates perpetually open. The 6 of them entered the city without hindrance. Although night had fallen, Soto City appeared to be awakening, bustling even more than during the day. The streets were aglow with lights from all the shops, and vendors who only operated at night had found their usual spots to sell snacks and trinkets. While Tang San and Xiao Wu had spent 2 days in Soto City, they had never ventured out at night. Tang San was somewhat more composed, whereas Xiao Wu eagerly scanned her surroundings, drawn to intriguing sights and quietly edging closer to examine them. Had it not been for Tang San's steady grip on her, she might have wandered off. Zhu Zhuqing, however, maintained her icy demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the external world, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Flender, unaffected by her surroundings in the slightest. Dai Mubai's eyelids were lowered, revealing his composed demeanor, resembling Zhu Zhuqing almost perfectly, save for the absence of that frosty layer on his countenance, which rendered everything quite natural. In contrast, Ma Hongjuan's eyes seemed somewhat insatiable. Although he did not exhibit the same level of interest as Xiao Wu, his gaze darted around, fixating on the most prominent features of the women on the street. From the tender age of 6 to the seasoned age of 60, not a single woman with a fuller figure escaped his notice, and upon spotting one, he would unabashedly gulp. Fortunately, he was positioned at the rear of the group, and the others remained oblivious to his current state. Suddenly, Flander came to a halt, glancing at the sky and murmuring to himself, "There is still some time left. Follow me." With that, he led the 5 individuals into a modest tea shop nestled along the street. The 6 gathered around a round table, and Flander ordered 6 cups of the cheapest tea available. Xiao Wu grimaced at the tea before her, which was filled with frothy tea leaves, and questioned, "Director, our first class won't be held here, will it?" Flander replied, "Of course not. Your classroom is over there." As he spoke, he gestured outward. Following his, Tang San noticed, not far from the tea shop, a vast array of towering structures. From their vantage point, they could only discern that the edifice reached nearly 100 meters in height, colossal and imposing, rendering it exceptionally deep against the backdrop of night. A faint glow flickered from within that immense building. Dai Mubai's expression shifted slightly as he whispered, "Director, are you really sending them there on their first day?" Flander spoke softly, "Remember, you are all monsters, not ordinary individuals. As such, you must embrace the training methods befitting your monstrous nature." He paused momentarily before continuing in a grave tone, "Your martial spirits are unique, each possessing its own cultivation techniques. What the Academy can impart is how to better harness your martial spirits, aiding you in acquiring superior soul rings and gaining invaluable combat experience to maximize your potential. The remaining knowledge encompasses various aspects of martial spirits and the circumstances of soul masters across the continent. Among all the knowledge you are to acquire, the most crucial is practical combat experience. At the same level of strength, it is the amount of combat experience that will determine the outcome of a battle. Only through continuous real-world engagement can you enhance your adaptability in combat. Thus, your first lesson will be practical combat. And the place for this is your classroom. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances. Ma Hongjun refrained from speaking, while Dai Mubai's eyes reflected a sense of resignation, as they both understood what that place entailed. Meanwhile, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the icy Zhu Zhuqing displayed expressions of confusion. Flander elaborated, such structures can only be found in cities of the main city level. Their scale is a testament to the prosperity or decline of a city or even a nation. This type of building is known as a Grand Seoul Arena and is named after the city in which it resides. Therefore, what lies before you is called the Soto Grand Seoul Arena. The so-called Great Seoul Arena is a venue for the fierce competition of martial souls, a battleground for soul masters. Whether in the Heaven Do Empire or the Star Luo Empire, it is commonly believed that the Seoul Arena determines the rise and fall of a nation. Tang San furrowed his brow and said, "Dean, is not being a soul master the most noble profession? Why, then, does such a place as the Great Seoul Arena exist, where martial soul duels are displayed like a spectacle for the masses?" Flender shook his head and replied, "No, you are mistaken. Although I share your disdain for the Great Seoul Arena, I must acknowledge its significance. It is undoubtedly an essential venue that encapsulates the value of a soul master. You perceive it too simplistically. The Great Seoul Arena possesses its own comprehensive system and can be regarded as a unique force. It was established by the 7 most prestigious soul master families across the continent and does not fall under the jurisdiction of either Empire or the Spirit Hall. It stands as a third-party entity, wealthy enough to rival nations. A soul master who achieves fame within the Great Seoul Arena becomes a dazzling star throughout the nation, gaining not only immense profit but also considerable renown. Furthermore, the Great Seoul Arena is a relatively fair environment. Here, even if one were to slay the heir of a prominent family, there would be no fear of retribution, which exemplifies its fairness. At this point, Flender's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The rank of a martial soul is a hallmark of a soul master's strength, and the soul rings serve as the most effective means of expression. However, this does not truly represent the capabilities of a soul master. It is only through one's own efforts in the Grand Seoul Arena that a title can genuinely reflect one's strength. As he spoke, Flender calmly sipped the inferior tea before him. Having established Shrek Academy for 2 decades, he undoubtedly understood the most effective pedagogical approach is to ignite the student's interest. Regardless of the task at hand, if enthusiasm serves as the foundation, then all endeavors will yield remarkable results. Those selected for Shrek Academy are undoubtedly extraordinary children. These students, whether regarded as monsters or geniuses, cannot be educated through conventional methods. Dai Mubai remarked, "I began participating in the Soto Grand Seoul Arena S competitions at the 29th level. I have fought 56 battles in total, with a record of 29 wins and 27 losses, currently holding 2 points. To advance from Iron Soul to Copper Soul, one requires 100 points. Each victory in battle awards 1 point. However, a loss deducts 1 point accordingly. If one achieves a winning streak of more than 5 consecutive victories, each additional win will increase the points by 10, and surpassing 10 consecutive wins will grant an additional 100 points. Even if one reaches the requisite points for a successful transition to Copper Soul, should the points fall below 100, the qualification will be revoked. To advance from Copper Soul to Silver Soul, one must accumulate 1,000 points. In battles among Copper Souls, each victory grants 10 points, while a loss deducts 10 points. The point accumulation ratio for consecutive victories remains consistent with that of Iron Soul." Regarding Dai Mubai's strength, Tang San was somewhat taken aback upon hearing his words. "Mubai, with your prowess, how is it possible that you have only 29 victories and 27 defeats? Your martial soul should be a formidable presence among beast martial souls." Ma Hongjun interjected, "As for me, my record stands at 33 battles, with 21 victories and 12 defeats, totaling 9 points." Flander glanced at the sky, noting that the time was nearly upon them. "Let us proceed. I shall inform you of the remaining details once we arrive at the venue." After settling the tea bill, the group of 6 exited the tea shop and made their way towards the Soto Great Spirit Arena. As they approached, the arena's imposing presence became increasingly astonishing. When Tang San and Xiao Wu first arrived in Soto City, They had not ventured to this part of the city, thus failing to notice the existence of such a magnificent structure. Chapter 24. The Formation of the 3-5 Combination, Part 1. After settling the tea bill, the group of 6 departed the tea shop and headed towards the Soto Great Spirit Arena. As they drew nearer, the awe-inspiring spectacle of the arena became even more remarkable. When Tang San and Xiao Wu initially arrived in Soto City, they had not explored this area and were unaware of the grandeur that lay within the city. The Soto Great Spirit Arena is predominantly oval in shape, towering at a height of 120 meters. It is divided into a main arena and 24 subsidiary arenas, accommodating a total of 60,000 spectators, including 100 exclusive VIP boxes. This venue serves not only as a place for spirit masters to engage in friendly competition, but also as a platform for various factions to showcase their own strength. As they made their way to the Soto Great Spirit Arena, Flander succinctly shared some pertinent information about the arena with Tang San and his companions. Within this arena, the spirit battles are categorized into 3 distinct types. The first is the contest of skill, where participants engage in mutual sparring, strictly prohibiting lethal force. The second is the life and death duel, employed to resolve irreconcilable disputes. Lastly, there is the wager battle, overseen by the Great Spirit Arena as the arbiter, where both parties nominate an equal number of spirit masters to compete, with the ultimate victor claiming all stipulated in the wager. The wager battle inherently resembles the life and death duel. This method is frequently utilized by nobles and clans when faced with significant conflicts. The forms of competition also vary among 3 styles: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and group battles. In group battles, the number of participants is mutually agreed upon, typically limited to between 7 to 10 individuals, in accordance with the arena's regulations. Upon entering the Great Spirit Arena, a colossal stone monument immediately captures one's attention, inscribed with an abundance of names. Flander informed Tang San and his companions that these names belong to those who perished in spirit battles. Additionally, similar to the Martial Soul Hall, a spirit power test is conducted to ascertain each participant's level. Dai Mubai explained that every time one attends the spirit battles, a spirit power assessment is mandatory to determine the opposing competitors. Naturally, Flander would not cover their registration fees. Thus, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing each completed their own registrations. Following registration, they proceeded to the sorting of spirit battles. Flander led them to the contest area for skill battles, offering a few brief instructions to Dai Mubai before making his way directly into the arena. Soon, the 5 individuals were ranked, as they had arrived together, and were assigned to the 14th battle arena in the gaming zone for their combat. However, Dai Mubai's opponent was a soul master of the soul respect level, while Tang San and the other 4 faced adversaries of merely the Great Soul Master level. The entire grand battle arena overwhelmed Tang San with its dazzling array of details. It boasted 24 sub-arenas, each of which was further divided into distinct sectors, including the gaming zone and the life and death zone. Each category was subdivided into 3 formats: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and team battles. Thus, a single sub-arena featured 6 isolated platforms. Regarding gambling battles, according to Dai Mubai, regardless of the level, all wagering contests would take place in the main battle arena. The operational model of the Grand Battle Arena had achieved a remarkable degree of coordination, with varying ticket prices for different combat zones. For instance, the 1-on-1 matches in the gaming sub-area that Tang San and his companions were about to participate in had the most affordable tickets, attracting the fewest spectators. The Soul Masters participating in the battles were uniformly arranged in a spacious room to rest and await their turn. Upon their arrival, Tang San and his group immediately drew the attention of the other Soul Masters, as their youth was striking. Nonetheless, while these Soul Masters exhibited expressions of astonishment, no one mocked them. Each individual was engrossed in meditation, striving to maintain their optimal state in anticipation of the impending battle. Seated beside Tang San, Xiao Wu whispered, "Brother, I just inquired with Dai Mubai. Although each Soul Master can participate in only 1 match per day, they may engage in different types simultaneously. We are both at level 29, and at this rank, victory should not be overly challenging. Why don't we register for a 2-on-2 soul battle? It would help us meet the point requirements sooner. What do you think?" Tang San smiled gently and replied, "Certainly, after all, we are here to enhance our practical combat experience. Acquiring more battle experience is always beneficial. Dai Mubai interjected, Xiao San, please take Xiao Wu over to the 2-on-2 registration area. The battle here will continue for a while. Tang San nodded, having already noted the location of the 2-on-2 registration zone before entering. He then led Xiao Wu away from the 1-on-1 soul battle area to register for the 2-on-2 matches. Now, let's choose a name for our team, he suggested. Name the team? Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, realizing that both the 2-on-2 and team battles required them to designate a name for their partnership, facilitating the host's introduction in the arena. After a moment of contemplation, Tang San declared, let us call ourselves the Three-Dance Duo. He amalgamated parts of their names, recognizing that the significance was not particularly profound. Alright, the Three-Dance Duo has been registered. Wait, that is incorrect. It should be dance, not three, Xiao Wu protested, displeased. Just as Xiao Wu was about to express her frustration, Dai Mubai's voice echoed, Xiao Wu, your 1-on-1 soul battle is about to commence. Hurry over. Tang San gently patted Xiao Wu's shoulder and remarked, let it be. The Sanwu combination is merely a name. In response, Xiao Wu playfully made a face at the staff member before dashing towards the 1-on-1 battle arena. The matchups in this arena are determined by a draw. While other soul masters engage in combat, those waiting can choose to observe or rest. Each section of the battle arena is equipped with designated areas for the competing soul masters to watch the matches, positioned in close proximity to the fighting platform. Xiao Wu was the first among the 5 to take the stage, prompting Tang San and the others to opt for observation. Under the guidance of the staff, they arrived at a specific area beneath the audience platform, strategically located at the side of the arena, providing a perfect view of the entire stage. Despite being a segmented battle arena, it still boasted a considerable size, with a diameter of 20 meters, offering ample space for the soul masters to showcase their abilities. Regrettably, the audience count beside the 1-on-1 battle platform was sparse, with only about 1/5 of the seats occupied. On the arena, a middle-aged man clad in a tailcoat stood at the center. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed in a resonant voice, now, we shall commence the first match of our 14-segment 1-on-1 battles. The contenders are 2 formidable soul masters. The battle soul master Xiao Wu, who possesses the beast martial soul. The Jade Rabbit, facing off against the battle soul master Qing Bao, who has achieved 2 consecutive victories and wields the beast martial soul. The Iron-Horned Bull. Will Master Qing Bao continue his glorious streak with a 3rd consecutive victory? Or will the newcomer, Master Xiao Wu, emerge triumphant? Let us await the outcome. Now, please welcome our 2 esteemed soul masters to the stage. The spectators in the stands were sparse in their cheers, with only a few calling out the name of Qing Bao. Most appeared to be disinterested. A towering figure swiftly made his way to the soul duel platform. This individual stood impressively around 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a physique seemingly encased in granite-like muscles. Beneath his dark skin, bulging veins twisted like dark green serpents across his upper body. His copper-like eyes sparkled with fierce intensity, and as he stepped onto the stage, he unleashed a thunderous roar towards the heavens, emanating an aura of formidable strength. It was evident that he was a power-type soul master, akin to the immovable King Zhao Wujing. Ma Hongjun, seated beside Tang San, whispered, this fellow looks quite powerful. Do you think your Xiao Wu can handle him? Tang San replied with a calm smile, just wait and see. Xiao Wu's soul skills tend to struggle against power-type soul masters, but that is only when their strength far exceeds hers. At the same level, a power-type soul master before her will merely be. Before he could finish his sentence, the youthful and exuberant Xiao Wu had already leaped onto the stage. Clad in a white top and pink trousers, her physique clearly still in development, her innocent and charming face immediately captured the attention of numerous spectators. How old is this girl? Murmured voices echoed in the stands. Did the host just say she is a great soul master? That cannot be true. Such doubts proliferated among the audience, who traditionally sympathized with the underdog. Moreover, Xiao Wu's appearance was decidedly more appealing than that of the iron-horned bull soul master opposite her, instantly garnering the support of the majority of onlookers. With a radiant smile gracing her youthful visage, Xiao Wu, though merely 12 years of age, possessed an undeniable charm that exuded a potent allure, particularly for someone as straightforward and power-driven as Qing Bao, who found himself instinctively compelled to protect her. "Dear girl, you should step back. It would be unfortunate if you were to get hurt. Look at how delicate you are," Qing Bao remarked, his expression betraying a hint of concern as he awkwardly urged Xiao Wu to concede. Xiao Wu's brows knitted slightly, her slender waist twisting as she retorted, "Why do you prattle so? Quickly unleash your martial spirit, and do not blame me for the consequences." Just as Qing Bao appeared poised to respond, Xiao Wu, whose temper had never been particularly gentle, could no longer restrain herself. In a flash, she darted towards him with remarkable speed, traversing the distance of several meters in the blink of an eye. With a graceful leap, she propelled herself from the ground, aiming a swift kick at Qing Bao's neck. Defensive prowess is one of the mightiest attributes of a power-type soul master. As Xiao Wu's seemingly light kick approached, the earnest Qing Bao made no attempt to evade. His own speed was insufficient to escape. He mused to himself, pondering the imprudence of this young girl who had come to engage in combat at such a tender age. He thought that if he allowed her to strike a few times, she would soon tire and willingly withdraw. Yet, before Qing Bao could fully contemplate this notion, the duel had concluded in an instant. Xiao Wu delivered a swift kick to Qing Bao's robust neck, the force surprisingly gentler than he had anticipated. Instead of retracting her foot, she ensnared his neck with her toes, while simultaneously raising her other foot to press firmly against his solid chest. A surge of pink radiance erupted forth, and two shimmering yellow rings materialized around Xiao Wu, at that moment affirming her status as a formidable great soul master before the audience. On the soul master spectator stand, upon witnessing Xiao Wu's foot deftly hook around Qing Bao's neck, Tang San could not help but smile faintly, whispering a soft farewell. Xiao Wu activated the skill of her first soul ring, called Waist Bao. Qing Bao felt an overwhelming force simultaneously surge through his chest and the back of his neck. In an instant, he was propelled skyward, as Xiao Wu executed a graceful side flip. Upon landing, she took a step forward and leapt towards Qing Bao's descending form, her feet clamping securely around his waist. With a twist of her slender waist, she spun in midair, executing a throwing maneuver that sent Qing Bao hurtling away, his body crashing against the protective ropes at the edge of the fighting arena before plummeting to the ground below with a dull thud. Silence enveloped the entire arena of the 14th Division's one-on-one combat stage, as the spectators, including the previously animated host, stood in stunned silence. No one had anticipated that such a fierce battle would conclude so swiftly, nor could they have predicted that the victor would be the seemingly innocent young girl of merely a few years. The entire process was not only swift, but also showcased the elegance of Xiao Wu's graceful form, even when facing an opponent of considerable stature. Qing Bao, akin to a robust bull, had not even summoned his martial spirit before the soul battle came to an abrupt conclusion. Due to Qing Bao's politeness, Xiao Wu refrained from exerting much of her soul power, and given his commendable defensive capabilities, he managed to stagger to his feet. "Sister, you are truly impressive. I concede," said Qing Bao, a man of integrity yet not lacking in discernment. The moment Xiao Wu unleashed her power, he realized her soul energy far surpassed his own, which stood at a level of 25. Acknowledging the disparity in their soul powers, combined with the peculiar finesse of this young girl, he understood that even with his utmost effort, victory was beyond his grasp. Xiao Wu retorted with a hint of annoyance, "What do you mean by sister? You should call me Sister Xiao Wu. Do you not know that those who are capable deserve recognition?" "Oh, Sister Xiao Wu," Qing Bao said earnestly, his face aflame with embarrassment as he departed. In the stands reserved for soul masters, Tang San couldn't help but chuckle at Xiao Wu's words, realizing that her authoritative demeanor was resurfacing. Suddenly, cheers erupted as the crowd acknowledged the prowess of the petite girl, capturing everyone's attention. Applause thundered in response. Xiao Wu beamed and waved at the audience. The host, now coming to his senses, swiftly approached the arena and proclaimed loudly, "Master Xiao Wu has emerged victorious, with a record of 1 win and 0 losses. Qing Bao's record stands at 21 wins and 14 losses. Master Xiao Wu, please proceed to the registration for your points." What Tang San and his companions did not anticipate was that the second battle of the Soul Arena would unfold as an internal conflict within Shrek Academy. The opposing sides were Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing merely cast a glance at Tang San before proceeding into the Soul Arena passageway. Just as Tang San was about to follow her, he was intercepted by Dai Mubai, who grasped his shoulder. A hint of awkwardness flickered across Dai Mubai's face as he whispered, "Brother, be gentle." Tang San offered a faint smile and nodded in acknowledgement before stepping through the passageway onto the stage. Two unfamiliar faces appeared, one of whom was a beautiful young girl whose looks rivaled that of Xiao Wu. Even before the battle commenced, the audience erupted in cheers. The host briefly introduced the names and martial spirits of both competitors, signaling the commencement of their duel. Tang San politely gestured to Zhu Zhuqing, inviting her to begin. Zhu Zhuqing coldly replied, "Please give it your all. I wish to ascertain the extent of our disparity." Having witnessed Tang San's battle against Zhao Waoqi, she was acutely aware that she could not match him, yet she yearned to comprehend the magnitude of the gap between them as fellow Great Soul Masters. Unlike the previous match, both combatants unleashed their martial spirits as soon as the duel began. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes transformed in hue, her left eye a deep emerald and her right a clear azure. Her charming cat ears perked up slightly, and with a flick of her fingers, sharp claws emerged like daggers. Lowering her body, she fixed a chilling gaze upon Tang San, akin to a predator eyeing its prey. Two yellow soul rings appeared simultaneously around her, emanating a cold, piercing aura that enveloped the atmosphere, instilling a sense of suffocating tension. The same hue of soul rings appeared around Tang San, with long, dark blue vines sprawling across the ground, resembling great serpents in a silent dance, enveloping an area over 10 meters in diameter surrounding him, nearly occupying half of the soul fighting platform. Tang San gazed at Zhu Zhuqing with an air of calmness. He felt no urgency at all. Although the competition had yet to commence, he was already aware of his impending victory. As a control-type soul master, he inherently countered Zhu Zhuqing's agile offensive style, especially on the arena where Zhu Zhuqing's nimbleness could not be fully realized. From the very outset, the outcome of this battle was devoid of suspense. As the blue-silver grass extended towards her, Zhu Zhuqing recognized that she could no longer afford to wait. With a sudden leap, she propelled herself forward, creating a series of afterimages, charging directly at Tang San. At that moment, all the spectators clearly observed that as Zhu Zhuqing entered the domain of the blue-silver grass, the vines rose simultaneously from all directions, forming a colossal cage that enveloped both Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing. The first soul ring of Zhu Zhuqing illuminated almost concurrently with Tang San's. The ghostly puncture activated. In midair, Zhu Zhuqing's claws elongated abruptly, her body swiftly transforming as her speed doubled in an instant, darting diagonally towards Tang San. As she approached, Tang San merely executed a simple maneuver. He sidestepped. At that moment, his eyes were veiled in an aura of purple. Perhaps to others, Zhu Zhuqing's figure was indistinguishable, but having diligently practiced hidden weapons, he, equipped with the purple extreme demon eye, could discern her movements with clarity. In the fleeting moment of peril, the shadowy figure swiftly extricated Tang San from Zhu Zhuqing's attack range. Its claws sliced through the air, nearly grazing Tang San's form, and in the next instant, Zhu Zhuqing found herself deprived of the opportunity to unleash her second soul ring ability. The blue-silver grass, having awaited her moment of vulnerability, surged forth with sudden ferocity. The first soul ring ability, Bind, activated. An abundance of blue-silver grass ensnared Zhu Zhuqing's body tightly. Being allies, Tang San refrained from employing the poisonous thorns of the blue-silver grass, merely restraining Zhu Zhuqing. However, the paralysis that accompanied the first soul ring rendered her soul power fluctuations significantly diminished, and their battle concluded within that brief interval. Control type versus agility type. Your attacks lack the potency to breach my martial soul's dominion, Tang San stated gently as he released the blue-silver grass. Zhu Zhuqing remained as frigid as ever, fully aware of her situation. She had not anticipated Tang San's victory to be so composed. At that moment, she comprehended entirely that Tang San's ability to engage Zhao Wujin for such an extended period was not solely attributed to his exquisite use of hidden weapons. His prowess in seizing the opportune moments during combat was equally formidable. Before him, she had no chance whatsoever. I concede. With those simple 3 words, she swiftly turned and descended from the stage, as hastily as she had arrived. However, this did not imply that Tang San was unequivocally superior to Zhu Zhuqing. Agility-type soul masters were inherently adept at lurking in the shadows, excelling in ambush, assassination, and reconnaissance. Such a direct confrontation in the arena was inherently unjust for those who thrived in stealth. In a complex terrain, it would be no easy feat for Tang San to triumph over Zhu Zhuqing. The draw had concluded, and Tang San inquired about the upcoming matches. He and Xiao Wu still had 2 battles ahead of them. They chose not to observe the preceding contests, as even the swift encounters had incurred some soul power expenditure, and thus they opted to rest briefly in the preparation area. The duration of the team battles seemed considerably longer than the one-on-one duels, and by the time it was their turn to compete, both had fully regained their optimal soul power. As they traversed the Soul Master Passage to the battle arena, Tang San took a moment to survey his surroundings. The audience for the team battle was at least half full, exhibiting greater enthusiasm compared to the one-on-one matches. Their opponents awaited them on the arena, and the team battle platform was indeed twice the size of that for individual contests, necessitated by the increased number of soul masters requiring ample space to maneuver. At that moment, the host was announcing the soul master pairings for the 5th round of the team battle, featuring the Iron Blood duo against the 3-5 combination. Upon stepping onto the stage, Xiao Wu could not contain her discontent, exclaiming, "Why are we facing yet another pair of power-type soul masters? Is there not a hint of novelty?" Tang San and Xiao Wu's adversaries were 2 young men, around 18 or 19 years of age, with strikingly similar features, both possessing robust physiques that rivaled even the previous iron-horned bull soul master. Although they were not bare-chested, their exposed muscular arms spoke volumes of their strength. The Iron Blood combination, upon witnessing the youthful appearance of their challengers, rubbed their eyes in disbelief. The host was momentarily taken aback, but the battle must proceed. Clearly, those who stand here possess the requisite rank of martial souls. It appears that our trio, the Sanwu combination, truly showcases youthful promise. As the match commenced, the expressions of astonishment on the faces of the Iron Blood duo were fleeting, quickly replaced by a composed demeanor as they took a measured step back. In unison, they emitted a low growl, their movements synchronized as if choreographed. A rich gray luminescence surged forth from their right hands, and identical weapons materialized within their grasp. Upon witnessing these weapons, Tang San was momentarily stunned, for the implements wielded by the Iron Blood brothers were all too familiar. They were none other than the forging hammers he frequently utilized in the blacksmith's forge. However, the hammers in the hands of the Iron Blood duo differed significantly from his own. They were larger in size and adorned with intricate patterns, each bearing 2 vibrant yellow rings from century-old soul beasts that pulsed with energy. As battle soul masters wielding power-type martial souls, Tang San and Xiao Wu swiftly discerned that these 2 opponents were markedly dissimilar to the adversary Xiao Wu had faced in her previous one-on-one duel. Most crucially, the combat experience of these 2 individuals was evidently substantial. Their youth did not lead them to lower their guard. The burly man on the left declared, "I am Iron Dragon," while the one on the right proclaimed, "I am Iron Tiger." In unison, they warned, "Be cautious." Although the martial soul of weaponry does not alter the external appearance of the soul masters, the simultaneous roar of 2 imposing figures exuded an undeniable aura of dominance. They advanced with nearly synchronized strides, charging toward Tang San and Xiao Wu with the force of a tempest, their iron hammers raised high. Xiao Wu lightly tapped her toes on the ground, her body gracefully lifting into the air. Tang San supported her with his right hand under her toes, allowing her to balance elegantly on his right shoulder in a pose reminiscent of a solitary golden rooster. Having trained together for many years, their coordination was impeccable. As Xiao Wu ascended to Tang San's shoulder, she activated her rabbit martial soul, her keen gaze fixed on the rapidly approaching adversaries. The moment they showed any vulnerability, it would signal her descent to unleash her agile techniques. The deep blue-silver grass surged forth, transforming into countless tendrils that surged toward the formidable duo of the Iron Brothers. In a scenario where their levels were comparably matched, once ensnared by the blue-silver grass, their opponents would have no chance of escape. This exemplifies the formidable nature of control-type martial souls. The Iron Brothers remained unflustered as dozens of blue-silver tendrils approached them. With a swift motion, they began to wield their hammers. The colossal weapons appeared weightless in their hands, forming an almost ethereal barrier. At that moment, the first spirit rings of Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger illuminated simultaneously. As the blue-silver grass entered the range of their hammers, attempting to breach their defenses and initiate its binding technique, it was immediately repelled by the force of their hammers, augmented not only by their raw strength but also by a unique shockwave that sent the blue-silver grass soaring. The oscillation is the first soul ring skill of the Iron Brothers, effectively thwarting the control of the blue-silver grass. The two moved in unison, one to the left and one to the right, brandishing their hammers and tightly shielding their bodies within, swiftly advancing towards Tang San and Xiao Wu. With a commanding shout, Tang San propelled Xiao Wu into the air, sending her leaping towards the rear of the Iron Brothers. He himself, stepping into the shadows, confronted the Iron Brothers head-on. His eyes glimmered with a violet light as both hands rose simultaneously, internal energy surging into them. His alabaster palms struck towards the Iron Brothers almost in unison. As if gliding upon oil, his feet slid rapidly forward. Instead of clashing directly with the two hammers, he deftly maneuvered from the side, lightly pressing against the hammer's flanks. With a gentle push, he created a slight gap in their coordinated defense, seizing that fleeting moment to slip through the opening. The hammers whistled, fluttering the fabric of Tang San's attire, yet they failed to land a blow. The technique of crane control and dragon capture, while exceptional for controlling hidden weapons, was equally effective as a method of utilizing internal energy. What Tang San employed was precisely the profound principle of using a gentle force to overcome a great weight. Due to the guidance of the crane control and dragon capture, the dense defense of the Iron Brothers momentarily faltered, and Tang San's blue-silver grass was not idle, striving to penetrate the gap. However, the Iron Brothers, renowned for their battle experience, swiftly turned to fend off the blue-silver grass once more. The weapon spirit relies fundamentally on its essence. It does not enhance the host's innate abilities, yet the prowess it inherently possesses is extraordinarily formidable. The initial soul ring effect of the hammer creates a shockwave that does not necessitate direct contact with the blue-silver grass. As long as the grass encroaches within a foot of the hammer's vicinity, it is immediately repelled, thwarting any attempts at entanglement. At the moment when Tang San and his partner maneuver through, Xiao Wu descends from the air once more, taking her place upon Tang San's shoulder, mirroring her previous movements. Tang San, let us bring this to an end, she giggles. Having engaged with Tang San's blue-silver grass martial spirit numerous times, she is acutely aware of its intricate subtleties. As she speaks, Tang San's second soul ring suddenly radiates with brilliance. The Iron Brothers, wielding their hammers, momentarily freeze, as dark blue-black tendrils begin to sprout from their bodies. This is the second skill of the blue-silver grass, parasitism. Indeed, their hammer techniques provide formidable protection, yet it falls short of being impenetrable. Under Tang San's command, the blue-silver grass continuously disperses its seeds in the air, particularly capitalizing on the fleeting vulnerability of the Iron Brothers when Tang San employed his control technique to exploit their weaknesses. Although the number of blue-silver grass seeds parasitizing on them is limited, a brief restriction is sufficient for the external blue-silver grass to execute its entanglement skill. As they experience the paralysis induced by the parasitic blue-silver grass, they witness an overwhelming surge of blue-silver grass advancing towards them. The Iron Brothers exchange a glance, and once again, they unleash a resounding roar. Seizing the moment while the parasitic blue-silver grass had yet to fully restrain their movements, he swung his arms with vigor, executing a swift rotation. Simultaneously, the second soul ring on his body illuminated, and the two massive iron hammers were unexpectedly released from his grasp. Hurtling towards Tang San and Xiao Wu, the hammers sliced through the air, producing a piercing sound, causing the very atmosphere to slightly distort in their wake. Under the shroud of gray light, the hammer's size suddenly doubled, and even from a distance, one could sense the terrifying power that accompanied them. The Iron Brothers unleashed their second soul ring skill, a desperate gamble. Tang San, sensing the impending danger, instinctively lifted Xiao Wu's body into the air while he swiftly evaded to the side, employing ghost shadow perplexing steps. Chapter 25. The Power of Weapon Spirits, Part 1. The second soul ring skill of the weapon spirit, unleashed with full force. Although Tang San believed his soul power surpassed that of the Iron Brothers, he dared not confront their all-out final strike head-on. However, to his astonishment, The two whistling hammers suddenly diverged mid-air, with one pursuing Xiao Wu's soaring figure while the other arced towards him. The Iron Brothers' second soul ring skill possessed a tracking effect. At that moment, the Iron Brothers were ensnared tightly by the blue-silver grass, its thorns piercing their bodies, toxins surging within them, rendering them immobile. Yet, in their eyes shone a glimmer of hope, yearning for that final blow to yield results. If they could bring down Tang San, the entanglement would be effortlessly resolved. What to do? In the blink of an eye, Tang San had made his decision. A non-spiked blue-silver grass soared into the air, deftly wrapping around Xiao Wu's slender waist. With a forceful tug, she was flung sideways. Just as Tang San had surmised, although the Iron Brothers' hammers could track their adversary, such capability was confined to a specific angle and was not limitless. He propelled Xiao Wu in the opposite direction of the hammer, successfully evading the desperate attack range of the weapon. However, it was precisely because Tang San had focused his attention on Xiao Wu that he found himself without time to respond. The other hammer had already approached him. In this moment of peril, Tang Sect's martial arts were executed to perfection. As the hammer drew near, a powerful gale enveloped him. Tang San activated the Xian Yu hand, his body spinning rapidly, channeling all his internal energy to unleash the control crane, seizing dragon technique. In an instant, he turned and struck, delivering 7 consecutive blows that landed almost simultaneously on the hammer's head. Under the influence of his Shen Tiangong internal energy, the hammer was deflected by a foot, and although Tang San was sent flying, he was not struck directly. With a thunderous crash, the hammer fell to the ground, while Tang San performed a mid-air roll. Before landing, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seeing Tang San injured and spitting blood, Xiao Wu's fury ignited. "Bastards, you seek death!" she exclaimed, raising both hands simultaneously. Without any sound of air being pierced, for shadows shot forth from her sleeves, targeting the eyes of Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger. Though Xiao Wu could not master the hidden weapons of the Tang Sect, she was not bereft of mechanisms. She possessed nearly the same array as Tang San. In a fit of rage, disregarding the consequences, she unleashed her silent wrist crossbow. Crafted by Tang San, this silent projectile boasted formidable penetrating power. Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger, despite their robust physiques, would find their fate sealed if struck in the eyes, for the force of the wrist crossbow was sufficient to pierce their brains. At that moment, Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger were completely ensnared by Tang San's blue-silver grass. After activating a desperate skill, their soul power had significantly diminished, and the paralyzing toxin had begun to invade their systems, rendering any attempt to move even a single finger an extravagant wish, let alone evade Xiao Wu's wrist crossbow. Before the projectiles reached them, the gust of wind they generated had already caused their eyes to tingle, inducing a profound sense of dread as they silently lamented their impending doom. "Xiao Wu, no!" Tang San exclaimed urgently, his right hand swiftly drawing from his waist, releasing 4 streaks of cold light that flew diagonally. The sound of 4 light clinks resonated as the 4 wrist crossbows were deflected just a mere inch away from the eyes of Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger. In a moment of critical urgency, Tang San had retrieved 4 willow leaf flying daggers from the Night of the Moonlight on the 24 bridges and sent them flying. Although the speed of the flying needles was superior, their weight paled in comparison to that of the wrist crossbows, rendering them insufficient to counter the oncoming attack. The flying daggers were considerably heavier. Fortunately, Tang San possessed the purple extreme magic eyes, granting him remarkable vision, coupled with his intimate understanding of the shooting speed of his own wrist crossbows. Otherwise, he would not have been able to save the Iron Brothers. Xiao Wu landed gracefully on the ground after a somersault. "Xiao San, what are you doing?" At this moment, her delicate face flushed with anger, fiercely glaring at the Iron Brothers. Tang San shook his head at Xiao Wu. They too were in dire need of assistance, and his injuries were not severe. His gaze shifted to the pale faces of Iron Long and Iron Hu, and he remarked, "It appears that we have triumphed in this soul duel." What more could Iron Long and Iron Hu say? They quickly nodded in agreement, with Iron Long expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for saving our lives, young brother. We concede defeat." As Tang San and Xiao Wu exited the arena after their 2-on-2 duel, Dai Mubai and the others had also completed their own battles. It was indeed a day of joyous victories, with the exception of Zhu Zhuqing's defeat at the hands of Tang San. The rest emerged victorious. Through their 2 duels, Both Tang San and Xiao Wu garnered 2 points and 20 gold coins each. Where is the dean? Tang San inquired of Dai Mubai. As the 5 of them left the arena, the echoes of cheers still resonated in the air. Although the day's battles did not yield immense rewards, Tang San felt he had gained significantly from the confrontational experience, particularly from the encounter with the Iron Brothers, which revealed the true power of weapon spirits. Each type of spirit possesses its unique characteristics, and when applied aptly, can yield remarkable results. In terms of strength, he and Xiao Wu were evidently superior to their opponents. Yet their slight underestimation nearly led to their downfall. Tang San could not help but recall the master's words. In battles between soul masters, one must first ascertain the skills of the opponent. Failure to do so necessitates a cautious approach. Even lower-ranking soul masters may possess lethal abilities. Boss Dai, are you going or not? I'm not going. Stop the nonsense and hurry up. Dai Mubai shot him a glare, yet his gaze inadvertently drifted toward Zhu Zhuqing. The rotund fellow appeared somewhat sluggish, failing to discern the implication in Dai Mubai's eyes. His chubby face flushed with excitement. Come on, let's go together. Didn't you say women don't count as population or resources? Dai Mubai could no longer contain himself. Get lost. I don't have such poor taste. Ma Hongjun let out a disgruntled hum, but faced with the menacing glint in Dai Mubai's eyes, he opened his mouth yet ultimately refrained from confronting the formidable white tiger, turning to leave instead. Boss Dai, where is that lecherous fatso off to? Xiao Wu inquired. Dai Mubai chuckled heartily. You already called him lecherous. What else could he possibly be doing? The fiery urges are too much for him to suppress. Xiao Wu retorted, is he off to torment young girls again? I truly suspect that his martial soul's mutation is connected to his inherent disposition. Dai Mubai replied, tormenting is a strong word. Are you not aware that there exist establishments in this world known as brothels? Tang San expressed disbelief. You mean to say the dean would take Ma Hongjun to such a place? He had heard of brothels in his previous life and was well aware of their nature. Dai Mubai responded, it is an unavoidable circumstance. Aside from that flaw, Ma Hongjun possesses one of the most formidable beast martial souls and is a direct disciple of the dean. We can't simply let him abandon his cultivation or watch him perish from overexertion. Zhu Zhuqing, seldom vocal, remarked, men are all filthy. With a playful smile, Xiao Wu remarked, Sister Zhuqing, don't be too harsh. Tang San is quite innocent, unlike Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Dai Mubai retorted with irritation. Fine, your Tang San is pure as snow. While we are all tainted, is that satisfactory? However, I assure you, my taste surpasses that of the fatty. Xiao Wu immediately feigned a look of agreement, which only served to infuriate Dai Mubai further. Helplessly shaking his head, he glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who was also observing him, her gaze seemingly colder than before. The young girl huffed, suddenly stepping in front of Dai Mubai. Your taste is superior to his? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes brimmed with disdain and contempt. You are merely 15? You disgust me. With that, she turned and walked away. Since Zhu Zhuqing's arrival at Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai had suppressed his feelings and tolerated her. But at this moment, his usually proud demeanor could no longer contain his inner fury. Stop right there, he commanded. Zhu Zhuqing ignored him entirely, quickening her pace instead. You! Dai Mubai abruptly raised his right hand, a brilliant white light flickering in his palm. He was not known for his patience. In fact, his temper was more volatile than anyone else's. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself, the white light vanishing in an instant as he exhaled with a tiger-like growl, finally following Zhu Zhuqing towards the academy. Tang San shook his head. I am uncertain. From what I observed on the day of registration, it seems Dai Mubai was not acquainted with Zhu Zhuqing prior. However, he seemed to regard Zhu Zhuqing somewhat differently. Could it truly be merely because their martial spirits had the potential to execute a fusion technique together? Perhaps it would be best not to meddle in others' private matters. Xiao Wu raised her hand and gently touched Tang San's chest, startling him. What are you doing? He exclaimed. Xiao Wu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Does it still hurt? You got injured because of me. Realization dawned on Tang San. She was referring to his wounds. He smiled and shook his head. It's nothing. I'm not that fragile. Let us go. We must catch up with them. They're almost out of sight. The moonlight was exquisite this evening, and aided by its glow, they quickly recognized that waiting for them were Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong appeared to have regained her composure, her lovely face adorned with a gentle smile once more. She sat atop a large stone at the academy's entrance, swinging her legs thoughtfully. In contrast, Oscar's expression was somewhat grim, his brow furrowed as he occasionally cast furtive glances at Ning Rongrong, his eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. Dai Mubai frowned, the chill in his gaze intensifying. "What are you doing here?" he asked, his voice cold and piercing. Without hesitation, Ning Rongrong replied, "Of course, we're staying. How could I possibly leave such an entertaining place?" "What s with that expression? Are you a zombie? Did you have a setback with Xiuqing?" "Ah, it's amusing that Oscar claimed you were a master of romance. Yet you can't even handle a little girl." Liberated from the constraints of her nature, Ning Rongrong no longer concealed herself. Gifted with remarkable intelligence since childhood, she discerned much from Dai Mubai's expression and mockingly teased him without reservation. The cold glint in Dai Mubai's eyes intensified as he warned, "Ning Rongrong, do not provoke my patience. This is Shrek Academy, not your home. While others may fear your seven-treasure glazed tile sect, I, Dai Mubai, do not. Anger me and beware. I may first violate and then eliminate you." With a playful smile, Ning Rongrong replied, "Oh, how frightful," deliberately accentuating her still-developing form. "Come on, show me how you intend to violate me." Dai Mubai could no longer contain his fury. "Do not mistake my restraint for weakness. I am no mere sickly cat." His fierce aura surged forth, and in an instant, Ning Rongrong was sent flying. Oscar hurriedly stepped forward to catch her, only to be knocked to the ground by the force of the impact. "Mubai!" Tang San swiftly positioned himself in front of Ning Rongrong, spreading his arms to either side, employing the control technique to dissipate the soul power unleashed by Dai Mubai. "We are all classmates. Let it be." Although Dai Mubai had merely released his soul power without launching an attack, the shockwave still caused Tang San, already injured, to feel a surge of blood within him, leaving him astonished. Indeed, this was likely Dai Mubai's true strength. His 37th level of soul power surpassed Tang San's significantly. Ning Rongrong, having never encountered such a misfortune throughout her life, found herself astounded that Dai Mubai would dare to lay hands on her. Although she had not sustained any real injury, the pain coursing through her body served as a stark reminder of the reality of the situation. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she glared at Dai Mubai, rendered speechless. Dai Mubai, observing Tang San standing protectively before him, exhaled a deep sigh, his soul power retracting. "Very well, little San, I shall grant you this favor." He cast a cold glance at Ning Rongrong, warning her, "Remember, this is not your home. Do not provoke me again, or I shall not concern myself with your status." With that, he strode away toward the academy. Ning Rongrong wiped away her tears and suddenly called out loudly for Tang San. He, enduring the discomfort within, turned to face her. With determination, Ning Rongrong implored, "Help me eliminate him. Use your unique weapons to do so. If you succeed, you will be our esteemed guest at the 7-treasure glazed tile school. I will offer you a reward of 10,000 gold soul coins. What do you say? Furthermore, the 7-treasure glazed tile school will provide you with unconditional support in the future." At that moment, any ordinary soul master present would have been utterly astonished. The significance of the 7-treasure glazed tile school's backing was profound. As one of the 7 great sects of the realm, the influence wielded by the 7-treasure glazed tile school was beyond imagination. With their support, any soul master could ascend to prominence on the Dolua continent, especially for a prodigious talent like Tang San, who would reap immeasurable benefits from such formidable backing. Tang San walked slowly to Ning Rongrong, gazing deeply into her eyes. "Ning Rongrong, not everything in this world can be exchanged for money and power. This is merely an academy, and we are all classmates. If you continue to harbor such a mindset and the sense of superiority bestowed upon you by the 7-treasure glazed tile school, then I advise you to leave this place. Do you have any idea how powerful the 7-treasure glazed tile school is?" Ning Rongrong glared at him in defiance. Tang San responded with a calm smile. Having lived 2 lives, he knew that this 12-year-old girl could hardly comprehend his experiences. What did it matter whether she understood or not? "Xiao Wu, let us go." With a hint of regret, Tang San shook his head and walked into the academy alongside Xiao Wu. As he watched their retreating figures, Ning Rongrong felt a stiffness envelop her. If Dai Mubai's assertiveness had incited her anger, then the pity reflected in Tang San's eyes as he departed struck her even deeper. From a young age, she had been nurtured in the palms of the powerful figures of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, and her self-centered worldview had long been established. Yet today, having faced 3 intense stimuli in succession, she found herself questioning, why did they treat me this way? Have I truly erred? Oscar, having just risen from the ground, caught her gaze. Will you help me? Ning Rongrong implored. Oscar's peach blossom eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. When I first saw you, you took my breath away. I believe that as you mature, you will undoubtedly become an enchanting beauty. Moreover, the tenderness you displayed at that moment was precisely what I cherished the most. Thus, I resolved to pursue you relentlessly, regardless of my humble origins, while you hailed from the esteemed Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Yet I soon discovered my grave error, a blunder of monumental proportions. Error? Why? Ning Rongrong gazed at him in confusion. Oscar offered a faint smile. Because you do not fit the mold of my affections. You are not the singular tree for which I would sacrifice an entire forest. I am unworthy of the princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Even if I were willing to assist you, what would it matter? You regard me as nothing more than a servant. Apologies, but I believe it is best for me to remain true to myself. I trust that within the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, you shall find many who are eager to support you, and my absence will not be felt. As a person of intellect, how does one choose when faced with the insurmountable? To struggle against the odds? No, he was not so obstinate. Sometimes relinquishment is the wisest course of action. Observing Oscar stride toward the academy, Ning Rongrong, filled with resentment, cried out, "Do you not harbor feelings for me? Are you unwilling to support me as well?" Oscar continued on his path, leaving her engulfed in solitude, helplessness, desolation, and anguish. A torrent of emotions assailed the heart of 12-year-old Ning Rongrong, and silent tears cascaded down her cheeks. She suddenly realized that perhaps she had indeed erred. Had she ever possessed friends? The children of her age within the sect either groveled before her or kept their distance. Behind her back, they referred to her as the Little Witch. Was friendship merely a fanciful dream? No, no, no. An intense wave of panic suddenly enveloped her heart. That night was destined to be a sleepless one for her. As dawn broke, Tang San awoke from his meditative state, his daily practice of the purple demon having ingrained a habitual rhythm into his biological clock. Unlike Oscar, who had chosen to forego sleep in favor of training, Tang San tiptoed out of the dormitory and ascended to the rooftop to commence his daily regimen. As he practiced the purple demon memories of yesterday's battle with the Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger brothers surfaced in his mind, particularly the climactic final strike. Despite their soul power being inferior to his own, their martial souls unleashed a relentless assault that inflicted injury upon him. Had they confronted him head-on, he might have suffered a grievous blow. Although that was a technique unique to the Iron brothers, the underlying skill did not seem overly complex. He too wielded a hammer. What would be the outcome if he were to apply such an offensive strategy to his own weapon? While his hammer lacked any accompanying soul techniques, he was confident that it was considerably heavier than that of the Iron brothers. Regarding the pursuit of an enemy's movements within a certain angle, he could adeptly utilize his control over the crane to ensnare the dragon. It was akin to employing his hammer as a concealed weapon. Alas, the simultaneous use of 2 martial souls was not permissible. Had he been able to entwine the blue-silver grass around the hammer's handle, could have transformed into a meteor hammer. With these thoughts crystallizing in his mind, Tang San resolved to find an opportunity to experiment with the application of his hammer's martial soul, exploring the mechanics of force and the techniques required for its projection. Such inquiries could only be resolved through practical trials, necessitating numerous rehearsals for mastery. At this moment, it is certainly unwise. That black hammer consumes an enormous amount of soul power, and his injuries have yet to heal. Reckless practice could easily lead to further harm. After completing the cultivation of his purple-level magic eyes, Tang San briefly practiced with hidden weapons before heading to breakfast. He was the first to rise, and by the time he finished his meal, Dai Mubai had arrived at the cafeteria with a sullen expression. Upon seeing Tang San, He merely nodded, saying nothing further. Following Dai Mubai, the third to appear was Xiao Wu, and then Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun. Tang San reassured Xiao Wu that he was fine, allowing her to sit down and eat with ease. Ma Hongjun appeared remarkably refreshed, as if he had shed a few pounds. Despite his boisterous nature, he was perceptive enough to notice Dai Mubai's grim demeanor and refrained from speaking too much, hastily finishing his breakfast. As for Oscar and Ning Rongrong, they did not come to the cafeteria. "Fatty, you're not going out tonight, are you?" Dai Mubai suddenly inquired as breakfast came to an end. Ma Hongjun nodded and quietly replied, "The evil fire has mostly subsided, so I shouldn't be going out these next couple of days." Dai Mubai responded, "Very well. Stay in the dormitory tonight. I have to step out to find that pair of twins from last time." Ma Hongjun's eyes brightened. "Boss Dai, if you feast on meat, will there be any soup for me?" Dai Mubai replied curtly, "Such matters must be mutually agreeable to be enjoyable. A forced arrangement bears no sweetness." As he spoke, he deliberately cast a glance at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing remained utterly unresponsive, as if she had not overheard their conversation at all. This frigid young lady merely sipped the rice soup before her. The invisible conflict did not persist. The bell rang for class, prompting everyone to hastily conclude their breakfast and proceed to the grand playground. Neither the principal nor the teachers had yet arrived, yet one figure was already present, Ning Rongrong. However, Oscar was still absent. Her delicate, fair visage appeared somewhat haggard, her eyes reddened, and she seemed rather dispirited. Today they were to be instructed by Dean Flander once more. Tang San and his companions waited for a full quarter of an hour before the esteemed Dean finally made his appearance. Flander's gaze immediately fell upon Ning Rongrong, yet he refrained from addressing her, for it was the second lesson of the day. "Where is Oscar? Has he overslept again?" Tang San quickly interjected. "He was still cultivating when I left this morning. Perhaps he is in a deep meditative state and has not awakened in time." Flander frowned, declaring that today's lesson could not proceed without him. "Tang San, please fetch him." "Oscar, are you attempting to sneak off for a run again?" Dean Flander shot him a glare. Oscar hastily shook his head. "No, Dean. Please allow me to explain. I have made a breakthrough. I have reached level 30. "What?" Not only Flander, but everyone cast astonished glances at Oscar, including Ning Rongrong. In the Dolua continent, soul masters above level 30 were quite rare, and those who joined the military could attain the esteemed position of a captain commanding thousands, with even higher ranks for those exceeding level 40, which were exceedingly scarce. Soul masters of the food system above level 50 are exceedingly rare, and those above level 60 are virtually non-existent. Even when they do appear, it typically takes years for great clans or the spirit hall to cultivate just one. If we consider that a food system soul master at the great soul master level can sustain the food consumption of 100 individuals, then a soul master,